A meteor shower shattered the boundary between fantasy and reality, unleashing beings that once existed solely in films, novels, anime, and myth upon the world. Driven by an inexorable hatred for living entities, these creatures launched an assault on the realm of reality. The source disk, the only glimmer of hope bestowed upon humanity by the heavens, was granted to merely 1 million lucky souls among billions. Thus, these fortunate individuals acquired a new moniker, the Chosen Ones. Among them is our protagonist, Zhou Xiaoning, the most remarkable of the Chosen Ones. Chapter 1. The Advent of Apocalypse or Dimensional Invasion. Kill, kill, kill. Don't hesitate. Just act. Within an internet CAF near Century Garden, a teenager, appearing to be merely 15 or 16, was engrossed in a fiercely competitive game with his friends. In this session, he had already secured 9 kills and led his team into the enemy's stronghold. Wrapping up this match was merely a matter of time. His name was Zhou Xiaoning, 18 years old, possessing a somewhat charming baby face, which often led to misjudgments regarding his age. A mischievous child who was perpetually restless, his father, Zhou Xiaoning, named him as such. Initially, Zhou intended to name him Un or Jing, but he felt those names sounded somewhat feminine, so he ultimately settled on Xiaoning, even though it wasn't much of an improvement. When it comes to wealth, it is essential to mention Zhou Xiaoning's family background. His grandfather and maternal grandfather had both served in the military and fought on the battlefield, sharing a bond forged in loyalty. Following their retirement, the two families maintained a close relationship. Over time, Zhou Xiaoning and his wife, Lin Shu, fell in love, with the elders of both families offering their blessings, eventually giving rise to Zhou Xiaoning. After marrying, thanks to some familial connections, Zhou Xiaoning ventured into business, and it turns out that he had quite the flair for it. Starting with just a few $100,000, over the course of a decade, he built a fortune exceeding $1 billion. Zhou Xiaoning was thus born with a golden spoon in his mouth, but with 2 elderly guardians keeping watch, he managed to avoid the typical pitfalls associated with being a wealthy heir. Moreover, having trained alongside his grandfathers from a young age, he was in excellent physical shape, easily overpowering ordinary individuals. Not only that, but Zhou Xiaoning's academic performance was commendable. He had recently gained admission to a prestigious university in the capital with remarkable grades, and aside from lacking a girlfriend, he was undoubtedly a winner in life. Xiaoning, not bad. 3 months without touching a computer, and your skills have only improved. A rotund boy next to him, named Luo Fei, exclaimed excitedly. A lifelong friend, Luo was from a family involved in real estate. Their residence in Century Garden was built by his father's company, making it one of the premier upscale neighborhoods in TZ City. Of course, do you even know who you're talking to? Zhou Xiaoning grinned with pride, convinced that among his peers, he ranked second to none in gaming prowess. Isn't it just about slaughtering a bunch of elementary students? Don't get too smug. Luo Fei feigned disdain, albeit begrudgingly acknowledging Zhou Xiaoning's skill. As a faithful friend, he couldn't allow Zhou to bask in his glory without a playful jab. By the way, I heard there's a rare meteor shower tonight. Want to check it out together? Really? 2 grown men watching a meteor shower? I'd rather stay here and dominate some noobs. I heard the class monitor will be there. Are you sure you're not interested? Since it's an once-in-a-century meteor shower, it would indeed be a pity to miss it. So, where shall we go to watch? Zhou Xiaoning's feigned reluctance drew a contemptuous glance from Luo Fei. Everyone in class knew Zhou held feelings for Lin Curson. He was just putting on an act, suppressing his true intentions. Speaking of Lin Curson, she was their high school class monitor, renowned for her beauty, undoubtedly the campus flower. Qingsong Mountain is the best spot in TZ City to observe it. The class monitor will definitely be there. But I must warn you, it's quite a distance from here, and we might not make it before dark. All right, I'm in a hurry. I'll head out now, bye. With that, Zhou Xiaoning dashed off towards home, where his father's Hummer modified and rugged awaited him. Perhaps influenced by both grandfathers, Zhou liked wild vehicles like the Hummer, though it mostly sat in the garage due to family engagements. Now, it stood as a serendipitous gift to Zhou Xiaoning. Hey, Zhou Xiaoning, with no females around, you don't care to wait for me? Luo Fei paused momentarily, but quickly regained his senses and sprinted after Zhou. Neither of them bothered about their unfinished computer game, oblivious to how their absence might benefit others. Zhou Xiaoning's parents remained at their company, and the household staff wouldn't intervene. Thus, he had no trouble taking his father's prize Hummer, speeding towards Qingsong Mountain, just catching up with a panting Luo Fei at the last minute. However, Zhou Xiaoning underestimated the crowd mentality. If they thought of heading to Qingsong Mountain for the meteor shower, so too did many others. Consequently, the vehicles heading there multiplied fourfold, turning the already narrow roads into a complete traffic snarl. Half an hour elapsed, yet they barely moved 100 meters. Had I known, it would have been better to walk. Then you can get out now, otherwise, shut up. Your whining is exasperating. Zhou Xiaoning shot a glare at Luo Fei, already frustrated by the traffic jam. If not for their friendship, he would have kicked the hefty figure of Luo out of the Hummer long ago. Fine, I'll be quiet. Luo Fei smirked, assessing the difference in their physical prowess and wisely choosing silence. Ah! The word escaped Luo Fei's lips as he poked Zhou Xiaoning, who remained absorbed in his broodings and ignored him. Hey! Luo Fei prodded him again, prompting a slight frown from Zhou, who still remained unresponsive. Hey! With increased vigor, Luo pressed on, as if afraid Zhou wouldn't notice. Do you ever plan to stop? Don't you know that there's a limit to how much one can bear? Zhou Xiaoning finally snapped he might befriend Luo, but he wasn't above delivering a few well-placed punches when provoked. Hey, use your words. Zhou Xiaoning raised an eyebrow, reaching the brink of his patience. Weren't you the one who told me not to speak? Luo's expression turned forlorn, reminiscent of a wronged spouse, causing Zhou to feel a shiver down his spine. Now I'm allowing you to talk. All right, I wanted to tell you earlier I saw Lin Kursin. Where? Zhou Xiaoning's eyes sparkled with interest, turning towards the direction Luo indicated. Sure enough, he spotted Lin Kursin. However, she wasn't alone. She was seated in a vehicle with another boy, exuding undeniable intimacy. In an instant, Zhou Xiaoning felt as if struck by lightning, rooted to the spot in disbelief. Once, a marvelous first love lay before me, I hesitated, and then it ended before it even began. Cut it out. You, a hopeless single, have no right to advise me. You better apologize quickly. I have a girlfriend, Hatsune. You've seen her before. Zhou Xiaoning could only grimace helplessly. This otaku was beyond redemption. Though he too was a bit of a recluse, he considered himself more of a pseudo-otaku fond of certain characters without being consumed by it. Yet, after Luo's teasing, Zhou found himself more at peace. He and Lin Kursin weren't dating, and her closeness to another boy wasn't a problem. The blame was solely on his late actions, missing his opportunity. Luo still wanted to poke fun at Zhou, but unexpectedly, something astonishing caught his peripheral vision. As the meteor shower unfolded, the sky seemed shattered like glass, revealing countless fissures that spread beyond his vision. This phenomenon wasn't confined to TZ City or even China. It was occurring globally. In the next moment, numerous beams of light shot down from the sky, striking the ground as if infusing the earth with something immense. The planet began to swell. Ordinary humans were oblivious to it, shielded by an inexplicable energy that preserved everything on the earth from harm during this event. But this was only the beginning. When the earth expanded to 10 times its original size, the sky completely shattered. Although it appeared unchanged, it emanated a peculiar aura. Ah, what kind of monster are you? Don't come any closer. Ah, a scream resonated not far away. Following the sound, Zhou Xiaoning glimpsed a woman being accosted by a tattered man. To Zhou's horror, the man sank his teeth into the woman's throat, consuming her blood and flesh. Human consumption? Zombies? Biohazard crisis? Zhou Xiaoning's mind spiraled into confusion. An unsettling premonition washed over him. The world was undergoing an extraordinary transformation, defying all established norms. Chapter 2. Activation of the Source Disk Panic. An unending panic. Murder. It remains uncertain who first cried out in alarm, yet it undoubtedly served as the catalyst that ignited the collective fear of the crowd. The instinct to seek profit and avoid harm is inherently human, and though that bizarre individual had claimed but a single life, there was no guarantee he would not continue his rampage. Thus, everyone yearned to distance themselves from that madman, to flee from this place. Hey, buddy, what do you think we should do? Should we call the police? Luo Fei's body trembled slightly. After all, it was a zombie, a living, breathing zombie. Typically, zombies possess the ability to infect, and that woman who had been bitten surely would not survive. It wouldn't be long before she transformed into one of the undead. Should 2 zombies continue to bite? 2 could become 4 could become 8, and before long, a significant horde would emerge, leaving no one here with a chance to escape. What are you afraid of? It's merely a novice zombie. Not a licker or a tyrant. Just watch me take it down, buddy. Don't act recklessly. Disregarding Luo Fei's protest, Zhou Xiaoning retrieved his Swiss Army knife and exited the vehicle. He was not without fear. He was indeed frightened. However, ever since childhood, the 2 venerable elders had imparted to him that in times of fear, one must remain calm and not be swayed by terror. Zhou Xiaoning understood all too well that in order to survive, he must eliminate the zombies while their numbers were still few. Otherwise, when they amassed, he would have no choice but to await his demise with closed eyes. Zombie films had become commonplace in recent years. While he was uncertain of the abilities of the zombie before him, it likely shared the common afflictions of ordinary zombies, such as sluggish movement, impaired vision, and a somewhat dulled reaction. Therefore, as long as he moved quietly and made minimal noise, sneaking up behind the zombie and plunging a knife into its skull seemed feasible. However, while Zhou Xiaoning contemplated the beginning of his plan, he failed to consider its conclusion. He did manage to approach the zombie stealthily and was on the verge of success when, at that moment, the bitten woman completed her transformation, doubling the threat as she became a second zombie, both of whom now noticed Zhou Xiaoning. Had it not been 5 minutes since the chaos began? The speed of her transformation was astonishing. It was even more rapid than that caused by the T-virus. There was no time for further contemplation. The situation had escalated to a life-or-death scenario, where even a moment's hesitation could prove fatal. Images of the military combat techniques taught to him by the two elders flashed through his mind. There were no elaborate martial arts moves, only decisive, lethal strikes. Years of training suddenly became Zhou Xiaoning's lifeline, and he felt a wave of relief that he had not slacked off during practice. Zhou Xiaoning ducked just in time to evade the male zombie's grasp, then advanced rather than retreating, pushing the male zombie back against him. With a swift motion, he drove the Swiss Army knife into the creature's left eye, twisting it forcefully until the male zombie lay still, evidently lifeless. Just then, the female zombie lunged at Zhou Xiaoning. However, possibly due to her recent transformation, her movements were notably sluggish, making it easy for Zhou Xiaoning to subdue her. It was only at this moment that Zhou Xiaoning felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Despite years of militarized training under the two elders, this was his first act of killing, and he found himself struggling to adjust. Surely, I must be safe for the time being, Zhou Xiaoning thought. Taking several deep breaths to quell the rising sickness, he believed there must be a connection between the earlier celestial anomaly and the sudden appearance of zombies. He could not fathom that such a spectacular event would lead to merely one zombie. Rather than succumbing to nausea, it would be wiser to leave this place. Who knew what might happen next? However, just then, the male zombie Zhou Xiaoning had just slain suddenly disintegrated into a flurry of light particles, with 2/10 vanishing into thin air while the remaining 8/10 surged toward him. Zhou Xiaoning hurriedly dodged, wary of what these remnants might entail. Yet, the light particles seemed intent on pursuing him, no matter how he evaded. They followed him relentlessly, and before he knew it, they completely integrated into his being. Boom! Zhou Xiaoning felt as if he heard a thunderous roar from his very soul, and then he found himself in a peculiar realm. It was a dim, gray space, with the only source of illumination emanating from a white stone disk at its center. In the middle of the disk lay a colorful vortex design, surrounded by 9 slots the size of playing cards, clearly intended for holding cards or similar items. If compelled by some unseen force, Zhou Xiaoning reached out to touch the disk in an instant. A torrent of vast information flooded into his mind, rendering him dizzy. It took a while before he regained his composure. Simultaneously, he understood the origins of the stone disk and the events that were about to unfold, a calamity of cosmic proportions. A disaster that would engulf the entire world. No one, not even any living creature, could escape this impending doom. The earlier anomaly was merely a prelude. The true catastrophe had yet to commence. Yet, even at this juncture, the boundary between reality and fantasy had already been shattered. Entities previously confined to films, anime, novels, and even mythology would soon descend into the mortal realm. The zombie Zhou Xiaoning had just slain was but one example. This stone disk was known as the Source Disk, a treasure bestowed by several supreme beings to combat the impending calamity, with only 1 million existing worldwide. Only those chosen by fate would possess one, thus earning the title of Chosen One. In essence, it was a means to cultivate strength in preparation for the impending true catastrophe. The Source Disk comprised 9 layers, and Zhou Xiaoning had only acquired the first. To unveil the subsequent layers, he needed sufficient source power to enhance the disk. The Source Disk would grant the Chosen One formidable powers. The more layers one possessed, the stronger they became. Consequently, the layer of 1's Source Disk became a measure of the Chosen One's strength. A first-layer disk corresponded to the first rank, a second layer disc to the second rank, and so forth. Upon the complete manifestation of the source disc, one could attain the ninth rank, rivaling the celestial beings of Chinese mythology. Beyond the ninth rank lay an additional tier, signifying transcendence, though the means of reaching such a state remained unknown. Numerous methods existed to gather source power. For instance, the luminous particles Zhou Xiaoning obtained from slaying zombies were indeed source power. Currently, he had 1 point of source power within his source disk, while a second layer disk required 100 points. This meant he would need to eliminate 99 more zombies like the one he had just dispatched. It is worth noting that only beings descending from the realm of fantasy would yield source power upon death. The female zombie, transformed by infection, would not possess such a capability, hadn't she already become a true corpse. Rather than dissipating into light, beyond source power, these fantastical beings might also coalesce into cards known as source cards upon death. Inserting these source cards into the slots of the source disk would yield corresponding benefits. Source cards were categorized into 7 major types: bloodline, talent, techniques, skills, items, equipment, and summon creatures. Each source card bore a star rating. The higher the rating, the rarer and more potent the card. Of course, the ratings of source cards were not immutable. One could enhance cards using source power to elevate their star levels. This meant that even a 1-star fireball spell could unleash world-shattering devastation once upgraded to 9 stars with sufficient source power. Evidently, Zhou Xiaoning's luck was not particularly favorable, as his first kill had not yielded a source card. Yet, this was of little consequence. Every source disc came with an initial reward, which could be any of the 7 categories. Though it began at 1 star, it could evolve alongside the disc without requiring additional source power. It was reminiscent of an RPG game. Complete with newbie benefits, it seemed those supreme beings must indulge in games quite often. Zhou Xiaoning mused about these exalted entities, pondering that with their power and status, they likely would not stoop to concern themselves with a mere insect like him. It was time to claim his initial reward. As Zhou Xiaoning conveyed his intent, the solitary point of source power in the source disk was instantly depleted. The colorful vortex at the center began to spin rapidly. After approximately 5 seconds, a design materialized at the center of the vortex, gradually enlarging until it replaced the colorful swirl, occupying the central position of the source disk, a funnel. Why is my initial reward so lackluster? Zhou Xiaoning's lips twitched. He considered himself not overly greedy, not seeking a super scion bloodline or a world-ending artifact, yet he hoped for something like a fireball spell or, at the very least, a food or water creation technique. Why, then, was he bestowed with a funnel? Nevertheless, this was a skill acquired with a point of source power, and it deserved at least a glance. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. While the funnel design seemed unimpressive, the skill it represented was remarkably powerful, granting Zhou Xiaoning a feeling akin to being propelled from hell to paradise. He had obtained a skill called perfect fusion, which allowed him to seamlessly merge multiple targets into one, preserving the beneficial and discarding the harmful. Thus, while the perfect fusion skill was indeed advantageous, it required cautious application. Misuse could lead to disastrous consequences. Chapter 3. The Emergence of Zombies. Buddy, you're something else, Luo Fei observed as Zhou Xiaoning swiftly dispatched 2 zombies, and the once racing heartbeat that thumped anxiously now fell silent. He opened the car door, twisting his corpulent body to rush toward Zhou Xiaoning, eager to offer him a heartfelt embrace. Get away. You're no beauty, and I'm certainly not gay. Zhou Xiaoning, transformed from his former self, was no longer the same. Although his source plate was merely a single layer, the enhancement was now palpably evident. Just moments ago, as his soul entered the source plate space, Zhou Xiaoning had completed his first round of enhancement, elevating his physical capabilities to 5 times that of an ordinary person. This push was instinctive, while he exerted not his full strength. It was still substantial at around 80%. Typically, an untrained adult male possesses a one-handed strength of approximately 30 pounds. By this standard, Zhou Xiaoning's one-handed strength soared to an impressive 150 pounds, with 80% equating to 144 pounds, a force strong enough to nearly rival Luo Fei's weight. Thus, a man who should have maintained a stable center of gravity was propelled backward by what seemed a casual shove, stumbling back a dozen steps until he collided with the car door, which bore the brunt of the impact. Bending inward point, one could only hope that when the car's owner discovered the damage, they would not seek retribution from him. Goodness, Zhou Xiaoning, have you no humanity? I merely wish to embrace you, Was such force truly necessary? Luo Fei lamented, clutching his chest in agony. Thankfully, his ample flesh absorbed some of the impact. Or else he might have faced a fractured sternum. I didn't he anticipate this? Is this truly my doing? Zhou Xiaoning gazed in astonishment at his hands, realizing that everything he had witnessed was indeed real. Not a mere figment of his imagination. The calamity of the world, the millions of chosen ones, the source plate, dimensional invasions, and fantastical creatures. Damn it. I just wished to live quietly as a cultured, rich second generation, marry a beautiful wife, and perhaps even keep a few lovers. Must it all be so suddenly intense? Zhou Xiaoning wore a visage of despair, as if the very word bitterness were emblazoned upon his face. I say, my friend, it was merely 2 zombies we dispatched, not actual murder. What is there to fear? If the police come, I'll testify on your behalf. Seeing the peculiar expression on Zhou Xiaoning's face, Luo Fei assumed he was merely anxious about explaining the situation to the police, so he feigned a heroic demeanor to reassure him. Nonsense. If the police could handle this, why would we need the Supreme Beings? The Supreme Beings? That sounds quite impressive. Dio, you know them. Could you introduce me? Zhou Xiaoning shot Luo Fei an incredulous glance. This rotund friend was the epitome of the saying, a broad heart and a stout body. Seemingly unfazed even in the face of impending doom. Yes, it is indeed perilous. Luo Fei nodded vigorously, oblivious to the gravity of their predicament. This was not merely a trivial matter of a few zombies. It was a calamity that threatened the entire world. Upon returning to the Hummer, Zhou Xiaoning conveyed the crucial information he had gathered to Luo Fei, understanding that they were in a pivotal moment of life and death. Any lapse in vigilance could prove fatal. Are you certain you haven't read too many apocalyptic novels? Do I seem like someone who is out of touch with reality? Luo Fei noted Zhou Xiaoning's serious demeanor, which suggested he was not fabricating stories. Coupled with the sudden appearance of the zombie, Luo Fei began to believe him. Then, what shall we do now? Luo Fei was panicked, as the situation had exceeded his comprehension, leaving him at a loss. All right, I'll handle it immediately. Zhou Xiaoning's words struck Luo Fei like a sudden epiphany, calming him. The calamity had not yet fully descended. There was still a chance for remedy. If they waited until the initial outbreak, it would be too late. Although Zhou Xiaoning appeared composed, he was equally anxious. His grandparents lived in a rural village, and reaching them would take at least 3 hours by car. His parents were away on business and had yet to return. With their phones unreachable, most likely caught up in a meeting. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Xiaoning would relish the freedom, but this was different. The calamity was looming, and he feared for their safety. Yet, before addressing them, Zhou Xiaoning needed to secure his own survival. Fatty, hold on tight. What are you planning? Zhou Xiaoning abruptly yanked the steering wheel, flooring the accelerator. With a thunderous roar, the Hummer sprang to life, charging onto the central median, crushing a swath of ornamental shrubs before veering into the oncoming lane. Indeed, the Hummer purchased by old Zhou proved its exceptional performance. A regular sedan attempting such a maneuver would either get stuck or suffer extensive damage, incurring hefty repair costs. However, this Hummer, aside from gathering a bit of dust, remained unscathed. With the engine roaring, the speedometer climbed past 100 miles per hour, approaching 110, nearly the pace of a sports car. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Xiaoning would never have dared to drive at such velocity, but now, with his enhanced physique, controlling such speed felt as effortless as eating or drinking. Yet, within the span of just 20 minutes, the world had transformed drastically. Scattered zombies roamed the streets, attacking pedestrians and spreading their viral contagion. The air was filled with screams and pleas for help, and it was only then that Zhou Xiaoning and Luo Fei truly comprehended the arrival of the apocalypse. The roar of the Hummer drew the attention of the zombies. Fortunately, their numbers were still sparse, barely a handful, and they posed no significant threat to the Hummer's full power. They were either left far behind or crushed beneath its wheels. As they drove, Zhou Xiaoning inexplicably accrued 25 points of source power, though regrettably, not a single source card dropped. Stay away from us, quick, move. As the Hummer approached the entrance of the World Garden, they spotted a dozen zombies encircling a young girl. She swung her backpack, attempting to fend off the approaching undead, but her feeble efforts were no match for even the most depraved of predators. Let alone the zombies, it was hard to fathom that a socially withdrawn chubby guy like Luo Fei would find himself in such a situation with a charming girl. A pretty little sister. I truly don't know where things went wrong. Luo Fei, wait. You drive over to pick us up. I'll go rescue Xiaoyu. All right, I'll leave it to you as long as I can save Xiaoyu. I wouldn't mind being your lackey. As a typical homebuddy, Luo Fei naturally inherited the traits of a devoted brother. Had it not been for his unwavering trust in Zhou Xiaoning's abilities, he would have recklessly charged at the zombies himself to protect his sister. Dealing with a dozen zombies with merely a Swiss Army knife would prove insufficient. Fortunately, the community was currently undergoing tree transplantation, and several unplanted trees lay scattered along the greenery, their roots still bearing soil. They had some weight to them. Zhou Xiaoning seized one, finding it quite suitable in his grasp. Get away from Xiaoyu. You scoundrels! Zhou Xiaoning bellowed, aiming to divert the zombies' attention. Brother Xiaoning, hurry and save me. Seeing Zhou Xiaoning was like witnessing a beacon of hope for Luo Yu. After all, he was handsome, academically gifted, and physically adept. Even in gaming, he could effortlessly outplay her reclusive brother. In her eyes, Zhou Xiaoning was invincible, and she believed he could rescue her this time as well. Fear not, Xiaoyu. With brother Xiaoning here, no one can harm you. Zhou Xiaoning swung the sapling, charging at the zombies. These ordinary zombies were no match for him, as they fell one by one beneath his blows. Hurry, Xiaoyu, come with me. Zhou Xiaoning grabbed Luo Yu's hand and dashed forward, while Luo Fei maneuvered the Hummer ahead to wait for them. Once they were in the car, they would be safe, at least temporarily. However, just then, a zombie suddenly lunged forth, moving with a speed that surpassed its kin, aiming to seize Luo Yu. As she was about to be bitten, Zhou Xiaoning instinctively pushed her aside, propelling her out of the zombie's attack range. Yet, in doing so, he unwittingly exposed himself to the gaping maw of the undead. Zhou Xiaoning was tackled to the ground, and a zombie sank its teeth into his shoulder. Other zombies, eager to partake in the feast, swiftly crawled over, biting and gnawing at him. For a moment, Zhou Xiaoning found himself overwhelmed. Even with his enhanced physique, he could not break free, merely watching as they devoured him piece by piece. At first, he felt pain, but soon numbness set in, indicating that the zombie virus had begun its insidious work. Chapter 4. The perfect fusion begins to show its might. Zhou Xiaoning felt an incessant itch. As if millions of ants were crawling beneath his skin, he longed to scratch, but his efforts were in vain. The sensation was nothing short of excruciating. In that fleeting moment, he even wished a zombie would bite his throat, hastening the end of his torment. However, the zombies possessed no rational thought. They could not empathize with his suffering, only reveling in the feast before them. In an instant, Zhou Xiaoning's body was riddled with bite wounds, some so deep that bone was visible. The scene was beyond mere words of tragedy. Xiaoning, please come out. Luo Yu cried out, overwhelmed with guilt. It's all my fault. If it weren't for trying to save me, you wouldn't be in this predicament. If not for her brother Luo Fei holding her back, she would have rushed in to rescue him. Luo Fei, while desperately trying to reason with her, forcibly pulled Luo Yu into the Hummer. Frankly speaking, the zombies were preoccupied with devouring Zhou Xiaoning and had ignored them. Once they finished with him, they would turn their attention to them next. Although such actions felt disloyal, he had no choice. As he still had a sister to protect, he shouted Zhou Xiaoning's name one last time, then pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Ridiculous. With that meatball of a body, you think you can avenge me? A flicker of solace crossed Zhou Xiaoning's eyes. If Luo Fei and Luo Yu could escape safely, then his death would not have been in vain. Yet, was he truly destined to perish like this? He had just acquired the Source Disk, becoming the Chosen One, and had yet to accomplish anything before meeting his end. Such a fate felt profoundly unjust. Zhou Xiaoning was clinging to life solely out of resentment. Otherwise, he would have succumbed long ago. And perhaps soon he would undergo the transformation into a zombie himself. I hope this isn't a cruel joke. Perfect fusion, activate. He set the target as himself, and the zombie virus within. As was his first time utilizing the perfect fusion skill. Zhou Xiaoning was uncertain how much source power would be needed, so he poured in all of it, hoping merely for no adverse effects. However, the good fortune was fleeting. The tingling sensation within him faded. Yet the warmth surged, escalating to a feverish temperature exceeding 40 degrees Celsius without abating. Zhou Xiaoning longed to faint, but losing consciousness was a luxury he could not afford. The hotter the sensation became, the more alert he grew, and eventually, Even with his eyes closed, he could reconstruct his surroundings merely by the sounds he heard. As he fought against the warmth within, he failed to notice his body was visibly healing at an astonishing rate, with the strength of his flesh progressively increasing. What once could be bitten away by a zombie was now merely breaking the skin. At last, Zhou Xiaoning's endurance reached its limit, and he yearned to unleash his pent-up frustration. "You're infuriating. I'm about to roast alive." With a furious roar, an invisible force erupted from him, rapidly spreading outward, stirring up dust and debris in its wake. It wasn't until 100 meters away that the force began to wane, dissipating entirely at 150 meters. "Did I really do this?" Zhou Xiaoning gazed in disbelief at the devastation surrounding him, reminiscent of a typhoon's passage. The extent of the destruction was partly due to the area being a green space devoid of sturdy obstacles. Had it been a building, the impact would have been far less devastating. Once he regained his composure, he sought the source of his transformation and soon found it there, in the familiar grayish space of the source disk. Lay the white stone disk, but now one of the previously empty slots was filled. It was a source card depicting a vague human silhouette, marked with 5 stars, signifying its exceptional nature. Name: unknown, can be self-named, type, bloodline star level. Introduction. This is a special bloodline formed from the perfect fusion of various zombie viruses and human biology, granting the possessor extraordinary fortune, bloodline talent, infection. As a bloodline derived from zombie viruses, the ability to infect is crucial. By consuming vital essence, one can infect other beings, granting them this bloodline, while the original possessor holds absolute control over them. Devour and evolve. By consuming the genes of other beings, one can replenish oneself and evolve, but excessive consumption may lead to genetic collapse, requiring caution. Virus immunity. As a being embodying multiple zombie viruses, many viruses will have no effect on you unless they are of 5-star caliber or higher. Bloodline skill. Telekinesis. Active skill activated during the virus transformation process. Currently at level 1, with a maximum power limit of 1 ton and an effective range of 10 meters. Physical enhancement. Passive skill. Having endured the virus's onslaught, your physical constitution has significantly improved. Currently at a strength level of 10, physical strength is based on the average level of an adult male. A strength level of 10 equates to 10 times that of an average person. How remarkable! This truly is a blessing in disguise. Amid despair, this bloodline offered him hope, akin to the brilliance of dawn. He decided to name this bloodline the Dawnlight Bloodline. Zhou Xiaoning was immensely satisfied with his newfound form, feeling as though he were brimming with inexhaustible energy, and the activation of telekinesis had elevated him to the realm of superhumans. Even the most mundane control over his body could yield unexpected results. Although it may not compare to the explosive power he exhibited immediately after his transformation, Zhou Xiaoning felt content. Even if 100 zombies were to confront him again, he could handle them with ease. But where were those zombies? Just as he was eager to showcase his newfound prowess, he searched his surroundings only to find not a single zombie, not even the shadow of a mosquito. It turned out that all the zombies had perished in the wake of his telekinetic outburst, yielding 13 points of source power that replenished his previously depleted reserves. Boom. Zhou Xiaoning heard the sound of an engine revving. It was unmistakably old Zhou's Hummer. Sure enough, half a minute later, a Hummer sped towards him. With his enhanced vision, he could clearly see Luo Fei gritting his teeth in the driver's seat, seemingly returning to fulfill his earlier promise of vengeance for Zhou Xiaoning. "At least you have some conscience. Fat Luo, stop the vehicle at once. Do you intend to run me over?" The tires screeched against the ground with a piercing sound. "Xiaoning, are you alive or a ghost?" Luo Fei stared incredulously at Zhou Xiaoning, who had survived being swarmed and bitten by numerous zombies, and aside from some torn clothing and bloodstains, appeared completely unharmed. It was truly astonishing. "Get lost. Have you ever seen such a dashing and handsome male ghost? You're really not dead. I knew it. You're incredibly fortunate and not so easily dispatched." Luo Fei finally confirmed that Zhou Xiaoning was indeed fine, and in his excitement, he jumped out of the Hummer, eager to give Zhou Xiaoning a big hug. "Want to hug me? Transform into a beauty first," Zhou Xiaoning interjected, forming an invisible barrier of telekinesis before Luo Fei could get too close. "Wow, in just a few minutes. You've become even more formidable?" Luo Fei rubbed his sore nose. Previously, Zhou Xiaoning had merely displayed some strength, but now he had manifested superpowers. That source disk was truly incredible, though it was unfortunate that he himself had not obtained it and thus was denied the chance to become the chosen one. You want it too? Just let me bite you. Chapter 5. Zombies block the door. Charge out. Seeing this scene, Luo Fei felt an overwhelming mix of envy and resentment. After all, this was his sister. Why was she so affectionate towards an outsider while neglecting him, her own brother? He had just risked venturing out, which was perilous in itself. Why was there no one to comfort him? All right, Xiao Yu, stop crying. See, I'm fine. Zhou Xiaoning gently wiped away Luo Yu's tears, smiling reassuringly. Really, Brother Xiaoning, are you truly okay? Of course, even if a tiger were to appear before you now, I could take it down. Saying this, Zhou Xiaoning flexed his muscles like a warrior, eliciting a cascade of giggles from Luo Yu. Bragging, do you think you're Wusong? Seeing Luo Yu finally smile reassured Zhou Xiaoning. He had always regarded her as his own sister, and he believed his affection for her rivaled that of Luo Fei. What they didn't realize was that Zhou Xiaoning was not exaggerating. With his current strength, he could indeed slay a tiger, and with telekinesis at his disposal, it would be a cinch. However, it was best not to voice such thoughts, as he had finally managed to cheer Luo Yu up, and there was no need to be pedantic over trivial matters. By the way, Xiao Yu, where's your mother? Mom is on the phone with Dad. He is currently trapped at the construction site. It is essential to understand that Luo Fei and Luo Yu's father, Luo Dafu, is not merely a small construction company owner, but rather a renowned real estate mogul in TZ City. The projects that warrant his personal attention are indeed significant undertakings, at least of the caliber comparable to high-end residential complexes like Century Garden. Such developments typically encompass substantial land areas, as considerations extend beyond mere construction to include landscaping. In fact, in some upscale communities, the greenery can occupy an area far exceeding that of the buildings themselves. Under such vast expanses, finding a place to escape would be remarkably simple, especially since these are under-construction complexes with only temporary walls that can be easily scaled. However, it is now alarming that Luo Yu has informed him that Luo Dafu, along with over 100 construction workers, is trapped within that very site. Just how many zombies would be needed to achieve such a feat? The initial exhilaration from acquiring bloodlines has swiftly dissipated. And now Zhou Xiaoning is left pondering what course of action to take next. If the zombie threat has indeed escalated to a significant scale, remaining in this villa is evidently unwise. With TZ City's population nearing 1 million, predominantly concentrated in urban areas, the zombies that have descended from the fantasy realm, combined with those humans infected in the real world, will soon create a zombie tide. At that juncture, staying within the city would undoubtedly equate to a death sentence. We must leave immediately, Zhou Xiaoning resolved, promptly gathering Luo Fei and Luo Yu to pack essential items such as clothing, food, and medicine, preparing for a swift departure. Before long, Luo Fei's mother, Wang Yin, emerged from a phone call, and Zhou Xiaoning conveyed the gravity of the situation, persuading her to join their efforts. The four of them worked with commendable speed. Approximately 10 minutes later, they had scavenged every useful item from the Luo household. Their suitcases filled, they resorted to various bags and even hastily wrapped items in a bedsheet point. One cannot help but marvel at Luo Fei's substantial appetite. For his home was never devoid of snacks. Indeed, at least 60% of their packed items consisted of food. Clearly, none of them had considered how they would transport these items, as space within the Hummer was limited. Alas, the source energy they had just acquired was about to diminish. Zhou Xiaoning sighed in resignation, realizing that the source panel was a veritable quagmire. Upgrading required source energy, utilizing initial rewards demanded source energy, and even establishing the protagonist's standard portable space necessitated source energy. To create a personal space was no trivial endeavor. 1 cubic meter of initial space required 10 points of source energy, with subsequent expansions demanding 20 and 30 points respectively, and so on. Provided one had sufficient source energy, it was feasible to establish a portable space capable of containing the entire Earth. Zhou Xiaoning winced as the source panel deducted another 10 points of his source energy, soon giving birth to a 1 cubic meter storage space, starkly contrasting the grayish hue of the source panel with its pitch-black interior. The storage space existed in a vacuum, devoid of any concept of time. Items placed within would maintain their form upon retrieval. However, this also meant that living beings could not be stored. Moreover, the storage space lacked a fixed shape, allowing for the accommodation of various items as long as the volume limit was respected. As Luo Fei and the others fretted over whether to abandon certain belongings, Zhou Xiaoning decisively waved his hand, claiming the largest bundle filled with food, while other items like clothing and medicine could easily fit in the vehicle. For a moment, Luo Yu and her mother were left astounded, believing Zhou Xiaoning had performed some form of magic to make the package disappear. Only Luo Fei harbored a suspicion that this was yet another feat of the source panel. The personal space was indeed a hallmark of the protagonist. In that fleeting instant, Luo Fei contemplated clinging to Zhou Xiaoning's leg, seeking to be taken under his wing, but a consideration of Zhou Xiaoning's aversion to male-to-male contact swiftly extinguished that thought. After all, he had yet to live his life to the fullest. Xiaoyu, look outside. My goodness, so many zombies. Upon hearing Luo Yu's exclamation, Zhou Xiaoning rushed to the window, only to see a horde of zombies staggering toward them, easily numbering in the hundreds. Quick, get in the car. We need to leave immediately. Luo Fei, you drive. What about you? Those zombies are numerous. The Hummer alone may not be enough to break through. I must clear a path. That's over 100 zombies. Xiaoyu, this is far too dangerous. Wang Yan's face was etched with worry. Having watched Zhou Xiaoning grow up, she regarded him as a son. How could she stand by and watch him venture into peril? Don't worry, Aunt Wang. I need to engage directly. Then how do you plan to clear the zombies? Wang Yan genuinely struggled to comprehend Zhou Xiaoning's intentions. Was the language of today's youth truly so difficult to decipher? Like this, Zhou Xiaoning smirked, channeling his mental energy to command 10 dining knives to orbit around him. This was his maximum control. Beyond that, he would struggle. Wow, are you cosplaying as a sword master? Luo Fei gazed at him in astonishment, realizing this was genuine superpower, not some deceptive magic trick. Precisely, I'll need to concentrate fully on controlling the knives, so driving is in your hands. Just watch me, I'll drive, you can count on it. As the engine roared to life, Luo Fei slammed on the accelerator, and the Hummer surged forward like a wild stallion. Zhou Xiaoning seized the moment to unleash the knives, directing them to pierce the brains of any zombies that obstructed their path. Initially he struggled, often requiring multiple strikes to dispatch a single zombie, but soon he grasped the technique, swiftly dispatching foes with a single blow. Name: Zombie Virus Antiserum Type. Item Star Level. Introduction. This serum can nullify the original zombie virus. However, due to the virus's propensity for mutation, it has seen limited effectiveness since its invention. Effect. Nullifies the original zombie virus, ineffective against mutated strains, can be enhanced using source energy. Well, this is essentially useless for Zhou Xiaoning, given his immunity to the virus, but he could certainly administer it to those around him, like Luo Fei and the others, who are not chosen ones. In this zombie-infested environment, such an antidote is invaluable. However, source cards can only exert their effects when on the source panel. Even if Zhou Xiaoning activated this card now to manifest the serum, it would only be usable by him. Other chosen ones would only be able to utilize it upon acquiring the card themselves. Otherwise, it remains an intangible illusion. Yet, if Zhou Xiaoning insisted on administering it to an ordinary person, it could be done, merely by expending source energy to materialize the contents of the source card. After which anyone could use it. Seems Zhou Xiaoning's 53 points of source energy might not suffice. Chapter 6. Swift Rescue. Yay! We made it out. Luo Yu clapped her hands joyfully, as they had successfully exited the Century Garden complex and were now cruising along a broad road. Devoid of any visible zombies, they were temporarily safe. Xiaoning, may I ask you for a favor? Wang Yan hesitated for quite some time before finally voicing her request. Aunt Wang, feel free to speak. There's no need to be so formal. Zhou Xiaoning responded graciously. In his eyes, Wang Yan had always been a caring elder, and her sudden caution left him somewhat unsettled. Then I shall speak plainly. While we are safe now, old Luo Wang Yan's gaze faltered. She was painfully aware that her request was rather audacious. Although the Zhou and Wang families maintained a close relationship, it was not particularly deep. Zhou Xiaoning had already risked his life to save Luo Yu and her. That alone was a significant act of kindness. Now, to ask him to rescue Luo Dafu, who was surrounded by a horde of zombies, seemed excessively demanding. Yet Wang Yan found herself in a difficult position. The entirety of TZ City was swarming with zombies, and the police and military were overwhelmed, unable to deploy forces for rescue. Had Zhou Xiaoning not displayed such formidable strength throughout their journey, Wang Yan would never have considered making this request. However, given Zhou Xiaoning's impressive capabilities, She held on to a glimmer of hope that he might indeed be able to save Luo Dafu. Upon hearing Wang Yin mention her father, Luo Yu's joy faded instantly. Yes, her father was still besieged by zombies. Xiaoning, please help save my dad. I'll do anything you ask. Though Luo Fei remained silent, his gaze toward Zhou Xiaoning mirrored her plea. What are you thinking, girl? How can you say such things so casually? Zhou Xiaoning chuckled, playfully tapping Luo Yu's forehead. Such words spoken by a young girl held no allure. Perhaps a more mature woman could have made a stronger impression. If it were Xiaoning, what is this girl mumbling about again? It's nothing, nothing at all. Xiaoning, have you agreed? Luo Yu shook her head, her pair of adorably large eyes fixated on Zhou Xiaoning, a gaze potent enough to captivate any lowly enthusiast. Although Zhou Xiaoning was not one to fall for such charms, he could not deny that he, too, was ensnared by those enchanting eyes. Did I ever say I wouldn't agree? It's just that your older brother lacks even a modicum of perceptiveness. It's high time he got a move on. Zhou Xiaoning's clever redirection of blame to Luo Fei was executed with remarkable finesse, swiftly diverting any animosity toward him. Stupid older brother, did you hear that? Hurry up and drive. If anything happens to Dad because you're so slow, I swear I'll never forgive you. Luo Yu playfully tapped Luo Fei on the head. If it were anyone else subjected to such unreasonable antics from Luo Yu, they would have surely lost their temper. But who could blame Luo Fei for his infatuation with his sister? Instead of getting angry, he seemed to relish the attention, leading Zhou Xiaoning to suspect that he might have developed some unusual fondness. Wang Yin sat nearby, observing the trio's playful banter, and felt her previously anxious heart settle into calm. She suddenly realized that the impending apocalypse did not seem so dire after all. As long as the family could live together in safety, that was worth more than anything else. With a determined focus, Luo Fei swiftly turned the vehicle toward the location where Luo Dafu was situated. Along the way, they encountered a few zombies, but Zhou Xiaoning refrained from engaging, knowing that they might soon face a dire situation. As the sole fighter, he needed to conserve his energy. After all, his psychic abilities were not limitless. Overexertion could lead to fainting or even shock, putting their entire group at risk. Yet, Zhou Xiaoning felt a pang of regret. The zombies that had once been ordinary humans, now infected and transformed, were one thing. He understood that there was little to gain from them. However, the zombies that had emerged from the fantasy world were entirely different, representing a source of power that he could not claim since he had not been the one to slay them, and Luo Fei lacked any source disk. Thus, Zhou Xiaoning could only watch helplessly as the essence dissipated into the ether. He had considered switching places with Luo Fei, allowing him to drive, but as their Hummer had already entered the city center, the surrounding hordes of zombies had multiplied. A brief stop would surely result in being encircled. In the end, Zhou Xiaoning simply closed his eyes, choosing the path of ignorance to avoid distress. But now, all that had transpired became mere memories, with survival as the only paramount concern. When the zombies first appeared, Luo Dafu and the construction workers had not noticed, only realizing the gravity of the situation after over 10 lives had been lost. Luo Dafu acted decisively, rallying the remaining workers to launch a counteroffensive. The workers, accustomed to physical labor, possessed commendable fitness levels, and with the abundance of makeshift weapons on the construction site, they were well equipped. Furthermore, Luo Dafu was accompanied by 2 bodyguards, both former special forces, whose combat skills, though limited without firearms, could easily surpass those of ordinary zombies. However, the gathering of over 100 individuals attracted the attention of nearby zombies, who began to shuffle toward them in droves. There was no escaping now. They had to stand their ground to survive. At this moment, Luo Dafu stepped forward once more, organizing the workers to utilize their strengths, blocking both entrances to the community with various materials and tools. They all congregated within a building, setting up obstacles in the stairwells to impede any zombies from breaching their refuge. Boss, do you think we can make it out alive? I have a wife and kids back home, and my mother is elderly. They rely on me. I can't die here. A middle-aged man, dark-skinned and clutching a rebar, voiced his panic to Luo Dafu. He was a migrant worker, poor and rarely having the opportunity to watch movies, thus utterly ignorant of the zombie phenomenon. His ignorance only fueled his terror, and he was on the brink of breaking down. The others shared his distress. The sudden shift in the world was too horrifying for anyone to accept calmly. Only the 2 bodyguards maintained their composure, their military training providing them with a mental fortitude that the workers lacked. Luo Dafu's spirits were low. He had just spoken with Wang Yin and learned that zombies were rampant throughout TZ City, shattering his hopes that the police or military would come to their aid. Now that the zombies had invaded the community, even though they were on the top floor of a 20-story building with barricades on each stairwell, no one could guarantee that the zombies wouldn't find a way up. Even if they stayed safe, they had no food or water. If they remained trapped for 3 days, they would surely perish. Rest assured, everyone, we will be fine. The military will surely send help. We just need to wait here calmly, and we will make it out safely, Luo Dafu declared, uttering words he himself did not believe. He felt compelled to reassure the group. Otherwise, the panicked individuals might resort to desperate measures. Yes, the government won't abandon us. The army is coming, right? We must be close to escaping. The army has guns. They can surely eliminate all those zombies. The workers chimed in, their voices intertwining in chaos. Yet, Luo Dafu did not intervene. After all, they were on the 20th floor, and the zombies below could not hear them. Besides, the workers needed an outlet for their fears. If he silenced them, who knew what irrational thoughts might arise? Hey, look, a vehicle is approaching. A vehicle? Could it truly be the military coming to rescue us? Almost everyone shared the same thought, rushing to the windows and balconies to peer down. However, their hopes were dashed when they saw that it was indeed a vehicle, a Hummer. But how could just one vehicle possibly make a difference against the hordes of zombies? Wait, that Hummer looks like it belongs to the Zhou family. It couldn't be. Through binoculars, Luo Dafu instantly recognized the vehicle, and an ominous premonition took root in his heart. Chapter 7. Zombies, what draws you here? Such an overwhelming number of zombies. Luo Fei slammed the brakes when they were still over 200 meters from the community, unable to proceed due to the sheer density of the zombies, at least tens of thousands, swarming around the walls. Anyone with a fear of crowds would surely faint at the sight. Xiaoning, do you think my dad disturbed a zombie nest, attracting all these creatures? Indeed, this is highly unusual. It appears that the zombies are purposefully converging on the community, as if something within is drawing them in. Zhou Xiaoning's expression turned grave. This was beyond the scope of his ability to resolve. With such a multitude of zombies, even if he stood still and allowed them to come at him, he might not be able to eliminate them all, no matter how hard he tried. How about we just forget it? This is just bad luck for old Luo. Wang Yin began to choke on her words, realizing in her heart that Luo Dafu was likely beyond saving. Unless an army came to attack, it would be suicide to confront the zombies alone. She could not risk Zhou Xiaoning's life to save her husband. Yes, Xiaoning, you shouldn't go, I don't blame you. Tears welled up in Luo Yu's eyes. Luo Dafu was her father, a significant figure in her life, but Zhou Xiaoning was equally important. What girl doesn't harbor a crush? Zhou Xiaoning's perfect image had long been etched in Luo Yu's mind, and she wished for both her father and Zhou Xiaoning to remain safe in that moment. Wang Yin and her daughter were reduced to tears, fearing that Luo Dafu might already be lost to them. Ding ding ding, the phone rang, and Wang Yin quickly pulled it out, seeing it was her husband calling. Eagerly, she answered. Darling, are you all right? Yin, are you in that Hummer below? Don't worry about me. Just get out of here and find a safe place to hide. But, darling, how can I leave you behind? Wang Yin could no longer contain her tears, the scene of potential separation weighing heavily on Zhou Xiaoning's heart. Wait, Aunt Wang, can I borrow your phone? Zhou Xiaoning reached for the device. Trusting him, Wang Yin did not object. Uncle Luo, it's me, Xiaoning. How are you holding up? Xiaoning, you're involved too. That's great. Get out of here fast. Luo Dafu attempted to speak, but Zhou Xiaoning interrupted. He was not one to abandon a mission halfway. Having promised to rescue Luo Dafu, he would exert every effort to understand the circumstances inside before fleeing. To run without knowing the situation would imply fear of the zombies, and he knew very well that in terms of lineage, he was superior to those undead creatures. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Dafu sighed. He understood Zhou Xiaoning's stubbornness well. If he didn't comply, he wouldn't leave. Thus, Luo Dafu conveyed the situation on his end to Zhou Xiaoning, embellishing certain aspects in hopes that Zhou would recognize the peril and promptly vacate this treacherous locale. It became clear to me. I believe I have devised a plan for you all. I shall hang up for now. Xiaoning, did you truly comprehend what Uncle Luo said? Hello? Hello? Luo Dafu stared blankly at the screen displaying the end of the call. An overwhelming urge to hurl his phone arose within him. He had expounded for quite some time. Yet Zhou Xiaoning had absorbed not a single word. Boss, it seems that young Master Zhou intends to come to our rescue. The bodyguard whispered to Luo Dafu. As Luo Dafu's personal protector, he was well aware of the relationship between the Zhou and Luo families, and given his understanding of his employer, Luo Dafu would never idly stand by while Zhou Xiaoning faced danger. What are you staring at? Tell everyone to arm themselves and charge out with me. You, go tell them that no one is coming for us. We charge out. Perhaps we might survive, but remaining here guarantees death. It's up to them to decide. Luo Dafu was resolute. At worst, he would meet his end. Who was to be afraid? While Luo Dafu was fervently preparing to break through, Zhou Xiaoning, oblivious to this, resolutely disembarked from the Hummer despite the protests of Luo Fei and others. Xiaoning, how about I accompany you? Shut your crow's mouth. As if I'm going to my demise. Zhou Xiaoning rolled his eyes. Was he the type to move forward without assurance? After dealing with Luo Fei and the others, Zhou Xiaoning was ready to set off. The community was already besieged by tens of thousands of zombies, making entry from the ground impossible, yet the sky remained an option. Theoretically, with a telekinetic strength limit of 1 ton, lifting himself to fly should pose no challenge. Thus, flying directly in was evidently impractical unless he wished to fall midway and be devoured by a horde of zombies. Perhaps only when his telekinetic level increased would the dream of free flight become attainable. However, a living person would not perish from mere impatience. Humanity's ascendance as the Earth's dominators stemmed from their ability to utilize tools, and the progression of human science was, in essence, a history of tool evolution. Although directly levitating his body was mentally taxing, lifting an object was significantly simpler. Zhou Xiaoning pried off a lid from a roadside trash bin, stood atop it, and then used his telekinesis to levitate the lid, thereby allowing himself to soar into the air. Aunt Wang, Fatty, Xiaoyu, wait here. I shall return shortly. Zhou Xiaoning greeted Wang Yin and the others before directing the trash bin lid towards the community. Initially, Zhou Xiaoning was somewhat unsteady, swaying precariously, causing concern among onlookers that he might plummet. However, he soon mastered the technique. Although his speed remained modest, he managed to fly far more steadily. In truth, Zhou Xiaoning felt a tinge of regret. Had he known he would be flying like this, he would have brought along Luo Fei's ornate decorative sword. What a sight that would have been! Far more impressive than riding a trash bin lid. Zhou Xiaoning successfully flew into the community. The zombies outside quickly noticed him, yet at a height of 10 meters, they could only gaze up in vain, unable to pursue him. The number of zombies within the community had significantly dwindled. Perhaps only a few hundred scattered about, making eradication far from insurmountable. However, Zhou Xiaoning was perplexed. Compared to other areas, there was a conspicuous congregation of zombies in the central greenbelt, and despite deliberately lowering his altitude to circle above them, none seemed to pay him any heed, which was highly irregular. After pondering fruitlessly, Zhou Xiaoning reluctantly set that aside. Finding Luo Dafu and the others was of utmost priority. Uncle Luo, I have arrived. Are you all unharmed? Upon finding Luo Dafu and the others, they had just reached the second floor and were cautiously dismantling roadblocks. Seeing Zhou Xiaoning hovering outside the window, Luo Dafu and the others were utterly astonished. Had this been a time of superstition, surely some would have knelt in reverence, treating him as a celestial being. It's nothing. I merely awakened a superpower. After all, with zombies roaming, supernatural abilities are hardly a stretch. Are they? Ah, it does seem that way. Luo Dafu, after the initial shock, quickly regained his composure. It appeared that the experience of being besieged by zombies had broadened his perspective. Xiaoning, since you can fly, can you lead us out? Luo Dafu's words ignited hope within everyone. Indeed, if they too could fly, what could those zombies do to them? Well, that might be a bit challenging. However, rest assured, I will do my utmost to lure those zombies away. At that point, you must rush out swiftly. There should be vehicles at the construction site, regardless of their purpose. Once aboard, make a hasty exit from the community to rendezvous with Aunt Wang and the others. And then leave quickly. But Xiaoning, wouldn't that put you in great danger? Uncle Luo, fret not. Have you forgotten? I can fly. Those zombies can't harm me. Once I draw their attention, I will find you. Very well. It seems we have no other choice. Luo Dafu had initially intended to prevent Zhou Xiaoning from taking risks, but seeing the pleading expressions of those around him, he was compelled to relent. Now, all they could do was hope that everything would proceed as Zhou Xiaoning had outlined. Chapter 8. Luring the Zombies, an unexpected discovery. With the plan established, Zhou Xiaoning immediately sprang into action. For zombies, nothing could be more alluring than fresh human flesh. However, given the current circumstances, where was Zhou Xiaoning to find such fresh meat? He certainly could not emulate the Buddha's self-sacrifice for the sake of eagles. Thus, Zhou Xiaoning had to settle for a compromise. After slaying a genuine zombie, he levitated the corpse and began to meander through the community. It was uncertain whether the zombies were too discerning, deeming the corpse stale and unappetizing, or if they possessed a form of racial consciousness, refusing to consume their kind. Regardless, after 3 laps around the community, not a single zombie acknowledged him. Am I truly to resort to self-harm? Zhou Xiaoning pondered, contemplating his arm. Compared to the lives of over 100 individuals, inflicting a wound upon himself seemed trivial. After all, with his enhanced recovery ability, he could regenerate lost limbs, and minor injuries were hardly a concern. Wait, those zombies seemed to be instinctively gravitating towards the central greenbelt. Could something there be drawing them? The central greenbelt was neither particularly large nor small. As it had yet to be formally landscaped, it contained only sparse greenery amidst bare patches of earth, rendering it utterly devoid of anything that could attract zombies. Could I have misjudged? Zhou Xiaoning thought, uncertain if self-infliction was unavoidable. Just then, chaos erupted among the horde of zombies below, as a dozen or so surrounded an inconspicuous stone, engaging in a fierce struggle, biting and clawing at one another as though they were archenemies. Furthermore, more zombies converged, seemingly eager to join the fray over that stone. That stone. Zhou Xiaoning's eyes lit up. It was true that he had traversed a long way only to find it without effort. Now, he could avoid self-harm. With his target identified, Zhou Xiaoning wasted no time. The half-damaged zombies posed little threat, easily dispatched by his telekinetic knife in a single sweep. Soon, the zombies transformed into motes of light, simultaneously granting Zhou Xiaoning 11 source points, bringing his total to 64. Upgrading was imminent. The odds seemed remarkably high. Zhou Xiaoning was taken aback. It appeared that the infected zombies were no longer few in number. He was unsure of the exact proportion, but among the dozen zombies, they were all fantasy zombies. Wasn't that a tad too bizarre? Unconvinced, Zhou Xiaoning dispatched a few more approaching zombies, and unsurprisingly, they too were all fantasy zombies. Having identified the cause, Zhou Xiaoning no longer hesitated. He directed the trash bin lid towards the stone, seizing it before the fantasy zombies could close and at the moment the stone was in his grasp. The fantasy zombies seemed to react to some stimulus, abruptly turning to converge on Zhou Xiaoning, prompting him to ascend immediately. However, this corroborated his suspicion that the stone held immense significance for those fantasy zombies. What could this object be that elicited such a strong reaction? Zhou Xiaoning examined the stone in his hand, roughly the size of his fist, yet found no discernible reason for its allure. As it turned out, the stone was called a source stone, a treasure second only to the source plate. The recent meteor shower did not rain down meteoric rocks, but rather source stones. Source stones are special substances formed after the collapse of the fantasy world. Until activated, no one could ascertain what they contained. Perhaps skills, perhaps techniques, perhaps bloodlines, or perhaps equipment and tools. Each acquisition of a source stone signifies a gamble. One may choose to surrender the stone to the source plate for refinement, thereby yielding a substantial amount of source power. The larger the source stone, the more precious it becomes, and consequently, the greater the volume of source power returned post-refinement. Alternatively, one might expend a certain amount of source power to activate the stone, extracting the latent contents within. Once again, the larger the source stone, the more source power it demands for activation. However, the dilemma lies in the uncertainty of what the stone contains. It is entirely possible that the result may yield something utterly useless. Even more frustratingly, only the individual who activates the stone can utilize its benefits. If it falls into another's possession, it becomes nothing more than an ordinary rock, effectively severing any possibility of trade. Thus, the question of how to handle the source stone after acquiring it becomes a source of great inner turmoil. Currently, the source stone in Zhou Xiaoning's possession is not insignificant, barely qualifying as a medium-grade stone. Should he decide to refine it using the source plate, he could obtain as much as 50,000 points of source power. Yet, Zhou Xiaoning harbors a persistent feeling that if he were to proceed, he would undoubtedly regret it for the rest of his life. Therefore, he resolves to trust his instincts and activate the source stone, even if the outcome is merely something of no use to him. However, before doing so, he requires the stone's assistance to divert the zombies, for it possesses the potential to catalyze the evolution of the fantasy zombies. Despite their lack of reason, their instinctual pursuit will render them more relentless. Once the fantasy zombies are lured away, the real zombies will naturally follow suit, ensuring the safety of Luo Dafu and his companions. Without further ado, Zhou Xiaoning deliberately slows his pace, leading the horde of zombies in circles until he confirms that they are all trailing behind him. Only then does he guide them outward. A gate is opened telekinetically, yet the zombies outside do not seize the opportunity to swarm into the community. Instead, they redirect their focus, closely pursuing Zhou Xiaoning. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolds. A youth standing atop a trash can lid, soaring through the air, clutching a stone as if leading an army, proceeding at a leisurely pace. Behind him, a dark mass of zombies gathers, with more joining the throng, leaving those unaware of the situation to mistakenly believe that the zombies are engaged in a parade. However, Zhou Xiaoning is now acutely aware that activating the source stone in his possession requires a staggering 500 points of source power, nearly tenfold of what he currently possesses. To make matters worse, the unactivated source stone cannot be placed into storage. This implies that unless Zhou Xiaoning discards it, he must continue to carry it while being relentlessly pursued by zombies. This reality starkly contrasts with his original expectations. Zhou Xiaoning finds himself in a state of despair, unable to shake off the zombies while unwilling to abandon the source stone. Consequently, he is left to maintain this precarious situation until his telekinetic energy is exhausted. Ah, a gas station? Truly, fortune favors me. The hour has grown late, and the arrival of zombies has disrupted the power supply, casting the entire city into darkness, leading Zhou Xiaoning to unwittingly lose his way. Just as he struggles with the decision of whether to discard the source stone, he suddenly spots a gas station, and an ingenious idea springs to mind. He controls the trash can lid to fly over, while the horde of zombies trailing behind him surpasses 100,000, steadily increasing in number. This should suffice. Zhou Xiaoning feels immensely grateful for his awakened telekinetic abilities. Under his control, every fuel nozzle at the gas station springs to life, spilling gasoline and diesel across the ground. Under normal circumstances, a rational person would never approach a gas station in such a situation, fleeing as far as possible. However, the mindless zombies care little for such concerns. Drawn by the scent of the source stone, they swarm into the gas station, filling it to capacity, with later arrivals pushing in so tightly that the first wave of zombies is crushed into a mass. You rascals enjoying the chase, are you? Allow me to treat you to a grand fireworks display. Zhou Xiaoning strives to elevate himself, for the impending explosion is no trifling matter, and he has no desire to be caught in its aftermath. Perhaps spurred by the imminent threat of death, Zhou Xiaoning unexpectedly breaks through his limits, advancing to level 2, with a strength capacity of 2 tons and an effective range of 20 meters. Art is an explosion, drink? Zhou Xiaoning shouts dramatically as he tosses the lit lighter to the ground. Boom. Gasoline and diesel ignite, quickly igniting the underground fuel tanks and triggering a violent explosion. The chaos of vehicles cluttering the roads near the gas station stems from the zombies' arrival. Those owners either abandon their cars in a desperate escape or succumb to the zombies' bites. What once obstructed traffic now serves as Zhou Xiaoning's most advantageous allies. The explosion at the gas station engulfs these vehicles, setting off a chain reaction of explosions that far exceed Zhou Xiaoning's expectations. When the dust settles, out of the 100,000 zombies, at least 70 to 80,000 lie dead, with the remainder severely disabled. The demise of these zombies provides Zhou Xiaoning with an abundance of source power, and the sight of countless motes of source power coalescing towards him is nothing short of spectacular. Upon tallying the aftermath, Zhou Xiaoning discovers that his source power has surged to 31,560 points, meaning over 30,000 fantasy zombies perished in the explosion. Additionally, a plethora of source cards emerges, the material of which remains a mystery, miraculously intact despite the ferocity of the explosion. Chapter 9. Harvest and Advancement. With wealth in hand, Zhou Xiaoning feels a profound sense of calm, a true reflection of his current state of mind. The first thing the newly affluent Zhou Xiaoning resolves to do is activate the source stone. He has no desire to be pursued by such a vast horde of zombies. Fortune smiled upon him with the gas station encounter, and he knows that luck may not favor him so readily in the future. Dedicating 500 points of source power, the once unremarkable source stone begins to emit a soft glow, gradually diminishing in size until it reaches the dimension of a pigeon segg. Name, shuttling gem, source stone, activated, type, item, unique, star rating. Upgrade requires 10,000 points of source power. Description: a treasure from the multiverse. Endowed with the ability to traverse worlds, function, seek and bind worlds. Consuming the requisite source power activates it. Low-level world, 10,100 points. Medium-level world, 1,000 points. High-level world, 1,100,000 points. Super-level world, 10,000,1,000,000 points. Supreme world, 1,000,000 points. Currently bound worlds, none. Bindable quantity, 1. Incredible. This is nothing short of extraordinary, akin to unearthing a divine artifact from a novice reward pack, leaving Zhou Xiaoning in a state of euphoric disbelief. Never mind, let us first gather the spoils. Temporarily placing the shuttling gem into his storage space, Zhou Xiaoning then maneuvers the trash can lid downward towards the now dimming ground. He reflects on the utility of telekinesis. Especially post-upgrade, Zhou Xiaoning simply hovers 5 meters above ground and releases his telekinetic grasp, allowing source cards within a 20-meter radius to automatically float into his hands, sparing him the effort of bending down to collect them individually. Truly delightful. After a rough count, Zhou Xiaoning realizes he has amassed over 12,000 source cards, with a drop rate of approximately 40%. Not particularly high, yet not low either. Among these source cards, the majority consists of zombie virus serums, totaling over 8,000, followed by over 1,000 primary enhancement potions, with the remainder being assorted items. Name, primary enhancement potion type, item star rating. Description: developed by a scientist during an apocalyptic scenario. This is the most rudimentary enhancement potion derived from the analysis of the zombie virus. Effect: physical strength 3, effective only on life forms with a physical strength of 5 or lower, compared to the zombie virus serum. The primary enhancement potion undoubtedly offers greater value. Although a physical strength of 3 equates to that of elite special forces, it remains a precious boon for ordinary individuals. Initially, Zhou Xiaoning intended to use a drop of his blood to infect Luo Fei, granting him a semblance of self-defense. However, it now seems he has a superior alternative. Furthermore, with his current reservoir of source power, he is well equipped to expend a fraction of it to elevate the star rating of the primary enhancement potion, thereby acquiring a stronger variant. With joy in his heart, Zhou Xiaoning resumes sifting through the source cards he had previously categorized as miscellaneous. These consumables are of little value. He has already extracted the useful items, primarily consisting of everyday medications, bread, candies, chocolates, and a few rare fruits. These items barely qualify as 1 star, thus requiring minimal source power. If Zhou Xiaoning was previously concerned about the food supply for the more than 100 individuals he had led out with Luo Dafu, he is now entirely at ease. Even if they were to gorge themselves, the supplies he possesses would suffice for a week. Naturally, as these items manifest in the form of source cards, they surely possess unique effects for the chosen ones. Zhou Xiaoning experimentally places a source card representing chocolate into the slot, and immediately, the card vanishes. He then perceives the familiar bitterness of chocolate enveloping his mouth, invigorating him slightly. As for the remaining several hundred source cards, they vary widely, ranging from screws to luxury sports cars, presenting a plethora of options for selection. Zhou Xiaoning was uncertain whether he would need it in the future, so he decided to expend 50 points of source power to open up an additional 2 cubic meters of storage space. He then compartmentalized this newly acquired space into several smaller sections, categorically organizing the source cards within for easier access later on. In truth, a mere cubic meter would suffice for storing those source cards. But given Zhou Xiaoning's current financial standing, he felt entitled to such extravagance. Ultimately, it was the moment Zhou Xiaoning had been eagerly anticipating: his ascension. For a chosen one, advancing a level requires not only sufficient source power but also the fulfillment of specific conditions. Zhou Xiaoning lacked for neither, and the requirement to expand the source disk to its second tier was remarkably simple. He merely needed to fill the card slots with source cards. The primary purpose of this condition was to familiarize the chosen one with the use of the source disk, as source cards could only be obtained by defeating illusory creatures. Successfully gathering enough source cards to fill the first tier of the source disk was sufficient proof of one's qualifications as a competent chosen one. Zhou Xiaoning met every requirement. He casually selected several source cards to place in the slots, for aside from the lineage and bound source cards, all other source cards could be freely removed or replaced. After leveling up, he could simply retrieve those cards if he so desired. The source power reserve was soon depleted by another 100 points, yet even with this expenditure, Zhou Xiaoning still retained a substantial 910 points of source-powered IT. Was no wonder the old adage rings true. Gold belts are earned through bloodshed. With the deduction of source power, the source disk quickly reacted, and the gray mist that filled its space receded. Simultaneously, the disk expanded, revealing the additional layer, the second tier. Like the first tier, the second tier was replete with card slots, but it boasted a total of 18 slots. Due to the absence of other chosen ones, Zhou Xiaoning remained unaware that the number of card slots on each source disk varied. It depended on one's innate talent. The greater the talent, the more slots there would be, though the maximum would not exceed 9. Thus, it was evident that Zhou Xiaoning possessed considerable talent. Furthermore, with each advancement, the number of newly added slots would double compared to the previous tier, resulting in increasingly significant disparities in slot numbers as one progressed. In a sense, the number of slots on a source disk was indicative of the chosen one's strength point. One could easily surmise that, barring any unforeseen misfortunes, Zhou Xiaoning would undoubtedly secure his place among the elite in the future. As the transformation of the source disk concluded, an inexplicable force surged forth, flooding into Zhou Xiaoning's body and initiating a new round of enhancements. Firstly, his physical strength doubled, reaching a value of 20. While the energy system within him was activated, raising his energy limit to 1. The previously mentioned physical strength will not be reiterated here. Instead, let us focus on the energy limit. The only type of energy within a chosen one's body is source power. Regardless of the techniques employed to cultivate strength, it ultimately gets converted into source power by the source disk. The source power within a chosen one's body is essentially equivalent to that within the source disk and is intentionally transmitted between the two. The evaluation standard for the energy limit is determined by the amount of source power a chosen one can transfer to the source disk after expelling all source power from their body. In other words, if Zhou Xiaoning were to transfer all the source power within him to the source disk, the disk's source power points would increase by 1. However, it is generally uncommon for anyone to do so. If one were to perceive all of this as a game, the source power within a chosen one could be visualized as an energy bar, typically displaying two values. One reflecting the available energy that fluctuates with skill usage, and the other representing the total energy, which remains constant unless attributes are altered. With a bountiful harvest and the elation of enhanced strength, Zhou Xiaoning exited the ravaged gas station and sought refuge in a nearby hotel. As night had fallen and the absence of illumination rendered the surroundings indistinguishable, moreover, after persistently employing telekinetic abilities, Zhou Xiaoning felt fatigued and was in dire need of a restorative sleep. Yes, this is about right. I am indeed a genius, he nodded in satisfaction at the door he had completely sealed, which even he could not reopen. After all, he could fly now. If necessary, he could simply exit through the window the following day. Incidentally, Zhou Xiaoning found himself in a 7-story hotel, currently residing on the 7th floor, with an estimated vertical distance of around 20 meters, coinciding perfectly with the maximum range of his telekinetic influence. No wonder he felt so confident. Chapter 10, Convergence and Plans. Around 9 o'clock the next morning, Zhou Xiaoning emerged from the hotel, invigorated and ready. With his ability to fly, he could easily disregard the zombies outside. It was astonishing, though, how effective the zombie virus had proven. Within less than a day, TZ City had transformed into a ghost town, with the number of survivors scarcely exceeding 100,000. Strangely, these zombies appeared restrained. Roaming only within the confines of TZ City, they would not step beyond its borders. Soaring through the air, Zhou Xiaoning assessed his surroundings and realized he was near the commercial district of TZ City, which explained the horde of zombies he had attracted the previous night. He took out his phone, intending to contact Luo Fei to inquire about their whereabouts. Yet, despite having been operational yesterday, his phone refused to connect now. Zhou Xiaoning also attempted to call Luo Yu, Luo Dafu, and Wang Yin, but to no avail. Could something have happened? Meanwhile, Luo Dafu and the others were hiding in an underground parking garage, barricading the entrance with vehicles. As long as they remained quiet and did not attract too many zombies, this location was relatively safe. Dad, do you think we can escape alive? The outside is teeming with zombies. If we go out, we'll be their lunch. Speaking of lunch, I am actually a bit hungry. Dad, do you have any food? Food. All you think about is food. Luo Dafu glared at Luo Fei in exasperation. If only his son possessed even half the ability of Zhou Xiaoning, he would have far fewer worries. Xiaoning is currently unaccounted for, and you still have the nerve to think about eating. What kind of brother are you? Luo Yu crossed her arms and pouted, her lips protruding so much that one could hang a clothes rack on them. Xiao Yu, you shouldn't say that. I trust in Xiaoning's abilities. I know he won't come to harm. Do you not believe in Xiaoning? Of course I believe in Xiaoning. He is the best. Ultimately, the little girl succumbed to Luo Fei's cunning charm and fell into his trap without resistance. Well, that settles it. Xiaoning will definitely be fine. It's us who are in constant danger, so instead of worrying about Xiaoning, you should be more concerned about me. Luo Fei wore a pleading expression, opening his arms as if to embrace Luo Yu. Indeed, this sister Khan was beyond redemption. Luo Yu knew exactly what kind of person her brother was. While she might fall for Luo Fei's tricks, he would find no advantage over her. With a practiced maneuver, she ducked and evaded Luo Fei's embrace with ease, indicating she had done this countless times before. All right, you two siblings, enough of this nonsense. Wang Yin interjected, noticing Luo Dafu's displeasure. Dafu, the sun is already up. What should we do next? We can't just stay here indefinitely, asked the wife of Luo Dafu. Wang Yin was the most qualified to pose such questions without irritating him. Luo Dafu was well aware of the dangers lurking outside. Despite their current safety, they were at constant risk of being discovered by the zombies. If the numbers were few, they could handle it, but if there were too many, they would have no means of escape in the underground parking garage. Furthermore, they had gone over 10 hours without food or water, and it was clear that the parking garage was not a suitable place to find sustenance, even if the zombies did not detect them. By the time tomorrow arrived, they would likely lack the strength to flee. We definitely need to leave, but you can see the situation outside. It's completely blocked. We can't just run through the zombie horde. If only Xiaoning were here. That kid has always been clever, and now he has become so formidable. He would surely have a way out. Wang Yin sighed. In truth, she was not alone in her thoughts. Most others shared the same sentiment. Last night, Zhou Xiaoning's display of power had left a profound impression on everyone, and unbeknownst to them, they had come to regard him as their anchor of hope, believing that with Zhou Xiaoning around, they would undoubtedly escape alive. And indeed, it was precisely because Zhou Xiaoning had diverted those zombies that Luo Dafu and the others could successfully flee the neighborhood. Otherwise, they would have long since become zombie fodder. Did I just hear someone mention my name? Zhou Xiaoning cheerfully strolled into the underground parking garage. Had he not casually spotted the familiar truck blocking the entrance, he might have completely missed them. Xiaoning, Xiaoning. The sound of Zhou Xiaoning's voice was unmistakable to Luo Dafu and the others. They turned towards the source of the voice and, sure enough, it was Zhou Xiaoning approaching, causing excitement to ripple through the group. Among them, Luo Yu's reaction was the most fervent. She sprinted towards Zhou Xiaoning and threw herself into his embrace, refusing to budge. Luo Dafu chuckled, and upon seeing Zhou Xiaoning, his entire demeanor lightened considerably. As the frown etched on his face vanished in an instant, it seems I have caused everyone undue worry. I sincerely apologize, Zhou Xiaoning said, awkwardly scratching his head. After all, being in such an ambiguous posture before her father, despite the closeness of their families, left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Conversely, Luo Dafu appeared unfazed. He seemed to wholeheartedly approve. If Zhou Xiaoning were truly to be with Luo Yu, he would undoubtedly give his full blessing. After all, Luo Dafu had watched Zhou Xiaoning grow up and knew him well. He believed that if the two were to become a couple, Zhou Xiaoning would certainly ensure that Luo Yu would not suffer any grievances. Furthermore, Zhou Xiaoning had transformed remarkably. In this apocalyptic world, only the strong could survive longer, and with Luo Yu by his side, she would undoubtedly be safer. In summary, Luo Dafu was more than eager for Luo Yu to capture Zhou Xiaoning's heart, or vice versa. As long as their relationship was established, he would feel significantly more at ease. Luo Dafu was fully on board, and even Wang Yin had no objections. However, this did not imply that Luo Fei could similarly accept the notion of his sister being taken away by Zhou Xiaoning. When faced with the choice between his best friend and his sister, Luo Fei unhesitatingly chose his sister. You brat, how long do you intend to hold on like this? What about the food? You took away my entire bag, nearly starving me to death. Luo Fei demanded food from Zhou Xiaoning, yet subtly inserted himself between Luo Yu and Zhou Xiaoning, preventing her from continuing to cling to him. You glutton, all you think about is food. Zhou Xiaoning shot Luo Fei a glare, then waved his hand to open his storage space, retrieving the snacks he had packed from Luo Fei's home. These were chips, cookies, and other treats, which, although considered junk food in normal times, were now regarded as treasures by the group. Only those who had experienced hunger could truly appreciate the value of food. At this moment, filling their stomachs was all that mattered, regardless of nutrition. While everyone was preoccupied with eating, Luo Dafu approached Zhou Xiaoning. Xiaoning, what do you think we should do next? Naturally, we must leave the city as soon as possible. The population density here is immense, and the number of zombies is overwhelming. We have no idea if the government is still capable of rescuing us, so we must rely on ourselves, Zhou Xiaoning replied. He had been pondering this issue since their journey to find Luo Dafu and the others. With over 100 people to sustain, their daily consumption of resources would be significant. Just the food packed from Luo Fei's home could be devoured in one meal. Without a stable source of water and food, they would inevitably face starvation and dehydration. As for a location, Zhou Xiaoning had devised a plan to head to the village where the two elderly gentlemen resided. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and water on one, accessible only via a single bridge. If they could secure that bridge, they would effectively block the zombies from entering the village. Moreover, the village was known as a military family's village, with most of the men having served in the military. Even if they had lost some of their training after retirement, their foundational skills remained, making them more formidable than the average person when facing zombies. Uncle Luo, I have made up my mind. We will go to my grandfather's village. You are familiar with the terrain there, and I doubt there is a better base in TZ City. All right, I will follow your lead, Luo Dafu agreed after a moment's consideration, acknowledging that there was indeed no better place. However, he noted, but as you can see, the situation outside is dire. Zombies are everywhere, and the roads are blocked by vehicles. We cannot drive out. Do not worry, you all just need to get in the car and follow me. I have my ways to get you out, Zhou Xiaoning replied confidently. If he did not have a feasible plan, would he propose such a course of action? Therefore, Luo Dafu's concerns were entirely unwarranted. Chapter 11. Arrival at the military family's village the following day. Around 9 o'clock, Zhou Xiaoning emerged from the hotel, looking spirited. With his ability to fly, he could completely disregard the zombies outside. Yet, it was undeniable that the zombie virus was formidable. Within less than a day, TZ City had transformed into a ghost town, with the number of survivors likely below 100,000. Strangely, these zombies seemed restrained, wandering only within the confines of TZ City, not daring to venture beyond its borders. He flew through the air. Zhou Xiaoning surveyed his surroundings and realized he was near the commercial district of TZ City, which explained why he had attracted so many zombies the previous night. He took out his phone to contact Luo Fei and inquire about their current whereabouts. However, the phone that had worked just yesterday was now completely unreachable. Zhou Xiaoning then attempted to call Luo Yu, Luo Dafu, and Wang Yin, but to no avail. Could something have happened? Meanwhile, Luo Dafu and the others were hiding in an underground parking garage, using vehicles to block the entrance. As long as they kept quiet and did not attract too many zombies, they were momentarily safe. Dad, do you think we can escape alive? The outside is swarming with zombies. If we go out, we will be their lunch. Speaking of lunch, I am quite hungry. Dad, do you have any food? All you think about is food. Luo Dafu glared at Luo Fei, feeling exasperated. If only his son possessed even half the abilities of Zhou Xiaoning, he would have far fewer worries. Xiaoning's fate is uncertain, and you still have the nerve to think about eating. Is this how a brother should behave? I truly misjudged you. Luo Yu crossed her arms and pouted, her expression indicating her disapproval. Xiao Yu, you shouldn't say that. I believe in Xiaoning's abilities and know he won't come to harm. Don't you trust him? Of course, I trust Brother Xiaoning. He is the best, in the end. The little girl was no match for Luo Fei's cunning, and she was effortlessly drawn into his antics. Well, that settles it. Xiaoning will be fine, but as for us, we are in constant danger. Instead of worrying about Xiaoning, you should be more concerned about me, your brother. Luo Fei wore a pleading expression as he opened his arms towards Luo Yu, clearly a hopeless case of sibling adoration. Luo Yu knew precisely what kind of person her brother was. While he might manage to deceive others, he had no chance of gaining any advantage with her. Skillfully, she squatted and sidestepped, easily evading Luo Fei's embrace, indicating that she had done this many times before. All right, you two siblings, stop bickering, Wang Yin interjected, noticing Luo Dafu's displeasure. Dafu, the day has already broken. What should we do next? We can't just stay here indefinitely, as husband and wife. Wang Yin had the most right to pose such questions without irritating Luo Dafu. He was acutely aware of the precariousness of their situation. Although they appeared safe for the moment, they were surrounded by danger. The zombies outside could discover them at any moment, if there were only a few. They could manage, but if a large horde appeared, they would have no means of escape in the underground parking garage. Additionally, they had gone over 10 hours without food or water, and it was clear that the parking garage was not a place to find sustenance. Even if the zombies did not find them, by the time tomorrow came, they would likely lack the strength to flee. We must leave. But as you can see, the roads are all blocked. We cannot drive out. We can't just run through the zombie horde, Luo Dafu lamented. If only Xiaoning were here. That kid has always been clever, and now he has become so capable. He would surely find a way. Wang Yin sighed, reflecting the thoughts of most others as well. Last night, Zhou Xiaoning's displayed abilities had left a profound impression on everyone, and unconsciously, they had come to see him as their pillar of strength. Believing that with him around, they would surely find a way to escape alive. And indeed, it was because Zhou Xiaoning had drawn away the zombies that Luo Dafu and the others had managed to break free from the community. Otherwise, they would have long since become the zombies' prey. Did I just hear someone mention my name? Zhou Xiaoning cheerfully walked into the underground parking garage. Had he not happened to spot the familiar truck blocking the entrance, he might have missed them entirely. Xiaoning, brother Xiaoning. The voices of Luo Dafu and the others, filled with excitement, reached him as they turned to see him approaching. Among them, Luo Yu's reaction was the most fervent. She rushed over, leaping into Zhou Xiaoning's embrace and refusing to let go. Luo Dafu chuckled, and upon seeing Zhou Xiaoning, his entire demeanor lightened considerably, as the frown etched on his face vanished in an instant. It seems I have caused everyone undue worry. I sincerely apologize. Zhou Xiaoning awkwardly scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish in front of his father, especially in such an ambiguous posture. Despite the close ties between their families, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. In contrast, Luo Dafu seemed neither displeased nor uncomfortable. Rather, he appeared to approve of the situation. If Zhou Xiaoning were to truly be with Luo Yu, Dafu would wholeheartedly support it. After all, he had watched Zhou Xiaoning grow up and knew him well. If the two were to become a couple, he was confident that Zhou Xiaoning would never let Luo Yu suffer. Furthermore, Zhou Xiaoning had transformed significantly, becoming quite formidable. In this apocalyptic world, only those with strength could survive longer, and with Luo Yu by Zhou Xiaoning's side, she would undoubtedly be safer. Thus, Luo Dafu was eager for Luo Yu to win Zhou Xiaoning's heart, or vice versa. As long as their relationship was established, he would feel considerably more at ease. Dafu was entirely in favor, and even Wang Yin had no objections. However, this did not imply that Luo Fei could accept the reality of his sister being taken away by Zhou Xiaoning. When faced with a choice between his closest friend and his sister, Luo Fei unhesitatingly chose his sister. You brat, how long do you plan to hold on to her? You took all that food I packed and nearly starved me. Though Luo Fei feigned a demand for food from Zhou Xiaoning, he subtly positioned himself between Luo Yu and Zhou Xiaoning, preventing Luo Yu from embracing Zhou Xiaoning any longer. You glutton, all you think about is eating. Zhou Xiaoning shot a glare at Luo Fei, then waved his hand to open his storage space, retrieving the food he had packed from Luo Fei's house. Those were snacks like chips and cookies. Once dismissed as junk food, they now seemed incredibly precious in the eyes of the crowd. Only those who had experienced hunger could truly appreciate the value of food. In the current situation, filling their bellies was the priority, and nutrition was of no concern. While everyone indulged in the snacks, Luo Dafu approached Zhou Xiaoning. Xiaoning, what do you think we should do next? Naturally, we must leave the city as soon as possible. The area is densely populated, and the number of zombies is overwhelming. We cannot rely on the government's ability to rescue us, so we must save ourselves. On his way to find Luo Dafu and the others, Zhou Xiaoning had been pondering this issue. With over 100 people in their group, their daily consumption of resources was significant. The food he had just brought from Luo Fei's house was consumed in one meal. Without a stable source of food and water, they would inevitably starve or die of thirst. Regarding their location, Zhou Xiaoning had formulated a plan. To head to the village where the two elderly gentlemen lived. It was surrounded on 3 sides by mountains and 1 side by water, with access only via a bridge. If they could defend the bridge, they could effectively prevent zombies from entering the village. Moreover, that village was renowned as a military dependence village, with most of the men having served in the military. Even if they had lost their training after retiring, their foundational skills would still give them an advantage over ordinary civilians when facing zombies. Uncle Luo, I've made a decision. We're going to the village where my grandfather and great-grandfather lived. You've been there before and are familiar with the terrain. There's south likely no better place than that in TZ City to serve as our base. All right, I trust your judgment, Luo Defu replied after a moment's thought. Agreeing to Zhou Xiaoning's plan. Indeed, there was no better location. However, you've seen the situation outside. Zombies are everywhere, and the roads are blocked by abandoned vehicles. We can't drive out. Don't worry, uncle. Just get in the car and follow me. I have my ways to get us out. Zhou Xiaoning replied confidently. If he didn't have a viable plan, would he propose such a course of action? Thus, Luo Defu's concerns were unfounded. Chapter 12. The Zombie Transformation of Senior Sister Siko. A little over 10 minutes later, the large bag of snacks was devoured by the group of more than 100 people. And Zhou Xiaoning even used some source cards to conjure bread to share, ensuring everyone's hunger was sated. I will go out first to clear the nearby zombies. Take this opportunity to get in the car quickly. Understood? Understood. Everyone responded in unison, and Zhou Xiaoning nodded in satisfaction. His careful treatment of the workers was not without purpose. He aimed to recruit them as his foundation. In an apocalypse, individual strength was undoubtedly crucial. But so was having a solid group. Since the moment he became the chosen one, a sense of ambition had begun to blossom within Zhou Xiaoning. While he did not aspire to rule the world, he desired to secure a piece of land where those he cared about could live safely. To achieve this, he could not rely solely on himself. He needed loyal subordinates, and the workers were his target. These workers, accustomed to physical labor, possessed better physical fitness than the average person and could quickly become combat-ready with some training. Once they were entirely devoted to him, Zhou Xiaoning could even administer basic enhancement potions to them. While he couldn't guarantee their invincibility, at least in the early stages of the catastrophe, they would be formidable opponents. What Zhou Xiaoning needed to do now was to show them kindness while demonstrating his strength, embodying the adage of combining sweetness with discipline. Under such circumstances, winning over these workers was almost a certainty. The upgrade of his telekinesis allowed Zhou Xiaoning to control 30 kitchen knives instead of just 10. Unfortunately, Luo Fei's house was not stocked with that many knives, and many had become dull after yesterday's battle. Only 7 remained usable, so the spectacle of 30 knives flying through the air did not materialize. Nonetheless, 7 was sufficient, as fewer knives meant greater agility, and the power they wielded was not to be underestimated. Xiaoning, everyone is ready and can depart at any time, Luo Defu called from the driver's seat of the Hummer, his head poking out of the window. Good, Uncle Luo, just drive ahead. I'll clear the path. Zhou Xiaoning leapt atop the Hummer, preparing to push their way through using his telekinesis. With a 2-ton limit, he could easily lift a sedan, let alone simply push it aside. It was surprisingly effortless. In fact, he still had the capacity to manipulate 2 knives to eliminate zombies within a 20-meter radius. With Zhou Xiaoning leading the way, the convoy moved smoothly, and with no traffic police in sight, they were free to drive as they pleased without regard for traffic regulations. However, Zhou Xiaoning's telekinesis had a range of only 20 meters, and moving vehicles took time. Thus, the convoy's speed remained sluggish. What should have taken just over 10 minutes to exit the city center now stretched to over an hour. Even so, when they reached the vicinity of the military dependence village, the sun was already setting. Originally named Qiming Village, the name changed after city officials visited and humorously referred to the place, which somehow caught on. Nowadays, mentioning Qiming Village might confuse younger taxi drivers. But most locals in TZ City would know the general location of the military dependence village. Fortunately, there were no signs of zombies lurking nearby, allowing the group, who had been tense all day, to finally relax a bit. Uncle Luo, I'll go in to check things out. Keep everyone in the car. If anything seems off, leave immediately without worrying about me. All right, just be careful. Zhou Xiaoning nodded confidently. It wasn't bravado, unless he encountered a flying fantasy creature. No one could detain him now. After entering the village and circling above it, Zhou Xiaoning found no signs of activity. Could they have all evacuated? That seems unlikely. Puzzled, he flew towards his grandfather's house. If the villagers had indeed left, there would surely be some message left behind by his grandfather. The familiar 3-story villa was built after old Zhou became prosperous, replacing the old house. His great-grandfather's house was a similar structure. These 2 villas were arguably the finest in the village. Grandpa, Grandma, Are you there? Zhou Xiaoning effortlessly entered through the attic window, which was his room whenever he visited. Although the window was normally locked, it was a trivial matter to unlock such a simple mechanism with telekinesis. You little rascal, what are you shouting for? Are you trying to get us killed? As Zhou Xiaoning stepped down from the attic, he was greeted by a familiar whack on the head. It was his grandfather, the scent of tobacco unmistakable, no matter how much time passed. Grandpa, you're okay. That's wonderful. Zhou Xiaoning's heart swelled with joy. Nothing could compare to the relief of confirming his family's safety amidst calamity. By the way, Grandpa, has something happened here? Why is there no one outside? What happened? You must tell me. Zhou Laoyi sighed deeply and began to recount the events that had transpired. At the outset, the situation in the military dependence village indeed aligned with what Zhou Xiaoning had previously surmised, i.e. in the initial moments of the zombie apocalypse. Those who had served in the military, after experiencing their initial shock, swiftly mobilized to mount a defense. Utilizing tools such as hoes and iron rakes as makeshift weapons, they eradicated the invading zombies without incurring any casualties. Subsequently, they employed every available item capable of serving as a barricade to seal off the bridge, effectively severing the village's connection to the outside world. Zombies typically refrained from entering water, and the steep banks made it exceedingly difficult for them to climb back up. Thus, for the time being, the military dependence village remained relatively secure. However, last night, an entity that appeared human, yet was decidedly not, invaded the village. It swiftly incapacitated the guards stationed by the bridge and then rampaged from house to house, slaughtering every chicken, duck, pig, and dog it encountered, draining them of their blood. The carcasses of the slain animals turned pitch black and exuded a foul stench, a clear indication that this was no ordinary human act. After the creature had finished with the animals, would it not turn its appetite towards human blood? Panic spread among the villagers, who, taking advantage of the daylight, incinerated the animal corpses and then retreated into their homes, locking doors and windows, too fearful to venture outside. So this was the reason. No wonder I heard not a single sound from outside the village. Zhou Xiaoning nodded in understanding, intrigued by this unknown being that harmed only animals, in stark contrast to the zombies outside that attacked any human in sight. At least this creature could be seen as adhering to a perverse sense of order. Rest assured, Grandpa, I have grown quite powerful. Should that creature appear, I will surely subdue it. Saying this, Zhou Xiaoning demonstrated his telekinetic ability by lifting Zhou Laoyi slightly before setting him down again, thereby proving his words to be true. Xiaoning, tell Grandpa honestly, have you obtained the source disk? Grandpa, you actually know about the source disk? Has a chosen one appeared in our village? Zhou Xiaoning exclaimed in astonishment. While 1,000,000 chosen ones might seem numerous, they are insufficient when spread across the entire globe. Zhou Xiaoning had thought it would be a long time before he encountered another chosen one, yet here he was, faced with one so soon. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the Zhou lineage. Now I shall see what Lin Laogue has to boast about. What? My maternal grandfather? Zhou Xiaoning was taken aback once more, marveling at the sheer coincidence. Previously, he had worried that this chosen one might be difficult to deal with, but it now seemed that concern was entirely unwarranted. Grandpa, what is my maternal grandfather's source disk like? Did he draw any valuable items as initial rewards? Valuable items indeed, one of them being a firearm. A Hanyang-made rifle. The Hanyang rifle, frequently featured in wartime films, is the type that requires pulling back the bolt after each shot. According to the classification standards of the source disk, it should fall under the category of equipment and even upgrade alongside the owner's level. Zhou Xiaoning could hardly believe that his maternal grandfather had drawn such a treasure. You shameless old Zhou. What do you mean by our Zhou family? Isn't Xiaoning my grandson too? Lin Laoyi, hoisting his Hanyang rifle, appeared to be the very one who had obtained it. Grandpa, I'm so relieved to see you safe. Zhou Xiaoning greeted him with a radiant smile, intentionally positioning himself between the two elderly men. For if they were left to their own devices, a quarrel would surely ensue. Oddly enough, the more they bickered, the closer their bond seemed to grow. After several decades, they were not brothers by blood. Yet they shared a fraternal closeness. A few years prior, Zhou Xiaoning's grandmother had passed away, leaving his grandfather to live alone. Zhou Laoyi often invited him over for meals, and sometimes he even stayed at Zhou Xiaoning's home. If one were to tally the time, Lin Laoyi had spent more time at the Zhou residence than in his own home over these past few years. Grandpa, rest assured, with my current abilities, There is truly nothing that can threaten me, so you need not worry. By the way, Grandpa, you and my maternal grandfather, please tell me more about that creature. Do you know its whereabouts? Zhou Xiaoning's curiosity was piqued. Such an anomalous being, distinct from ordinary zombies, undoubtedly bore the characteristics of a boss-level entity in games. Bosses are synonymous with abundant experience and rare treasures, and he believed reality would not deviate from this pattern. If you ask others, they may not know, but if you ask me, you are in luck. Zhou Laoyezi patted his chest with pride, only to elicit Lin Laoyezi's displeasure. Come now, as if it were some sort of secret. Xiaoning, you need not consult him. I will tell you that the creature ultimately fled into the mountains behind the village. Really? Indeed. I saw it alongside Zhou Laoyezi, so there can be no doubt. The information provided by Lin Laoyezi sparked a glimmer of excitement in Zhou Xiaoning's eyes. He feared losing the trail of this boss, lest the delectable prize slip away. But now, knowing that the creature had taken refuge in the mountains, it would be neither too large nor too small a task to locate it. As soon as dawn broke, he resolved to venture into the mountains for a closer look. Zhou Xiaoning made up his mind internally, though he refrained from voicing it. If the two elderly men were to discover his plans, they would undoubtedly disapprove. Are those people reliable? Zhou Laoyezi hesitated. Under ordinary circumstances, such a trivial matter would pose no issue. However, the current situation was different. If individuals with ulterior motives were allowed into the village, it could spell trouble for them. Grandpa, you need not worry. Those are Uncle Luo's family and his workers, absolutely trustworthy. If they were not, I would not have brought them into the village, Zhou Xiaoning assured him. Adding, besides, even if those individuals harbored ill intentions, what could they possibly accomplish in the presence of two chosen ones? Very well, I shall go find them. The two elderly men rose, preparing to summon assistance. Within the village, they held a considerable amount of influence, and the villagers would afford them a measure of respect. They did not need to clear away too many obstacles, only to create a path for passage. Thus, within a matter of minutes, Luo Dafu and his companions arrived. After another 10 minutes spent resecuring the barricades, they completed the task in just over 30 minutes, during which not a single zombie had appeared. Providing a sense of relief, as night descended, it was not an opportune moment for discussions. After arranging for the workers to rest in the villagers' homes, Zhou Xiaoning led Luo Dafu's family to the villa of his maternal grandfather, which was currently unoccupied. It was no trouble to let them stay the night. The night passed quietly. The following morning, after leaving a note in his room, Zhou Xiaoning flew out of the attic window and made his way directly to the back mountain. The back mountain of the village was not particularly high, merely over 100 meters, with a gentle slope. It was typically rented out to villagers for fruit tree cultivation, thus offering limited cover. Though not entirely transparent, by changing his perspective, one could easily discern the surroundings. Zhou Xiaoning circled the mountain, but found not a single trace of anyone. Why grandpa and maternal grandfather wouldn't deceive me. So it must be that place. He adjusted his direction towards a simple wooden cabin situated on the mountainside. This cabin had been constructed by fruit farmers to deter thieves from their harvests, and was where they would sleep at night while occasionally patrolling the area. However, as it was not the fruit-bearing season and given the recent upheaval, it was unlikely that anyone would be residing there. Yet, if there were any potential hiding spots on the mountain, it would likely be there. Outside the wooden cabin, Zhou Xiaoning observed the broken door lock, further solidifying his suspicions. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his telekinetic power to wield a metal sheet as a shield before him. With a nail in his left hand and a cleaver in his right, preparing for battle. 1, 2, 3, now. With a surge of telekinetic force, Zhou Xiaoning forcefully pushed the door open. Whoosh, clang. The sound of air being sliced was immediately followed by the clash of metal. Zhou Xiaoning felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, he had been cautious enough to place the metal sheet in front of him, or he would have surely been struck down by that blade. Who are you, and what do you want here? The voice from within was hoarse yet unmistakably female. She spoke, and a zombie could speak. Zhou Xiaoning was momentarily taken aback, instinctively believing that the occupant was yet another zombie. But it appeared otherwise, as zombies were not known for their ability to converse. I am not a zombie. You may leave, that won't do. The blood of the livestock and pets in the village below has surely been drained by you. Unless you provide an explanation, I cannot leave in good conscience. Zhou Xiaoning used his telekinesis to lift 10 nails, ready to demonstrate his flying nail technique should the occupant refuse to cooperate. Honestly, I didn't want to resort to this. The woman inside sighed and stepped out of the cabin, Zhou Xiaoning beheld her appearance. Purple hair, an exquisite visage, a green and white sailor uniform, and a figure that would make most women feel inadequate. Inciting envy in Luo Yuxian, if she were to trade her cleaver for a wooden sword or a real katana, an all-too-familiar name would immediately spring to mind. Tokisaki Kurumi, is that you? The astonishment was beyond Zhou Xiaoning's control. Before him stood a living embodiment of Seiko Busujima, not merely in cosplay, but in the genuine essence of the character, a quality that was not easily replicated by just anyone. This surprise prompted Zhou Xiaoning to instinctively utter a phrase in Japanese, a language he had painstakingly learned to enhance his enjoyment of anime, yet had never showcased before, not even in front of his parents. However, it seemed that Seiko was in a rather dire state. Her skin had taken on a pallid gray hue, reminiscent of those grotesque zombies, with bloodstains adorning her lips and clothing, likely remnants from her consumption of animal blood. Most alarming, however, was the way she gazed at Zhou Xiaoning. Her eyes filled with an insatiable hunger, as if he were a meal she yearned to devour. You recognize me? Seiko Busujima was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Xiaoning's use of her name in the Japanese language. Though she had been in this world for less than 3 days, she was aware that she was in Huaxia, and hearing her mother tongue here was enough to astonish her. This brief moment of surprise seemed to sharpen her awareness. Momentarily suppressing the primal urge to feed, of course I recognize you, but it seems your current condition is rather troubling. Zhou Xiaoning retreated a step, his left hand poised with a nail ready to launch. Although he had a fondness for the character of Seiko, the figure before him seemed anything but normal. Rather than a person, she resembled a self-aware zombie. The sight of Zhou Xiaoning's defensive posture elicited a chuckle from Seiko. She found it amusing that she, once the center of admiration at school, was now being regarded with fear. Rest assured, I harbor no intention of harming you, she said, forcing a smile and discarding the kitchen knife to signal her lack of hostility. Now, could you enlighten me about your current state? Are you a zombie, or still human? I am both human and zombie, Seiko replied with a wry smile, reluctantly acknowledging her ambiguous existence. As she recounted the bizarre events that had transpired. Zhou Xiaoning began to grasp the gravity of the catastrophe that had befallen them, an ordeal far more complex than he had initially imagined. The entire saga began with the invasion of zombies at Fujimi Academy, mirroring the plot of the anime. Seiko, along with fellow protagonists Takashi Komuro and Rei Miyamoto, fought valiantly against the hordes of zombies and eventually regrouped. After much deliberation, they resolved to seize a school bus and break free from the academy. Their plan progressed smoothly, despite a few hiccups caused by a reckless individual drawing zombie attention and Koichi Shido manipulating Takashi's sense of justice to board the bus with a crowd of students. Ultimately, they managed to board the bus and charged toward the gates, believing that once they breached the entrance, the zombies within the academy would no longer pose a threat. However, an unforeseen calamity struck. A colossal vortex appeared above Fujimi Academy, engulfing the entire establishment, buildings, zombies, survivors, and even those who were about to escape. Without exception, all were consumed by the swirling maw. Have we arrived in Huaxia? Was the incredulous thought coursing through everyone's minds. While it seemed implausible, the evidence was undeniable, leaving no room for disbelief. At this juncture, it is worth mentioning that it had previously been noted that when the calamity first descended, the heavens exhibited strange phenomena. And under this influence, the earth expanded nearly tenfold. This sudden expansion inevitably created vacant areas on the surface, which naturally became prime locations for the invasion of fantastical realms into reality. Currently, only a single academy had descended, along with a handful of zombies, which hardly posed a significant challenge in the now zombie-infested TZ city. If, in the future, realms such as Heaven, the Underworld, or Olympus, places previously confined to myth, were to manifest in reality, it would indeed be a chaotic affair. But if it were merely a descent into reality, how could you have transformed into your current state? Within the confines of TZ City, ordinary zombies should pose no threat to you. Considering your capabilities, Zhou Xiaoning questioned, perplexed. You are correct. Ordinary zombies cannot overcome me. But what of the extraordinary ones? Extraordinary zombies? Have they mutated? Zhou Xiaoning was taken aback. This was critical information. He was well aware of Seiko's prowess. She could dispatch zombies with mere wooden swords, but if even she had succumbed, the mutated zombies must be formidable indeed. Indeed, they are mutated zombies, and we brought them with us. What do you mean? Please clarify. Siko was unfazed by Zhou Xiaoning's blunt tone. Such trivialities were beneath her concern. When we boarded the bus, there were 23 of us. From the moment we arrived here, we were infected with a peculiar virus. This virus significantly enhances our physical capabilities, though it gradually transforms our bodies towards becoming zombies. Yet, we still retain our self-awareness. The most alarming aspect is that we find ourselves inexplicably drawn to one another, driven by an urgent desire to consume each other to gain greater strength. Zhou Xiaoning inhaled sharply, horrified by the implications of such a virus, one that compelled individuals to devour their kin while still retaining their humanity. It was a scenario that could shatter the psyche of anyone less resilient. And then you all began to devour one another. You need not be so wary of me. I have not taken a life, Siko chuckled, finding amusement in Zhou Xiaoning's suspicion. I resisted that primal urge, as did Takashi and the others. However, others were not so fortunate. The escape had already pushed them to the brink of madness, and under that instinctual drive, they transformed into ravenous monsters, attacking those around them to consume their flesh and blood. The scent of blood attracted nearby zombies, trapping us within the bus with no means of escape. The consumption continued until only one remained, Koichi Shido, whose physical prowess far exceeded that of the rest of us. We made the decision to flee, even if it meant meeting our demise at the jaws of zombies, as opposed to being devoured by him. We managed to break free, but we scattered. I fled alone to a nearby area. The intense battle left me famished, yet the food meant for normal humans could not satiate my hunger. Only blood and flesh would do it so. You ventured into the village under the cover of night, unwilling to consume humans and transform into a monster, thus preying upon livestock and pets instead. Zhou Xiaoning grasped the situation and, after careful consideration, chose to trust Siko. She had no motive to deceive him. If her intent was to feast upon humans, she would have done so the previous night rather than waiting until now. And how do you feel now? Your condition is far from ideal. Zhou Xiaoning's concern elicited a knowing smile from Siko. It was unexpected for someone in her current plight, on the brink of losing her rationality to primal instincts, to receive such concern. Animal blood is merely a temporary measure, offering fleeting relief for my hunger, yet it cannot fill me. I am nearing my limits. My reason is slipping away, and I do not wish to become like Koichi Shido. Thus, I must ask you for a favor. Zhou Xiaoning detected a glimmer of desperation in Siko's eyes, a rare sight for one so strong, revealing the torment inflicted by the virus. What is it? As long as I am able, I will assist you. Then I thank you in advance, Siko said. Her genuine smile, coupled with her otherworldly grayish skin, created an aura of eerie beauty. I wish for you to end my life before I completely lose my sanity. What? Zhou Xiaoning could hardly believe his ears. Such a request was utterly unfathomable. While it was undeniable that Siko, as a being descended from a fantastical realm, was indeed a creature of the imagination, her strength indicated she was no mere boss but rather an elite foe. Slaying her would yield significant rewards. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zhou Xiaoning found himself unable to carry out the do it quickly. Are you waiting for me to succumb to my instincts, transform into a monster, and devour the villagers below before you make your decision? No. There must be a way. A solution exists. Zhou Xiaoning glanced at the iron nail in his left hand and then at the machete at his waist. Either could be wielded to end Siko's life, yet he found himself unable to act. Siko, I believe I can save you, but you must become my servant, bound eternally. Is that a price you can accept? Zhou Xiaoning held a glimmer of hope. If Duodu Siko could acquiesce, it would be nothing short of splendid, considering she was one of his most cherished anime characters. Do I truly possess any choice? If you can indeed save me, what harm is there in pledging my loyalty to you? Duodu Siko, with a self-deprecating smile, had initially believed herself capable of facing death with grandeur, yet she discovered that she was merely an ordinary person. Faced with the prospect of survival, she found it difficult to relinquish her life so readily. However, Duodu Siko cunningly noted that loyalty and servitude are two distinct concepts. The former implies a hierarchical relationship where a sovereign may command their subject. Yet the subject retains some degree of autonomy. Should the sovereign push the subject to the brink, rebellion is a possibility. In contrast, servitude denotes a master-servant dynamic, wherein the master wields absolute control over the servant, leaving no room for defiance. It must be said that Duodu Siko's subtle machination was quite ingenious, yet ultimately futile. She would soon realize that as long as the constraints are sufficiently strong, the distinction between a subject and a servant becomes negligible. Very well, then, regardless of my actions, do not resist. Simply place your trust in me. Zhou Xiaoning's heart surged with joy. To have someone like Duodu Siko as a servant was a prospect he had never dared to imagine. He approached Duodu Siko, extending his right index finger to press against her heart. Let it be known, this was not an act of exploitation, but rather a necessary condition for the activation of his skill. Indeed, Zhou Xiaoning employed a contagion skill. Upon successful infection, his 5-star lineage of the Liguang virus would undoubtedly obliterate the unidentified virus within Duodu Siko that had yet to mutate. However, to fully realize the potential of the contagion skill, it was imperative to transfer his life essence into the host's body, allowing it to circulate with the blood and thus complete the infection. Given Duodu Siko's current state, akin to that of a zombie, where no blood flowed, Zhou Xiaoning needed to revive her heart to restore circulation before he could complete the infection. Reluctantly, he pressed against her heart, and one must admit, the sensation was rather exquisite. Chapter 15. The Eerie Fujimi Academy. The Liguang virus lineage truly lived up to its 5-star reputation, with its inherent gifts being formidable. Zhou Xiaoning could distinctly feel one drop of his essence detaching from the 3 droplets within his heart, flowing to the tip of his right index finger. Miraculously, no wound appeared on his finger, yet a drop of bright red blood emerged from the skin. In the presence of this blood droplet, clothing and flesh were rendered inconsequential. As Zhou Xiaoning willed it, the droplet permeated through her attire, settling at her heart, where it established itself in less than 5 minutes. The virus within Duodu Siko's body was completely devoured by the Liguang virus. It is worth noting that the Liguang virus possesses the trait of devour evolution. Thus, the virus within Duodu Siko had become sustenance for the Liguang virus. Name: Duodu Siko. Age: 18. Type: Servant Summoned Being Master. Zhou Xiaoning. Level: 1st tier, Physical Strength 10. Energy Limit 0. Lineage: Liguang virus lineage, 5-star. Lineage traits: Contagion, briefly introduced. Similar to Zhou Xiaoning's, further mentions will omit this. Devour evolution virus immunity bloodthirst, awakened after the Liguang virus consumed an unknown virus. Activated upon blood consumption, inducing a frenzy state that enhances power based on the quality of the blood used. Lineage skills: Thought Blade, highly concentrated psychic energy, forming a psychic blade, with destructive power far exceeding that of ordinary psychic abilities, albeit sacrificing other functionalities. Currently level 1, capable of forming one psychic blade with an effective range of 10 meters. Physical enhancement body transformation talent: None equipment, none skills, none cultivation method, none items. None. It must be said that this was indeed an unexpected delight. Anyone infected by Zhou Xiaoning would automatically become his summoned being. Presently, a new source card representing Duodu Siko had appeared in the first layer of his source plate, adorned with her full body image and the information extracted from the source card. It is noteworthy that summoned beings possess loyalty. High loyalty ensures compliance with the Master's commands, even to the extent of sacrificing oneself to save the Master. Conversely, low loyalty may lead to disobedience and potentially rebellion against the Master. Therefore, those who possess summoned beings are invariably cautious in maintaining their relationship. However, Zhou Xiaoning harbored no such concerns. His method of converting Duodu Siko into a summoned being was rather unique, as even the source plate categorized her as a servant, signifying Zhou Xiaoning's absolute dominion over her. Moreover, even without the source plate's constraints, the inherent hierarchy of the virus ensured that Zhou Xiaoning need not fear any significant upheaval from Duodu Siko. Her life and death rested solely in his hands. The sensation of air filling his lungs was exquisite. Duodu Siko took a deep breath. Only those who have brushed against death truly appreciate the value of life. Although she had not entirely perished, as her consciousness remained and her body could still move, the absence of sensation, pain, and blood flow, coupled with her icy demeanor, rendered her state indistinguishable from death. Observing the rise and fall of Duodu Siko's chest, Zhou Xiaoning's cheeks flushed, and he instinctively averted his gaze, yet his peripheral vision lingered, unwilling to part from her form. Goodness, he had not realized before, but the restored Siko was quite alluring. It was becoming unbearable. Does this mean he is now less than a beast? By the way, should I now refer to you as my master? If you desire, I shall offer no resistance to your wishes. It is unclear what Duodu Siko was contemplating. She clearly noticed Zhou Xiaoning's struggle, yet provocatively adopted an irresistibly alluring pose, uttering words that tested his restraint. Was she challenging his limits? That's Zico. I am not one to be trifled with. Zhou Xiaoning, feeling a twinge of guilt, stepped back. After all, he was the one in the dominant position, yet it now seemed otherwise. Very well, let it be so. Duodu Zico's flirtation faded, returning to her former proud and haughty demeanor. In truth, her earlier demeanor had merely been a test of Zhou Xiaoning. Had he lunged at her in haste, she might have been unable to resist, yet she possessed the ability to end her own life. Rather than exist in such a sordid manner beside a vile individual, she would prefer to conclude her own existence. Perhaps, had Zhou Xiaoning detected her intentions, he could have commanded her to cease. Yet if she were truly intent on dying, he could hardly monitor her every move. However, the current situation appeared favorable. While Zhou Xiaoning harbored desires, he lacked the audacity to act upon them. Though he yearned to consume her entirely, he ultimately withdrew at the last moment, indicating that he was indeed a man of principle, unwilling to force her into actions against her will. It seemed that being by his side might not be so bad after all. By the way, Zico, having escaped from Fujimi Academy, you must surely remember its location? This inquiry was of utmost concern to Zhou Xiaoning. It must be said that the unknown virus brought forth by Duodu Zico and her companions from the world of the Academy was exceedingly peculiar. It enhanced through mutual consumption. The original virus within Duodu Zico, once devoured by the Liguang virus, had awakened the formidable bloodthirst trait. While the loss of reason was a significant drawback, the power of this lineage was undeniable. Perhaps the potency of the bloodthirst trait was not immediately evident, but as increasingly powerful fantasy beings appeared, acquiring their blood and allowing Duodu Zico to consume it would yield remarkable enhancements. If he could obtain dragon or phoenix blood, her combat prowess would surely soar to extraordinary heights. Thus, the unknown virus should not be underestimated, especially considering it had consumed over 20 individuals, evolving into a fearsome entity that could instill dread in countless ninjas. It was akin to crafting a goo, placing various poisons within the vessel, allowing them to compete and consume one another, ultimately leaving behind the most potent poison, exponentially more powerful than any singular toxin prior. Moreover, after devouring the majority of the unknown virus bearers, would the last remaining one spare Duodu Zico? Of course I remember the location of Fujimi Academy. It lies just beyond this small mountain. Duodu Zico indicated toward the opposite side of the hill, eyeing her gaze. Zhou Xiaoning detected a hint of concern, likely regarding the safety of Kamishiro Takashi and others. The other side of the mountain. Duodu Zico's words sparked a flicker of recollection in Zhou Xiaoning. He had previously ascended the mountain in search of her, and had indeed glimpsed unfamiliar structures. It was worth noting that when he first arrived here half a year ago, those buildings did not exist. It was now evident that Fujimi Academy had recently manifested in reality. Given the proximity, this could pose significant complications. Zhou Xiaoning furrowed his brow. It is important to note that while this small hill has a gentle slope, one side is slightly steeper, yet it remains surmountable. The reason no zombies had previously attacked from the other side of the hill was entirely due to their sluggish movements and difficulty in climbing, compounded by the absence of any humans sent to attract them. Thus, they naturally refrained from ascending. However, the situation had changed. With Poison Island Zico present, the unknown virus, though consumed by the Liguang virus, still retained its unique aura, which lingered on her without dissipating. If detected by others infected with the same unknown virus, they would undoubtedly rush over without hesitation. This mere hill, if one's physical strength exceeded 10, could be traversed with ease. The mountain barrier that the villagers relied upon was not as sturdy as they imagined. Zico, I wish to investigate the Fujimi Academy. Will you accompany me? Of course, you are my master now. How could I allow you to venture into danger alone? Very well. Let us set off. I am eager to witness the creature that the unknown virus will ultimately forge. Zhou Xiaoning declared with enthusiasm. In his view, even if the unknown virus matured, its physical strength would at most reach around 20, a level he himself also possessed. With a balance of power and bolstered by his psychic abilities, he believed his chances of victory were substantial. Chapter 16. The terrifying wisteria indeed. If confronted by a fully intact and final form of an unknown virus carrier, Zhou Xiaoning's odds of winning would be considerable. Yet the question remained. Was he in complete condition? Blood is the most vital substance in the human body. Losing more than 20 can severely impact bodily functions, and a loss of 30 could even threaten life. Essence blood, being the quintessence of blood, is typically not possessed by ordinary individuals, only coalescing after reaching a certain level of strength. As for Zhou Xiaoning, he had benefited from a 5-star lineage, having condensed his essence blood early on. Yet even then, he possessed only 3 drops. Go infect Poison Island Seiko, he had already used 1 drop, which equated to a third of his body's blood essence. If Zhou Xiaoning were to appear unfazed, that would indeed be strange. Every advancement doubles the foundation of one's physical strength. For instance, Zhou Xiaoning's physical strength reached its limit of 10 at the first tier, so upon advancing, it surged to 20. Hence, the deeper the accumulation at the prior tier, the greater the enhancement upon advancement. Thus, progressing is not always beneficial. The upper limit for the second tier is 50, and until he reaches that threshold, Zhou Xiaoning's physical strength will not stagnate. The upper limit for the third tier is 200, for the fourth tier it is 800, and for the fifth tier, it is 2000. However, beginning from the sixth tier, the standard of physical strength is no longer a measure of power. Instead, one's comprehension of the laws becomes the crucial criterion for assessing the chosen one's strength. Thus, the limitations on physical strength are lifted from the sixth tier onward. But the doubling enhancement post-advancement is also forfeited. Furthermore, every increase of 10, 100, 1000, etc. induces a qualitative change. Therefore, even a difference of a single point between physical strengths of 19 and 20 represents a vast disparity in power. A physical strength of 20 can easily overpower 3 with a strength of 19. This is the extent of the difference. Conversely, the energy limit is not subject to such constraints. It is a property that can only grow through personal cultivation, remaining unaffected by advancements. Nevertheless, there are advantages to advancing. The speed at which one cultivates energy at higher levels is incomparable to lower tiers. Although one might encounter bottlenecks during cultivation, advancing may resolve these issues. Zhou Xiaoning could only blame himself for being careless, having forgotten that using his infection talent would render him weak. Otherwise, how could he find himself in such an awkward predicament? Alas, this time he would strive to avoid combat, focusing primarily on gathering intelligence. As for eliminating the carriers of the unknown virus, that could wait until he fully recovers. Resolute in his decision, Zhou Xiaoning became increasingly cautious, even refraining from using his psychic flight. Accompanied by Poison Island Seiko, he descended to the ground, carefully avoiding large groups of zombies while gradually approaching Fujime Academy. Fujime Academy, a high school of moderate size, boasted nearly 2,000 students and faculty, most of whom had now transformed into zombies. Having been transported whole from the vortex to the present world, the academy remained intact, showing no signs of damage. Even the dried bloodstains on the ground were clearly visible. This situation is rather eerie, Seiko. Are you certain that all the staff and students at Fujime Academy have turned into zombies? Zhou Xiaoning concealed himself behind a tree, peering through the gaps in the leaves to observe the academy. The current atmosphere at Fujime Academy could only be described as bizarre. Within the campus, not a single zombie was in sight, and yet the outer zombies, upon passing by, inexplicably refrained from entering, even with the gates wide open. Zhou Xiaoning even witnessed a zombie meandering towards the academy, only to turn away upon reaching the entrance. Such occurrences were decidedly abnormal, as if an invisible barrier separated Fujime Academy from the outside world. What astonished Zhou Xiaoning further was that every classroom was filled with individuals, while a figure resembling a teacher stood at the podium, gesturing animatedly, akin to a typical lesson. The teachers who were not in class congregated in their respective offices. Were it not for the dark red bloodstains on the playground, indicating a prior upheaval, Zhou Xiaoning might have believed he was merely observing an ordinary school. Indeed, that was my first-hand experience. My wooden sword broke while we were making our escape. Poison Island Seiko assured him, having witnessed the academy's strange state alongside Zhou Xiaoning. She too was puzzled. How could a campus once rampant with zombies suddenly become so tranquil, given the multitude of zombies surrounding them? It was implausible that the people within the academy remained unaware. In such circumstances, maintaining calm while attending classes seemed utterly improbable. Zhou Xiaoning nodded in agreement. The abnormal normalcy was the greatest anomaly of all. Something must have transpired at Fujime Academy during the time since Poison Island Seiko's departure, leading to the current situation. Seiko, let us go inside to investigate. You are more familiar with Fujime Academy? So please lead the way, but let's avoid alarming anyone. With a determined bite of his jaw, Zhou Xiaoning resolved that leaving such an oddity unaddressed would be intolerable. Follow me. Those are merely ordinary zombies. While they may appear to be teachers instructing students from a distance, they are merely putting on an act. The teachers are mumbling, while the students sit quietly listening. Who knows what they are supposedly teaching? Ordinary zombies possess only the instinct to feed and cannot behave in such a manner, meaning. Zhou Xiaoning and Poison Island Siko exchanged glances, both stunned by the realization. If ordinary zombies, typically slow and devoid of reason, were being manipulated, the implications were dire. 3,000 zombies moving in unison would pose a formidable threat, even to a national army. We must locate the puppeteer and eliminate them. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Zhou Xiaoning's eyes. Such a threat must be eradicated promptly. Otherwise, once they gain strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to confront them. Since the puppeteer could continuously influence these zombies, they must be hidden within Fujime Academy. Having scoured the exterior without discovery, the only place left to search was. Zhou Xiaoning raised his gaze towards the teaching building, the only likely hiding spot. Yet the building housed 2,000 zombies. If he and Poison Island Siko entered, they could easily attract attention, leaving them no room to escape if they were surrounded in the narrow corridors. Zhou Xiaoning and Poison Island Siko huddled in a concealed spot. Strategizing their next move, they remained unaware that they had already been detected. The moment they set foot on the campus, the hidden puppeteer sensed the viral aura emanating from Poison Island Siko. Though uncertain about the cause of the virus's mutation, the puppeteer felt a thrill at the prospect of devouring Siko, which would complete his evolution into the supreme ruler of all zombies. Siko T swiftly brandished her kitchen knife, and to be honest, witnessing her engage in combat with such a weapon was an oddly disconcerting sight. Zhou Xiaoning silently vowed to procure a coveted sword for her in the future. Almost simultaneously, he unleashed his psychic energy, manipulating an iron plate to shield them from behind, while the iron box he had been holding was primed for launch at any moment. For extra precaution, Zhou Xiaoning also drew the machete that was sheathed at his waist, ensuring he was prepared for both close and ranged combat. Dear students, wielding knives against a teacher is quite inappropriate. Siko, and you, unknown student, would you kindly lower your weapons? A figure approached with a smile, clad in an impeccably tailored black suit that effortlessly evoked associations with educators, lawyers, and other white-collar professionals. Teacher Wisteria, you are unharmed. Teacher Wisteria? That must be Koichi Wisteria. Through Siko's address, Zhou Xiaoning confirmed the man's identity. In the narrative of the Academy Apocalypse, Koichi Wisteria was undoubtedly a villain, known for abandoning his students to save himself and perpetually scheming for power, making him thoroughly detestable. Had it not been for his reckless driving of the school bus that breached the defenses of the Takashiro residence, leading to the zombie invasion, he would have been akin to a butcher responsible for hundreds of deaths. Are you disregarding the teacher's words? Then don't blame me for being ungracious. Koichi Wisteria's expression morphed instantly from a smile to one filled with murderous intent. Such hostility should never grace the visage of an educator, especially when facing students, indicating that Wisteria harbored nefarious intentions. Zhou Xiaoning grasped Siko's arm, eager to retreat, for the eerie atmosphere of the Fujime Academy was far from a place to linger. Are you two feeling unwell? Shall I escort you to the infirmary? Wisteria's murderous glare dissipated, reverting to his previous cordial demeanor. However, his singular aim remained: to usher Zhou Xiaoning and Siko into the school building. Realizing a peaceful resolution was impossible, Zhou Xiaoning commanded, Siko, strike. How audacious to raise a hand against a teacher. You truly are unruly students. Wisteria's countenance darkened, and with a swift motion of his left hand, he deflected the iron box hurtling towards him while his right hand reached out, seemingly intent on seizing Siko. But Siko T was no ordinary individual. She was a prodigious swordswoman, renowned in the realm of the T family swordsmanship. Wisteria's simplistic assault was far too easy for her to evade. In a swift maneuver, she altered her trajectory, bypassing his right side, and with a decisive slash, severed one of Wisteria's arms. Truly impressive, Siko. Yet, how bold of you to strike a teacher. There shall be severe consequences for this. Koichi Wisteria spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, as if the severed limb were not his own. A full assembly is to take place. All teachers and students are to gather in the front square. Wisteria's voice boomed, resonating throughout the academy. a feat beyond that of an ordinary individual. That moment, the zombies within the classroom halted abruptly, then surged forth like a tide, rushing towards the front square. Zhou Xiaoning observed in horror as some zombies leapt from windows. While the lower floors might result in mere fractures, the higher floors saw some plummeting to their demise. Yet the singular goal of these zombies remained: to reach the front square as swiftly as possible. The one controlling the zombies is you? Zhou Xiaoning never anticipated that the person he had been desperately searching for would appear before him. However, this revelation brought not joy but dread. From their earlier skirmish, he recognized Wisteria's formidable strength, far beyond what they could swiftly overcome. Siko, come quickly. We must leave at once. If those zombies encircle us, escape will be impossible. Zhou Xiaoning shouted at Siko, already positioning himself atop the iron plate, ready to take flight the moment she arrived. Humph, you think escaping will be that simple? With a resounding crash, Zhou Xiaoning's iron plate bore the imprint of Wisteria's fist. That was close. Fortunately, my reflexes were swift enough to block that strike. Otherwise, even if I survived, I would have sustained grave injuries. Zhou Xiaoning panted, shaken, but utilizing the iron plate had cost him the chance for immediate escape, as nearly 2,000 zombies had now closed in. Teacher Wisteria, it seems your appetite has been quite hearty of late, consuming over 20 individuals. Zhou Xiaoning mocked, having deduced that the unknown virus within Wisteria had evolved substantially, with a physical prowess surpassing 20. It appeared that everyone aboard the school bus, save for Siko, had been devoured by him. Such a monstrous figure masquerading as a benevolent teacher was laughable. Humph, they were fortunate to become my nourishment for evolution. I am now the zombie king, destined to become the zombie god. All zombies are under my command. I shall infect every human on this planet. Henceforth, I shall be the sovereign of Earth, the sole deity. Koichi Wisteria cackled maniacally, evidently intoxicated by his newfound power. To infect the world. To aspire to divinity. Mr. Wisteria, have you not yet graduated from your delusions? Zhou Xiaoning's gaze held a trace of pity. He regarded Wisteria as a pitiful soul. The current calamities far exceeded his comprehension. With a physical strength not even reaching 30, he could only flaunt his bravado during the initial stages of disaster. As stronger aberrations emerged, his meager power would be extinguished in an instant. Even with a vast horde of zombies, they would be mere numbers against true strength. Pift! Siko T found Zhou Xiaoning's words amusing, suddenly realizing how absurd Wisteria appeared at that moment. You dare question me? I am the king. I am the god. My plan is flawless. How could mere mortals like you comprehend it? Koichi Wisteria's fury ignited. His decisions were not to be challenged. Has the virus eroded your intellect? Do you truly have no purpose other than to perish? Zhou Xiaoning's pity deepened, as he regarded Wisteria akin to a fool. How dare you repeatedly insult me? Wisteria's rage surged to its zenith. He was determined to eliminate this insolent brat before him, to consume him whole. Kill him, Wisteria commanded, and the surrounding zombies surged forward as if they had seen a sworn enemy, relentlessly assaulting Zhou Xiaoning. While Siko remained untouched, as though she were invisible, so Wisteria intends to kill only me. Such obedient zombies indeed. Zhou Xiaoning dared not let his guard down, fully unleashing his psychic energy. 30 iron nails swarmed around him, eliminating any zombie that dared approach. Although he was impervious to the viruses carried by these zombies due to his lineage, should he be bitten, it would still be quite painful. He wished to avoid any unsightly bite marks. So he established a 3-meter perimeter. Any zombie that crossed this line would be dispatched, with Siko poised to assist if any stragglers slipped through. Though 2,000 zombies were a considerable number, only a handful assaulted Zhou Xiaoning at once, making 30 iron nails sufficient for defense. However, this could not be a long-term solution. Using psychic energy depleted his mental reserves, and prolonged exertion could lead to exhaustion, leaving him vulnerable. Thus, a breakout was imperative, and the sooner, the better. Siko, stay close. We'll push eastward where the zombies are fewer. Understood. Zhou Xiaoning and Siko pinpointed their direction and charged forward, the density of zombies dwindling ahead. Just as they were on the verge of breaking through the horde, Koichi Wisteria blocked their path. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wisteria swung a fist, the immense force shattering Zhou Xiaoning's psychic barrier, delivering a mental blow akin to being struck by a brick. Had Siko not caught him in time, he surely would have collapsed. Having lost control over their telekinetic abilities, the iron nails and metal plates clattered to the ground. Siko Tojo, with one hand supporting Xiaoning Zhou, found her strength severely compromised with only one hand available. The surrounding zombies closed in once more, gradually constricting the space for the two, and a new crisis loomed. Chapter 18. The personal showcase of Siko Tojo. How infuriating! If not for my current weakened state, my abilities would be significantly diminished. I would have certainly held my ground against him in a head-on confrontation. Stifling the dizziness that threatened to overwhelm him, Xiaoning Zhou finally grasped that telekinesis was not as formidable as he had once believed. Attempting to wield it recklessly against a stronger opponent could easily lead to backlash. Resulting in his present predicament, discreetly, he utilized a few chocolate source cards, and his condition improved somewhat. However, chocolate lacked restorative properties for the mind, rendering his telekinesis temporarily unusable. Nevertheless, even in this state, Xiaoning Zhou's strength was not to be underestimated. Given his impressive physical constitution of 15 points, coupled with his immunity to the zombie virus, it was not impossible for him to break through the horde. Selecting a card categorized as miscellaneous from his prior collection, he activated it within the source plate. In the next moment, a metallic baseball bat materialized in his hand. Previously wielding a bat in his left hand and a machete in his right, he charged through the throngs of zombies with great ferocity. Any zombie that crossed his path was either decapitated or sent flying, crashing into the horde behind, temporarily widening the encroaching circle. Siko Tojo's performance was equally commendable. Despite wielding only a kitchen knife, her prowess remained unaffected as she executed precise strikes, effectively guarding Xiaoning Zhou's rear. Moreover, it was unclear if it was merely Xiaoning Zhou's imagination. But he sensed that Siko Tojo was relishing the chaos of battle. Had she not recalled her responsibility to protect her temporarily incapacitated master, she might have already plunged into the horde, vanishing from sight. Humph, a bunch of useless wretches. Low-grade goods can't even handle the most trivial of tasks. Koichi Wisteria grew increasingly impatient, having waited for over 10 minutes without subduing the two intruders. While his own zombies suffered losses in the hundreds, at this rate, he genuinely feared being left utterly defenseless. Roaring like a beast, Koichi Wisteria's ferocious howl caused the previously frenzied zombies attacking Xiaoning Zhou and Siko Tojo to falter momentarily, then retreat, creating a space for the two. Realizing his subordinates were lacking, did he plan to intervene personally? Xiaoning Zhou panted heavily. Even with his superhuman physique, the intensity of the skirmish had begun to take its toll. In contrast, Siko Tojo appeared to fare much better. Though she had sweated profusely, her breathing remained steady. Trained in the art of swordsmanship, the Tojo family's techniques were inherently lethal. However, as the world leaned towards peace, indiscriminate killing became punishable by law, prompting Siko's father to adapt their teachings for competitive use. While most students at the Tojo Dojo practiced this modified style, as the sole daughter of the Tojo family, Siko had also trained in the original lethal techniques. The art of killing required genuine experience to unlock its true power. Until now, she had lacked the opportunity, but having already felled over 100 zombies, her skills had reached a commendable level, enhancing her strength by at least 30%. The zombies occupying the western front began to retreat, forming a path in the center, not to grant Xiaoning Zhou and Siko Tojo an escape, but to make way for Koichi Wisteria's entrance. At this moment, Koichi Wisteria had undergone a dramatic transformation. Where he once appeared human, he now resembled an unadulterated monster. Originally standing at around 1.7 meters, he had now swelled to over 3 meters, his muscles bulging to an extent that even bodybuilders would feel inadequate in his presence. Were he to paint his skin green, he would surely resemble a diminutive version of the Hulk. Moreover, the arm severed by Siko Tojo had inexplicably regenerated, leaving no trace of its prior amputation. 20 faces, it could be surmised, belonged to those whom Koichi Wisteria had devoured. According to Siko Tojo, there had been 23 individuals on the school bus. Aside from the two survivors, Siko and the eventual victor, Koichi Wisteria, only one person remained unaccounted for, leaving the identity of that fortunate soul a mystery. What? Do you still wish to resist upon witnessing my godlike form? Koichi Wisteria boasted arrogantly, brimming with confidence in his newfound powers, convinced that neither Siko Tojo nor the unknown boy would stand a chance against him. The virus within Siko could further enhance his abilities. And the boy appeared intriguing. Should he consume him, there might be unexpected rewards. Koichi Wisteria's ambitions were grand indeed. Setting his sights on Xiaoning Zhou as well at it seemed that escaping today would come at a cost. Xiaoning Zhou resolved in his heart, given his current state, he would undoubtedly fall short against Koichi Wisteria, but Seiko Tojo could prevail. This realization struck him suddenly, since the source plate classified Seiko Tojo as a summoned creature. It meant he could expend source power to elevate her star rating. For summoned beings, a higher star rating equated to greater potential. 1-star beings reached the first tier at most, 2-star beings could ascend to the second tier. And so forth. Seiko Tojo had already reached the pinnacle of the first tier but was constrained by her star rating from advancing. If Xiaoning Zhou could elevate her star rating now, she might just break through on the spot, granting them a glimmer of hope. It was a gamble. Win, and they lived. Lose, and they perished. Had there been any other options, Xiaoning Zhou would not have dared to take such a risk. But now, he found himself with no alternatives. Focusing intently, he communicated with the source plate, selecting the card representing Seiko Tojo and channeling source power into it. The source power stored within the plate began to diminish rapidly, and only after deducting 2,000 points did the enhancement of her star rating conclude. Name: Seiko Tojo. Age: 18. Type: Servant Summon Creature Master. Xiaoning Zhou. Star rating: 2-star level. Second tier, Physical Strength 20. Energy Cap 1, Bloodline. Liguang Virus Bloodline, 5-star, Bloodline Talent. Infection, description omitted, similar to Xiaoning Zhou's. Future similarities will not be detailed. Refer back to earlier texts if forgotten. Devour Evolution Viral Immunity Bloodthirst. A talent awakened after the Liguang virus consumed an unknown virus. Activated upon feeding on blood, entering a frenzied state. Enhancing strength, with the degree of enhancement dependent on the quality of blood consumed. Bloodline skill. Thought Blade. Highly concentrated telekinesis, forming a blade of telekinetic energy. Possessing destructive power far exceeding ordinary telekinesis, albeit sacrificing other functions. Currently at level 1, capable of forming one telekinetic blade with an effective range of 10 meters. Body Enhancement Body Transformation Talent. None equipment, none skills. Tojo Swordsmanship, 3-star. An ancient sword art of the Tojo family, possessing formidable power. Techniques, none items, none. I made the right bet. Xiaoning Zhou felt a surge of joy. Seiko Tojo had indeed met his expectations. As her star rating increased, she experienced an immediate breakthrough, her aura intensifying to a level that nearly rivaled Koichi Wisteria's. This powered, truly captivating. Seiko Tojo clenched her fist and waved her kitchen knife. For the first time feeling that accompanying Xiaoning Zhou might not be so bad after all. Prior to her arrival in this world, she had indeed been strong, but only among ordinary people. Her physical strength had barely exceeded 5 points. Yet, upon entering this realm and meeting Xiaoning Zhou, she had undergone 2 enhancements in quick succession, now wielding a power that was once beyond her wildest dreams. Seiko, do you believe you can kill Koichi Wisteria now? No problem, but it will require some time. Can you hold out on your own? Seiko Tojo responded with concern. In her heart, anyone who fought alongside her were comrades. She could not bear to see any of them harmed. Having lost Takashi Ko and the others, she could not afford to see Xiaoning Zhou meet a similar fate. Moreover, one crucial point Seiko could not overlook was that she was now bound to Xiaoning Zhou. Their fates intertwined. If he were to perish, she would undoubtedly follow suit. Thus, for both personal and pragmatic reasons, she could not allow any harm to befall him. Were Xiaoning Zhou still able to utilize his telekinesis? Even amidst the horde, he would possess the means for self-preservation, but alas, he could not employ it now. If the remaining 1,000+ zombies swarmed them, Xiaoning Zhou would be overwhelmed alone. In the short term, there should be no problem. As long as you resolve matters swiftly, Seiko. Xiaoning Zhou offered her a reassuring glance. The rigorous military training imparted by the 2 elder gentlemen over the years was not without merit. It would not be so easy for the zombies to take his life. With that, could you spare me a bit of your blood? Blood? Zhou Xiaoning cast a puzzled glance at Poison Island Seiko. And then he quickly realized that among her bloodline talents was a thirst for blood. Although Zhou Xiaoning's blood was not particularly distinguished, in the current state of the world, blood from a 5-star lineage was already considered quite valuable. In order to survive, Zhou Xiaoning naturally would not hesitate to part with a mere drop of blood. Without delay, he used a machete to slice open his fingertip and extended it toward Poison Island Seiko. Seiko, not one to stand on ceremony, immediately seized the finger and began to suck. Whether intentional or not, She even licked the finger, sending a shiver down Zhou Xiaoning's spine. Had the circumstances been different, he would have undoubtedly transformed into a beast at that moment. Alas, how could he resist the allure of such a captivating enchantress? Chapter 19. To my surprise, I saw my childhood Poison Island Siko greedily sucked on Zhou Xiaoning's fingertip. Driven by an insatiable desire for more blood, a voice deep within her urged her to seek an even greater quantity. A flicker of reluctance crossed her eyes, yet she was acutely aware of the grave danger at hand. This was not the moment for her to linger over Zhou Xiaoning's blood. Though the amount of blood she could extract was limited, it was sufficient to activate her thirst for blood. Poison Island Siko suddenly changed. Had she unlocked some ability? Kazuhira Murasame pondered. Much like his own power to control zombies, every carrier of an unknown virus awakened a unique ability. Some practical, others utterly useless. Among the 23 individuals, there was one virus carrier who awakened a culinary skill capable of creating pastries, which offered no combat prowess whatsoever, and he was the first to be consumed by Kazuhira Murasame. In contrast, the protagonist had all awakened formidable abilities. Had Kazuhira Murasame not commanded the zombies of the entire academy to launch an assault, they would likely have proven difficult to subdue. Among them, Shizuka Jikawa possessed the most extraordinary ability, healing. She could restore any injury, whether to living beings or zombies. Under her power, all wounds could return to their former state. It was precisely because of Shizuka Jikawa's unique ability that Kazuhira Murasame refrained from consuming her. After all, her ability would vanish along with her upon being devoured. Thus, she became the only survivor aside from Poison Island Psychode. At that moment, she found herself in the infirmary of Fujimi Academy, flanked by 2 zombies. According to Kazuhira Murasame's orders, Shizuka Jikawa could do as she pleased in the infirmary, but the moment she exhibited even the slightest intention to leave, the 2 zombies would pounce on her, pinning her down until Kazuhira Murasame arrived to deal with her. However, even if Kazuhira Murasame discerned the cause of Poison Island Siko's transformation, it would be of no avail, for her thirst for blood had been fully awakened, plunging her into a complete frenzy, her physical strength surging to 30 points. As mentioned earlier, every time physical strength reaches a multiple of 10, a qualitative change occurs. At this moment, Poison Island Siko's power already surpassed that of Kazuhira Murasame, and it would not be an exaggeration to proclaim her the strongest entity in the current world. After all, it had been scarcely 2 days since the calamity struck, and the truly formidable beings had yet to descend. Whoosh, bang! Poison Island Siko had lost her reason in her frenzy, but she had long since regarded Kazuhira Murasame as an enemy. Thus, even in her frenzied state, she immediately launched an attack against him. Perhaps it was instinctual. She found Kazuhira Murasame repulsive, so despite her madness, she did not sink her teeth into him. Nonetheless, Kazuhira Murasame had no means to resist. Poison Island Siko's speed was too swift, her strength too overwhelming. Each blow that struck him felt as though it were breaking his bones. In that moment, he lost count of how many times his bones had been fractured. Had it not been for his currently exceptional recovery ability, he would likely have been reduced to a mere puddle on the ground, unable to move. Kazuhira Murasame must have regretted his massive physique. Why had he chosen to become such a hulking target, making it impossible to evade? In desperation, he could only curl up his body, using his hands to shield his vital areas. This action caught Zhou Xiaoning's attention, as if he had thought of something. Siko, aim for his heart. That's his weakness, Zhou Xiaoning shouted. Although Poison Island Siko was in a frenzy and had no recollection of Zhou Xiaoning, the presence of the light virus mother cell within him granted him a natural control over the offspring within her. Thus, even though she did not comprehend Zhou Xiaoning's words, her body obediently began to attack Kazuhira Murasame's heart. Damn it, you fools, what are you standing around for? Kill those 2. After enduring 3 minutes of punishment, Kazuhira Murasame finally realized that he was not suited for solitary combat. The image of a commander, sitting at the helm and directing the army, suited him far better. With this command, the zombies that had remained still for quite some time surged forth to attack Zhou Xiaoning and Poison Island Siko once more. The violent aura emanating from Poison Island Siko instilled fear in the zombies, making few brave enough to approach her. However, they could not defy Kazuhira Murasame's orders, so they all targeted Zhou Xiaoning instead. Ugh, what a hassle. Siko, hurry up. Zhou Xiaoning struggled against the zombies, Losing Poison Island Seiko's cover made him acutely aware of how difficult it was to face over 1,000 zombies alone. Whether Poison Island Seiko sensed Zhou Xiaoning's distress or simply found it uninteresting to beat Kazuhira Murasame without interruption, she seized Kazuhira Murasame's arm and executed a series of shoulder throws, refusing to grant him a moment's respite. The 3-meter-tall powerhouse slammed him to the ground, causing tremors in the surrounding area akin to a minor earthquake. Upon witnessing Kazuhira Murasame's plight, Zhou Xiaoning suddenly felt that merely being besieged by zombies was a stroke of good fortune. You dare to bite me? Die, fine. Forget I said anything. Just as Zhou Xiaoning struggled to hold on, the battle on Poison Island Seiko's side reached its climax. In her frenzied state, she was undeniably terrifying. Even Kazuhira Murasame, who had previously boasted of his divinity, dared not utter a word. For a fleeting moment, he wished Poison Island Seiko would grant him a swift end, to cease this relentless torment. Die! Poison Island Seiko seized Kazuhira Murasame by the neck, pressing him to the ground, and with a fist clenched, she struck down towards his heart. This punch contained the full force of Poison Island Seiko, its power nothing short of terrifying. Bang! At that moment, a glimmer of relief flashed in Kazuhira Murasame's eyes. He was finally free from Poison Island Seiko's torment. Having dispatched Kazuhira Murasame, Poison Island Seiko was evidently still unsatisfied. The presence of the light virus mother cell within Zhou Xiaoning imbued her with a profound sense of familiarity, ensuring that even in her irrational state, she would not turn against him. Consequently, the zombies became the targets of her wrath. Approximately 10 minutes later, all the zombies lay slain at her hands, and since Poison Island Seiko was Zhou Xiaoning's summoned creature, the source energy she harvested was credited to him. The total yield amounted to nearly 2,000 points of source energy, perfectly offsetting the consumption required to elevate Poison Island Seiko's star level. Phew, what's happening to me? I suddenly feel so exhausted. Zhou Xiaoning tallied his gains. Poison Island Seiko emerged from her bloodthirsty state. The overexertion had rendered her body weak, nearly unable to stand. Seeing her about to topple, Zhou Xiaoning rushed over to support her. Seiko, do you not remember anything that just happened? Zhou Xiaoning's words prompted a frown from Poison Island Seiko. And no matter how hard she tried to recall, her mind remained a blank slate. I truly have no recollection. I only remember that after I drank your blood, my body became so hot, as if something had been unleashed, and then everything faded from my memory. By the way, what about Kazuhira Murasame? Has he been dealt with? Rest assured, you have killed him, and you also took care of the zombies within Fujimi Academy. Zhou Xiaoning held down the eager to rise Poison Island Seiko. Despite her previous prowess and formidable presence, she was now utterly drained. Even a single zombie could easily overpower her. It seemed that the thirst for blood was not a power to be wielded lightly. Had Zhou Xiaoning's blood been of higher quality, offering her the blood of a 6-star or even higher lineage, she might have succumbed to exhaustion and perished. Zhou Xiaoning carried Poison Island Seiko to a nearby tree, allowing her to rest against the trunk. Since Kazuhira Murasame had only recently perished, his aura had yet to dissipate entirely, so Zhou Xiaoning was not concerned about zombies encroaching upon the incapacitated Poison Island Seiko. Next came the joyous moment of harvest. With 2,000 zombies, plus the boss Kazuhira Murasame, surely there would be some valuable loot. Telekinesis was temporarily unavailable. Zhou Xiaoning had no choice but to bend down and collect the source cards one by one. Though it was somewhat tedious, he found himself relishing the task. Finally, he turned his attention to the loot dropped by Kazuhira Murasame. Let me see what treasures await. After the demise of Koichi Zitu, aside from endowing Zhou Xiaoning with 100 points of source power, he left behind 2 items, a source card and something akin to a shopping voucher. Although Zhou Xiaoning was unaware of its purpose, it was certain that, given it was dropped by a boss, it would not be inferior to what an ordinary zombie might yield. Chapter 20. A bountiful harvest. It became evident that fortune played a crucial role in scavenging. After acquiring both a simulated farm and a simulated ranch, Zhou Xiaoning found no further desirable items. Having expended another 1,000 points of source power to procure high-quality crop seeds, as well as some calves, lambs, chicks, and ducklings from Doryman, Zhou Xiaoning concluded this particular dimension transaction. What a pity, but I do not possess what you seek. Should the opportunity arise again, I shall certainly bring better items, Doryman remarked, embodying the essence of a pure-hearted child. still blissfully unaware that Zhou Xiaoning had taken a considerable advantage. And no worries, do not take it to heart. By the way, Doraemon, I know you enjoy dorayaki. Please take these. Zhou Xiaoning retrieved a stack of source cards from his storage space. Nearly 100. All dorayaki. These were spoils from the tens of thousands of zombies he had slain the day before. Keeping them would merely allow him to sample their flavor and restore a modicum of stamina. Thus he deemed them unremarkable, perfectly suited as a gift for Doraemon. Dorayaki, you are truly a good person, Doraemon exclaimed joyfully. Despite having not provided Zhou Xiaoning with desirable items, he did not express disdain and instead offered him dorayaki, truly exemplifying goodness. Well, it seems Doraemon remains too innocent, Zhou Xiaoning mused. Doraemon then produced a bag of onigiri from its fourth-dimensional pocket, totaling 10 in number. These are Momotaro onigiri. When fed to beasts, they will obey you completely. Of course, you may consume them yourself, though they have no effect on humans, but they taste quite good. How could I accept such a gift? Zhou Xiaoning replied, though he immediately seized the Momotaro onigiri. All right, let this transaction conclude here. I hope we meet again. Indeed, until we meet again. After exchanging farewells, Doraemon turned and opened the pink door, stepping inside. Zhou Xiaoning suddenly realized that door was none other than the Anywhere door. When did it upgrade to facilitate dimensional travel? Truly, Nobita, what are you planning this time? As the Anywhere door vanished, the conversation between Doraemon and Nobita abruptly ceased. Judging by Nobita's still juvenile voice, it seemed he remained in his elementary school years. Decades had passed, yet he had not matured. Zhou Xiaoning felt an overwhelming sense of malice permeate the world. He sympathized with Doraemon's plight, realizing that the days of hardship were far from over for it. After bidding farewell to Doraemon, Zhou Xiaoning immediately began to assess the gains from this transaction. First was the fusion of the simulated farm and ranch, which Zhou Xiaoning further enhanced, consuming a staggering 5,000 points of source power, nearly equivalent to the sum of purchasing 2 items. Name, simulated farm type, item star rating, function, capable of cultivating crops and raising livestock and fish, with a growth rate 30 times that of the outside world. Note, to maintain the normal operation of the simulated farm, it requires 500 points of source power each month. Subsequently, Zhou Xiaoning placed the high-quality seeds, calves, lambs, chicks, ducklings, and some fish fry acquired from Doraemon into the simulated farm. The labor robots would confidently handle the subsequent tasks, ensuring the simulated farm could perpetually operate as long as Zhou Xiaoning paid the source power on time each month. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The true source of Zhou Xiaoning's surprise lay within the Intermediate Processing Center. The original primary processing center could only perform rudimentary tasks such as grain threshing and livestock slaughter. However, now, with sufficient raw materials, the Intermediate Processing Center could even produce finished goods directly. For instance, if Zhou Xiaoning placed rice inside, it would yield steaming rice, and if vegetables or meat were added as well, it could prepare dishes without any need for cooking. It could even produce canned goods and vacuum-packed compressed biscuits for long-term storage when appropriate materials were provided. Zhou Xiaoning could not help but exclaim his fortune repeatedly. And this was merely the intermediate level. One could only imagine the capabilities of the Advanced Processing Center. Could it perhaps fabricate anything regardless of raw materials? In comparison, the Momotaro onigiri seemed somewhat inferior, though after Zhou Xiaoning's enhancement, it remained usable. Name, Momotaro onigiri type, item star rating, original, description. An item gifted by Doraemon, possessing the ability to tame fierce beasts, function. When consumed by non-sentient beings, they will fully obey commands. Currently effective only on creatures of level 3 and below. Lasting 24 hours. Given that the calamity was only just beginning, truly powerful beings had yet to emerge, and level 3 was likely the current limit, Zhou Xiaoning was not overly concerned about the immediate expiration of the Momotaro onigiri. In contrast, the source cards dropped by ordinary zombies paled in comparison, with the only noteworthy items being a few primary enhancement potions and over 100 zombie virus serums, while the remainder consisted of snacks and miscellaneous items, which Zhou Xiaoning tossed into the storage space for later processing. Siko, how are you feeling? We should leave. Zhou Xiaoning rushed to support Siko Doku Island. The presence of Koichi Zitu had nearly dissipated, and the zombies outside Fujimi Academy had begun their invasion. It would not be long before the academy became a paradise for the undead once more. I still lack strength, Siko admitted weakly, indicating that it would take at least 4 to 5 days for her to fully recover. Given the circumstances, Perhaps I should summon you into the summoning space. You could rest better there. That seems to be the only option. Siko nodded, as entering and exiting the summoning space was merely a blink of an eye for her. Rather than endure the adverse effects of her weakness outside, it would be far preferable to enter the summoning space for a good rest. Upon receiving Siko's consent, Zhou Xiaoning gently touched her head, drawing her into the summoning space. His own mental backlash subsided, and he could once again utilize his telekinesis, making it trivial for him to leave Fujimi Academy. However, just as he was about to depart, he suddenly heard a cry for help. Help! Don't eat me. I'm not tasty. Following the direction of the voice, he saw a well-endowed young lady running towards him, though she appeared somewhat oblivious. Zombies only acted on instinct when feeding and would not concern themselves with whether one was palatable or not. Considering the situation, Zhou Xiaoning deduced the identity of the newcomer, Shizuka Yuri. At that moment, she too bore a pallid complexion, reminiscent of Siko's earlier state, yet differing in that she still maintained a biological form. She could sweat and gasp for breath while running, indicating that the unknown virus had not fully infected her. Naturally, Zhou Xiaoning would not stand idly by. Failing to assist her would leave him at a loss when Siko emerged. Only 2 zombies were pursuing Shizuka, and Zhou Xiaoning swiftly dispatched them with telekinesis, using 2 iron rods from the ground to eliminate them instantly. Thank you, classmate. Otherwise, I would have truly been unable to run. Shizuka gasped, no longer fleeing, standing still while catching her breath, her well-endowed figure rising and falling enticingly with each breath. Ah, you must be Shizuka Yuri, the school nurse. I've heard Siko mention you. Siko? That sounds rather affectionate. Are you two in a relationship? Shizuka's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her expression practically emblazoned with intrigue. At any other time, Zhou Xiaoning would have welcomed such speculation, even encouraging it. However, was this truly the moment for gossip? Did she not notice the growing throng of zombies approaching? Shouldn't a normal person prioritize escaping at this juncture? Let's discuss this later. We should hurry and leave before more zombies arrive. Yes, let us move quickly. But the school bus is gone. How do we get out? Do not worry. I have my methods. Just hold on to me tightly. Zhou Xiaoning sighed in resignation, stepping forward to wrap his arms around Shizuka's waist before leaping upward. Simultaneously, he activated his telekinesis, maneuvering a metal plate beneath their feet. Wow! Are we flying? How delightful! Shizuka clapped her hands in excitement, her body swaying and causing Zhou Xiaoning's fragile heart to flutter perilously, almost losing control of his telekinesis and plummeting. Chapter 21. Return to the military village. Zhou Xiaoning manipulated the metal plate to soar above the heads of the numerous zombies. Even if the zombies noticed him and Shizuka, they would only find themselves at a loss. As they could not fly on the road to the military family village, Zhou Xiaoning gradually came to understand the current situation of Zhuchuan Jingxiang. She, too, was a carrier of an unknown virus. However, fortune favored her as the school infirmary was stocked with antibiotics. By relying on these antibiotics, she had managed to tenuously control the virus within her body, preventing its spread and maintaining herself in a precarious state of 4 parts human and 6 parts zombie. In this condition, human food continued to satiate Zhuchuan Jingxiang's hunger, and her unique healing abilities made it difficult for Koichi Wisteria to bring himself to consume her, thus allowing her to survive to this day. As for the 2 zombies that had previously pursued her, they had been dispatched by Koichi Wisteria to guard her. However, after his demise, these 2 zombies lost control, unable to regain the upper hand, and naturally, the nearest target, Zhuchuan Jingxiang, became an easy meal. Were it not for the virus residing within her, which had granted her a certain fortification, her previous running speed would likely have seen her overwhelmed by those 2 zombies before she ever encountered Zhou Xiaoning. Although, for the time being, the virus within Zhuchuan Jingxiang was suppressed, it was not entirely without issues. The virus could erupt at any moment, at which point she would truly become a zombie. While it was likely she would still retain some self-awareness, Zhou Xiaoning harbored doubts about her ability to suppress her instincts, given that not everyone possessed a will as steadfast as that of Siko Busujima. The simplest solution would naturally be to eliminate Zhuchuan Jingxiang, but like Koichi Wisteria, Zhou Xiaoning was drawn to her abilities and was reluctant to do so. Of course, Zhou Xiaoning did not deny that he harbored a slight, unspoken attraction, but he chose not to voice it. Infecting her was also an option, yet having already experienced the aftereffects of blood loss, Zhou Xiaoning was hesitant to recklessly expend his own vitality. Furthermore, Zhu Jingxiang's potential could not be compared to that of Siko Busujima, depleting his essence on her felt wasteful. Thus, Zhou Xiaoning opted for a third approach, merely a conjecture of his, to elevate a 1-star zombie virus serum to 3 stars. Then take a drop of Zhu Jingxiang's blood and employ perfect fusion to merge the two, ultimately creating a serum specifically designed to cure her. It proved that Zhou Xiaoning's method was indeed viable. He successfully eradicated the virus within Zhu Jingxiang while preserving her healing abilities. Coupled with her existing medical knowledge, she was well suited to serve as a doctor in the village, significantly enhancing its chances of survival. However, this endeavor also cost Zhou Xiaoning 2,000 points of source power. Previously, he had amassed over 30,000 points from slaying zombies, which had seemed ample, but now he was left with just over 15,000. Having spent nearly half of his resources, source points, much like currency, proved to be all too easily squandered. Nevertheless, the expenditure was worthwhile. Zhou Xiaoning's strength and foundation had multiplied by more than 5 times compared to before. Should another opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to exhaust all his resources without a moment's pause. Zhou Xiaoning and Zhu Jingxiang flew through the air, swiftly reaching the rear mountain of the military family village without encountering any zombies. However, they would have to descend on foot. Entering directly could incite panic among the villagers who were unaware of Zhou Xiaoning's ability to fly, leading to unnecessary misunderstandings. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoning found it increasingly difficult to maintain his balance on the narrow board. While it was manageable for one person, two made it quite cramped, inevitably leading to some physical contact. Zhu Jingxiang, being naturally oblivious, was entirely unaware of the advantage she unwittingly provided, but Zhou Xiaoning, being a normal man, felt a primal urge burgeoning within him, fearing he might transform into a wolf and devour the defenseless lamb that was Zhu Jingxiang. You child, how could you leave without informing your family? Do you know how worried your grandmother has been during your absence? Zhou Xiaoning resolved to conceal the incident involving Siko Busujima. Should the villagers learn of it, they might harbor unspoken resentment. Viewing her as a monster, which was not Zhou Xiaoning's intention. How absurd! Such a significant matter, and you didn't consult us. What would you have me tell your parents in HZ City if something were to happen to you? The elder Zhou interjected, raising his hand as if to strike this disobedient grandson, but was instantly subdued by Lin Ping's glare, transforming him into a compliant child, unable to bring his hand down. Zhou Xiaoning had long grown accustomed to this. Whenever he had angered his grandfather, he would seek refuge with his grandmother. Being the only child of only children, he was cherished immensely by her. And as long as his transgressions were not too severe, she would always intervene on his behalf. Lin Ping scrutinized Zhu Jingxiang with a discerning gaze, noting her physique, which indeed suggested she was well suited for nurturing. Her name is Zhu Jingxiang, and she is a being from a fantasy world. I saved her from zombies that sought to devour her. Upon hearing this, both Elder Zhou and the previously silent Elder Lin furrowed their brows. Those who had lived through that era likely harbored little fondness for the Japanese, especially since Zhu Jingxiang was a creature from a fantasy realm that had manifested in reality. In a certain sense, she was an enemy, one that should be eliminated at first opportunity. Xiaoning, are you unable to take action? If so, allow me to handle it. Elder Lin's voice broke the tension, his intent to eliminate Zhu Jingxiang clear, as evidenced by the Hanyang pistol he brandished, indicating he was not jesting. Zhu Jingxiang, unable to comprehend Chinese, had not understood a word of their conversation and, feeling bored, began to explore the surroundings of the villa, comparing it to her friend Nan Lixiang's house. Nan Lixiang's abode was more minimalist and efficient, reflecting her personality, while this villa radiated a lively atmosphere suitable for daily life. Yet, in a direct comparison, she preferred Nan Lixiang's residence, given their close friendship. Just then, Zhu Jingxiang noticed the elder across from her pointing a gun in her direction. Though she was naturally oblivious, she was not so naive as to fail to recognize a firearm. Instinctively seeking protection, her gaze fell upon Zhou Xiaoning, the only familiar face in the vicinity. Climbing onto Zhou Xiaoning's back, she inadvertently stirred something within him. Wait, Grandpa, you cannot kill her. Zhou Xiaoning quickly waved his hands to stop Elder Lin, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhu Jingxiang, confident that Elder Lin would not harm her with him as a barrier. Jingxiang has never harmed anyone, and she is the school nurse with medical knowledge. Our village needs a doctor, and she would be perfect for the role. Moreover, her healing abilities could swiftly restore anyone's injuries. Killing her would be a grave mistake. Zhou Xiaoning enumerated Zhu Jingxiang's virtues, striving to dispel Elder Lin's murderous intent. Zhu Jingxiang's innocent and oblivious demeanor made it difficult to associate her with danger. After a period of hesitation, Elder Lin ultimately decided to spare her for the time being. All right, Xiaoning, I will let her go this time for your sake. But should she pose any threat to us, do not blame me for being ruthless. Elder Lin spoke begrudgingly, though he holstered his weapon, indicating he truly did not intend to kill Zhu Jingxiang. As long as Elder Lin did not impose upon her, Zhu Jingxiang was essentially safe. After all, aside from the chosen ones, the average person could not discern between fantasy beings and reality. Although Zhu Jingxiang's Japanese identity might subject her to some ostracism, once her abilities became known, she would likely integrate seamlessly into the community. Then I shall ensure Jingxiang is settled. I will take my leave now. Zhou Xiaoning guided Zhu Jingxiang out of the villa, heading straight for the village clinic. However, the previous doctor had been male. So many changes would be necessary for Zhu Jingxiang to reside there. This posed no challenge for Zhou Xiaoning, as his storage space was filled with assorted items. After a bit of selection, he managed to gather the essentials for Zhu Jingxiang. After over 40 minutes, he finally settled her in. Chapter 22. Arrangements. The news of a beautiful doctor arriving in the village spread rapidly, reaching every corner within 2 days, with over 2,000 villagers being informed. Consequently, the village's single young men began to pass by the clinic, albeit rationally, avoiding any outrageous behavior. Particularly upon learning that Zhu Jingxiang was Japanese, interest waned significantly, as nearly every household in the village had a military connection and retained a strong aversion to the Japanese, who had once invaded China and harbored lingering ambitions. Only one individual, unwavering in his pursuit, consistently sought excuses to linger around the clinic and engage Zhu Jingxiang in conversation. This was Luo Fei, also known as Fatty Luo. Though Luo Fei was not a chosen one, he was a seasoned otaku, having consumed countless anime. Zhu Jingxiang's striking features were unmistakable to him, even amidst the slight alterations from her transition from the two-dimensional realm to three-dimensional reality. Thus, Luo Fei embarked on a series of daydreams and even put them into action. Unfortunately, he lacked proficiency in Japanese, while Zhu Jingxiang was equally bereft of communication skills. Their attempts at interaction were akin to mismatched lips and horse mouths. Zhou Xiaoning once happened to overhear their conversation and nearly burst into laughter. Zhu Jingxiang had undergone a viral enhancement, which had also resulted in some cognitive development, significantly boosting her learning capabilities. Moreover, given that Japanese had originally evolved from Chinese, it was believed that she would soon acquire fluency in the language. However, prior to that, Luo Fei's attempts to flirt with Zhu Jingxiang were utterly futile. It was fortunate that the existence of Dazada Siko was not revealed. Otherwise, that insufferable fatso would have driven me to distraction. Zhou Xiaoning breathed a sigh of relief, knowing full well that Luo Fei possessed a life-sized body pillow of Dazada Siko on his bed. And in the dead of night, unbeknownst to anyone, he must have engaged in unspeakable acts. If Luo Fei were to discover that Dazada Siko had fallen into Zhou Xiaoning's hands, he would undoubtedly shamelessly approach him, if only to catch a glimpse of the real deal, even if he couldn't win her over. Xiaoning, everyone you asked me to gather is here. Shall we begin? A middle-aged man approached Zhou Xiaoning. Though he sported a scruffy beard and appeared to have neglected his hair for a month or two, he did not come across as disheveled. Rather, he exuded a sense of competence, despite suffering an injury during a later mission that forced him to retire. Everyone still held him in high regard. Zhou Xiaoning, during his training here as a child, had received guidance from Zhou Pingzhong on a couple of occasions, making them somewhat familiar, and Zhou Xiaoning typically referred to him as Uncle Zhong. Uncle Zhong, are you in good health? Absolutely. I feel better than I did during my time in the army, Zhou Pingzhong replied with evident excitement. He recalled the time Zhou Xiaoning had approached him with a vial of blue liquid, claiming it could restore his body completely. Initially skeptical, Zhou Pingzhong had been persuaded by Zhou Xiaoning's insistence to try it first. He felt nothing and thought Zhou Xiaoning was merely joking, but upon awakening the next morning, he sensed a remarkable change. The chronic pain in his legs had vanished, and the muscles he had long neglected began to resurface. After a few more tests, he discovered that his strength, speed, and endurance surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Even if the version of himself who had served as a special forces soldier appeared before him, he would confidently assert that he could take on 10 of them. Reflecting on all these changes, Zhou Pingzhong attributed everything to the blue potion Zhou Xiaoning had given him, finally convinced that Zhou Xiaoning had not deceived him. Indeed, Zhou Xiaoning had not misled him. The potion he had administered was a primary enhancement serum, strengthened through energy infusion to elevate its star rating. Name: Primary Enhancement Serum Category: Item Star Rating. Original Description: Originally a 1-star primary enhancement serum, it had been enhanced to 3 stars, maximizing its efficacy. Function: Upon consumption, physical strength reaches a score of 10. With 2 enhancements, the first requiring 50 points of energy, and the second, 100 points, plus an additional 50 points consumed during manifestation, this 3-star primary enhancement serum was valued at 200 points of energy. Given Zhou Xiaoning's current energy reserves, mass production was clearly unfeasible. Hence, he had only manufactured 10 vials. Aside from one for Zhou Pingzhong, he allocated 1 each for his grandparents and for Luo Fei's family, with whom he had a close relationship. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, lacking energy, would also benefit from a vial, making efficient use of it. Consequently, 9 vials were utilized, leaving 1 as a reserve. However, surviving in this world, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario, required more than the strength of just these individuals. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoning turned his attention to the villagers who had previously served in the military. When Zhou Pingzhong came to express his gratitude, Zhou Xiaoning proposed to leverage Zhou Pingzhong's standing in the village to assemble a group to form a defensive force, promising them 2-star primary enhancement serums. While the efficacy of the 2-star serum was not as potent as the 3-star variant, it could still elevate physical strength to a level of 5, which already surpassed the standards of special forces, especially since they had undergone military training and could easily reacquire their skills. Forming a formidable force. The enhancement and manifestation of the 2-star primary enhancement serum required 60 points of energy. Zhou Xiaoning tentatively planned to gather 150 individuals, aiming to cultivate a fearless and capable group with 9,000 points of energy, which he deemed worthwhile. Although Zhou Pingzhong was a retired Special Forces soldier, he still retained his sharp instincts. He sensed Zhou Xiaoning's ambition and understood that Zhou Xiaoning was not one to settle for mediocrity or accept a subordinate role. Likewise, he was not one to remain complacent. The passion of his youth had not yet cooled. If Zhou Xiaoning wished to pursue this path, Zhou Pingzhong was willing to accompany him on this reckless venture. Eager to see how far Zhou Xiaoning could go. In the village cultural square, 150 individuals gathered, all volunteers, many of whom were Zhou Xiaoning's acquaintances or even elders. Yet, in this moment, they stood as his soldiers. Disaster has struck, and the military is overwhelmed. Outside, zombies roam, craving flesh. We must rely on ourselves for salvation. In this village reside our parents, wives, children, relatives, and friends. If one day the zombies invade our village, can we merely stand by and watch them get devoured? No, we cannot. The crowd shouted in unison, their voices filled with righteous indignation. Zhou Xiaoning, standing on the stage, felt a surge of satisfaction. It seemed that his subtle infusion of the incitement, skill from the energy disk had proven effective. Unfortunately, due to his insufficient energy reserves, he could only maintain the skill's effect for 10 minutes, necessitating swift action. Excellent, that aligns with my thoughts as well. Thus, I propose the formation of a self-rescue team. Everyone here has military experience. I trust your capabilities. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot provide firearms, nor do I possess many decent weapons. You will need to come prepared. I will allow anyone who feels afraid to withdraw now. Those who are afraid are not real men. Since we dare to come, we fear no danger. Xiaoning, I entrust my life to you. The crowd erupted in fervent agreement, with no one retreating, which pleased Zhou Xiaoning immensely. Very well, in that case, I will assign tasks. Zhou Xiaoning stepped forward, ready to announce matters previously discussed with Zhou Pingzhong, which had already been tacitly agreed upon. I will serve as the captain of the self-rescue team. With Uncle Zhong as the vice-captain, we will form small squads of 15 individuals, and each squad will elect its own leader. For today, you may disperse to handle your affairs. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, gather here. We will embark on a 10-day training regimen. I will provide food, water, and other logistical support, so there is no need for concern. Is that clear? Understood. Excellent. Meeting adjourned. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Xiaoning concluded the assembly, marking the birth of a formidable force at that very moment. Chapter 23. 10 days of training and unexpected developments. At 8 o'clock the next morning, all members of the self-rescue team congregated at the cultural square. They were all veterans, so they knew precisely what to bring, sparing Zhou Xiaoning a great deal of worry. However, he was taken aback to find that Luo Fei also wished to join, and his parents had consented. Initially, Luo Yu had intended to participate as well, but Luo Dafu and Wang Yin vehemently opposed it, confining him to the house, leading Luo Yu to sulk and remain indoors all day. The roadblocks on the bridge had been cleared early that morning, while the workers brought by Luo Dafu were diligently constructing a permanent defensive structure using the limited building materials from a couple of trucks. Once completed, the roadblocks would no longer be necessary, greatly facilitating entry into the village in the future. Nothing hones a soldier's skills better than real combat. Thus, Zhou Xiaoning devised training exercises for the self-rescue team that involved direct confrontations with zombies. The 150 individuals were divided into 10 small teams of 15, each led by their respective team leaders, engaging in zombie hunts as units. The locations for these encounters were carefully chosen in advance by Zhou Xiaoning, utilizing his ability to fly to identify the most suitable sites, gradually instilling courage in these individuals and familiarizing them with the realities of battle. As Zhou Xiaoning had previously stated, their situation was far from ideal. They lacked even decent weapons. However, necessity breeds ingenuity. Last night, Zhou Xiaoning spent hours combining collected wooden sticks and daggers, at the cost of further depleting his energy reserves, resulting in the creation of 200 makeshift weapons resembling spears, along with some machetes and military shovels, suitable for close combat. This was the current arsenal of the self-rescue team, and it was fortunate that many of the retired soldiers had a tendency to accumulate military gear. While firearms were unattainable, military knives and shovels were still within reach. Otherwise, Zhou Xiaoning might have had to lead a group of soldiers armed solely with kitchen knives into battle. At the outset, the training progressed smoothly. Zhou Xiaoning had only encountered small groups of zombies, numbering a mere 10 to 20. With over 150 individuals at their disposal, not only did they possess a significant numerical advantage, but their individual prowess far surpassed that of the ordinary undead. Consequently, the battles were swiftly concluded, with no casualties to report. It remains uncertain whether the source disk deemed these individuals as his subordinates. But after the rescue team's slaying of the fantasy zombies, he too garnered source power, although the source cards were absolutely unattainable unless Zhou Xiaoning or one of his summon creatures intervened. The initial 3 days were spent by the rescue team ambushing small clusters of zombies. As for logistical matters, Zhou Xiaoning had the simulated farm at his disposal, alleviating any concerns, especially while passing by the village primary school, where he had procured some self-service dining trays. Under the operation of the intermediate processing center, they nearly enjoyed hot meals at every sitting, with a delightful variety of dishes, prompting Luo Fei to jest that Zhou Xiaoning was on the verge of becoming a modern-day doryman, with an abundance of supplies in his storage space. For this, Zhou Xiaoning couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Having encountered the true doryman himself, it was indeed a stroke of fortune that they could feast on warm meals. Gradually, as the days of hunting zombies unfolded, the team's courage grew. Thus, Zhou Xiaoning began to seek larger zombie hordes as targets, 50, 100, 200, until they confronted a mass of over 400 zombies, which sadly resulted in casualties within the rescue team. Although they ultimately vanquished the undead, more than 10 members sustained bites, and if left untreated, they would inevitably succumb to the virus and transform into zombies. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoning possessed a serum for the zombie virus, and after reinforcing and merging the blood, the virus within those injured team members was eradicated, with their physical strength even enhanced by 1 to 2 points. With their worries alleviated, the rescue team unleashed astonishing combat prowess, and their recognition of Zhou Xiaoning's sword. By the 8th day, they were capable of facing off against thousands of zombies head-on, decimating them entirely. Of course, this figure pertained to encounters without injuries. If casualties were disregarded, the rescue team could feasibly eradicate tens of thousands of zombies. On the afternoon of the 9th day, during a lunch break, Zhou Pingjong suggested to Zhou Xiaoning that they had scoured the area for an entire morning without discovering any significant zombie hordes, aside from a few scattered ones. Uncle Zhong, do you not find this peculiar? Although our village may not be in a bustling area, gathering a population of 30 to 40,000 should not pose a challenge, especially with the influx of fantasy zombies. While we have managed to eliminate no more than 20,000 zombies, predominantly from the real world, the numbers clearly do not align. Zhou Xiaoning furrowed his brow, his outlook far less optimistic than Zhou Pingjong's. Over the past few days, Zhou Xiaoning had been depleting his resources, and now found himself on the brink of exhaustion, having nearly exhausted all remaining source power. What you say indeed raises concerns. What do you plan to do next? Zhou Pingyong, now alerted by Zhou Xiaoning's remarks, recognized the unease in the situation. Yet, if even the chosen one like Zhou Xiaoning was at a loss, what could he, an ordinary person, possibly know? I intend to head towards the urban area. Perhaps I may uncover some clues. The urban area? Xiaoning, you must think this through. The zombies there are not to be trifled with. The sheer numbers are frightening, and describing it as a sea of corpses would not be an exaggeration. With just our group, we would likely not even create a ripple and would be swiftly overwhelmed. Luo Fei, who had accompanied Zhou Xiaoning from the city, had substantial credibility, second only to Zhou Xiaoning himself. Indeed, while their rescue team was formidable, their limited numbers were a glaring weakness. Even the strongest fists cannot match the might of many hands. Should they insist on entering, it would be akin to courting death. Of course, should the rescue team numbers exceed 1,000, venturing into the city might hold some promise, yet as things stood, such an endeavor was ill-advised. But there are no buts. I am the captain of the rescue team, and you must obey orders. Zhou Xiaoning asserted his authority, swiftly silencing Zhou Pingyong. All right, I concede. However, you must guarantee a prompt retreat should the situation turn dire. I will remain here to support you and these brothers. Zhou Pingyong ultimately acquiesced, though even if he had not, he would have been powerless to stop Zhou Xiaoning and no problem. Also, take these provisions and distribute them to the others. Consider it their dinner. Zhou Xiaoning handed over cans, biscuits, and bread. Though they paled in comparison to the warm dishes from the intermediate processing center, they were sufficient to satiate hunger. With arrangements in place, Zhou Xiaoning once again mounted his long-cherished iron board. Soaring towards the city. The journey was relatively calm, encountering some zombies along the way. However, as before, the majority were real-world zombies, with fantasy zombies being exceedingly rare. The unsettling feeling within Zhou Xiaoning intensified, prompting him to accelerate towards the city center. As he had an unsettling premonition that the source of his anxiety lay there, before long, he approached the vicinity of the city center, and the closer he drew, the greater the concentration of fantasy zombies. As if the entirety of the city's fantasy undead had congregated in that region. After circumventing a large building, Zhou Xiaoning finally laid eyes upon the source of his unease, a heart. A 5-meter-tall heart, wedged between two buildings. The heart hovered approximately 4 to 5 meters above the ground, surrounded by numerous fantasy zombies. Among them were not only the most basic ordinary zombies, but also higher-tier creatures such as lickers and tyrants. All gazing at the heart with a palpable longing, yearning to devour it. However, this heart was no passive entity. It extended blood-red tendrils to ensnare some of the zombies, absorbing them as sustenance. This heart was evidently a terrifying entity that must not be allowed to emerge into the world. Resolutely overcoming his trepidation, Zhou Xiaoning maneuvered the iron board towards the heart, simultaneously retrieving the remaining 40-plus self-made spears, ready to unleash an assault as soon as he closed within 20 meters. However, he was detected in advance, and a dozen tendrils lunged towards him. Chapter 24. Must accelerate strength. Not good. Retreat quickly. Zhou Xiaoning's heart raced as he hastily pulled back on the iron board, launching the spears to intercept the encroaching tendrils. These tendrils were surprisingly weak, easily severed by the spears, yet their regenerative speed was astonishing. Just a moment after being cut, they would immediately regrow. The severed tendrils plummeted to the ground, inciting a frantic scramble among the nearby zombies. As if they were precious treasures, caught in this bizarre scenario, Zhou Xiaoning had no time to ponder. He was utterly unprepared for the length of the heart's tendrils, which relentlessly pursued him even as he retreated over 100 meters. Oh, come on, is this really necessary? I intended to kill you, yet it's not like I've even laid a finger on you. Why the stubbornness? Having deftly avoided 6 tendril strikes, Zhou Xiaoning had never felt so helpless before. All he could do was defend and evade, unable to mount a counterattack. At this juncture, he had but one spear remaining. The others either struck away by the tendrils or rendered unusable, and this last one had survived solely because it had been in his grip since the outset. Oh, you're coming again? If you persist, I won't hold back. The tendrils, however, were indifferent to Zhou Xiaoning's threats. Regardless of his warnings, they continued their relentless assault, seemingly bent on eliminating him. Now, Zhou Xiaoning had no choice but to abandon his reluctance. If he did not act, he would truly perish here. He had a trump card. Molotov cocktails. Those glass bottles filled halfway with flammable liquid and sealed with a single ignitable wick. When ignited and thrown, the glass would shatter, allowing the ignited liquid to spill and incinerate a wide area. Such a straightforward area of effect weapon was among his preparations, albeit limited in quantity. He possessed only 27 bottles, and now he was compelled to use them all. Thanks to his telekinetic abilities, Zhou Xiaoning was untroubled by concerns of accuracy. Each of the 27 Molotov cocktails struck true against a tendril. This revelation also unveiled the tendril's vulnerability. They were highly flammable. Composed of some unknown material, they ignited swiftly. A mere spark would cause the flames to spread rapidly. Had the heart not discarded the ignited tendrils, they would have likely set the main body ablaze. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Xiaoning finally evaded the tendrils. With full speed, he swiftly exited the city, reuniting with Zhou Pingzhong, Luo Fei, and the others who stood guard outside. Forget about it for now. We must return to the village immediately and mobilize everyone to evacuate before that entity emerges. It is not something we can contend with. Zhou Xiaoning gritted his teeth, resolutely making the decision. Though reluctant, it was a course of action he deemed necessary, lest he wished to doom the entire village alongside himself. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient strength. Had I been a tad stronger, I would not have needed to flee. I could have vanquished it just now. Zhou Xiaoning harbored a deep-seated resentment, previously believing his prowess to be quite commendable. Basking in his own self-satisfaction, little did he expect that reality would swiftly deliver a resounding slap, reminding him that there are always greater heights beyond his own, that invincibility is but a relative concept. When the mightiest transcend their original realms, do they retain their supremacy? In contemplating the path to strength, Zhou Xiaoning suddenly recalled a treasure in his possession that he had yet to utilize. Should he employ it, his power would surely witness a significant enhancement. Zhou Xiaoning felt a flicker of relief. This was perhaps the only source of joy left for him at this moment. By the way, Zhou Xiaoning had indeed underestimated the burning capability of those tentacles. Even now, the flames had not extinguished, and the zombies lured by the tentacles continued to charge forward, only to meet their fiery demise. The deaths of these zombies were attributed to Zhou Xiaoning, and thus, the source energy rightfully belonged to him. Consequently, within the gaze of the Chosen Ones, a slender beam of light, composed of gathered source energy, was observable. Extending from the city center directly to Zhou Xiaoning, a truly peculiar sight. Compared to their departure, the return journey was undoubtedly swifter. After all, the surrounding zombies had been largely eradicated by the rescue team. Without detours and propelled by urgency, the shadow of the military village became faintly visible after just over an hour. Cheers spread like wildfire, quickly resonating throughout the village. Regardless of the tasks at hand, everyone momentarily set them aside, gathering at the village entrance to welcome their heroes. Indeed, in the hearts of the villagers, the members of the rescue team were heroes, daring to venture forth to eliminate zombies and safeguard the village's safety. If that did not qualify as heroism, then who would be worthy of the title? However, as the rescue team entered the village, no glimmer of triumphant joy was discernible on the faces of these heroes. Rather, a palpable sorrow loomed. Could there have been significant casualties? Many pondered this, especially those with family and friends in the rescue team, who immediately began scanning the crowd for familiar faces. Xiaoning, did you encounter some unforeseen mishap? Why does everyone seem so listless? Elder Lin grasped Zhou Xiaoning's hand, sensing a shared unease that, while slightly less intense than Zhou Xiaoning's, was nonetheless significant. Initially, he thought it was merely an illusion, but observing the current demeanor of Zhou Xiaoning and the others, it appeared that something indeed had gone awry. Grandfather, esteemed villagers, we can no longer defend this village. We must leave at once, the sooner, the better. This declaration instigated an uproar, as villagers struggled to comprehend what could prompt Zhou Xiaoning, leader of such a formidable rescue team, to make such a decision. Particularly the elders, who had lived in this village for decades, found it difficult to accept the abrupt abandonment of their long-cherished home. I lack the time to provide lengthy explanations. We must depart swiftly. I refuse to witness anyone perish. Zhou Xiaoning's face was etched with urgency. The heart was truly terrifying. Even though he had recovered from the debilitating aftermath of blood loss, confronting that heart left him with no option but to flee. Presently, that heart was gestating something ominous. It would not strike imminently, but it would not be long before whatever resided within it emerged, and when that time came, the military village, being closest to it, would undoubtedly face catastrophic peril. Perhaps Zhou Xiaoning could escape alone, but his grandfather, grandmother, elder, Luo Fei and his family, and the familiar faces in the village would all meet their end here, an outcome he could not bear to witness. Very well, since Xiaoning has spoken, there must be sound reasoning behind it. Let us all act swiftly, gather essential items, and we shall depart at dawn. Elder Lin, a figure of authority in the village, had led the people in defending their home during the calamity, which had further elevated his standing. Although murmurs of dissent lingered, the villagers began to mobilize, and it seemed feasible to depart by morning. Yet, would matters truly unfold so smoothly? Bang, bang, bang. The horde of zombies is upon us. Many zombies, everyone. Prepare to defend. Those stationed at the village entrance sounded the alarm. From his tone, laden with panic, it was clear that the scale of this zombie incursion was indeed monumental. They retaliate sooner than expected. Zhou Xiaoning grimaced. If this massive assault of zombies was unrelated to that heart, he would find it utterly unbelievable. Grandfather, everyone, please hasten your preparations. We aim to regroup at the cultural square in 10 minutes. Luo Fei, take 3 squads to assist everyone and eliminate the zombies that have infiltrated the village. The rest of you, follow me to the village entrance. We will intercept the advancing horde. Yes, 152 voices resounded in unison, their faces devoid of fear. After all, the very purpose of the rescue team was to confront such dire circumstances. Zhou Xiaoning and over 100 members of the rescue team arrived at the village entrance, where they finally witnessed what could only be described as a sea of corpses. A glance revealed an ocean of zombies, stretching beyond sight. Surely, there were at least tens of thousands of them. That peculiar heart was indeed generous, dispatching 1/5 of its sustenance to annihilate Zhou Xiaoning. Listen up. Facing this multitude of zombies, we cannot afford to falter. However, retreat is not an option. Our loved ones stand behind us. If we withdraw, they will be left vulnerable to the zombies' grasp. I do not demand that you fight to the last breath. Merely hold your ground for half an hour. That time shall suffice for our people to escape the threat of the undead. I ask you, can you do it? Yes, good. Prepare for battle. Zhou Xiaoning surged ahead, charging onto the bridge, the sole passage for zombies entering the village. As long as they held this position, the zombies would not set foot within the village. Chapter 25. You go ahead. I will hold the rear. In no wonder they felt the presence of zombies closely behind. It turned out they had leveled up. Zhou Xiaoning inwardly gasped. In merely a fortnight, the agility of ordinary zombies had reached human levels. He believed that even higher-tier zombies, such as the lickers and tyrants, had undergone corresponding enhancements. The plight of humanity was increasingly precarious. Everyone, be aware. The zombies are nearing the bridge. Prepare for combat. Zhou Xiaoning issued the command, and all tightened their grips around their weapons, readying themselves for a fierce struggle. Initially, Zhou Xiaoning had planned to venture out, clear the surrounding zombies, and gather materials to reinforce the wall. However, it was now evident that time was of the essence. Thus, Zhou Xiaoning and the rescue team had to position themselves outside the wall for defense. Fortunately, the previous barricades had not been entirely removed. A narrow path remained for a vehicle to pass, meaning their defensive area was not extensive. Zhou Xiaoning divided the remaining 7 rescue teams into 3 groups, 2 defense teams, each consisting of 3 squads led by Zhou Xiaoning and Zhou Pingzhong, while the 2 defense teams would alternate in shifts to conserve energy. As this was a prolonged battle, they could not retreat until the villagers were safely evacuated. The remaining group functioned as a mobile unit, comprised of the most capable team members from recent days, effectively the elite of the rescue team. Their task was to provide timely support when the defense teams faltered and eliminate any zombies breaching their defenses. They were, in essence, the last line of defense. However, as more and more zombies arrived, the barricades began to show signs of being pushed aside. It seemed they would not hold out much longer. Yet the influx of zombies was relentless. For every one that fell, another took its place, leading to inevitable oversights. At this moment, the rescue team had their hands full, systematically eliminating any zombies that breached Zhou Xiaoning's defenses. More than 10 minutes passed. Zhou Xiaoning's control over his telekinesis improved, allowing him to manipulate over 40 iron nails. Yet, he felt no joy. Fatigue was beginning to creep into his mind, while the members of the three squads began to show signs of exhaustion as well. "Zhongshu, time for a shift," Zhou Xiaoning shouted, unaware of how long this defensive battle would last. They would need to break through eventually, so conserving energy was crucial. Meanwhile, Zhou Pingzhong and the other defense team members had long been prepared. Upon Zhou Xiaoning's command, they immediately took over the defense duties, while Zhou Xiaoning and his group retreated to catch their breath. Compared to Zhou Xiaoning's defense team, Zhou Pingzhong's group clearly faced a far tougher challenge, as they lacked Zhou Xiaoning's overwhelming ability to clear zombies, forcing them to engage in close-quarters combat, eliminating the undead one by one, resulting in lower efficiency. However, it was precisely this experience that deepened Zhou Pingzhong and the others' admiration for Zhou Xiaoning. Only those who had endured such pressure firsthand could truly grasp the magnitude of the burden he had borne alone. 5 minutes later, signs of retreat began to manifest among Zhou Pingzhong's group. And it was evident that it would not be long before they succumbed to the onslaught of the zombies. In light of this, Zhou Xiaoning had no choice but to readjust his strategy, transferring 2 of his subordinate squads to Zhou Pingzhong, while he himself would lead 1 squad to withstand the zombie assault. This decision meant that Zhou Xiaoning would have to bear an additional burden of pressure. Initially, Zhou Pingzhong was reluctant, but he could not withstand Zhou Xiaoning's insistence as captain, ultimately conceding to the arrangement as a result. Zhou Pingzhong's group significantly strengthened, and their defensive line became much more secure. However, this came at the cost of Zhou Xiaoning's mental fatigue. The brief moments of respite he had were insufficient for complete recovery. After more than 40 minutes of relentless combat, both Zhou Xiaoning and the members of the rescue team began to falter. Even the mobile unit had to step in, yet news of the safe evacuation of those in the rear had yet to reach them. Zhou Xiaoning issued commands, a decision born of necessity. While Zhou Pingzhong and his small team were indeed invaluable assets, they could not retreat until the civilians in the back were evacuated. In such dire circumstances, the ability to make sacrifices was of paramount importance. Zhou Pingzhong and his small team swiftly traversed the village, which had become largely deserted, and proceeded toward the rear mountain. If there was any possible escape route, it would be that way. Upon reaching the rear mountain, Zhou Pingzhong's heart sank. The slope facing the village was gentle and easily climbable, yet the opposite side was steep and treacherous. Even the strongest of youths would struggle to descend, let alone the elderly, women, and children in their ranks. Looking at the more than 2,000 souls still stranded on the mountain, Zhou Pingzhong was filled with urgency, aware that the front line could not hold out for much longer. Everyone rushed to assist, striving to evacuate the trapped individuals as swiftly as possible. Zhou Pingzhong's small team began to move. Although their speed increased somewhat, it remained limited. Meanwhile, the zombies had already ravaged half the route, and an ever-growing tide of the undead surged forth. Zhou Xiaoning and his team could no longer afford to rotate defenses. All members braced themselves, exerting every ounce of strength to impede the zombies. Before long, the first casualty appeared. A middle-aged man in his 30s, bitten on the calf by a crawling zombie. The excruciating pain caused him to falter, and he was quickly overwhelmed by subsequent zombies, who sank their teeth into his throat. Realizing that his fate was sealed, and that he would soon become one of them, he refused to accept such a fate. After dispatching the zombie that pinned him down with a final stab, he used his last ounce of strength to charge into the horde, dragging 3 or 4 zombies into the river with him. Damn it, die! Zhou Xiaoning was consumed by a bloodlust. He had seen the man in danger earlier, yet could not intervene, for doing so would only invite more zombies and lead to greater casualties, a price he could not afford to pay. The 2 individuals accompanying him understood Zhou Xiaoning's predicament. Like the previous man, they rushed into the throng of zombies, taking several with them into the river. As the sun began to set, they were left with barely 30 survivors, having sacrificed more than half their number to secure over 4 hours for the evacuation of the villagers. Xiaoning, everyone has retreated to a safe location. You can withdraw now. Zhou Pingzhong approached, gasping for breath as he delivered the news. Upon seeing the surviving members of the rescue team, his heart ached. They had all been neighbors and kin. Sharing the same village and witnessing so many lost was a heavy burden on his soul. Very well, Uncle Zhong, you take them and leave first. I will cover the rear and away. Zhou Pingzhong firmly rejected Zhou Xiaoning without a second thought. His instructor had taught him that abandoning one's comrades was unacceptable, especially when it came to Zhou Xiaoning, his junior. He could not bear to leave him behind. If anyone is to cover the rear, It shall be me that I've lived long enough and am a solitary soul. You, however, have your grandfather waiting for you, and the rescue team still needs your leadership. You must go. Uncle Zhong, have you forgotten that I can fly? If I wish to leave, those zombies cannot hold me back. Zhou Xiaoning's retort silenced Zhou Pingzhong. Indeed, had it not been for the others, Zhou Xiaoning could have already fled. Well, fine, but you must promise me that if things turn dire, you will retreat immediately. Agreed. Zhou Xiaoning readily acquiesced, for he had no intention of staying to engage in a futile fight. Given his current mental state, a simple withdrawal would be more than sufficient. Watching Zhou Pingzhong and the others depart, Zhou Xiaoning turned back to face the precarious wall. All right, let me unleash some chaos. Chapter 26. Where is this? Boom. The surrounding walls crumbled, sending clouds of dust billowing as the zombies surged into the military family village. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoning stood atop his grandfather's villa, the highest point in the village. Even if the zombies wished to attack him, they would first have to leap considerable heights, as the sole remaining source of human vitality. Zhou Xiaoning was undoubtedly encircled by zombies. Among the throng of ordinary zombies, there were also lickers, tyrants, and various mutated zombies. Anyone witnessing this scene would likely conclude that Zhou Xiaoning was doomed. What a grand spectacle! He mused, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. So what if there are so many zombies? They cannot touch me. With no lingering concerns, the iron plate that facilitated his flight lay firmly beneath his feet. He could leave at any moment, yet before doing so, he aimed to profit handsomely. Such a congregation of fantasy zombies was a rare sight indeed. Having engaged in previous battles, Zhou Xiaoning's telekinetic power had ascended to a new level, reaching a maximum capacity of 3 tons and extending his range to 30 meters. Yet, this was not his limit. He sensed that his telekinetic ability teetered between levels 3 and 4, on the cusp of a breakthrough with just a little more stimulation. This was only natural. When he initially awakened the Li Guang virus lineage, he had unleashed a formidable surge of telekinetic energy. However, his body and spirit could not sustain such power, leading to its self-imposed ceiling. Now, he was merely unbinding that seal. With a telekinetic capacity of 3 tons, he could easily manipulate 3 half-body-sized decorative stones from the villa, using their weight combined with his telekinetic force to wreak havoc among the zombie horde. The impact of the stones was unstoppable, leaving devastation in their wake. Even the towering tyrants could not withstand 3 collisions from the boulders. The only zombies posing a threat were the agile lickers and their ilk. But once Zhou Xiaoning took to the air on his iron plate, they were rendered powerless against him. As he prepared to press the advantage and continue siphoning source energy points, the movements of the zombies below suddenly halted, scattering in terror. Indeed, Zhou Xiaoning witnessed fear etched upon the faces of the undead. What kind of entity could instill such fear in zombies? Why has it suddenly grown dark? Zhou Xiaoning observed that the surroundings had dimmed unexpectedly. While the sun had set, it shouldn't have plunged into darkness so abruptly. Moments ago, there was still some light. What could have obscured it? Realizing something was amiss, Zhou Xiaoning quickly commanded the iron plate to fly toward the areas still illuminated. Upon reaching a safe spot, he turned only to be met with a sight that sent chills down his spine at a creature, towering over 10 meters and resembling a dark red slime, was crashing down. Had he hesitated for even a moment, he would have been crushed beneath it or swallowed whole. What manner of beast is this? Zhou Xiaoning swallowed hard. Such a colossal entity was beyond his capabilities to confront. Wasn't this the moment when a 3-minute time-limited light giant should emerge, saving the world after a brief period of suffering? It turned out that this creature was called a devourer beast. Name: devourer beast. Type: chaotic creature. Star level. Notes: it is currently estimated that the strength of this devourer beast is comparable to that of a newly ascended Tier 4 chosen one. It is advised that the host make a hasty escape. Chaotic creatures are distinct from fantasy beings, existing between reality and illusion. Their emergence spells disaster for both realms. Zhou Xiaoning's expression reflected his dismay. How could he find a solution when facing a late-game boss before even leaving the novice village? His face contorted in despair. It seemed his plans to farm source energy points were dashed. Survival now took precedence. Based on earlier encounters, the beast's speed should be sluggish, Zhou Xiaoning thought to himself. But he was soon proven wrong. While the devourer beast itself was not fast, its attack speed was anything but slow, as the devouring beast's body suddenly sprouted hundreds of tentacles, most of which coiled towards the fleeing zombies. A dozen of the longest ones targeted Zhou Xiaoning, and my goodness, could the entity within that massive heart be it? Although the truth was now unveiled, it mattered little. Zhou Xiaoning was left with no choice but to flee. Alas, it seemed escape was no longer an option. The tentacles surged forth at a speed far surpassing Zhou Xiaoning's, intertwining to form a vast net that ensnared him. Seriously, was it necessary to hold such a grudge over a few damaged tentacles? The bitterness etched on Zhou Xiaoning's face deepened as he lamented the fact that he had never even had a proper girlfriend. Was he truly destined to perish here today? Just then, he nearly forgot about that item. Zhou Xiaoning's eyes sparkled as he retrieved the long-forgotten shuttling gem. With a surge of 10,000 points of source energy, the gem activated, merging with Zhou Xiaoning's body and occupying a slot in his source disk. Ding! The high-level fantasy world has been locked in, with a transmission countdown of 60 seconds, 59 seconds, 58 seconds. Good grief, there was even a minute of countdown. What an insufferable predicament. At this rate, forget a minute. Zhou Xiaoning would likely be swallowed by the devouring beast in mere seconds. Damn it, I'm going all out. With all his mental strength, he resisted the tentacles, determined to hold on for a minute. Yet, this effort could not alter the grim reality of being gradually pulled towards the devouring beast's core. The speed merely slowed a fraction. 20 seconds, 19 seconds, 18 seconds. Just a little longer to endure. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoning's consciousness began to waver, and he was now less than 10 meters from the beast's core. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, 0 seconds, transmission commencing. Just as Zhou Xiaoning was about to be devoured, the countdown reached 0, and a mysterious force radiated from the shuttling gem, enveloping his body in an instant. With a flash of light, Zhou Xiaoning departed from this reality. The delectable morsel he had nearly consumed vanished, inciting the devouring beast's fury. Consequently, everything in its vicinity fell victim. Zombies, plants, and even buildings were not spared. It rampaged indiscriminately, devouring whatever its tentacles could grasp, utterly deranged. Meanwhile, the unconscious Zhou Xiaoning was shielded by that enigmatic energy as he traversed a pitch-black passage. It was unclear how long he had been traveling through this dark corridor. But at last, a glimmer of light emerged ahead. Splash! The exit of the passage was over the sea, and Zhou Xiaoning unfortunately fell into the water. Though he could swim, this required him to be conscious. And as he sank deeper into the ocean, the protagonist, who had just crossed over, was on the verge of meeting his end. Vice Admiral Carp, it seems a child has fallen into the water. What? Hurry, steer the ship over there. No, I'll go save him first. Splash, I'm unconscious. Marcy, is that child still unconscious? Yes, he has been out for a day and a night. Is he really all right? He can't be in a perpetual slumber. Can he? He'll be fine. The village doctor has checked him out. There's nothing serious. He should awaken shortly. Zhou Xiaoning's ears caught the conversation between two individuals. One sounded like an elderly man, while the other possessed a melodious voice. However, Zhou Xiaoning found it peculiar. Who were they referring to as the child? Surely they couldn't mean him, as he was already 18. Where am I? Zhou Xiaoning weakly inquired, only to be taken aback. First, his voice was remarkably youthful, akin to that of a 10-year-old. Second, the language he spoke was neither Chinese nor Japanese, but rather an unfamiliar tongue that he somehow comprehended, as if he understood the dialogue of the two individuals. Moreover, he felt confident that he could read or write it without issue. Could this be a hidden benefit of traversing worlds? No wonder those who had crossed over never worried about communication barriers. You reawake? How wonderful! The owner of the earlier voice approached Zhou Xiaoning's bedside, her eyes brimming with concern. However, her stature seemed rather imposing. Oh, wait, perhaps it was he who had diminished in size. So that was it. How could this be? I never heard that crossing over would also reverse aging. Shuttling Jim, explain yourself. If you don't clarify this, I swear I'll dismantle you. Zhou Xiaoning seethed internally. Although being smaller had its advantages, such as appearing youthful and avoiding accusations of impropriety when interacting with the ladies, being a child again was hardly conducive to living life to the fullest. He had already waited 18 years. Did he now have to endure 8 more? Chapter 27. Navy or Pirate? A question worth contemplating since Zhou Xiaoning awoke. 2 days had elapsed. Through amiable exchanges with the kind older sister, he gleaned the general situation of this world. Firstly, upon his arrival in this realm, he had fallen into the sea, only to be rescued by a vice-admiral named Carp. At the time, Carp was on his way to Windmill Village to visit his grandson and took Zhou Xiaoning along, entrusting him to the care of that older sister, Marcy. Marcy ran a tavern in Windmill Village, frequented by both pirates and bandits, yet fortunately, no major incidents had ever occurred. Unlike other tavern owners, Marcy was gentle and kind, which was evident from her attentive care for Zhou Xiaoning. With her striking green hair and appealing figure, though she could not compare to Juchuan Shizuka, she certainly rivaled Poison Island Siko in beauty, perfectly aligning with Zhou Xiaoning's aesthetic preferences. Had he still possessed his 18-year-old body, he would undoubtedly pursue her. Regrettably, he was now in a position where his maturity would only lead Marcy to perceive him as a responsible child. Piecing together the clues, Zhou Xiaoning deduced the world he had entered, especially when Marcy mentioned Carp's grandson was named Monkey D. Luffy, and his godson was Portgast C. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoning confirmed he had indeed landed in the world of One Piece. As a long-running anime cherished by many, One Piece was a significant part of a generation's memory. As a self-proclaimed otaku, Zhou Xiaoning had certainly watched it and was quite knowledgeable about it. Thus, a group of desperate individuals in pursuit of wealth set sail, some perhaps drawn by the allure of the title of Pirate King. Regardless, the age of exploration had begun. The power hierarchy in the world of One Piece was extraordinarily high. The top-tier individuals could annihilate an entire island in moments. If one were to categorize the Navy's strength, Zhou Xiaoning would barely rank as a lieutenant, even taking into account his unrefined mental powers. However, numerous paths to strength existed in the world of One Piece. The first was through personal effort and training. The environment here differed drastically from the real world, to speak in a fantastical manner. The spiritual energy in this realm was far denser. Given Zhou Xiaoning's conditions, a few years of diligent training in this world could yield significant improvements in his abilities. The second method involved the devil fruits, the unique specialty of the One Piece world, granting extraordinary powers to those who consumed them. Devil fruits were divided into three categories: Paramecia, which bestowed superhuman abilities; Zoan, which allowed transformation into animals; and Logia, the most exceptional, enabling control over elements and even transformation into them, rendering one immune to conventional physical attacks. Regardless of the type, if Zhou Xiaoning could consume a devil fruit, his strength would undoubtedly surge. A saying in the One Piece world goes, there are no useless devil fruits, only useless users. Even the most seemingly inferior devil fruit could become formidable in the right hands. The third method involved mastering Haki. Haki, a unique energy manipulation in the One Piece world, was immensely powerful and divided into three types. Conqueror's Haki, which depended on innate talent and was rare, appearing only once in a million. Observation Haki, which allowed one to sense the presence and intentions of others, and Armament Haki, which enhanced physical attacks. Zhou Xiaoning's aspirations were commendable, yet the path to achieving them was fraught with difficulty. Personal training was time-consuming, and without a well-structured plan, he would merely be a half-baked novice, capable of handling minions but utterly inadequate against true masters. Obtaining a devil fruit was even less reliable, as they were exceedingly rare. Even if they occasionally appeared at auctions on Sabaody Archipelago, the starting price was often around 100 million berries, an amount that Zhou Xiaoning could never hope to gather. As for learning Haki, that was somewhat feasible, provided he could find a teacher proficient in Haki willing to teach him. Currently, those who mastered Haki were either Navy or pirates, regardless of the party involved. None are easy to engage with. What authority do they possess to instruct Zhou Xiaoning? Ultimately, does that not equate to sheer ineptitude? Zhou Xiaoning, akin to a defeated rooster, sat atop an empty wine barrel, his head drooping, exuding an aura of lethargy. This prompted Marquino, who was nearby, to shake his head in exasperation. The child was commendable in every regard, yet he had a penchant for sighing from time to time. One could hardly fathom what burdens weighed upon his youthful shoulders. "Ah, little rascal, you are awake." A rough hand descended accompanied by a gruff voice, causing Zhou Xiaoning to furrow his brow instinctively to go away. "I'm rather vexed right now. Do not disturb me. I am in a moment of irritation." Zhou Xiaoning waved his hand dismissively, inadvertently exerting a measure of strength amid his distraction. The moment he did so, regret washed over him. Despite his diminished stature, his physical prowess remained unchanged, A blow of that magnitude struck against an ordinary person would surely result in grievous injury. Zhou Xiaoning's small hand met that large hand, yet the anticipated cry of pain did not manifest. Instead, he felt as though his strike had collided with a solid iron plate. Remarkably unyielding, I never would have guessed. You little imp possess such strength. A powerhouse. As Zhou Xiaoning emerged from his momentary astonishment, he promptly leaped down from the barrel, adopting a defensive stance. It had been previously mentioned that Zhou Xiaoning's martial arts training stemmed from military combat techniques, each maneuver meticulously refined to ensure the swift incapacitation or elimination of an adversary. Though his military style was not derived from the world of One Piece, the principle of arriving at similar conclusions via different paths remained true. It was evident to any discerning observer that traces of military influence permeated Zhou Xiaoning's movements. Ha ha ha, how intriguing! It has been ages since anyone dared to approach me in such a manner. Very well, let me observe your limits. A glint of appreciation flickered in Carp's eyes. He had not anticipated that the child he had casually encountered would possess such a solid foundation. With proper training, he could potentially reach the level of a rear admiral, if not a higher-ranked in the New World, where the 4 emperors reigned supreme. Each possessed strength only slightly inferior to that of the Navy. In one-on-one confrontations, the Navy might, at a great cost, manage to eliminate one of the 4 emperors, yet against 2, they would surely find themselves at a disadvantage. It was precisely for this reason that the Navy had been particularly vigilant in seeking out exceptional talent in recent years. To Carp, Zhou Xiaoning represented a rare gem, possessing the strength comparable to a lieutenant colonel at the tender age of 10. His potential far surpassed that of Carp's 2 unruly grandsons, making the ascension to the rank of Rear Admiral merely a matter of time. One must not underestimate the Rear Admiral rank. It is worth noting that the Navy officially recognizes only 3 admirals, and when one includes Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Carp, the total barely reaches 5. These combatants exist akin to nuclear weapons, deployed only in critical scenarios, rarely utilized otherwise. Thus, the strength of a Rear Admiral becomes a pivotal force, with currently only around 30 serving in that capacity. To be frank, that is hardly a substantial number. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoning's future achievements would likely see him rise to at least the rank of Rear Admiral. Should he acquire a suitable devil fruit and develop his abilities judiciously, attaining the level of Admiral would not be impossible. With this line of thought, Carp's regard for Zhou Xiaoning heightened. As for the child's origins, Carp paid them no mind. The Navy was even contemplating enlisting pirates to form the 7 warlords of the sea. So accepting a child of uncertain background into the Navy seemed hardly an insurmountable issue. It must be said that Zhou Xiaoning's appearance as a mere 10-year-old was truly deceptive. After all, how much malice could a child of such tender years harbor? Furthermore, there would be ample time for him to be molded into a competent Navy officer. The more Carp pondered, the brighter the glimmer in his eyes became. That expression sent an involuntary chill down Zhou Xiaoning's spine, leading him to conjecture uneasily that this peculiar old man might be of a dubious inclination. Chapter 28. Battle against Carp. Little rascal. Come outside with me, Carp stated with an air of finality, offering Zhou Xiaoning no opportunity for dissent as he strode out of the tavern. Cursed old man, Zhou Xiaoning seethed, gritting his teeth in frustration. Yet he had no choice but to comply with Carp's directive. The two positioned themselves in an open space outside the tavern, and in less than a minute, a crowd had gathered around them. Drawn by the spectacle, a testament to the universal penchant for intrigue. Listen, little rascal, I shall only use my left hand. If you can compel me to utilize my right, I shall concede defeat, and in return, I will present you with a surprise. Carp tucked his right hand behind his back, extending his left hand and beckoning Zhou Xiaoning to commence. Infuriated, Zhou Xiaoning's expression darkened. He had deduced Carp's identity. After all, having followed the series of One Piece for hundreds of episodes, Carp's distinctive visage was unmistakable. Although Carp's strength rivaled that of an admiral, even being the only one capable of pushing the Pirate King, Roger, to the brink on multiple occasions, that did not justify his underestimation of Zhou Xiaoning. You wretched old fool, you shall regret this. Prepare yourself. Ha ha ha, your spirit is commendable, but your techniques are far too transparent. Carp laughed heartily, effortlessly blocking Zhou Xiaoning's powerful kick, one capable of shattering a bowl. Zhou Xiaoning had anticipated this outcome. Indeed, it would have been more surprising had Carp failed to withstand the blow. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaoning seized Carp's left hand with both of his, using it as leverage to execute a mid-air somersault, his heel aimed sharply at Carp's head. The maneuver held promise, yet it remained insufficiently potent. A flicker of appreciation glimmered in Carp's eyes, but he showed no mercy. Just before Zhou Xiaoning could strike, Carp forcefully swung his left hand, sending Zhou Xiaoning flying through the air due to the tremendous inertia. He could not allow himself to land ungracefully, for that would surely render him incapable of continuing the fight. Zhou Xiaoning maintained his composure, rolling through the air to dissipate much of the momentum. Although he stumbled back several paces upon landing, he emerged unscathed. Truly formidable. Even Carp would likely not falter against the devourer beast. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Zhou Xiaoning's forehead. The exchanges had deepened his understanding of the vast chasm between their strengths. Had Carp harbored any intent to kill, Zhou Xiaoning would have been dispatched in an instant. "What's the matter? Is this all you can muster?" Carp taunted, further provoking Zhou Xiaoning. A true powerhouse does not shrink back in the face of minor setbacks. Should Zhou Xiaoning concede defeat now, although Carp would still recruit him into the Navy, he would never invest in his training. "Cursed old man, I will unleash my ultimate technique next. Do not perish on me." As the saying goes, one may lose the person but not the battle. Backing down in the heat of confrontation was not in Zhou Xiaoning's nature, especially for a man who could not admit defeat. It appeared he had no choice but to resort to that technique. Gritting his teeth, he considered that though the technique had not yet fully matured, it was still viable, albeit with severe side effects. Even with his remarkable recuperative abilities, he would require at least 3 days to recover fully. However, at this juncture, he had no alternative to do. "I am quite eager to see what you have in store," Carp remarked, nonchalantly standing his ground. Since the battle commenced, he had merely shifted his left hand, not even budging his feet, which was already demoralizing enough. Now, he was even using his left hand to pick his nose. How infuriatingly provocative. "Prepare to meet your end, full power unleashed? Hey, little rascal, are you abandoning your right hand?" Carp, who had been all smiles until now, finally adopted a serious demeanor. He sensed a formidable force gathering in Zhou Xiaoning's right fist, an energy he had never encountered before. One that would undoubtedly rival hockey. Should that punch connect, even he would sustain a minor injury. The notion of being wounded by a mere child of 10 seemed ludicrous, yet the reality stood before Carp. Zhou Xiaoning possessed the potential to inflict harm. Even if it were but a scratch. Carp summoned a significant portion of his strength, extending his left hand to block Zhou Xiaoning's full-force strike. However, the power behind Zhou Xiaoning's punch exceeded Carp's expectations. He found himself compelled to gradually amplify his own strength to withstand the force emanating from Zhou Xiaoning's fist. Naturally, this was also due to Carp's decision not to employ hockey. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly neutralized such a trivial force. Carp refraining from using hockey while engaging Zhou Xiaoning was already a blatant display of superiority. Should he resort to hockey, how could he maintain his dignity? As the saying goes, initial enthusiasm breeds momentum. But once spent, it wanes. Zhou Xiaoning's punch appeared fierce. However, following the initial surge, its strength would quickly diminish. At that point, his right hand would be rendered useless due to energy overload. Though his physique would allow for recovery, it would still require 2 to 3 days. Thus, the outcome rested in this moment. This punch could be said to exhaust all of Zhou Xiaoning's internal energy. To the average observer, it was inconceivable that Zhou Xiaoning could muster a second strike in such a short span. And Carp clearly shared that belief. However, is Zhou Xiaoning an ordinary person? With the source disk as his backup energy reservoir, as long as he can endure it and the energy reserves within the source disk are ample, he can demand as much energy as he desires. Just like now, Zhou Xiaoning channels one point of source power, concentrating it into his left fist, and with a swift motion, he strikes Cap's abdomen forcefully between his legs. At this moment, Cap can no longer remain composed. He never anticipated that Zhou Xiaoning would be so ruthless, so underhanded, as to threaten his masculine dignity. Without a moment to think, Cap instinctively extends his right hand to block Zhou Xiaoning's left punch. "Heh, old man, I've won." Zhou Xiaoning reveals a mocking smile, for as Cap previously stated, if he could force Cap to use his right hand, he would consider it a victory. Now, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Cap has no choice but to comply. However, the price Zhou Xiaoning pays is not small. Both of his hands endure the impact of the source power, rendering them temporarily incapacitated. His right hand will require at least 3 days to recover, while the left hand is in a slightly better condition, needing a day. You little brat. Cap stares blankly at Zhou Xiaoning, astonished. He never expected that beneath Zhou Xiaoning's impulsive and irritable exterior lay such a calculating heart. He truly misjudged him. Amazing, Ace. Did you see that? That person actually defeated Grandpa. TCH, just a cheap trick. If I were to fight him, I wouldn't lose. The three little brats hide amidst the crowd, witnessing the battle between Zhou Xiaoning and Cap. The two speaking are Luffy and Ace, while Sabo silently observes, feeling that he has learned something from Zhou Xiaoning's fight, yet struggles to articulate it. This marks the first meeting of the four. But at this moment, Zhou Xiaoning is too preoccupied with enduring the pain in his hands to pay attention to his surroundings, thus missing the chance to make the acquaintance of the three little ones. Die, old man, it's time for you to fulfill your bet. Zhou Xiaoning grins, his voice trembling slightly, indicating that his injuries are indeed severe. If you want a surprise, you should first find a way to heal your hands. Cap glares at Zhou Xiaoning, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. Such a promising talent shouldn't be ruined like this, or he would deeply regret it. Someone, take this brat onto the warship and let the ship's doctor treat him properly. Cap commands without room for dissent. Compared to Windmill Village, the naval ship's doctor is undoubtedly more skilled. Cap can only hope that Zhou Xiaoning's injuries are not too serious and that he won't suffer any lasting effects. Wait, old man, who says I want to get on your ship? Let me down quickly. Zhou Xiaoning protests as two naval soldiers escort him toward the warship anchored in the sea. Naturally, Zhou Xiaoning objects. He knows that boarding the warship equates to embarking on a path of no return, inevitably being drawn into the Navy's ranks. After all, he prefers to become a pirate. You brat, just be quiet since you're injured. Chapter 29, Days in the Navy, Part 1. It turns out that Cap somewhat underestimated Zhou Xiaoning's physical resilience. After a slumber lasting several hours, he awakens. The doldrums, as the name implies, is an area devoid of wind. Most ships in the world of One Piece rely on wind for propulsion. If a vessel not specially modified enters the doldrums, it can only remain motionless on the water. Moreover, the doldrums are a paradise for sea kings. And as colossal sea creatures, they are not something an ordinary person can contend with, at least. Zhou Xiaoning knows he lacks that capability. In short, escape is impossible, and Zhou Xiaoning must make peace with his circumstances. However, upon reflection, joining the Navy isn't without its merits. Firstly, the Navy possesses the formidable 6 powers, and mastering them to perfection enables one to grasp the profound technique of life return, allowing complete control over one's body, hair, and internal organs by infusing consciousness into any part. This aligns perfectly with the criteria for a second-tier advancement, achieving perfect mastery over the body. Furthermore, the Navy has a comprehensive system for cultivating haki, which is essential for every admiral-level naval officer. Additionally, the Navy's stock of devil fruits is undoubtedly among the highest in the world. The only force that could possibly surpass them would be the celestial dragons. Within the Navy, devil fruits are not considered overly precious. As long as one achieves significant merit, they can apply for one, as long as their personal relationships are not too poor and no one secretly obstructs them. They generally succeed. Compared to becoming a pirate, which relies heavily on luck, joining the Navy and obtaining a devil fruit is significantly easier. Resolving his thoughts, the first thing Zhou Xiaoning does upon waking is seek out Cap. Perhaps Cap had given prior instructions, as Zhou Xiaoning encounters no resistance from the naval soldiers along the way, who even guide him. Finally, after navigating the entire warship, he finds Cap in the kitchen. Observing Cap with 10 fingers plunged into a pile of donuts, a donut dangling from his mouth, Zhou Xiaoning finds it difficult to reconcile this comical figure with the formidable opponent who had previously overwhelmed him. Yo, little brat, you woke up so soon. Want to try some donuts? They're delicious. Cap speaks to Zhou Xiaoning in a tone reminiscent of coaxing a child. Although Zhou Xiaoning outwardly appears to be a child, internally he is an adult. If not for his injured hands, he would have rushed at that old face with a few punches. Regardless of whether he could land a hit, it was the attitude that mattered. Old man, stop calling me little brat. My name is Zhou Xiaoning. Zhou Xiaoning? What a peculiar name, Tiomi. Your names are the strange ones. Zhou Xiaoning rolls his eyes, feeling rather ridiculous for bickering over such trivialities with Cap. All right, where's the surprise you promised? Zhou Xiaoning cuts to the chase, as this is his primary concern and will determine how he treats Cap in the future. Just these donuts. Oh, they're quite tasty. Cap pushes half a plate of freshly made donuts toward Zhou Xiaoning, the other half being devoured by himself. Old man, are you messing with me? Zhou Xiaoning's expression darkens. He rarely loses his temper, but when he does, even he fears it. Oh dear, the youth today truly cannot take a joke. By the way, that fellow, go fetch the box from my room that's on the table. Cap waves off a passing naval soldier to retrieve something. His nonchalant demeanor makes it hard to imagine the value of the item. Colonel, are you serious? You intend to give this to an unknown little brat? Rosa angrily confronts Cap. Although they acquired the item by chance and have yet to formally report it, its preciousness means that if the naval admiral learns of it, Cap will undoubtedly face repercussions. If Zhou Xiaoning were to obtain the item and cause any harm to the Navy, Cap would not escape responsibility, so caution is essential. What does it matter? It's of no use to me. And besides, I've already wagered with him. How can I go back on my word? In contrast to Rosa's concern, Cap appears unconcerned, snatching the box from the soldier and tossing it casually to Zhou Xiaoning. Old man, let me make it clear. If I'm not satisfied, I won't accept it. Open it and see. If you're not satisfied, we'll discuss it then. Hearing Cap's tone, Zhou Xiaoning grows increasingly skeptical about the contents of the box. Upon opening it, Zhou Xiaoning is stunned, rubbing his eyes before looking again, confirming he hasn't misjudged. Inside the box lies a fruit resembling an apple, adorned with peculiar patterns. This item holds a resounding name in the world of One Piece, the devil fruit. Old man, is this really for me? Oh, it seems you know what this is, so I won't bother explaining. This devil fruit was recently acquired by me. It has never appeared in any catalog, so what abilities it grants upon consumption remains a mystery. Think carefully about whether you want to eat it. Cap advises cautiously. Although he has never consumed a devil fruit, he is well aware of how crucial it is to have a fruit that suits one's abilities. Of course, I want to eat it. There are no worthless devil fruits, only incompetent users. Even if I end up with the weakest ability, I'm confident I can develop it to a level where I can contend with anyone. Zhou Xiaoning asserts resolutely, devil fruits are inherently valuable, and missing this opportunity means he may not find another chance. At the same time, Zhou Xiaoning has great faith in his innate skills. With perfect fusion activated, he believes he can consume as many devil fruits as he desires, disregarding the limit on eating two, even if it costs him some source power. Resolute in his decision, Zhou Xiaoning takes a bite of the devil fruit. A rather intricate and ineffable flavor tantalized Zhou Xiaoning's palate, and he vowed that he would likely never encounter anything more distasteful in his lifetime, in comparison to the taste of the devil fruit. The dark culinary creations he had previously witnessed paled in significance. Although the urge to expel the vile substance was overwhelming, Zhou Xiaoning endured it in his quest for strength. Upon swallowing the devil fruit, a peculiar energy surged forth, beginning to transform Zhou Xiaoning's very being. The users of the devil fruit were burdened with two fatal weaknesses, an inability to swim and vulnerability to sea stone. Zhou Xiaoning remained oblivious to the trials that awaited him in the future, and he was resolute in his desire to avoid such glaring and lethal shortcomings. Thus, he proclaimed, "Perfect fusion, activate," at his command. The energy points within the source disk plummeted rapidly, ceasing only after expending 30,000 points, marking it as the most significant single consumption Zhou Xiaoning had experienced to date. Establishing a mental connection with the source disk, Zhou Xiaoning yearned to discern the capabilities he had acquired. To his astonishment, a new source card appeared in the previously vacant slot, adorned with the image of a hand, its palm exhibiting a swirling black vortex reminiscent of a black hole. Name: Universal Extraction Type. Skill Star Level. Description: under the influence of perfect fusion, the abilities of the extracted fruit seamlessly integrate into the host's body, forming a skill that eliminates the vulnerabilities associated with water and sea stone. Though hockey remains effective against it, function allows the extraction of any person, event, or object, currently limited to material level extraction. It appeared that the fruit he had just consumed belonged to the superpower category. By this reasoning, it could be inferred that animal-type devil fruits corresponded to lineage, while natural-type devil fruits aligned with innate talent. Zhou Xiaoning closed his eyes, contemplating the future evolution of his skill. Universal extraction was undeniably powerful, yet it bore certain limitations. Its strength lay in the ability to target any object for extraction. For instance, aiming for the heart, without it, one would surely face death. Conversely, the skill struggled against formidable opponents. particularly those adept in hockey. In such cases, it would merely serve as a parlor trick. However, this was not definitive. Should Zhou Xiaoning enhance this skill to a 6-star level, its potential would be considerable. The distinction between 5-star and 6-star is profound. The latter signifies an encounter with the laws of the universe, transcending the mundane, while the former, no matter how potent, remains bound by earthly limitations. Thus, the decision to enhance or not was one Zhou Xiaoning had to contemplate with utmost seriousness. Chapter 30. Life in the Navy, Part 2. To hell with it. I'm going all in. If I'm destined to die, let it be so. I refuse to believe my luck could be that abysmal. With a resolute grind of his teeth, Zhou Xiaoning stomped his foot and directed the remaining 10,000 energy points into the source card representing universal extraction. The star level of the source card ascended by 1. Endowing it with a brand new capability. Name. Universal extraction type. Skill star level. Description. Under the influence of perfect fusion, the abilities of the extracted fruit seamlessly integrate into the host's body, forming a skill that eliminates the vulnerabilities associated with water and sea stone, though hockey remains effective against it. Function. Allows the extraction of any person, event, or object currently capable of material level and conceptual level extraction. However, the conceptual level extraction remains somewhat nebulous. The specific effects would require Zhou Xiaoning to conduct experiments for clarification. Fortunately, an ideal test subject was readily available, Carp. Who could be more suitable? Intrigued by Zhou Xiaoning's newfound abilities, Carp was more than willing to oblige, and thus, an agreement was reached out of course. This also stemmed from Carp's confidence in his own strength. He doubted that a newly empowered user of a devil fruit could inflict any significant harm upon him. Old man, I'm about to begin. If you feel any discomfort, just shout, and I shall cease immediately. Why waste words? Let us get on with it. Having received Carp's permission, Zhou Xiaoning grasped Carp's massive hand. This physical contact was essential for the activation of universal extraction in its conceptual aspect. Universal extraction. Concept. Activate. Boom. Zhou Xiaoning felt a resounding roar in his ears, as though his head had been struck by a brick, leaving him momentarily dazed. Once the dizziness subsided, he found himself in a peculiar space filled with numerous points of light. Each point that entered his line of sight imparted knowledge of what it represented. Navy 6 styles. Armament hockey, observation hockey, enhanced physique, word. Aren't these precisely the skills mastered by the old man? Could it be that conceptual extraction allows for the acquisition of such abilities? Zhou Xiaoning's composure faltered. If his assumptions proved correct, universal extraction was indeed an extraordinary power in combat. By extracting an opponent's combat abilities, he could render them a mere shell of their former selves, unable to utilize their formidable strengths. Even against Whitebeard, Zhou Xiaoning would dare to confront him head-on. However, his burgeoning excitement was swiftly doused by a harsh reality. While universal extraction could indeed draw forth various capabilities from a target, the conceptual extraction was limited to a single instance per individual, and the effectiveness of the extracted abilities would be contingent upon the disparity in strength between the two parties. For instance, if Zhou Xiaoning aimed to extract Carp's armament hockey, he would likely only acquire a mere fragment, a loss so minor that Carp might not even notice. To make matters worse, the abilities extracted through conceptual means could only dissipate, rendering them unusable, an exercise in futility. For others, the universal extraction ability would be largely ineffectual. However, Zhou Xiaoning was different. His innate skill, perfect fusion, made for a harmonious synergy. In a certain sense, the extraction fruit was tailor-made for him. To Zhou Xiaoning, this space resembled a veritable treasure trove, teeming with elite individuals and numerous devil fruit users. Should he methodically extract and assimilate the abilities that suited him, one could only imagine the explosive growth in his prowess. With the esteemed Navy hero Carp as his guarantor, Zhou Xiaoning's enlistment in the Navy proceeded smoothly. However, due to his youth, he was required to start as a reserve member. Yet, unlike ordinary reserves, Zhou Xiaoning trained directly under Carp, leading outsiders to perceive him as Carp's disciple, and of course, Zhou Xiaoning had never formally acknowledged this, nor had Carp expressed any intention of officially taking him on as a disciple. They continued to bicker as before, calling each other old man and little brat, and while not officially master and apprentice, the dynamic was practically indistinguishable. The training Zhou Xiaoning underwent was rigorous, surpassing that of his peers. Given his demonstrated talent and potential, which even exceeded that of Luffy, Coupled with his mature mindset, it was entirely reasonable for him to receive such treatment. As a result, Zhou Xiaoning experienced a marked enhancement in his abilities. After 4 years of Carp S training, his physical strength reached the second-tier limit of 50 points, and he had mastered the Navy 6 styles, armament hockey, and observation hockey. Notably, he had progressed to executing the ultimate techniques: 6 King Puncture and Life Return. The only aspect that left Zhou Xiaoning somewhat disheartened was the Navy's crude control over the energy system within the world of One Piece. Even after countless modifications to the training methods for hockey, the efficiency of increasing energy limits remained woefully low. After a year of training, Zhou Xiaoning's energy limit had only risen by a mere 10 points, severely constraining his use of armament hockey. Each application required meticulous management, lest he exhaust himself after only a few strikes. In contrast, Zhou Xiaoning displayed a greater aptitude for observation hockey, a mental ability. He leveraged his telekinetic foundation to wield observation hockey with ease. Although he could not yet match Enel's capacity to envelop an entire sky island, he could effectively cover a radius of 1 kilometer. On this day, Zhou Xiaoning stood opposite Carp for the 621st time, brimming with fighting spirit. Carp, appearing as though he had just awakened, yawned widely. To an unacquainted observer, it would be difficult to associate him with the legendary Navy hero. "Old man, I advise you to take this seriously. Should I defeat you, it would be rather embarrassing. Let us get on with it. I still have a nap to catch up on." Carp rubbed his bleary eyes, his demeanor suggesting he regarded Zhou Xiaoning with utter disregard. "Damn it, die." With a swift application of the shave technique, Zhou Xiaoning vanished from his initial position, reappearing directly in front of Carp. Puncture. Zhou Xiaoning's right hand turned jet black, a clear indication of the use of armament hockey. His innate strength, coupled with the amplification of hockey, made this punch no trivial matter. "Ha ha ha. Now, that was interesting. You've certainly made progress compared to before." Carp laughed heartily, similarly enveloping his fist in hockey, preparing to meet Zhou Xiaoning's strike. Crash! The clash of two formidable forces unexpectedly conjured a miniature whirlwind, sending clouds of dust and debris swirling across the training grounds. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a figure was propelled backward, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zhou Xiaoning. SK, is he still lagging so far behind? Zhou Xiaoning executed an aerial somersault and landed gracefully. To be candid, in terms of physical prowess, Zhou Xiaoning and Carp were not worlds apart. However, Carp's innate mastery of hockey far surpassed that of Zhou Xiaoning. Years of rigorous training had honed Carp's ability to wield each fragment of hockey with precision. It was this enhancement that allowed Carp to exhibit strength comparable to that of a fourth-tier warrior. In contrast, while Zhou Xiaoning possessed explosive power, his endurance was lacking. Initially, he could leverage the superior quality of hockey derived from his source energy to gain an edge over Carp. But this came at the cost of rapidly depleting his energy reserves. Even if Zhou Xiaoning could replenish his energy through the source disk, the process required time. A time that, though brief, Carp expertly capitalized upon. At that moment, when Zhou Xiaoning's energy was at its most precarious, he was unable to withstand Carp's sudden surge of force and was sent flying. Fortunately, Carp had refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Otherwise, with that single punch, he could have easily taken Zhou Xiaoning's life. "So, little brat, care for another round?" Carp beckoned with a flick of his finger, his expression radiating an audacious arrogance. "Of course, I was a bit careless just now. I shall take this more seriously from here on." Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 31. 4 years of growth since that fateful encounter with Carp, which ended in a thorough defeat. Zhou Xiaoning resolved to embark on a journey of training. Carp remained non-committal. After all, given Zhou Xiaoning's current capabilities, ordinary pirates would pose no threat to him. As for formidable pirates, whether Zhou Xiaoning would even cross paths with them was uncertain, and even if he did, they would hardly regard him, a mere adolescent, as a worthy opponent. So long as Zhou Xiaoning remained vigilant and avoided provoking multiple foes, his survival was assured. Thus, under Zhou Xiaoning's insistence and Carp's tacit approval, after 4 years in reserve duty, he finally ascended to the esteemed rank of a naval soldier. However, Zhou Xiaoning's desire to participate in the suppression of pirates extended beyond mere training. He had discovered that in the world of One Piece, he could acquire source energy points and source cards by vanquishing adversaries. If the present world were likened to the main storyline of a game, then the One Piece world resembled a side quest. yielding not only greater source energy points but also a significantly higher drop rate for source cards. This revelation dawned upon Zhou Xiaoning during his survival training on a deserted island. When he eliminated a wolf intent on devouring him, through extensive experimentation, he confirmed that any entity harboring hostility towards him would grant source energy upon their demise, occasionally dropping source cards as well. The greater the strength of the target, the more source energy he would receive, and the superior the source cards obtained. Consequently, wilderness survival training became Zhou Xiaoning's favored subject, for the wilderness teemed with creatures eager to make him their next meal. Over the course of 4 years, Karp orchestrated 3 wilderness survival training sessions for Zhou Xiaoning, each lasting from 1 to 3 months, with the creatures encountered becoming progressively stronger. Yet, this never deterred Zhou Xiaoning from amassing source energy. The conclusion of each survival period merely signified the annihilation of hostile creatures and Zhou Xiaoning's return, often grievously injured. Nevertheless, it was precisely the source energy provided by these creatures that enabled Zhou Xiaoning's grand plan of extraction and fusion to unfold smoothly. And his information panel had grown remarkably rich. Name: Zhou Xiaoning. Age: 18. Level: 2nd tier, physical strength 50, energy cap 10, talent skills: perfect fusion, allows the fusion of multiple targets, eliminating flaws while retaining strengths. This skill levels up with the source disk and requires energy to activate, currently at 2-star level. Bloodline: light virus bloodline, 5 stars, bloodline talent, infection, as a bloodline derived from a zombie virus. The ability to infect is indispensable, by consuming one's essence, one can infect other beings, granting them this bloodline, and as the original bearer, you possess absolute control over secondary bearers. Devour evolution allows one to absorb the genes of other beings to enhance oneself and evolve. However, excessive absorption may lead to genetic collapse, necessitating caution. Virus immunity: as an amalgamation of various zombie viruses, many viruses have little effect on you, unless they are of 5-star caliber or higher. Bloodline skills: telekinesis, active skill, a power awakened during the viral transformation process, currently at level 10, with a strength limit of 10 tons, effective range of 100 meters. Body enhancement, passive skill: having withstood the viral onslaught within you, your physicality has been enhanced, granting a physical strength of 5. Talents: light element affinity, 5 stars, affinity 10, water element affinity, 5 stars, affinity 5, wind element affinity, 5 stars, affinity 5, fire element affinity, 5 stars, affinity 5, earth element affinity, 5 stars, affinity 5. Equipment: none. Skills: universal extraction, 6 stars, armament hockey, 5 stars, observation hockey, 5 stars, Navy 6 styles, 5 stars, a formidable martial art developed by the Navy. Comprising 6 techniques: shave, iron block, saru, jeppo, rankyaku, and paper drawing, along with the ultimate techniques 6 king gun and life return. Short weapon mastery, 3 stars, passive, allows perfect mastery of knives, swords, daggers, etc., enhancing short weapon skills by 40. Long weapon mastery, 2 stars. Passive, allows proficient use of guns, halberds, spears, etc., enhancing long weapon skills by 40. Firearm mastery, 3 stars, passive, allows perfect mastery of any firearm, enhancing weapon power and accuracy by 40. Cultivation technique. Hockey training method, Navy version, 3 stars. Items: shuttle gem, 1 star. Unique, simulation farm, 5 stars. Momotaro rice balls 10, 3 stars. As for the remainder of his abilities, aside from universal extraction, which he acquired through the consumption of a devil fruit, the rest were skills Zhou Xiaoning extracted from various Navy personnel and integrated into himself. Furthermore, what Zhou Xiaoning valued most were talents like element affinity. Take light element affinity for instance. With a current affinity of 10, his light attribute attacks would see a 10 power increase, while damage from light attribute attacks would be reduced by 10. Additionally, by expending source energy, Zhou Xiaoning could directly manipulate light elements, albeit at his current affinity. He could only conjure a simple light sphere to serve as a flashbang. Such elemental affinities stemmed primarily from the 3 admirals of the Navy. Akainu, with the magma fruit ability, represented a fusion of fire and earth elements. And after one extraction from him followed by a secondary extraction of the acquired abilities, Zhou Xiaoning gained affinities for both fire and earth. Similarly, Akiji's case mirrored that of Akainu, as Zhou Xiaoning obtained affinities for wind and water elements from him. In contrast, Kizaru offered a more singular affinity, granting Zhou Xiaoning only light element affinity. Yet this singularity resulted in Zhou Xiaoning achieving the highest affinity for light elements. Although the elemental affinity talents may not seem particularly impactful at the moment, their potential is undeniably promising, especially once an affinity reaches 100, effectively nullifying corresponding elemental attacks. Moreover, a higher affinity enhances comprehension of the relevant principles. Clang, clang, clang. Enemy sighted. The Songlong pirate crew. All hands prepare for battle. Just as Zhou Xiaoning finished organizing his abilities, the lookout aboard the warship sounded the alarm of an impending confrontation. Their adversaries, the Songlong pirate crew, were equally formidable, led by Captain Songlong Zak, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 2 million berry. Well known throughout the West Sea. His crew included a first mate with a bounty of 600,000 berry, along with 7 capable subordinates and over 2,000 ordinary pirates, in terms of strength. The two sides were fairly evenly matched. If a battle were to ensue, the outcome would be uncertain. Diskay, that old geezer really knows how to delegate tasks to me, but perhaps this is for the best. It aligns perfectly with my desires. A flicker of excitement danced across Zhou Xiaoning's face. In this dual confrontation, the members of the Songlong pirate crew would undoubtedly harbor ill will towards him. The young lad clad in a naval uniform. At that moment, they would transform into a veritable source energy extraction machine for him. Chapter 32. The first battle in the pirate world to ensure the safety of their cargo. The Navy refrained from cannon fire, opting instead for a direct boarding attempt. The Songlong pirate crew shared similar concerns. The valuable cargo was paramount, and if they could seize it, the entire crew could enjoy years of leisure. Thus, both sides, in a display of unspoken agreement, steered their ships towards one another for a collision. Boom. The violent impact caused both vessels to lurch violently. Despite having mentally prepared for the jolt, many sailors from both the Navy and the pirates found themselves unsteady, staggering and even falling outright. Now is the time. Zhou Xiaoning activated his Jeppo, soaring gracefully above the Songlong pirate crew. Rankyaku, continuous blade. In the air, Zhou Xiaoning unleashed a flurry of kicks, releasing a dozen wind blades that heralded the commencement of a fierce battle between the Navy and the pirates. Below, the anguished cries of the pirates echoed continuously. For these ordinary marauders, the storm feet were undeniably a nightmare. "You arrogant brat, come down here and face your demise," bellowed a pirate with a scarred face. The third strongest member of the Songlong pirate crew, following only the captain and the vice-captain. Just moments ago, he had narrowly avoided injury from a stormfoot attack. The battle had yet to officially begin. And if he were to be injured now, how could he maintain his standing in front of his subordinates? The scarred pirate seized a gun from a nearby comrade and aimed it at Zhou Xiaoning. Intent on bringing him down, Zhou Xiaoning merely smiled disdainfully. With iron block activated, he was practically immune to the assault of such mundane weaponry. However, since you were so eager to invite me aboard, how could I refuse? Zhou Xiaoning halted his moonwalk and, in a free-fall manner, dove towards the scarred pirate. Damn it! The scarred pirate seethed with rage. Though his bounty was not as high as that of the captain or vice-captain, it still amounted to 1 to 2 million berries. How had he fallen to the level of being mocked by a mere Navy soldier? Clang. So weak? Did you skip breakfast? Zhou Xiaoning allowed the pirate's blade to strike his shoulder, merely employing iron block without even using hockey. Yet, the scarred pirate could not breach his defenses, leaving Zhou Xiaoning greatly disappointed. Extending a finger, he declared, "Finger gun." Pfft. The scarred pirate stared in disbelief at the gaping hole in his chest. He had never anticipated dying so swiftly, and at the hands of an unremarkable, barely adult Navy soldier at that. Was this boy a monster? With the pirate's demise, Zhou Xiaoning gained 1,000 points of source power. However, this was not the real world. The pirate's body did not vanish but instead emitted a wave of light that flowed into Zhou Xiaoning's being. Of course, these light points were visible only to the chosen ones. So Zhou Xiaoning need not worry about being perceived as a monster. Not bad, though it's a pity there was no source card dropped onto the next. Zhou Xiaoning scanned his surroundings, intending to seek another target. Yet, at that moment, the Navy had officially engaged the pirates. Following the principle of soldier against soldier, captain against captain, the colonel faced off against the pirate captain, the lieutenant colonel against the vice-captain, and the ensigns matched up with the skilled pirates. The Navy soldiers clashed fiercely with the ordinary pirates, and Zhou Xiaoning found himself with little to do. "This won't do," he mused. Though I am not fond of it, sometimes it is necessary to steal kills. After all, if you kill them, it benefits you little. You might as well let me profit. Zhou Xiaoning rationalized his actions, opting not to engage in the high-level battle, but to focus on eliminating the grunts. Although these minions were weak and yielded no valuable spoils, their sheer numbers made them suitable for replenishing his meager source power reserves. Indeed, with Zhou Xiaoning's intervention in the skirmish against the low-level pirates, the tide turned decisively. Initially, the navy was outnumbered, but after Zhou Xiaoning felled or severely injured hundreds of ordinary pirates, the navy's strength began to surpass that of the pirates. Even if Zhou Xiaoning ceased his efforts, it was merely a matter of time before the pirates were entirely subdued. In stark contrast, the situation among the elite fighters was far from optimistic for the navy. The colonel found himself utterly powerless against the fierce onslaught of Zhak, the captain of the Zonglong pirate crew. He struggled to defend himself, and had it not been for the protection of Iron Block, he likely would have perished long ago. From Zhou Xiaoning's observations, the Navy colonel's physical strength was around 35 points, lacking hockey and only mastering Iron Block, Finger Gun, and Shave. Meanwhile, Zhak's physical strength was likely 39 points. That 4-point disparity was not something a flawed version of the Navy's techniques could bridge. It's time to end this. Perish, Colonel! Zhak's face twisted into a cruel smile as he raised his great sword high, preparing to strike down upon the Navy colonel with immense force. Am I truly to die here? A flicker of unwillingness flashed in the colonel's eyes. He had risen from a mere soldier over the course of many years, recently promoted to the rank of colonel, and now, just as he was beginning to settle in, he faced death. Clang, Colonel, you seem weary. Allow me to take over. Zhou Xiaoning effortlessly grasped Zhak's great sword with one hand. His iron block had reached a level comparable to steel, and even Zhak's finely crafted weapon could not penetrate Zhou Xiaoning's skin. The Navy colonel stood dumbfounded, his mind racing with two thoughts. One, I'm not dead, and the other, I have such an impressive soldier under my command, and I had no idea. After making a hollow promise, the Navy colonel hurriedly retreated, leaving Zhou Xiaoning to confront Zhak alone. It must be said, Zhou Xiaoning's appearance was indeed deceptively innocent. Even after 4 years, despite some growth in stature and a slight increase in strength, his face still resembled that of a 10-year-old child. It was no wonder Zhak felt compelled to deride him. Humph, compared to the places I usually frequent, this is child's play. You little brat, you're quite arrogant. Don't come crying for mercy later, Zhak roared, exerting himself in an attempt to withdraw his sword. To his embarrassment, the great sword remained immovable. This prompted Zhak to re-evaluate Zhou Xiaoning. The Navy colonel had been intimidated by Zhak's murderous aura and lost his will to fight, thus only using a fraction of his strength. In contrast, Zhak had now exerted 8/10 of his power, yet the sword still did not budge, indicating that this boy was no novice. What, you want it? Just say it. How could I know if you don't? After all, in this world, there's no such thing as wanting something that I won't give you, nor giving you something you don't want. Kid, are you mocking me? Oh, you noticed that? Zhou Xiaoning feigned surprise, his expression perfectly mimicking genuine astonishment at Zhak's insight. Damn it, just die already? Enraged, Zhak threw a punch, aiming his massive fist directly at Zhou Xiaoning's face. You don't hit faces when fighting. Didn't your mother teach you such a simple lesson? Zhou Xiaoning retorted. Yet his actions belied his words as he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, delivering over 20 blows in mere seconds. Though his technique paled in comparison to the likes of the Pegasus meteor fist, it was sufficient to leave Zhak reeling. Wah, liar. Wah wah wah, big liar. Zhak's visage was now a mess. His cheeks swollen to the point that he struggled to articulate his words. He found himself perplexed by a singular question. Who was truly the pirate here? He had never encountered a Navy soldier so shameless as Zhou Xiaoning. Ironically, the phrase "don't hit faces" had originated from Zhak himself, yet he found his own face under constant assault. This level of shamelessness was something even he, as a pirate, could hardly tolerate, of course. This was largely due to Zhak's ignorance of Garp. Had he known, he would have realized that there was no limit to shamelessness, only an escalation of it. Zhou Xiaoning's current demeanor was entirely a product of Garp's influence. Whether others believe it or not, I certainly do. Chapter 33. First battle victory. What are you saying? I can't hear you. Speak clearly. Zhou Xiaoning slapped Zhak once more in display of his dissatisfaction. I said please stop hitting. Zack enunciated each word with painstaking clarity. Having come to fear Zhou Xiaoning, he had no idea where this formidable monster had emerged from. Despite his youth, his strength was fearsome, leaving Zack utterly powerless to resist. All right, I can refrain from striking you, but first, have your men cease their assault. Zhou Xiaoning tossed Zack aside carelessly, unperturbed by any tricks he might attempt. Even if Zack were to bring forth another such character, Zhou Xiaoning would still prevail, a testament to the undeniable gap in their strengths, one that could not be bridged by cunning or deceit. However, Zack seemed unaware of this fact, and the first thing he did upon regaining his freedom was to flee. Why do I always encounter such individuals who never learn? Zhou Xiaoning sighed in exasperation but did not hasten to pursue. Instead, he followed leisurely behind. Zack, relying on his knowledge of the pirate ship's layout, darted around, even employing secret passages that he typically kept hidden, all in a bid to shake off Zhou Xiaoning. Yet, unbeknownst to him, every move he made was within Zhou Xiaoning's perception, enhanced by his observation haki. At long last, after approximately 10 minutes of running, Zack burst into the captain's quarters and removed a mural, revealing a locked pure iron chest concealed behind it. That wretched little rascal was indeed a formidable opponent. It would be prudent to seize the treasure and make a swift exit. With these riches in hand, even if he chose not to continue as a pirate, he could live a life of comfort. With an expression of exhilaration, Zack produced the key he had been carrying. Wasn't his initial motivation for becoming a pirate the desire to lead a carefree life? As for the so-called treasure of the Pirate King, he couldn't be bothered with that. Tangible wealth was far more appealing than the elusive treasures rumored to exist in distant lands. Oh, what about your little subordinates? Are you just going to abandon them? Why should I concern myself with them? It's better if they all perish. That way, no one will lay claim to my riches. You truly are heartless. If your subordinates were to discover this, your fate would likely be dire. They're all being hunted by the Navy. How could they possibly find me? How did you locate this place? Zack was so consumed with visions of a brighter future that he failed to notice the eerie nature of someone speaking nearby. It was only when he grew impatient with the questioning and turned around that he discovered Zhou Xiaoning had appeared behind him without his notice. You? How did you find your way here? Zhou Xiaoning's sudden presence instilled a sense of dread in Zack, yet he resolutely stood guard before his pure iron chest. Of course, you led me here. Otherwise, how would I know you had hidden the treasure in this location? I wonder if you might open your chest for me to see. I am quite curious about the kind of treasure that could compel the Navy to dispatch a warship to pursue you. You wish to know? I shan't grant your desire. Zack understood that Zhou Xiaoning would never let him off the hook, so he resolved to fight to the bitter end in a swift motion. Zack opened the pure iron chest, and Zhou Xiaoning could clearly see its contents from his position. Aside from a wealth of gold and jewels, there lay a peculiar fruit adorned with strange patterns. Reminiscent of a banana, the devil fruit? Though difficult to accept, it made sense. Zhou Xiaoning nodded knowingly. While devil fruits were not considered particularly rare by the powerful, their value was undeniably significant. It was not uncommon for a small skirmish to erupt over a single devil fruit. However, given the precariousness of his own life, even with riches in hand, there would be no opportunity to enjoy them. Crack! Zack opened his mouth wide and took a fierce bite, consuming nearly half of the devil fruit in one go. How brave! I am truly impressed. In that moment, Zhou Xiaoning regarded Zack with admiration. He knew the taste of a devil fruit all too well, an experience he would never forget, one he would never wish to repeat. At the time, Zhou Xiaoning had nearly retched after taking just a small bite. Yet Zack devoured half without so much as a change in expression. Zhou Xiaoning felt a pang of inferiority. Power! I can feel the power! Zack laughed maniacally, sensing an overwhelming surge of strength within him. He felt more than twice as powerful as before. Ha ha ha, little brat. You were so arrogant just now. Now the tables have turned. Instinctively, Zack activated the abilities granted by the newly acquired devil fruit. His form vanished, replaced by a figure familiar to Zhou Xiaoning. A serpent's body, lizard legs, eagle claws, a serpent's tail, deer antlers, scales, whiskers at the corners of his mouth, and a jewel upon his forehead. Goodness, this is nothing less than a Chinese dragon. Now it all made sense. It was the mythical dragon fruit from the Zoan category. No wonder that Noble had been so anxious. The implications were now clear. Among the Zoan-type devil fruits, there were not only ordinary transformations into cats, dogs, tigers, and lions, but also ancient transformations into dinosaurs and mammoths, as well as mythical transformations into creatures like the phoenix, which existed only in legend. The mythical fruits were the rarest, rivaling even the natural type. The dragon, with its ability to soar through clouds and summon winds and rain, meant that Zack, while not a true dragon, would likely gain such capabilities through the dragon fruit. At this moment, Zack's power was probably on par with that of a rear admiral. How troublesome. Wouldn't it be easier to surrender and avoid unnecessary suffering? Zhou Xiaoning shook his head in regret. He hadn't intended to resort to this, but Zack's defiance left him no choice. Source plate upgrade commence. With the disappearance of 1,000 source points, Zhou Xiaoning's source plate expanded from 2 layers to 3, adding 27 new slots. Immediately, a surge of inexplicable power emanated from the source plate, coursing through Zhou Xiaoning's body, elevating him from the second tier to the third. His physical strength doubled, reaching an astonishing 100 points. Whoosh! Zhou Xiaoning vanished from his position, reappearing before Zack, delivering an uppercut that sent the transformed dragon Zack soaring, breaking through several layers of the deck before finally stopping over 100 meters above the pirate ship. Exhausted at that moment, Zack was utterly bewildered. He had expected his newfound strength to allow him to retaliate fiercely, yet he found himself the one being trounced. This was not the script he had anticipated. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of rapid strides, Zhou Xiaoning ascended gracefully, once more confronting Zack. Spare me. Only now do you plead for mercy? It's too late. Zack's terrified entreaties did nothing to sway Zhou Xiaoning's determination to eliminate him. To be honest, Zhou Xiaoning felt regret. Had he known that the devil fruit was the dragon fruit, he would have snatched it before Zack could take a bite, preventing Zack from benefiting at all. Now, he could only hope that after defeating Zack, the bloodline of the dragon would manifest. However, before that, he would first extract something from him. You still dare to resist? You're asking for a beating. As Zhou Xiaoning attempted to utilize universal extraction to draw something from Zack, he encountered fierce resistance, infuriating him. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, knowing full well this was a full-force assault with a physical strength of 100 points. Even with the formidable constitution of a dragon, Zack would find it difficult to withstand such an onslaught. Universal extraction, activated once more, still targeting the dragon bloodline, yet the result was the same. The light representing the dragon bloodline remained unmoving. It seemed this was due to the nature of the dragon bloodline itself, rendering Zack's resistance largely irrelevant. Although Zhou Xiaoning realized he might have wronged Zack, he would never admit to such an embarrassing misstep. After all, they were both destined to die. He might as well strike his retribution for Zack's previous transgressions. With no other options, Zhou Xiaoning settled for the next best thing, extracting Zack's great sword mastery and merging it with the large sword Zack had previously wielded. From this point onward, anyone who grasped that sword would intuitively understand how to wield it, provided they could lift it. Otherwise, knowing how to use it would be futile if they lacked the strength to swing it. Now came the moment to witness his fortune. Zhou Xiaoning ignored Zack's pleading gaze and, with a fist infused with armament hockey, ended Zack's unfortunate life. If the world of One Piece had a record akin to the Guinness World Records, Zack might well be recognized as the devil fruit user who perished the fastest after awakening his abilities. With the primary villain vanquished, and Zhou Xiaoning's display of power in defeating the dragon-transformed Zack, the remaining pirates lost all will to resist, leading to a decisive victory for the Navy in this conflict against the pirates. As for how the Navy would explain the outcome to the noblemen, that was a concern far beyond the scope of Zhou Xiaoning, a mere foot soldier. Chapter 34. For more years perhaps fate was favoring Zhou Xiaoning. After slaying Zack, he was rewarded with a source card representing the dragon bloodline. However, Zhou Xiaoning had no intention of immediately integrating it into his own lineage. After all, he had only just reached the third tier, and the sudden doubling of his physical strength made it challenging for him to fully control his body. His attempt to merge the dragon bloodline at this juncture would undoubtedly jeopardize his foundation, endangering his future development. Having witnessed Zhou Xiaoning's explosive power firsthand, the Navy's attitude toward him shifted markedly. Wherever he went, the Navy parted ways, regarding him with admiration as they watched him pass. According to Garp's estimates, it would take at least a month for Zhou Xiaoning to ascend from ordinary soldier to second lieutenant. By that calculation, reaching the rank of colonel would likely require several years. While a teenager achieving the rank of colonel might seem exaggerated, It was not entirely out of the realm of possibility, as there had been prodigies of this nature in the past. This development meant that the notorious pirates would pay less attention to him, reducing the risk of untimely demise. Garp's consideration of this fact was a testament to his dedication. This may well be the fastest promotion within the Navy in recorded history. However, Zhou Xiaoning undeniably possesses the qualifications for such advancement. Were it not for the limitations of that naval captain, who could only promote individuals to the rank of lieutenant, he might have even considered granting Zhou Xiaoning the rank of major. Seizing the opportunity afforded by this authority, Zhou Xiaoning, under the pretense of an outing, released Siko Tokushima from the summoning space and appointed her as his aide in the Navy. Though be frank, Zhou Xiaoning felt a twinge of guilt towards Siko Tokushima, as leaving her alone in the summoning space for 4 years was tantamount to imprisonment. Fortunately, for Siko Tokushima, it was merely akin to a brief slumber. She neither perceived the passage of time nor felt its weight. If Zhou Xiaoning is akin to an ancestor, then Siko Tokushima is surely his descendant, rendering any treachery on her part an impossibility. Thus, Zhou Xiaoning entrusted her wholly, imparting not only his formidable training methods but also the Navy's 6 styles, alongside his own discoveries in energy manipulation. In no time, 4 years had elapsed, and Zhou Xiaoning had matured into an 18-year-old. Returning to his original form in this realm, initially, he roamed the 4 seas, but within 6 months, he had vanquished all the more formidable pirate crews, leaving only the weaker ones, whose annihilation yielded scant energy points, far too inefficient. Thus, he set his sights on the Grand Line. Over the course of 4 years, through the extermination of tens of thousands of pirates, including many notorious ones with bounties exceeding 50 million berries, Zhou Xiaoning ascended the ranks to the level of Rear Admiral. By extension, Siko Tokushima also benefited from Zhou Xiaoning's rise, and is now a distinguished naval colonel. In these 4 years, both Zhou Xiaoning and Siko Tokushima experienced significant enhancements in their powers. Particularly, after Zhou Xiaoning elevated Siko Tokushima 2 ranks, her potential surged dramatically, allowing her to break through to the 3rd tier without encountering any bottlenecks prior to the 4th tier. Name: Siko Tokushima. Age: 18. Type: Servant Summon Being Master. Zhou Xiaoning. Rank: 3rd tier, Physical Strength 110. Energy Limit 25. Bloodline: Radiant Virus Bloodline, 5 stars. Bloodline Talent: Infection, a brief description omitted as it is similar to Zhou Xiaoning's. For future mentions, refer back to earlier texts. Devour and Evolve Virus Immunity Bloodthirst, a talent awakened after the Radiant Virus consumed an unknown virus. Upon consuming blood, it activates, inducing a frenzied state with an increase in power depending on the quality of the blood used. Bloodline Skills: Psychic Blade, highly condensed psychic energy forming blade-like constructs, with destructive power far surpassing that of ordinary psychic force. Currently at level 10, capable of forming up to 15 blades with an effective range of 100 meters. Body Enhancement Body Transformation Talent: None Equipment, Murakumo, a large blade. One of the 21 masterworks, its edge imbued with a murderous aura. Any creature marked by it will bleed profusely. Skills: Tokushima Sword Style, Altered, 4 stars. This sword style, passed down from the Tokushima family, has been enhanced by Siko Tokushima herself, making it more powerful than before. Added feature: Deadly Strike, with a chance to exploit opponents' weaknesses for an instant kill. Navy 6 styles: Shave, 4 stars. Currently mastered Shave, Moonwalk, Iron Body, and Paper Drawing. Observation Hockey, 5 stars. Armament Hockey, 5 stars. Cultivation Method, Hockey Training Method, Navy version, 3 stars. Items: None with such attributes. She stands nearly on par with the Naval Rear Admiral, especially after Zhou Xiaoning leveraged his connections with Garp to procure Murakumo for Siko Tokushima. Coupled with her increasingly refined swordsmanship, their synergy is unparalleled. Even against a naval lieutenant, a momentary lapse in concentration would guarantee her victory. Zhou Xiaoning reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, gazing appreciatively at Siko Tokushima as she practiced her swordplay on the deck. His initial resolve to find her a formidable blade had finally borne fruit. The combination of Murakumo and Siko Tokushima is perhaps the most harmonious pairing imaginable. Recall when Zhou Xiaoning entrusted Murakumo to Siko Tokushima, her exuberance prompted her to plant a kiss on his cheek. After a year or 2 of nurturing their bond, her affection for him had reached significant heights. At that opportune moment, Zhou Xiaoning seized the chance to deepen their relationship, successfully transitioning from the ranks of a 26-year-old sorcerer to that of a man. Xiaoning, I've noticed you've been increasingly idle lately. Do tally how long it's been since you last trained, she remarked. Siko, your assertion is rather misplaced. I am not perpetually lazy. For instance, just last night, I was quite diligent. He retorted playfully. How scandalous! Siko Tokushima scoffed, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as memories of their recent escapades flooded her mind, especially given Zhou Xiaoning's impressive physical prowess. Very well, allow me to speak earnestly. Zhou Xiaoning chuckled, clearly recalling the previous night's delightful encounter. Xiaoning, have you truly made up your mind? The fusion of bloodlines is no trivial matter, she expressed, her brow furrowed with concern. As a bearer of the radiant virus bloodline herself, Siko Tokushima was acutely aware of the risks involved. Fear not, have you forgotten? I possess the skill, perfect fusion. What may be perilous for others is as simple as drinking water for me. I am merely uncertain how long the process will take. You'll need to oversee the external matters during that time. Considering the timeline, Luffy should be setting sail shortly. Please keep an eye on him. Certainly, leave those matters to me. Then I must trouble you. But before that, let me express my longing for you after such a lengthy absence. With a mischievous grin, Zhou Xiaoning pulled Siko Tokushima close and leaned in to kiss her lips. Wait, it's still daytime. Siko Tokushima's attempts to resist only fueled Zhou Xiaoning's determination, as he effortlessly swept her into his arms and carried her into his captain's quarters. Chapter 35. The Fusion of the Dragon Bloodline. Thus, the messenger sent by Sengoku to summon Zhou Xiaoning found himself rebuffed, blocked at the door by Siko Tokushima. The office of the fleet admiral. Sengoku's expression darkened as he listened to the messenger's report. Not a single family member in sight, Sengoku mused, for every disruption to his work seemed to be directly or indirectly linked to Garp, be it the revolutionary leader dragon, who was Garp's son, or Zhou Xiaoning, his disciple. It seemed a burden to contend with this particular group. How do I know? Ah, it's all your fault. This interruption has cost me a chance to break my record for consuming the most donuts in one sitting. Are you all trying to drive me mad? Sengoku lamented, exasperation evident as he rubbed his forehead. These two, one an obstinate elder and the other a troublesome youth, were a constant source of irritation. Were it not for their considerable strengths, he would have long since sent them packing. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoning, currently in seclusion, remained blissfully unaware of Sengoku's mounting frustrations. Even if he were to learn of it, he likely wouldn't take it to heart. After all, any blame could conveniently be placed upon Garp, who was, after all, a master adept at taking the fall for others. I currently possess over 400,000 energy points. That should suffice. Zhou Xiaoning mused, clutching a source card emblazoned with the image of a 5-clawed golden dragon. After 4 years of storage, the moment had finally come to utilize it. Not only that, but Zhou Xiaoning also planned to systematically integrate his various abilities, further enhancing his strength. He had not forgotten that a devourer awaited him in this realm, and no amount of strength was ever excessive. Perfect fusion, activate. Zhou Xiaoning selected his radiant virus bloodline and the dragon bloodline for fusion. The two bloodlines began to intertwine, mutate, and merge within him, and soon he found himself enveloped in a haze. In this state of semi-consciousness, he perceived a 5-clawed golden dragon soaring towards him, ultimately merging with his being. Approximately 20 hours later, the bloodline fusion concluded, and Zhou Xiaoning surveyed his newly altered abilities with satisfaction. Although the fusion had consumed a staggering 100,000 energy points, the investment was undoubtedly worthwhile. After replenishing himself with provisions from his storage, Zhou Xiaoning pressed on with further integrations. After about 10 days of this rigorous endeavor, Zhou Xiaoning emerged from his seclusion, albeit with only a little over 40,000 energy points remaining. Nevertheless, his strength had more than doubled. Name: Zhou Xiaoning. Age: 18 level, 3rd tier, physical strength 150. Energy limit 30, talent skill, perfect fusion, ability to merge multiple targets, eliminating flaws while retaining advantages. This skill levels up with the source disc and currently stands at 3 stars. Bloodline: Radiant Dragon Bloodline, 5 stars, Bloodline Talent: Trinity, having fused with the dragon bloodline derived from the dragon fruit, granting the ability to freely transform among human, dragon, and divine dragon forms. Among them, humans represent the conventional form. The Dragoman form enhances physical strength by 20 and increases energy capacity by 10. The true dragon form amplifies physical strength by 50 and boosts energy capacity by 30. Dragon physique, infused with the bloodline of the divine dragon, significantly enhancing energy sensing and absorption, as well as physical attributes, while providing a degree of resistance to energy attacks. Its specific effects are physical strength of 30, energy capacity of 35, immunity to energy attacks of Tier 2 and below, including Tier 2. Dragon might. The divine dragon exudes an inherent pressure that instills great intimidation in beings of bloodline rank not exceeding its own. Bloodline dissemination, a product of the fusion between the light virus and the divine dragon's blood. It allows the infusion of essence blood into other beings, granting them a secondary light dragon bloodline and absolute control over them. Current total of essence blood, 5 drops. Rapid recovery, under the combined influence of the light virus and the true dragon physique. The healing capacity from injuries is greatly enhanced. If propelled by source power, recovery will be further amplified, allowing complete recovery from all non-fatal injuries. Devouring evolution. By consuming the genes of other beings, one can replenish and evolve oneself. Currently, the divine dragon bloodline holds dominance. Genes consumed that are of a lower level than the divine dragon bloodline will not have a purifying effect. Immunity to negative states. As a divine beast, the dragon possesses a formidable resistance to negative states, allowing it to disregard negative effects of 5-star rating and below, including those of 5-star intensity. Bloodline skill, divine sense, and active skill. A fusion of telekinesis and observation haki, possessing 4 major abilities: reconnaissance, prediction, mind reading, and mental materialization. Currently at level 3, with a maximum attack power of 15 tons, effective attack range of 300 meters, and maximum coverage range of 1,500 meters. Cloud riding, an active skill. As the dragon rides the clouds, a true dragon is inherently capable of flight and cloud manipulation. Body transformation, an active skill. Based on its original form, it can enlarge up to 5 times or shrink to half its size, and can assume the appearance of any individual by manipulating its muscles and bones. Talents. Light element affinity, 5 stars. Affinity 10, water element affinity, 5 stars, affinity 15, wind element affinity, 5 stars, affinity 15, fire element affinity, 5 stars, affinity 5, earth element affinity, 5 stars, affinity 5. Equipment, none. Skills, universal extraction, 6 stars, armament haki, 5 stars, navy 6 styles, 5 stars. A formidable physical combat system developed and summarized by the Navy. Currently mastered techniques include shave, iron block, saru, moonwalk, gale foot, paper drawing, 6 styles secret art, 6 king's gun, and life return. Mastery of short weapons, 3 stars. Passive, perfect mastery of knives, swords, daggers, etc. Short weapon skills power increased by 40. Mastery of long weapons, 2 stars. Passive, proficient in the use of guns, halberds, spears, etc. Long weapon skills power increased by 40. Mastery of firearms, 3 stars. Passive, perfect mastery of any firearm. Firearm weapon power increased by 40. Accuracy increased by 40. Techniques. Haki cultivation method. Navy version, 3 stars. Items. Traversing gem, 1 star. Unique. Simulated farm, 5 stars. Momotaro rice balls 10, 3 stars. When people encounter joyful events, their spirits are invariably uplifted, a sentiment that rings true, much like the current state of Zhou Xiaoning, who, shedding previous lethargy, appears remarkably spirited. Moreover, the emergence of divine sense has taken Zhou Xiaoning by surprise. He had not anticipated the sheer potency that could arise from the fusion of telekinesis and observation haki. Now, at merely level 3, one wonders what formidable power awaits upon reaching level 10. Furthermore, it seems that the infusion of observation haki has indeed facilitated the enhancement of divine sense, albeit to a lesser extent, yet it is a far cry from the previous state of passively awaiting the strengthening of telekinesis. Xiaoning, you're out. Indeed, Siko, I've missed you dearly these past few days. Let me steal a kiss first. Zhou Xiaoning jested, employing even the 6 styles. Saru just to reach Tokisaki Siko, a humorous thought that would likely provoke the creator of the Navy's 6 styles to rush over in disbelief at such applications of the technique. How annoying, always so frivolous upon appearing. Tokisaki Siko cast a playful glare at Zhou Xiaoning, not entirely averse to such intimate gestures, as she had already become his. By the way, Fleet Admiral Sengoku has instructed you to report to him upon your exit. Ugh, what is the point? I'll just get scolded. I'm not inclined to go. Speaking of which, have you heard any updates regarding Luffy? Zhou Xiaoning, embracing Tokisaki Siko as they settled on the sofa, inhaled her fragrant scent while inquiring. Luffy has formed the Straw Hat Pirates and recently recruited Sanji from the floating restaurant. However, his ship was stolen by a thief, and now he, along with pirate hunter Zoro and Sanji, is in pursuit. I see. The plot has progressed to this point. It's been a while since I've stretched my limbs. It's time for a little adventure. Zhou Xiaoning stretched lazily, somewhat reluctantly rising from beside Tokisaki Siko. Shall I prepare a ship for you? Tokisaki Siko promptly stood, smoothing out the wrinkles in Zhou Xiaoning's clothing like a devoted partner. No need. I've acquired some excellent abilities and can manage on my own. However, I would appreciate your assistance in navigating the situation with the old man Sengoku. Of course, do you even need to ask? Every time you find yourself in trouble, I end up providing a defense for you to Sengoku. Tokisaki Siko rolled her eyes at Zhou Xiaoning. A recurring dynamic over the past 4 years, where he would cause trouble, Carp would bear the brunt of it, and eventually, Siko would step in to apologize. After all, the illustrious Fleet Admiral Sengoku could hardly stoop to the level of a mere girl. Siko, you truly are the best. Once I have some free time, I'll enhance your bloodline. Zhou Xiaoning bestowed another affectionate kiss upon Tokisaki Siko before leaping through the window. Employing cloud riding to soar eastward. Chapter 36, First Encounter with the Straw Hat Crew in the East Sea. The village of Coco West, home to the navigator Nami of the Straw Hat Pirates. However, tranquility was short-lived as the village fell under the dominion of the evil dragon pirate crew, who aimed to establish their malevolent empire. In desperation, Nami sought help from Luffy and his crew. And with their assistance, they vanquished the evil dragon, leading to her formal induction into the Straw Hat Pirates as an esteemed navigator. Of course, these events have yet to unfold, as Nami is currently striving to amass 100 million berries. Zhou Xiaoning is well aware of Nami's plight and had contemplated assisting her in defeating the evil dragon. However, upon further reflection, he questioned whether Nami would even join the Straw Hat crew had Luffy not defeated the evil dragon. Without Nami, how far could Luffy and his crew advance? They might not even survive long enough to set sail on the Grand Line, adhering to the principle of not deviating too far from the plot. Thus retaining his foresight advantage, Zhou Xiaoning decided to spare the evil dragon. Nevertheless, this does not imply he remained inactive. Whenever he had the time, Zhou Xiaoning would meander near Coco West Village, and upon encountering the evil dragon pirate crew, he would swiftly deliver a thrashing, ensuring to only injure them, not kill them, guaranteeing they would be incapacitated for a significant period. The speed of cloud riding is not slow, averaging 100 kilometers per hour, and as a dragon's innate ability, it requires minimal energy. During the same time frame, the energy consumed is less than what is restored, enabling Zhou Xiaoning to fly for extended periods. Moreover, if he simultaneously harnesses the wind element, his speed can be further augmented as he travels in a straight line. Most weather conditions pose no threat to him. Aside from brief pauses for food and rest, he seldom stops, allowing him to arrive at Coco West Village nearly simultaneously with Luffy and his crew. However, Zhou Xiaoning chose not to reveal himself, as dealing with the evil dragon pirate crew is an essential part of the Straw Hat's growth. He did not wish to disrupt the narrative. Furthermore, the members of the evil dragon pirate crew are no longer a concern for him. They are mere trivial characters he could easily crush without effort. Thus, Zhou Xiaoning merely flew above, utilizing clouds to obscure his presence, treating the scene as if watching a hyper-realistic 3D animation. With a resounding crash, the evil dragon's domain crumbled, signaling the end of the evil dragon pirate crew's rule over Coco West Village. Following this, the village erupted in joyous celebration, prompting Zhou Xiaoning, feeling bored, to fly to a nearby island and rest for the night. However, the next day he overslept, discovering that Luffy and his crew had already set sail. Had it not been for the potency of his divine sense, he might have ended up waiting for them in Rogue Town. Activating his divine sense, he materialized his mental energy to anchor the Going Merry in place. Even in favorable winds, it remained motionless. As the ship's navigator, Nami possessed exceptional skills in meteorology and ocean currents, ensuring that the ship would not stall or even drift backward under her guidance. Sanji, go check the water. Perhaps something is entangling the ship. At your service, Miss Nami. Splash! Sanji spun in circles before diving headlong into the sea. Truly deserving of the title of Nami's #1 lackey. How could he perform even the most arduous tasks with such enthusiasm? It was evident that he had little resistance to beautiful women. If one were to exploit this weakness, Naruto's unique harem technique from the world of Naruto would undoubtedly prove to be a fatal move, and one would never have to worry about it becoming ineffective. Miss Nami, there is nothing below us. Nami was quite certain that they were sailing with the wind. The sea was calm, devoid of any turbulence, yet why did the ship remain immobile? Do you think we might be encountering ghosts or something of the sort? Wow, please don't scare me. Under normal circumstances, if Usopp had uttered such words, Nami would have dismissed them outright, for what specter would dare to appear in broad daylight? Yet the current situation was so bizarre that it left her little choice but to entertain the possibility. Ghosts? How intriguing! I've decided we must recruit one, Luffy exclaimed excitedly, scanning the surroundings for the alleged ghost. Don't drag anyone onto the ship. Nami swiftly struck Luffy down with a chop of her hand. Simply having such an unpredictable captain was already enough of a headache for her, and adding a ghost to the mix would be utterly unbearable. Observing all this, Zhou Xiaoning had no intention of revealing himself. Instead, he reclined comfortably upon a cloud, relishing the live comedy performance put on by Luffy and the other's point. One could say he possessed a rather mischievous sense of humor. This perplexity had lingered with Zhou Xiaoning for over a decade. And now he finally understood the answer. Luffy had never utilized his abilities to resist at all point. One could say that Nami had exerted such dominance that even the reckless Luffy dared not defy her. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoning felt it was about time to intervene. Teasing could be viewed as a jest, but prolonged mockery would cross the line into provocation, and Zhou Xiaoning had no intention of officially declaring war against the Straw Hat crew. Ah, so you are the grandson of that old man. Your temperament mirrors his quite closely. When did you? The moment Zhou Xiaoning's voice emerged, the trio of primary combatants aboard the ship were taken aback. They had failed to notice someone boarding their vessel. The newcomer had made his entrance without a sound. Yet if he were to launch a surprise attack, who could withstand it? Realizing this, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they turned towards the source of the voice. There stood a casually dressed individual, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere beside Nami's orange trees, happily indulging in the fruit. This individual was none other than Zhou Xiaoning. Given Nami's protectiveness over those orange trees, anyone daring to pluck and consume the fruit would undoubtedly face her wrath. However, Zhou Xiaoning's entrance had been so stealthy, coupled with Usopp's earlier remarks, that Nami instinctively perceived him as a ghost. Grandpa, do you know my grandfather? Who exactly are you? I am Zhou Xiaoning. As for my identity, I suppose I could be considered a member of the Navy. The Navy? This revelation only intensified Luffy and the others' hostility towards Zhou Xiaoning, who prepared themselves for imminent conflict, while Usopp and Nami hastily retreated into the cabin. Given their relatively weaker capabilities, they preferred to avoid any skirmishes. Relax, I am currently on leave and have no intention of causing you any trouble. Zhou Xiaoning waved his hand dismissively, standing there casually without a hint of aggression. However, if these words were to reach Sengoku's ears, he would likely smash yet another desk in frustration. When had he ever granted Zhou Xiaoning leave? In a certain sense, Zhou Xiaoning's freedom as a naval officer surpassed that of many pirates. A remarkable feat indeed. Ah, you are the person who fought my grandfather a few years back. The moment Zhou Xiaoning appeared, Luffy found him familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he finally recalled having encountered Zhou Xiaoning 8 years prior, when he had engaged in a fierce battle with Garp in Windmill Village, even managing to defeat him. Thanks to his youthful visage, Zhou Xiaoning's appearance had changed little over the years. Otherwise, Luffy's less-than-stellar memory would hardly have allowed him to remember someone from 8 years ago. Oh, you were there too. What a coincidence. Zhou Xiaoning's smile finally graced his face, realizing that their paths had crossed long before. Chapter 37. You are still too weak. Well then, esteemed Navy officer, what brings you to us? Our ship is stranded, unable to move forward, and I presume you are the cause of this. Zoro, indifferent to Zhou Xiaoning's acquaintance with Luffy, only knew that anyone obstructing their progress was an enemy. With regards to adversaries, there was no need for pleasantries. This was a heartfelt warning from Zhou Xiaoning. Given that Zoro currently lacked the strength to cut through even ordinary steel, even if Zhou Xiaoning refrained from using haki, he could likely withstand Zoro's strikes with mere iron defense. Humph, whether I can defeat you is something that can only be determined through combat, Zoro, clearly unconvinced by Zhou Xiaoning's words, drew his sword, Wado Ikamanji, and charged at him. Ah, the youth and their impulsiveness. Why won't you listen? Zhou Xiaoning shook his head in resignation, extending 2 fingers to block Wado Ikamanji effortlessly. Concurrently, Zhou Xiaoning estimated Zoro's current strength to be at the level of a Navy lieutenant commander. However, given that he only wielded 1 sword and could not utilize his signature 3-sword style, his power was significantly diminished. If he could gather 3 swords, he might well contend with the Navy captain. Presumably, Sanji's strength was comparable to Zoro's, also at the level of a Navy captain. As for Luffy, determining his strength was more challenging. Under normal circumstances, he would likely fall between the ranks of a lieutenant commander and a captain. Yet, as the protagonist, he possessed the innate quality of explosive growth in times of crisis, leading Zhou Xiaoning to speculate that Luffy's maximum potential should reach the level of a rear admiral. As for Usopp and Nami, they were currently relegated to the role of mere onlookers, having truly matured only after the 2 years following the Marineford War, rendering them insignificant in the present context. However, in Zhou Xiaoning's eyes, they remained woefully weak, merely a bunch of rookie pirates oblivious to the concept of hockey. Should Zhou Xiaoning desire it, he could wipe them out in less than 5 minutes. Damn it, if only I had 3 swords, Zoro lamented, feeling frustrated that with only 1 sword, he could not unleash even 6/10 of his true potential. Nevertheless, he had no intention of relinquishing Wado Ikamanji. As a swordsman, abandoning one's weapon was a matter of shame, especially since Wado Ikamanji held special significance for him. He would not part with it even at the cost of his life. You still refuse to give up? How stubborn. Without employing the 6 forms, Zhou Xiaoning unleashed a simple punch, tempered with only 4/10 of his strength. Yet, even this modest strike was beyond Zoro's capacity to endure. Upon impact, he immediately lost his combat ability, propping himself up with Wado Ikamanji to avoid collapsing, while clutching his abdomen in evident pain. Zoro, you despicable scoundrel, take this. Seeing Zhou Xiaoning attack Zoro, Luffy could no longer remain passive and unleashed his own assault. Gum Gum Pistol! Luffy swung his arm back several meters before launching it forward with the elasticity granted by his Gum Gum fruit, amplifying the power of his punch. You've utilized your devil fruit abilities well, but such an overt attack is easily evaded. Zhou Xiaoning, adopting a teacherly tone, pointed out the flaws in Luffy's technique, effortlessly sidestepping the punch. Sky Meat Kick, recognizing that Zhou Xiaoning had easily dealt with Zoro. Sanji knew Luffy's punch would be ineffective, and thus launched his own attack simultaneously. One must admit that Sanji's timing was impeccable. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoning had turned to evade Luffy's punch, presenting his back to Sanji. Unless one had eyes on the back of their head, it was nearly impossible to avoid Sanji's kick. However, was Zhou Xiaoning just anyone? Thanks to his heightened perception, he could even see Usopp and Nami, who were cautiously observing from the cabin. How much easier was it to detect Sanji's attack from behind? Thud. Zhou Xiaoning raised his arm to block. Sanji's kick struck his arm, the sensation akin to striking iron rather than flesh, hard and unyielding. Incredible, Luffy, Sanji, and the recently recovered Zoro thought simultaneously, especially Zoro, who, having experienced his battle with Mihawk, truly understood the meaning of strength. Even if Zhou Xiaoning could not quite match Mihawk, he certainly was not far behind. Is this how it ends? Zhou Xiaoning brushed off non-existent dust from his clothing, the smile he wore during their skirmish suddenly vanishing, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. You speak of fighting, yet you cease at will. Does that not reflect poorly on me? However, I am fair. I will not bully the weak. Henceforth, I shall strike only once. Should you withstand it, I will let you go. Upon finishing his statement, Zhou Xiaoning offered no opportunity for Luffy and his companions to resist, immediately unleashing his dragon might. This marked Zhou Xiaoning's inaugural display of such power, and as a result, his control was somewhat lacking. The dragon might envelop the entire Going Merry, causing the ordinary individuals Usopp and Nami to lose consciousness almost instantaneously under its oppressive force. Luffy watched helplessly as Nami and Usopp collapsed, a fierce unwillingness surging within him that temporarily allowed him to break free from the dragon might's suppression, taking a few steps forward. However, he was ultimately subdued once more by Zhou Xiaoning's intensified dragon might, kneeling on the ground and unable to rise. In contrast, Zoro and Sanji fared even worse. The initial wave of dragon might had already rendered them incapable of standing. and the subsequent wave forced them flat against the ground, barely managing to prop themselves up with their arms, not completely succumbing to unconsciousness. It was indeed remarkable that they had not yet fainted. Zhou Xiaoning was astonished by the trio's mental resilience, considering they were mere novices at this stage, not the formidable pirates they would later become with bounties exceeding 100 million. Well then, let me see where your limits lie. A glimmer of intrigue danced across Zhou Xiaoning's face as he gradually amplified the dragon might. With each passing moment, as he grew more accustomed to its power, his control improved, allowing him to focus its effects solely on specific individuals without impacting others. Thud, thud. As Zhou Xiaoning released 80% of his dragon might, Zoro and Sanji finally succumbed, collapsing into unconsciousness. At this moment, only Luffy remained, gritting his teeth and holding on. Despite beads of sweat streaming down his face and a sense of disorientation settling in, he persisted stubbornly, refusing to fall. Quite resilient, are we? What about this? Zhou Xiaoning unleashed the full force of his dragon might, holding nothing back. The effects of dragon might were reminiscent of Conqueror's haki. However, in a direct comparison, dragon might proved superior. After all, Conqueror's haki was only effective against weaker beings. Once an adversary reached a certain level of strength, they could resist or even become immune to its pressure. Dragon might, on the other hand, was released in accordance with life levels. As long as the life level did not exceed that of a true dragon lineage, even those far stronger than Zhou Xiaoning, such as Whitebeard or Garp, would still be affected. Merely the degree of influence would vary. Crash! Luffy was finally overwhelmed by the dragon might, but to Zhou Xiaoning's surprise, he had not yet lost consciousness. Truly impressive for one endowed with the talent of Conqueror's haki. This tenacity is indeed commendable. Zhou Xiaoning had once yearned for the power of Conqueror's haki, but now, possessing the more formidable dragon might, he found himself indifferent to the idea of awakening it. Aside from the Conqueror's haki talent, the only noteworthy aspect about Luffy at this moment was his gum-gum fruit abilities. Given the disparity in their powers, Zhou Xiaoning could easily extract Luffy's gum-gum abilities. However, without them, would Luffy still be the Straw Hat Luffy? As for Zoro and Sanji, their only remarkable attributes were their respective swordsmanship and martial arts skills. Not to mention, Zhou Xiaoning already possessed the passive skill of mastery of short weapons, and any further improvement would rely solely on their own comprehension. Could Sanji's leg techniques truly rival the powerful techniques of the six forms, such as Shave, Gale, and Moonwalk? Regarding Nami and Usopp, they had merely been spectators since the onset, leaving Zhou Xiaoning at a loss for any potential enhancements to his strength from them. Evaluating the encounter with the Straw Hat crew, aside from indulging in the gratifying experience of utterly overwhelming the protagonist, Zhou Xiaoning had gained nothing of value, which was decidedly out of character for him. As he pondered this, a sudden realization struck him, followed by a wry smile. Perhaps he had been overly influenced by the effects of universal extraction for too long, instinctively desiring to extract from anyone he encountered. Luffy, your strength remains too feeble. The Grand Line is not as simple as you envision. If you wish to avoid witnessing your companions perish, then strive to grow stronger swiftly. Should the opportunity arise, Zhou Xiaoning genuinely wished to prevent such tragedies, yet due to his position, he could not overtly assist them. After all, his identity as a marine was still quite useful for now. Zhou Xiaoning could only hope that Luffy would heed his words and strengthen himself before calamity struck. Chapter 38. Old Sand. I'm here to collect something. Zhou Xiaoning was once again flying through the air. Increasingly adept at utilizing cloud riding, not only had his speed improved, but he could now also play handheld games to pass the time while in flight. It had been over half a month since he last encountered Luffy and the others, and considering the distance covered, they should have reached Logue Town, perhaps even progressed towards Reverse Mountain. Before entering the Grand Line, Luffy and his crew would trigger the Millennium Dragon incident. Zhou Xiaoning had no desire to involve himself in this matter. Despite the tales of the Millennium Dragon's bones being capable of creating elixirs of immortality, he scoffed at such notions. While the Millennium Dragon bore a resemblance to the Western dragons, their strength was vastly inferior, merely an animal with a longer lifespan. If the bones of a Millennium Dragon could truly yield an elixir of immortality, then surely the shells of sea turtles could as well. With no intention of joining the fray, Zhou Xiaoning soared past the red line, following the direction indicated by his pre-prepared permanent pointer, heading straight for his destination. Goodness, it is indeed sweltering here. and it hasn't rained in 3 years. It is quite remarkable that the inhabitants managed to endure. Were it me, I would likely revolt. As Zhou Xiaoning traversed the desert, it was not that he refrained from flying, but the extreme temperatures and the absence of clouds above would dehydrate him in moments. Even without using cloud riding, his speed remained commendable. Although the sixth form shave lacked in agility, its straight-line sprinting speed was formidable. Utilizing shave to travel, Zhou Xiaoning found his pace even quicker than flying. Moreover, when the heat became unbearable, he would extract some water from his storage space, controlling it to create a mist that surrounded him for cooling relief, in the entire world of One Piece. Perhaps only he could afford such extravagance. Have I finally arrived? After 2 days and nights of relentless travel, Zhou Xiaoning finally reached his destination. Rainbase, part of the Alabasta Kingdom, had long since become Crocodile's stronghold, contrasting sharply with the rest of Alabasta, which suffered from prolonged drought. Rainbase, with its inherent oasis and relatively abundant water resources, stood as one of the few stable regions in the tumultuous kingdom. Today, Rainbase was renowned for its gambling, thriving as a casino town reminiscent of modern-day Las Vegas. However, Zhou Xiaoning had not come here to gamble. He was in search of a person. Boom, with a kick. Zhou Xiaoning sent the door of the largest casino in Rainbase flying, his audacity utterly astounding. It was worth noting that those who could afford to gamble here were individuals of status, wealthy merchants, nobles from various nations, or at the very least, officials. If they banded together to confront Zhou Xiaoning, even Garp might struggle to protect him. Yet, Zhou Xiaoning remained unfazed. Prior to his arrival, he had used body transformation to alter his appearance. In the real world, he would likely be recognized immediately, prompting exclamations of "Governor." But in the world of One Piece, even if all factions combined their efforts, they would hardly uncover any information regarding Zhou Xiaoning's current guise. As a side note, during previous escapades, Zhou Xiaoning often adopted Garp's appearance to smooth over troubles, leading to many instances where Garp was inexplicably summoned for discussions by Sengoku. "Hey, who are you? Do you not know this is Crocodile's casino?" For imposing figures, not dissimilar in size to Zhou Xiaoning, approached him. Evidently the casino's guards or enforcers. Of course I know. Were it not for Old Sands Casino, I would not have kicked this door. Zhou Xiaoning's demeanor remained as brazen as before, showing no signs of intimidation by Crocodile's name. Conversely, the 4 men stood momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp who Old Sand was. One particularly dim-witted individual mistakenly believed Zhou Xiaoning had come to the wrong place and attempted to eject him. You lot lack the qualifications to lay a hand on me." With a cold snort, Zhou Xiaoning brushed past the 4 burly men, who had previously appeared ready for a confrontation, now standing frozen in place, offering no resistance. This was not due to Zhou Xiaoning's intimidating aura, but rather the subtle release of his spiritual awareness, a force capable of reaching up to 15 tons, which made it trivial to immobilize these 4 individuals, each no more formidable than ordinary marine soldiers. "Old Sand, are you not going to come out? I know you are here." Zhou Xiaoning's spiritual awareness had thoroughly scanned the entire casino, pinpointing Crocodile's location underground. "Are you not coming out yet? If that's the case, I shall have no choice but to descend and find you myself." Zhou Xiaoning let out a cold chuckle, striding to the center of the casino. With a sudden burst of force, he stomped down, creating a gaping hole in the ground. This opening led directly to the chamber where Crocodile resided, with a vertical drop of approximately 7 or 8 meters. For an ordinary individual, jumping down without any form of protection would likely result in severe injuries, if not death. However, for Zhou Xiaoning, this posed no challenge. Even a drop of 70 or 80 meters would not deter him from landing safely. Yet, upon his descent, he found no trace of Crocodile. Instead, he was greeted by swirling clouds of sand and the remnants of a sofa, which had been crushed by a falling ceiling. It was evident that Crocodile had been seated there when the ceiling collapsed upon him. Had he not consumed the sand fruit, allowing him to transform into sand, this incident would likely have resulted in significant injury. "I do apologize, Old Sand. I had no idea you were down here," Zhou Xiaoning said with a feigned expression of remorse, unwilling to admit that he had deliberately targeted Crocodile. "Kid, are you seeking death? Do you realize that?" As the sand coalesced, a pristine Crocodile re-emerged, his expression betraying his displeasure. No, I am not seeking death. I merely wish to find you," Zhou Xiaoning hastily clarified, as if terrified Crocodile might misconstrue his intentions. Had he maintained his youthful visage, perhaps his words would have held some deceptive allure. But now, with the face of a governor, such expressions were undoubtedly provocative. "What do you want from me?" Crocodile's ire was palpable, his right hand already transforming into sand, poised to strike. "You possess something I desire, and I would like to request that you relinquish it. Humph, in your dreams. Why on earth would I give you my possessions? So, it seems there is no room for negotiation." Zhou Xiaoning sighed in exasperation, pondering why no one could engage in a civil conversation without resorting to violence. Humph, desert sword. Crocodile's sand-formed arm morphed into a 2-meter-long blade, slashing towards Zhou Xiaoning with ferocity. In truth, this was not Crocodile's full power. A single, focused strike could cleave an entire desert in two. However, being underground amidst a water-filled aquarium, he was acutely aware that as a devil fruit user, falling into water would spell his doom. In contrast, Zhou Xiaoning bore no such weakness. Although he too had consumed a devil fruit, the effects of perfect fusion had nullified his vulnerabilities to water and sea prism stone. Only Haki remained as a counter to his abilities. To strike without a word, old sand, that is rather unruly of you. What? Crocodile's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Zhou Xiaoning's speed. Mere moments ago, they had been several meters apart, yet now Zhou Xiaoning stood directly behind him. For disobedient children, my educational philosophy is simple: discipline. Just as the words left Crocodile's lips, he felt an overwhelming force collide with his back, propelling him into the wall, where he finally came to a halt. "How could this be? How could you possibly strike me?" Crocodile gazed at Zhou Xiaoning incredulously, for since consuming the sand fruit, he had not felt the sensation of being struck in ages. "TSK, old sand? Ignorance is not your fault, but flaunting it is certainly your misstep. You have traversed the new world and now hold the title of a warlord, yet you remain oblivious to Haki?" Zhou Xiaoning adopted an expression of exasperation. Reflecting on how Crocodile had squandered years on his so-called plans, stagnating in power. Had it not been for the relatively impressive abilities granted by the sand fruit, he might not even qualify to be a warlord. This was precisely why, following the exposure of Crocodile's plans, the Marines had imprisoned him in Impel Down, while the likes of Gecko Moria, despite his defeat at the hands of Luffy and his allies, retained his position as a warlord. It was simple. Ambition must align with strength. Had Crocodile achieved a level comparable to a Marine admiral, would the Marines have dared to discard such a valuable asset? As the weakest among the warlords, Crocodile's prowess was merely slightly superior to that of a Marine colonel, a fact that relied heavily on the abilities of the sand fruit. Without it, even a Marine lieutenant could best him. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoning, having ascended to the 3rd tier, was now on par with a Marine colonel, and his mastery of armed Haki effectively countered Crocodile's abilities. Furthermore, in this chamber filled with water, should Zhou Xiaoning choose to shatter the tank's walls and seal the exit, Crocodile would find himself in a precarious predicament, ultimately succumbing without needing Zhou Xiaoning to lift a finger. Thus, from the outset, Zhou Xiaoning had already secured an invulnerable position in this confrontation. However, whether he would defeat Crocodile head-on or exploit the surrounding water would depend on his whims. "Damn it, who are you? With your strength, you should not be so inconspicuous," Crocodile grumbled, bracing himself against the wall as he rose, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a testament to the severity of Zhou Xiaoning's previous blow. Despite Crocodile's strength being considerable even in the New World, he still lacked mastery over Haki. His situation illustrated the peril of relying solely on experience. One must avoid such folly. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether you can acquiesce to my request. What do you want? Crocodile, recognizing the futility of resistance, chose to temporarily capitulate. Zhou Xiaoning's strength was undeniable, and the Haki he wielded instilled a deep-seated fear within Crocodile. If a conflict were to ensue, even if he managed to slay Zhou Xiaoning, he would surely not emerge unscathed. Now, at a pivotal juncture in his plans, Crocodile could not afford to fail if he acquired the ancient weapon Pluton. He would not merely dismiss Zhou Xiaoning, but could later seek an opportunity to eliminate him. Had you said so from the start, we might have avoided this confrontation, Zhou Xiaoning lamented, sighing in resignation. He was, after all, a peace-loving individual. Why could no one engage in dialogue without escalating to violence? Yet, once violence had commenced, He found it irksome when others attempted to reason mid-battle. "Speak quickly, before I change my mind." Crocodile's expression soured. If he could, he would gladly strangle this opportunistic fool. Very well, such impatience. I am interested in your abilities and wonder if you might share some with me? My abilities? Share? Crocodile was taken aback, for he had never heard of such a notion. While it was conceivable for devil fruit powers to have similar traits, identical abilities could only resurface if the previous user perished. Furthermore, a devil fruit user could not consume a second fruit. Doing so would result in a catastrophic internal clash of powers. These were fundamental truths, known to both pirates and marines alike in the Grand Line. Yet here stood a mysterious individual asserting a desire to share his powers. Crocodile could hardly fathom the absurdity of the claim. "Ah, I can see you're skeptical. Fear not. I shall demonstrate it to you. All you need do is cooperate and remain still." Zhou Xiaoning smiled, fully aware that such a proposition was difficult to believe. Yet, it was indeed happening, for Zhou Xiaoning was a person of extraordinary capability. In a realm where the highest tier was merely 5 levels, he had forged a 6-star skill, a feat unimaginable within the world of One Piece. Undoubtedly, the universal extraction skill could affect anyone in this universe. However, it was not invulnerable. Should it encounter an opponent far stronger than Zhou Xiaoning, or if the target possessed a high level, the skill would be incapable of affecting them directly, necessitating a compromise, extracting a weakened version instead. For instance, the elemental affinity Zhou Xiaoning had extracted from the 3 admirals was, in truth, the primal power of that element bestowed by the world itself. Possessing such primal power granted one the world's favor, enabling them to unleash tremendous force. It could be said that the 3 admirals were formidable even among 6-tiered powerhouses, yet outside this world, their strength would diminish considerably, falling somewhere between the 4th and 5th tiers. The primal power possessed a ranking of 6 stars or higher, rendering universal extraction ineffective against it. However, the elemental affinities associated with that primal power were only 5 stars, making them prime candidates for Zhou Xiaoning's extraction. Similarly, Crocodile's body housed primal power as a variant of Earth's essence, specifically, the essence of sand. However, this was not Zhou Xiaoning's objective. His intention in seeking out Crocodile was to extract the elemental energy of Earth from within him, thereby granting himself an affinity for the Earth element. "Very well, I can concede to your request, but if you attempt any trickery, do not blame me for being ungracious." Crocodile reluctantly acquiesced, or rather, he was quite curious about the method Zhou Xiaoning would employ to share his abilities. "Of course, I am a straight man, not a gay. Aside from your abilities, I have no interest in you whatsoever." Zhou Xiaoning waved his hand, gesturing for Crocodile to remain at ease, though those words sounded rather awkward. After a brief moment of imagination, Zhou Xiaoning couldn't help but shudder. The thought was truly terrifying. It was best to refrain from unnecessary actions, as this would benefit both Crocodile and himself. Zhou Xiaoning extended his hand to grasp Crocodile's remaining right hand, activating universal extraction. Once more, he found himself in the heart space filled with luminous points. Although this was not his first visit, he was always entranced by the dazzling spectacle before him. However, time waits for no one, and Zhou Xiaoning's stay in this heart space was brief. He had previously experimented and discovered that the stronger the target from whom the extraction was performed, the shorter his stay would be, and vice versa. Moreover, regardless of whether he extracted anything, he could only enter the same heart space for the same individual once. Despite having just taken advantage of Crocodile, the disparity in their strengths was not vast. Zhou Xiaoning could potentially defeat or even kill Crocodile, yet achieving absolute dominance was still beyond his capability. As such, Zhou Xiaoning could only remain in Crocodile's heart space for a maximum of 30 seconds, which was hardly ample time. Eureka! After spending several seconds, Zhou Xiaoning finally located the luminous point representing the elemental energy of Earth amidst the myriad of lights. However, it appeared that Crocodile had acquired the essence of sand, resulting in the majority of his Earth elemental energy undergoing mutation. The remaining amount was not as substantial as Zhou Xiaoning had anticipated. Though it was somewhat lacking, it was certainly preferable to having nothing at all. With the target identified, the extraction commenced. Locating the target took mere seconds, yet the actual extraction transpired in an instant. The Earth elemental power, which barely reached a 5-star quality, succumbed effortlessly to the 6-star universal extraction, akin to an infant with no capacity for resistance. As Zhou Xiaoning exerted his force, it obediently followed him. Presently, with full control over the earth element, Zhou Xiaoning could unleash power exceeding the first tier, yet falling short of the second tier, and was ready to engage in actual combat. In contrast, Crocodile sensed that he had lost something, yet he had no inkling of what it could be. His body showed no signs of deficiency, nor was his devil fruit ability affected. Yet the feeling of emptiness was unmistakable. It seemed that Zhou Xiaoning had indeed extracted something from within him, though he himself could not discern it. This individual was not one to be trifled with lightly. Zhou Xiaoning's enigmatic presence temporarily intimidated Crocodile, until he unraveled the depths of Zhou Xiaoning's capabilities. He would not act recklessly. Well then, I have acquired what I desired, and I shall take my leave. Zhou Xiaoning soared into the air, ascending through the hole he had made, for traversing stairs was simply too cumbersome. Wait a moment, might I inquire if you have any interest in joining Baroque Works? If you are willing, I can offer you a position equivalent to mine. Crocodile was indeed intrigued. If a formidable individual like Zhou Xiaoning were to join, the strength of Baroque Works would elevate dramatically. In the future, once he acquired the Pluton, he would possess the power to contend with the four emperors and even the Marines. Zhou Xiaoning could only laugh helplessly at Crocodile's proposition. His true identity was that of a Marine major. Who had ever heard of a Marine major being recruited by a pirate? Let us discuss this once you obtain Pluton. With these parting words, he departed swiftly, leaving Crocodile alone with a darkened expression. His desire to acquire Pluton was known only to Nico Robin, yet even the members of Baroque Works were oblivious to it. How did that fellow come to know? Could it be that Robin had betrayed him? A thought crossed Crocodile's mind but was swiftly dismissed. Nico Robin currently thrived under his protection. If she were to betray him, whom could she turn to for safety? With her intellect, she would never engage in such self-destructive behavior. Chapter 40. The next target, Portgas D.Ace, originally named Gold.Ace, was in fact the illegitimate son of the Pirate King, Gold.Roger. Growing up, he harbored a profound hatred for his father, thus adopting his mother Portgas D.Rouge's surname. Later, he was adopted by Monkey D.Garp and became the sworn brother of Luffy. Like Luffy, Ace aspired to become a pirate. Setting sail several years before Luffy and establishing the Spade Pirates, he subsequently encountered Whitebeard and challenged him, only to be defeated, leading to the dissolution of the Spade Pirates into the Whitebeard Pirates. Initially, Ace was highly resentful, and he attempted to assassinate Whitebeard over 100 times, yet each attempt was effortlessly thwarted by Whitebeard. Eventually, upon revealing his identity as the son of Pirate King Roger, Whitebeard not only refrained from casting him out, but instead laughed it off, which led Ace to finally recognize Edward Newgate, or Whitebeard, as a great pirate, ultimately embracing the name of Whitebeard himself. Shortly thereafter, he ascended to the position of 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. It is noteworthy that Whitebeard was the strongest of his time, with 5-tier strength that stood atop the pirate world. During the Marineford War, he valiantly contended against 3 admirals despite being gravely ill. Had it not been for Squard's foolishness in believing Akainu's deception and stabbing Whitebeard in the back, thereby exacerbating his already weakened state, Ace might have very well been saved. Under the leadership of such a formidable figure, it was only natural that the captains he acknowledged would not be lacking in strength. While not every one of them could rival the admirals, several were indeed capable of holding their own against admirals for a short time. In such circumstances, Ace's rise to the position of 2nd Division Commander was a testament to his formidable power. Of course, had it been merely this, Zhou Xiaoning would not have lingered in that location waiting for him. Despite holding the position of Marine Major, Zhou Xiaoning felt little allegiance to the Marines. Had it not been for the resources they provided, he would have long since cast aside his Marine Justice cloak and embraced a carefree life as a pirate. Thus, he had no desire to capture Ace for military merit or promotions. Whoever wished to pursue such endeavors was free to do so. He had no intention of getting involved. The true reason Zhou Xiaoning chose to remain and wait for Ace was that he coveted Ace's Maramara no Mi, or more accurately, the fire elemental energy it bestowed. If one were to identify the individual in the pirate world possessing the most pure fire elemental power, it would undoubtedly be Ace in the original narrative. Ace first appeared and reunited with Luffy at that very location. Moreover, in a state of heightened awareness, Zhou Xiaoning quickly located the restaurant featured in the original storyline. Uncertain of when Luffy and the others would arrive, he resorted to the rudimentary strategy of patiently waiting, ultimately dining at the restaurant for 10 consecutive days before finally encountering a CI. In conclusion, it was undoubtedly Ace himself. No one else dared to dress in such a manner. Although Zhou Xiaoning had located his target, he did not intend to approach just yet, as not all parties had gathered. This led the restaurant owner and patrons to worry greatly, speculating whether he had mistakenly consumed the desert strawberry, which was said to resemble a red strawberry but was a poisonous spider. If ingested, the victim would succumb to the poison days later, with their body emitting infectious viruses within hours. Zhou Xiaoning was unsure of the veracity of these claims, but given the gravity with which others discussed it, he chose to treat it as truth. However, the reality was that Ace was merely asleep, not deceased, rendering the patron's speculations entirely misguided. Moreover, with Ace's Mara Nomi abilities, even if he had consumed the desert strawberry, it was unlikely he would suffer any ill effects. The toxins would presumably be incinerated before they could spread. Soon enough, upon confirming that Ace was still merely asleep, the onlookers dispersed. Yet, as the crowd thinned, Ace found himself exposed, fortuitously seated with his back to the entrance, his Whitebeard Pirate's insignia prominently displayed behind him. Consequently, Ace was spotted by Smoker, who happened to pass by. Unlike Zhou Xiaoning, who occupied his position without engaging in the political machinations of the Marines, Smoker was undeniably a competent Marine, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards pirates. Having consumed the smoke fruit, he possessed considerable strength. Had he not struggled with interpersonal skills and the nuances of hierarchy, he likely would not still be merely a captain. "You truly have some audacity, dining so openly here," Portgaston Ace, 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. The renown of the Whitebeard Pirates echoed throughout the world of One Piece. As soon as Smoker unveiled Ace's identity, it ignited a wave of commotion, leaving the patrons of the restaurant in a state of shock, unsure whether to flee or stay, caught in a moment of confusion. "What brings a notorious pirate such as yourself to this nation? I am merely here in search of someone and would appreciate it if you could refrain from disturbing me." "That simply will not do. Although I am in pursuit of other pirates and have no interest in your bounty, I am, after all, a member of the Navy." Smoker fulfilled his duty as a naval officer, and despite knowing that he might not be able to deal with Ace, he showed no intention of letting Ace off the hook. His right hand had already transformed into smoke, poised to strike at any moment. "What a rather dull reason," Ace scoffed, still lounging lazily, though Zhou Xiaoning could perceive that he had entered a battle-ready state. The fire elements surrounding him had become quite animated, capable of incinerating the entire restaurant in an instant if he wished. However, Ace was known to be a restrained pirate and was unlikely to engage in such madness. His most probable course of action would be to find an opportunity to escape the restaurant and confront Smoker in a more open area. Of course, it would be even better if Smoker failed to catch up with him. The tension between Ace and Smoker was palpable, with a fierce confrontation imminent. Just then, strange sounds echoed from outside. Rubber rocket. A humanoid figure flew in, striking Smoker with tremendous force from behind, causing him to falter and crash into Ace, who could not withstand the impact either. They both barreled through several walls before finally coming to a halt. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Xiaoning observed expressions of surprise, helplessness, and sheer disbelief on their faces, as if they were illustrating the importance of mastering observation hockey. At least from now on, his mother would no longer worry about him being ambushed. The true instigator of this chaos, however, sat at the table, seemingly unfazed, clamoring for a meal. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Xiaoning could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. This scene had been comically delightful when he first watched it in the anime, and witnessing it live was utterly hilarious. "Ah, it's you?" Luffy, drawn by the laughter, turned to see Zhou Xiaoning clutching his stomach with one hand while the other pounded the table, his face flushed as if he might choke on his laughter at any moment. For a moment, Luffy completely forgot about eating, watching Zhou Xiaoning warily, ready to flee at the slightest hint of unusual behavior. Although Zhou Xiaoning possessed the ability to read minds, he could only glean a rough understanding of Luffy's thoughts. He was still a bit short of fully deciphering his mind. However, had he been able to read Luffy's thoughts entirely, he would have completely overturned his previous perception of Luffy. Who said Luffy was dim-witted? He was sharper than a monkey. While he appeared ordinary on the outside, he had already devised his escape plan. "Relax, I'm not here to look for you this time." Zhou Xiaoning waved his hand, signaling Luffy to disregard him. To his surprise, Luffy actually ceased to pay him any mind and began to feast heartily instead. Just how big is this guy's appetite? You are indeed hard to find? Straw Hat Kid, Smoker and Luffy were somewhat acquainted. After Luffy's escape from Loguetown, Smoker considered it a significant disgrace, even abandoning the defense of Loguetown to pursue him here, all for the sake of capturing Luffy. Yet, Luffy seemed oblivious to this, his gaze fixed on Smoker while his hands continued to shovel food into his mouth. Haha, Smoker, you've been ignored. Zhou Xiaoning continued to laugh heartily, thoroughly entertained by the furious expression on Smoker's icy face. Provoked by Luffy's obliviousness. You scoundrel, how dare you be here? You are a naval captain, and yet you remain unmoved in the presence of pirates. Smoker seethed, though this time, his ire was directed at Zhou Xiaoning. However, rumors had begun to circulate that Smoker had someone backing him, which only fueled his anger further. Yet, within a year, his promotion from lieutenant commander to captain solidified those rumors, leading others to harbor significant doubts about his capabilities. This was why he held such disdain for Zhou Xiaoning. After all, he had earned his promotion through unimaginable effort, only to have it dismissed by mere words about having someone in higher authority. Anyone would find that profoundly unfair. Chapter 41. Battle with Ace Smoker, don't take it so seriously. Such behavior is quite unappealing to women. Zhou Xiaoning feigned concern for Smoker's future loneliness, and anyone unaware of the underlying situation witnessing this scene would undoubtedly commend Zhou Xiaoning for being such a good brother. Worrying to this extent. Whether or not women find you appealing is irrelevant. I simply wish to ask why you remain so passive upon encountering pirates, allowing them to roam freely before you. The veins on Smoker's forehead throbbed. He almost wished to punch Zhou Xiaoning's insufferable face. However, first, Zhou Xiaoning was 2 ranks above him, and striking him would be seen as disrespectful to a superior. If Zhou Xiaoning decided to escalate matters, Smoker would likely face disciplinary action. Secondly, with both Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace present, he was outmatched. Though he was loath to admit it, he indeed required Zhou Xiaoning's assistance. I am on leave. Did you not notice that I am not even wearing my naval uniform? Smoker was momentarily at a loss, suddenly realizing the validity of Zhou Xiaoning's argument and finding himself speechless. Ah, you're that Smoke man. How did you end up here? Luffy finally remembered who Smoker was, and in his astonishment, the food he had been chewing, yet to be swallowed, sprayed all over Smoker's face. You bastard! Luffy's mockery was well-timed, prompting Smoker to dismiss Zhou Xiaoning and turn his focus back on Luffy. Wait, thanks for the meal. Luffy sincerely expressed his gratitude before promptly turning to flee, having not even paid for his meal. Smoker was momentarily stunned. He swore he had captured countless pirates, yet never had he encountered one as unpredictable as Luffy in a flash. Smoker regained his composure and gave chase, but he had lost the initiative. Luffy's speed was not any slower than his own, and if this continued, the likelihood of Luffy escaping was exceedingly high. Wait, Luffy, it's me? Ace had also managed to rise, following closely behind Smoker. With everyone gathered, it was time for Zhou Xiaoning to take action. After waiting for over 10 days, he had finally arrived at this moment. Should he miss this opportunity, he might have to venture into Impel Down to seek Ace next time. Oh, right, take this as compensation. Zhou Xiaoning produced a thick stack of money and tossed it to the restaurant owner, surely enough to cover Ace and Luffy's meal as well as the damages for the walls. Upon stepping outside the restaurant, Luffy and the others had already vanished, but that was of little concern. With his spiritual sense extended, Zhou Xiaoning quickly located Luffy. Once he found Luffy, he need not worry about Ace failing to appear. Meanwhile, due to Luffy's reckless actions, Nami, Zoro, and others, who had yet to reveal their whereabouts, were now ensnared in the Navy's pursuit. Given their combined strength, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, along with the newly joined but equally capable Chopper, should not have been in such a predicament. However, lacking Haki and without Seastone in hand, Smoker's abilities were virtually insurmountable before them. Moreover, Zoro was particularly apprehensive about encountering Dashiki, a woman strikingly similar to his childhood companion Kuina. He often found himself at a loss for how to act in her presence, unsure whether to engage or flee. Consequently, Zoro made a rather cowardly decision, to run, as far as possible before Dashiki noticed him, ideally never to lay eyes on her again. Yet, before Luffy and the others could reach the harbor, they were already surrounded by the Navy. While Luffy and his companions could break through due to their formidable strength, Nami, Usopp, Vivi, and the duck Karoo were not similarly equipped. Burdened with 4 packages, escape would be no easy feat unless Luffy and the others were willing to abandon them. That moment, Luffy demonstrated that he too had a big brother watching over him. Fire Fist Ace arrived, immediately blocking all Navy personnel. With his Flame Fruit abilities, Smoker's Smoke Fruit powers were rendered ineffective against him. Should a confrontation occur, neither possessed Haki, and as they were both natural Devil Fruit users who did not counteract each other, it would likely come down to who could outlast the other in stamina. However, even if Smoker were to emerge victorious, Luffy and the others would have long since vanished. Furthermore, Ace would not engage in a prolonged battle with Smoker. As long as Luffy and his friends were safely extricated, he would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to slip away and reunite with Luffy, leaving Smoker with nothing but disappointment. Damn it, if only that guy were here. Oh, I seem to hear someone calling for me. Zhou Xiaoning appeared as if on cue, just as Smoker finished speaking. Humph, I leave him to you. I will pursue the Straw Hat crew, fine, but you must treat me to a meal afterward. After all, I'm helping you out of friendship. Humph, let us go. Smoker, disinterested in Zhou Xiaoning, led Tashigi and half of the Navy to bypass Ace, continuing the pursuit of Luffy and his companions. Fire Fist Ace. I have long anticipated a duel with you. Both Zhou Xiaoning and Ace were filled with fighting spirit, their strengths being evenly matched. Should they engage in battle, it would undoubtedly be a fierce clash. As for Luffy and the others, neither Zhou Xiaoning nor Ace were concerned, having already allowed them a considerable head start. By the time Smoker reached the port, Luffy and his crew would have long set sail. Fire Gun. Ace initiated the attack, his hands forming into gun shapes, unleashing a barrage of small flames from his fingertips. Though these flames were no larger than peanuts, their power was not inferior to bullets fired from standard Navy firearms. Furthermore, being flames themselves, they possessed the added trait of burning, making Ace's fire gun considerably more troublesome than conventional weapons. Ace, do you underestimate me? Without any visible movement from Zhou Xiaoning, a wall of earth abruptly rose before him, effectively blocking Ace's fiery assault. Truly impressive. I knew I had not chosen my opponent poorly. That was merely a greeting. Now, it is time for serious combat. Upon witnessing Zhou Xiaoning's earth-manipulating abilities, Ace instinctively categorized him as a user of a natural-type devil fruit related to the earth, compelling him to take the fight more seriously. After all, earth could counter fire in many respects. Fire Fist. Ace unleashed his signature move, transmuting his arm into flames. Under the influence of his powers, the flames swelled dramatically, ultimately forming a colossal flaming fist aimed directly at Zhou Xiaoning. Now, this is more like it. Zhou Xiaoning advanced rather than retreated, channeling armament Haki into his right hand to meet the oncoming flaming giant fist. Boom! The collision of the disproportionate fists reverberated with a thunderous roar. Ace, intent on overpowering Zhou Xiaoning, secretly intensified the flames, transforming their original orange hue into a more vibrant blaze. Zhou Xiaoning, equally resolute, converted more of his source energy into armament Haki, deepening the blackness of his right hand, which now gleamed with a metallic sheen. Behave yourself. 6 Styles Ultimate. 6 King Pistol. With a powerful thrust, Zhou Xiaoning unleashed a force from his fist, a testament to his complete mastery of the Navy's 6 styles, enabling him to concentrate his entire strength into an explosive attack. Originally developed by CP9's Lucci, the 6 King pistol was a refined version of the Navy's 6 styles. Zhou Xiaoning's command of these techniques rivaled Lucci's, perhaps even surpassing him due to his physical prowess, making the execution of the 6 King pistol no great challenge. However, unlike Lucci, Zhou Xiaoning required only one hand to initiate the technique, rendering it more concentrated and impactful. Infused with a hint of Haki, thereby amplifying its potency significantly, an absolute threat to any natural-type devil fruit user. Indeed, the impact of Zhou Xiaoning's strike instantly pierced through Ace's fire fist, surging toward Ace himself with unstoppable momentum. Haki, you have grasped such a perilous skill. Ace marveled inwardly, aware that even he had yet to master Haki. However, he could not entirely blame himself. Within the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates, many members possessed Haki, and Whitebeard's own prowess in Haki was among the strongest in the world. If Ace had sought to learn, there were plenty willing to teach him. Yet, his overwhelming confidence in his flame fruit abilities had left him disinterested in Haki. a mindset that had ultimately led to his crushing defeat at the hands of Blackbeard. Had Ace been adept in hockey, combined with his formidable flame fruit capabilities, he could have held his own against Blackbeard. Or, at the very least, made a dignified retreat, rather than being captured. Recognizing the gravity of hockey, Ace set aside his previous underestimation, revealing the full extent of his prowess as the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Flame Ring. Fire Pillar. Ace clasped his hands together, culminating in a fire pillar 3 meters in diameter that surged toward Zhou Xiaoning's attack. Crash! The fire pillar collided with the impact, neutralizing each other. Yet the residual shockwave and scattered flames engulfed the surrounding area for dozens of meters. The Navy, originally intending to assist Zhou Xiaoning in encircling Ace, had long since fled, realizing that both combatants were monsters, and that it would be prudent for ordinary folk to refrain from interference. Chapter 42. Objective achieved. The battle between Ace and Zhou Xiaoning raged on, though the arena had shifted to the desert outside of Loharala. For their overwhelming might had the potential to reduce Loharala to ruins merely through the aftermath of their clash. Fire Fist Ace, indeed formidable. Thus, I must take this seriously. I must confess, the ability I am about to employ is one I have yet to showcase. So please do not perish. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoning had completed his transformation, now embodying a half-human, half-dragon form, reminiscent of the Dragon Kings from Eastern mythology. In this dragon form, Zhou Xiaoning experienced a 20 increase in physical strength and a 10 enhancement in energy capacity, elevating his physical prowess to an astounding 180 points. In contrast, the increase in energy capacity was less pronounced, reaching merely 33 points. It could be stated that Zhou Xiaoning's strength had more than doubled since before, and he now possessed the confidence to face his 4 untransformed selves. However, this transformation came at a cost. Zhou Xiaoning sensed that his stamina was depleting at least threefold compared to before. Even while standing still, he could feel his energy gradually waning, indicating that he needed to conclude the battle swiftly. An animal type, and a mythical species devil fruit at that? This is troublesome indeed. Ace thought, a hint of bitterness crossing his features. Although animal-type fruits generally offered straightforward enhancements of physical abilities, the mythical species were notoriously perplexing, defying conventional reasoning. Take Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. For instance, as a mythical species user of the Phoenix fruit, he could fly and control blue flames, not to mention possessing abilities akin to those of natural-type users, allowing him to resurrect from serious injuries, making him nearly immortal. In terms of invulnerability, Marco was undoubtedly unrivaled in the world of pirates. Zhou Xiaoning's current form bore no resemblance to an ordinary animal, heralding a significant challenge ahead. Ace, I am about to unleash my full power. Do not succumb too quickly, Zhou Xiaoning taunted. If victory is guaranteed, the outcome remains uncertain. Ace, though recognizing the escalating difficulty of the situation, could not afford to diminish Whitebeard's reputation, especially with Zhou Xiaoning being a member of the Navy. He resolved to stand firm, hoping Zhou Xiaoning would retain his bravado. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhou Xiaoning appeared at Ace's side, executing a sweeping tail strike that sent Ace hurtling away. It is important to clarify that Zhou Xiaoning was not employing any techniques from the 18 dragon subduing palms, but rather was executing a genuine dragon tail strike, as he now possessed a legitimate dragon tail. So swift. This is on an entirely different level, Ace thought, startled, realizing he had barely perceived Zhou Xiaoning's approach. Had he not instinctively employed his flame to shield against Zhou Xiaoning's assault, he would likely have sustained injury. Where are you looking, Ace? Zhou Xiaoning's voice suddenly echoed in Ace's ear, prompting immediate alarm. Ace quickly enveloped himself in flames, attempting to distance himself from Zhou Xiaoning. Yet, Zhou Xiaoning would not allow Ace such an easy escape. With rapidity, he grasped Ace's left leg with his dragon claw, rendering Ace incapable of elemental transformation under the influence of armament hockey. This is bad. Cold sweat dripped from Ace's forehead, knowing Zhou Xiaoning would not let him off so easily. To Ace's credit, he accurately anticipated Zhou Xiaoning's next moves, which included a relentless barrage of devastating strikes, culminating in a powerful elbow strike reminiscent of a mountain's weight. Pooh! Ace spat blood, having not suffered such severe injuries since consuming the flame fruit. He felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, and he suspected several ribs were fractured. Under such conditions, a common individual would have perished. However, Ace still retained the strength to continue fighting. One could not deny that he was a renowned figure in the world of pirates, demonstrating impressive resilience in the face of adversity. Moreover, in accordance with the conventions of the world of One Piece, it is commonplace for characters to experience explosive power surges in dire situations. Be they protagonists or antagonistic bosses, a climactic outburst is almost inevitable. However, while the protagonist's eruption leads to triumph, the boss's outburst typically results in merely a more grievous defeat. Before the protagonist retaliates and delivers a decisive blow, Ace may not be classified as a protagonist nor a villainous boss, yet he is a pivotal figure in the original narrative, and thus, it is not beyond reason to anticipate that he might unleash his power as well. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoning does not intend to press too hard, for it would be unwise to risk being knocked out himself. Although Zhou Xiaoning harbors a desire to spare Ace, certain actions are unavoidable. Approaching Ace, he seized the latter's head with his fearsome dragon claw. Universal extraction, he activated it. Any wonder that Ace, the wielder of the flame fruit, possesses such an extraordinarily high purity of fire essence within? The abundance of fire elemental power within him far surpasses that of a kainu. Apologies, Ace, but I shall not extend any courtesy towards you. What are you planning to do? Ace, startled by the sinister grin on Zhou Xiaoning's face, couldn't help but think of a certain island in the Grand Line known as the Island of Men, where all inhabitants are male yet harbor no affection for women, only for their own kind. Could it be that this individual before him hails from such a place? Initially, Zhou Xiaoning felt a twinge of guilt for extracting the fire elemental power from Ace. But with his telepathic abilities and Ace's current expression, Zhou Xiaoning quickly dispelled any lingering remorse. You doubted my orientation? Allow me to drain every bit of your power. With full force, Zhou Xiaoning unleashed the universal extraction, targeting all the fire elemental power within Ace, save for the core fire essence. Severely wounded, Ace lacked the strength to resist and could only watch helplessly as his power was siphoned away. At first, Ace felt little change, unaware of Zhou Xiaoning's intentions. However, as the fire elemental power diminished, he sensed his control over flames waning, until he could no longer even manifest elemental transformation. Zhou Xiaoning, indifferent to Ace's thoughts, reveled in the soaring affinity for fire within his personal attributes, experiencing a euphoric delight. Ultimately, the fire affinity stabilized at an impressive 50, establishing it as his highest affinity. This substantial affinity allowed Zhou Xiaoning to replicate numerous techniques once wielded by Ace, such as Fire Fist and Flame Pillar, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from the authentic flame fruit user, save for the inability to transform. What have you done to me? Ace gazed at Zhou Xiaoning with suspicion, acutely aware that his fire control had regressed to the level of a novice, as if all his years of training had merely served to prepare Zhou Xiaoning for this moment. How could he possibly accept such a reality? It's quite simple, really, just sharing a bit of your power. Zhou Xiaoning conjured a fireball as proof of his claim, inciting further agitation in Ace. However, given Zhou Xiaoning's previous ability to subdue him, Ace, now significantly weakened, stood no chance against him and was easily subdued once more. Zhou Xiaoning, mindful not to provoke Ace to the point of no return, especially with Whitebeard at his back, whom he deemed beyond his own capabilities, sought to clarify his intentions. Yet, Ace's demeanor suggested that he remained far from forgiving, still harboring a fierce resentment. How troublesome, Zhou Xiaoning muttered in irritation, swiftly knocking Ace unconscious and using his telepathic abilities to drag him along as he activated cloud riding towards the seashore. Upon locating the Thousand Sunny, Zhou Xiaoning unceremoniously tossed Ace aboard, confident that Luffy would look after him without further concern on his part. Chapter 43. Blackbeard. Hurry up. After relinquishing Ace to Luffy, Zhou Xiaoning departed, uninterested in the forthcoming Alabasta arc, having already secured what he desired. Remaining there held little appeal. Days had passed, and Crocodile's injuries should have nearly healed by now. He was curious whether the earth elemental energy he had extracted had returned as well. If not, Luffy would undoubtedly benefit greatly, facing a crocodile who was slightly weaker than in the original story, thus making his battle considerably easier. Rumor had it that Sengoku was furious over this turn of events, unleashing his fury and demolishing his office in the process. Zhou Xiaoning had anticipated this outcome, but he paid it little mind, as his time in the world of One Piece was drawing to a close. This was also a message conveyed to him by the Transcendence Gem not long ago. Although he had previously extracted elemental powers from the three admirals and Crocodile without significant impact, his actions with Ace had been excessive, nearly rendering Ace powerless. The world consciousness could no longer remain passive. In its narrative, Ace was destined to seek out Blackbeard for a fateful duel, ultimately leading to his capture. Should Ace not pursue Blackbeard, he would evade capture, and if Ace were to avoid capture, Whitebeard would not ignite the war at Marineford. Without the war, how would the plot progress? If the world consciousness were likened to a director, it would undoubtedly wish to eliminate Zhou Xiaoning, the disruptor. However, as Zhou Xiaoning hailed from another world and was protected by the Transcendence Gem, the world consciousness could not act openly against him. Thus, expelling Zhou Xiaoning became the most viable option. With Zhou Xiaoning gone, the world consciousness could simply grant Ace a modicum of assistance, allowing his strength to recover swiftly, thereby seamlessly continuing the narrative. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoning's departure was imperative, and the sooner, the better. Even without the gem's reminder, Zhou Xiaoning could sense the palpable malice directed at him by the One Piece world. From losing his wallet upon stepping outside to stepping in dog waste, to being caught unprepared for rain on overcast days, and even encountering robbers while merely resting in an inn, he had faced a barrage of misfortunes that would rival even the most unfortunate of circumstances. Nevertheless, before leaving, Zhou Xiaoning resolved to undertake one grand endeavor. Having already acquired 4 of the 5 elemental affinities, wind, fire, earth, and water, only lightning remained, alongside the dark affinity, which he lacked. As a mildly obsessive-compulsive individual, such deficiencies were utterly intolerable. Thus, Zhou Xiaoning brought Seiko Tagakushi with him to Gaia Island, anticipating Blackbeard's arrival. Once he extracted the dark elemental energy from him, he would ascend to confront Enel and claim his lightning elemental energy, thereby completing his collection. Zhou Xiaoning's intentions were noble, yet he had neglected to account for the sailing speed of Luffy and his crew. This oversight was partly due to Oda's vague time frames. Zhou Xiaoning and Seiko Tagakushi waited over half a month on Gaia Island without sight of Luffy's party. Consequently, Blackbeard, who was specifically seeking him, also failed to appear. With just over a month left before his departure deadline, Zhou Xiaoning was consumed by anxiety in this tense atmosphere. The pirates on the island, lacking any sense of self-preservation, not only sought to confront him but also dared to harass Seiko Tagakushi in response. Zhou Xiaoning and Seiko Tagakushi united, sweeping across Gaia Island from east to west one day and from north to south the next, swiftly subduing every pirate they encountered, resulting in a notable improvement in the island's security. 3 days later, as Zhou Xiaoning and Seiko Tagakushi were enjoying lunch, a disheveled man, clad in a suit and sporting numerous bruises, rushed in and, with a thud, knelt before Zhou Xiaoning. "My lord, the straw hat crew you awaited has finally arrived on the island. Currently at the tavern," he stammered, trembling with fear. Having previously been one of the pirates Zhou Xiaoning had taught a lesson, he was well aware of Zhou Xiaoning's strength and dared not resist. Dutifully running errands for him and even abandoning his former pirate attire, for Zhou Xiaoning had made it abundantly clear. Anyone who dared to confront him on Gaia Island would be met with a beating. "Is that so? They have finally come." Zhou Xiaoning's long-held frown finally relaxed. If Luffy had arrived, Blackbeard could not be far behind. "You did well, rest assured. I shall be departing soon." Upon hearing this, the man nearly wept with joy. Having toiled tirelessly for Zhou Xiaoning in hopes of this very moment, watching the man's exuberant departure, Seiko Tagakushi couldn't contain her laughter, bursting into giggles. "Xiaoning, look at how frightened he is. Anyone unaware might think you a fearsome villain." "Humph, whose fault is that? They happened to cross paths with me at a moment of irritation. This is simply poetic justice," Zhou Xiaoning retorted with pride, feeling no shame in his actions. After all, the pirates were hardly virtuous, and sparing their lives was already an act of great mercy. Seiko Tagakushi merely smiled in response, accustomed to Zhou Xiaoning's occasional childishness. After all, they were akin to an old married couple, were they not? The tavern frequented by Luffy and his companions is remarkably easy to locate, for there exists but a single establishment on the entire Gaia Island. If one seeks to find someone, a direct approach to the tavern suffices. Just as Zhou Xiaoning and Takushima Seiko hurried towards it, an intriguing event was unfolding within. Prior to their arrival on Gaia Island, Nami's log pose had malfunctioned, inexplicably pointing skyward. Initially, Nami suspected her log pose was broken. However, After a series of subsequent events, Luffy and his friends ultimately confirmed the existence of Sky Island. Thus, Nami, eager for information, led Luffy and Zoro onto the island to inquire about the Sky Island. Unfortunately, they had clearly chosen the wrong individuals to question, as the tavern's patrons dismissed the Sky Island as mere legend, lacking any basis in reality. Unsurprisingly, Luffy and his companions were met with derision, particularly when Bellamy recognized Luffy and proceeded to insult him mercilessly, resorting to physical assaults and throwing bottles at him, displaying an overwhelming disdain. Even more egregious was the raucous cheers from the other pirates in the tavern, as if humiliating Luffy were a source of great amusement. "Have you forgotten the rules I set forth? Is it that my previous lesson was insufficiently profound?" Bellamy's voice boomed. "Hey, kid, where did you spring from? Can't you see I'm in the middle of something important?" Having recently arrived on Gaia Island, Bellamy was unaware of Zhou Xiaoning's formidable prowess, which would surely have deterred him from such reckless words. The gazes of the other pirates began to shift to one of pity for Bellamy. After all, a pirate once boasting a bounty of over 70 million berries had met a grim fate for simply referring to Zhou Xiaoning as kid, only to find himself with broken limbs, hung from the bow of his own ship the following day. Though Zhou Xiaoning had never admitted to the act, it was clear to all that he was the only one capable of such a severe punishment. In a moment, the pirates present began to anticipate Bellamy's impending doom. It is often said that one does not lament scarcity, but rather inequality. They were all pirates, and why should Bellamy be exempt from the consequences that had befallen them at Zhou Xiaoning's hands? However, that woman behind you is rather attractive. If you were to let her entertain my companions and me, I might just consider sparing you," Bellamy boasted, utterly oblivious to the expressions of those around him. If he had, he might have sensed the precariousness of his situation and refrained from such folly. Moreover, Bellamy's lackeys, in their naivety, egged him on, showcasing their audacious arrogance. It is worth noting that Zhou Xiaoning had few taboos, and Bellamy had inadvertently violated 2 of them. Merely calling him kid would have warranted a sound thrashing, but daring to target Tokushimasiko was a death wish. The last individual who attempted such a thing had been unceremoniously disposed of into the sea for fish to feast upon. "You truly are audacious," Zhou Xiaoning glared at Bellamy, unleashing his formidable aura solely upon him, an honor even Luffy had yet to receive. Bellamy met Zhou Xiaoning's gaze, but the words he intended to speak evaporated in his throat. He perceived not a mere man before him, but rather an unparalleled beast, poised to consume him whole. Fear coursed through him as he stammered, "My friend, that was all a misunderstanding. I was merely jesting." Bellamy's forced laughter belied his intelligence. He was aware of whom to provoke and whom to avoid, and this individual was certainly someone to be avoided at all costs. Yet, Bellamy's lackeys protested, unable to accept their captain's show of weakness before a mere boy. "What are you afraid of? It's just a kid and a woman. We can take them out together." Sachis, the first mate, voiced his opinion, garnering the support of several subordinates. Desperate to preserve his life, Bellamy retorted, "Silence. Am I the captain, or are you?" He was willing to risk everything, even uttering such hurtful words. "Of course, it's you," Sachis conceded, recognizing that ambition must be tempered with caution in the face of overwhelming power. "Humph, at least you know your place." Bellamy shot Sachis a glare, then turned back to Zhou Xiaoning, his demeanor shifting to one of servility. "My lord, all of that was but a jest. Can we not consider this settled?" "Do you think I would lose face if you simply declared it settled?" Zhou Xiaoning replied sternly, causing Bellamy to shudder. Yet, Zhou Xiaoning's tone softened. "However, in light of your sincere apology, I shall grant you one opportunity. I shall deliver but a single punch, and after that, regardless of whether you live or die, we shall consider this matter resolved." Under normal circumstances, Zhou Xiaoning might have avenged the transgressions against him by ending Bellamy's life, particularly since he had already dispatched numerous pirates in recent days. Moreover, considering Bellamy's abilities, Zhou Xiaoning would likely gain considerable source points, with the potential for a spring fruit source card to drop. Such temptation was undeniably alluring, yet he pondered the consequences of prematurely eliminating Bellamy, who might yet have a role to play later. The world consciousness was already beginning to reject him. Should he create further disturbances? He would surely be expelled from the world of One Piece, losing access to the dark and lightning energies he had come to rely upon. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Xiaoning resolved to spare Bellamy's life. Though the punishment would not be light, His punch would undoubtedly leave Bellamy gravely injured, a fate that mirrored the original narrative, but with Zhou Xiaoning taking the place of Luffy. Such a slight alteration should not draw the ire of the world consciousness. He mused, "Now, will you receive my punch, or not?" Zhou Xiaoning extended his right hand, his fist, though modest in size, capable of effortlessly extinguishing the life of an elephant should he unleash his full strength. After a moment of hesitation, Bellamy realized he lacked the confidence to withstand Zhou Xiaoning's blow. The aura emanating from Zhou Xiaoning suggested he was every bit the equal of his captain. Don Quixote du Flamingo'd. To accept the punch could spell his demise, yet to refuse would undoubtedly incur Zhou Xiaoning's wrath, leading to a certain death. Weighing his options, Bellamy finally made his choice. "My lord, I acknowledge my previous transgressions. I shall receive your punch." Gritting his teeth, Bellamy braced himself, hoping that his spring fruit powers would mitigate the force of Zhou Xiaoning's strike. "Humph, at least you possess some semblance of resolve. Then brace yourself." As soon as the words left Zhou Xiaoning's lips, Bellamy was sent hurtling backwards, crashing through the tavern wall and landing motionless outside, the outcome of his fate uncertain. The gravity of the situation dawned upon Sachis and the others as they realized the folly of their previous actions. They had not even witnessed how swiftly Bellamy had been dispatched. Furthermore, it appeared that Bellamy's spring fruit abilities had proven ineffective. If even he, a wielder of such powers, had been left in such a state, what fate awaited them should they have been struck? With the agreement of a single punch to resolve their grievances, Zhou Xiaoning remained true to his word, as the likes of Sachis were hardly worthy of his attention. "Ah, Luffy, what a surprise to see you again so soon. However, you appear to be in quite a predicament," Zhou Xiaoning remarked as he approached Luffy, squatting beside him with a gleeful expression. "You're the one who hurt Ace." "I will avenge him," Luffy exclaimed, his anger palpable. With a swift motion, he sprang to his feet and executed a surprising maneuver that left Zhou Xiaoning taken aback. Luffy adopted a stance, pressing his hands against his knees. "Gear second," he shouted, his skin taking on a reddish hue as steam began to rise from his body. Zhou Xiaoning thought to himself, as expected. It seems Luffy truly took his words to heart and has preemptively unlocked Gear Second. The second gear state can be described as an exclusive technique of Luffy, made possible solely by the unique physique bestowed upon him by the Gum Gum fruit. Only with such a distinctive constitution can Luffy execute this maneuver. Were it to be attempted by another, it would undoubtedly result in their demise. The principle behind the second gear resembles that of a pump, where Luffy utilizes his legs as a mechanism to circulate air, thereby accelerating blood flow and enhancing his physical strength. After undergoing the augmentation of the second gear, his body can perform actions with astounding speed, allowing him to strike his foes without their awareness. This extraordinary velocity, combined with the fortified power, renders his attacks in the second gear significantly more potent than in his normal state, if one were to liken Luffy's usual capabilities to that of a brigadier. Then in his second gear, he could contend with a major. However, this state is akin to a person under the influence of stimulants. While the strength is greatly amplified, it is not sustainable, and the toll on stamina is considerably greater. Should he fail to manage the duration of its use, he risks collapsing and perishing. Luffy has certainly grown immensely, yet he remains woefully inadequate. In the second gear state, Luffy's striking speed has seen a tremendous enhancement. A barrage of Gum Gum Jet Gatling erupts, creating a flurry of fist shadows, as if Luffy suddenly possessed countless hands. Nevertheless, even amidst such chaos, under the perceptive awareness of Zhou Xiaoning, Luffy's movements appear frustratingly sluggish. With merely slight evasive maneuvers, Zhou Xiaoning can effortlessly evade Luffy's punches without even shifting his feet. How infuriating! Gum Gum Jet Rocket. With a resounding crash, a forceful blow lands upon Zhou Xiaoning, causing him to stagger back a step. However, having activated Iron Block prior, Zhou Xiaoning remains unscathed. Intriguingly, such a version of you warrants my engagement. Zhou Xiaoning chuckles with excitement. Previously, Luffy's strength was so feeble that the notion of intervening barely crossed his mind. Now, while Luffy's power still leaves much to be desired, he is barely formidable enough to provoke Zhou Xiaoning into action. This punch, Ace has felt it too. Now it's your turn to experience it. Secret Art. Six Kings Gun. A surge of energy bursts forth from Zhou Xiaoning's right fist, striking Luffy. Despite his rubbery physique, enduring such colossal force proves excruciating. and he is sent spiraling out of the second gear, curling on the ground in convulsions. You scoundrel! Zoro, unable to bear the sight any longer, unsheathes Enma along with 2 prized swords obtained from Rogue Town, intent on confronting Zhou Xiaoning. Unexpectedly, a graceful figure suddenly interposes herself before him, wielding a blade that forces Zoro back. A master, undoubtedly a master. Zoro assumes a 3-sword stance, warily eyeing Siko Tokisaki. He had previously regarded the beautiful woman trailing Zhou Xiaoning merely as a decorative presence, a mere tool for Zhou Xiaoning's physical desires. Yet, he never anticipated that this so-called ornament was a swordsman of equal, if not superior, caliber. To uphold a man's dignity is a woman's modesty. Thus, might I kindly request that you refrain from intervening? Siko, brandishing Muramasa, exudes an aura that makes Zoro feel as though a venomous serpent has fixed its gaze upon him, ready to strike should he make even the slightest move. Observing Zoro's stillness as he faces off against a woman, Luffy, battered by Zhou Xiaoning, leaves Nami on the verge of tears. She harbors concerns for both Luffy and Zoro, coupled with fear. She now genuinely regrets her decision to investigate, having already endured humiliation and now facing such perilous circumstances. What deities have I offended to attract such misfortune? Sachi and the others share similar sentiments. Had they known the prowess of Zhou Xiaoning and Siko Tokisaki, they would have refrained from any teasing remarks. Now, Sachi and his companions can only hope that Zhou Xiaoning remains true to his word. After delivering that blow to Bellamy, they wish to be spared further trouble. Otherwise, their lives would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. As for Bellamy's fate, Sachi and the others have no time to ponder. They merely wish for Zhou Xiaoning to dismiss them as inconsequential, and they would be immensely grateful. Chapter 45. Blackbeard, wait a moment, is it not fitting to say that Luffy, enveloped by the aura of a protagonist, has withstood Zhou Xiaoning's 6 Kings gun, capable of slaying an elephant, and not only survived but, after a few minutes, managed to rise once more? Aside from a pallid complexion, he shows no signs of having endured such a severe blow. This, of course, is also due to Zhou Xiaoning's restraint. Not only did he employ only 70% of his strength in that blow, but he also refrained from utilizing haki, an entirely different level from the punch he delivered to Ace. Otherwise, this still maturing protagonist could very well have perished here. Moreover, a more significant factor is at play. The world's consciousness has already set its sights on him. By merely siphoning off a significant portion of Ace's power, the world consciousness is eager to drive him away. Should Zhou Xiaoning truly eliminate Luffy, the world consciousness would undoubtedly go berserk in its quest to eliminate him. Zhou Xiaoning's strength has indeed surged considerably, yet he is not so arrogant as to believe he can confront the entirety of the world. In summary, Zhou Xiaoning would never deal a fatal blow to Luffy. However, occasional reprimands to remind him of the existence of greater powers and to encourage his growth remain acceptable. For instance, Luffy has, under Zhou Xiaoning's pressure, prematurely unlocked the second gear, a promising sign. Now, let us disregard this character who has become a mere plaything yet wishes to maintain an appearance of virtue, and turn our attention to the confrontation between Siko Tokisaki and Zoro. Unlike the intense battle between Luffy and Zhou Xiaoning, the exchange between Zoro and Siko appears notably tranquil. The two merely stand in opposition, showing no inclination to engage. However, the clash has long since commenced, a battle of swordsmanship between 2 exceptionally gifted swordsmen. Should one possess the ability to peer into the spiritual realm, they would perceive the ethereal forms of the 8-headed serpent and the Azura looming behind each combatant, flickering in and out of existence. This phenomenon arises from their incomplete swordsmanship, signifying that neither has fully formed their sword intent. Yet, despite this, the struggle between the 2 phantoms remains fiercely intense. The 8-headed serpent, a renowned creature from island mythology symbolizing water disasters, has its heads and tails poised against Azura. Though the reason behind Siko Tokisaki's sword intent manifesting as the 8-headed serpent is unclear, it is evident that she currently holds the upper hand. The serpent's heads grip Azura's arms and legs, while the remaining heads glare hungrily at his form, poised to strike at Siko's command. Do you pity me? I do not pity you. It is merely that your intent has only just begun to take shape, while I have spent over a year solidifying mine. This is inherently an unequal contest. Should I shatter your sword intent now, you may never advance again, and the world would lose a remarkable swordsman. Would that not be a great loss? Siko Tokisaki smiles gently, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. In that instant, Zoro feels his heart racing. For the first time, envy stirs within him. Why should a woman like Seiko Tokisaki be by Zhou Xiaoning's side? Seiko, have you concluded your business here? If so, let us depart. That individual has made his appearance, Zhou Xiaoning boasts, wrapping his arm around Seiko's slender waist as they stride toward the tavern's exit. How intolerable! There are so many people watching, though she protests. Seiko Tokisaki merely playfully taps Zhou Xiaoning's chest, offering no further resistance as she allows him to embrace her. This scene ignites Zoro's frustration, yet he finds himself powerless. After all, he is no match for Zhou Xiaoning, and Seiko Tokisaki willingly follows him. Zhou Xiaoning, mark my words. The next time we meet, I will defeat you. Luffy, sporting a grotesquely swollen face, shouts at Zhou Xiaoning, his expression a testament to the inhuman torment he has endured. We'll see if you can find me again. Upon exiting the tavern, Zhou Xiaoning fully expands his consciousness, tracking a previously fleeting yet formidable presence. Found it. A smirk graces Zhou Xiaoning's lips as he turns to the right, where he indeed spots a remarkably imposing figure. Though he cannot see the face, the silhouette unmistakably belongs to Marshal D. Teach, better known as Blackbeard, whose towering height makes him easily identifiable even in a crowd. In such a hurry, where do you intend to go, Blackbeard? Marshal D. Teach. Zhou Xiaoning positions himself in front of Blackbeard, having already set his sights on the dark elemental power within him. There is no way he will let him slip away so easily. Ahahaha. I never expected the youngest rear admiral in naval history to seek me out personally. This truly takes me by surprise. While Blackbeard's words are laced with flattery, his demeanor reveals more curiosity and astonishment than respect. So, Rear Admiral, have you come to apprehend me? Blackbeard remarks nonchalantly, seemingly unimpressed by the strength of someone at the Rear Admiral level. Although becoming a Rear Admiral at the tender age of 18 sufficiently attests to Zhou Xiaoning's extraordinary talent, innate ability alone does not equate to true strength. Throughout history, there have been numerous prodigies whose potential was tragically cut short. Rest assured, I am not so presumptuous as to believe I could capture you alive. Zhou Xiaoning waved his hand dismissively, yet his words carried an underlying implication. While he may lack the capability to seize Blackbeard, he was confident in his ability to eliminate him. Oh, pray tell, what business does the young Rear Admiral have with me? Blackbeard regarded Zhou Xiaoning with keen interest, pondering that a naval Rear Admiral would not seek him out merely for idle conversation over drinks. I assume you have heard the news. Crocodile has been stripped of his position as a warlord of the sea. The Navy is keen on finding a replacement for him. I wonder if you might be interested? With this statement, Zhou Xiaoning had effectively struck at the very heart of Blackbeard's vulnerabilities. Despite Blackbeard's current seemingly carefree demeanor, he had fled after slaying Thatch, the 4th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, all in a bid to seize the dark fruit. This heinous act was utterly intolerable within the ranks of the Whitebeard Pirates, who regarded every member as family. It was inconceivable that Whitebeard would spare the life of one who had killed his own child. Blackbeard understood that he was no match for Whitebeard at present. Thus, seeking a formidable ally had become an urgent necessity. Few forces could rival Whitebeard's power, and apart from the other 3 emperors of the sea, the Navy remained his sole option. However, it was evident that the emperors would not risk offending Whitebeard on his behalf. Leaving the Navy as his only choice to gain the Navy's protection, Blackbeard needed to become a warlord of the sea, and upon hearing Zhou Xiaoning's words, he realized he had no grounds to refuse. Compelled to patiently listen to what Zhou Xiaoning had to say next, to become a warlord of the sea, strength is indispensable. Thus, I shall test you. Should you prove yourself worthy, I will advocate for you with my superiors. After all, having a vacancy in the warlord ranks indefinitely is hardly an ideal situation, is it? And how do you propose to test me? A duel, perhaps? Blackbeard guardedly assessed Zhou Xiaoning, wary that this might be a ruse to exploit his moment of complacency and strike him down. That need not be the case. I shall deliver but a single punch. If you can withstand it, you will be deemed qualified. Zhou Xiaoning was increasingly resembling Saitama, intent on resolving matters with a single blow. Blackbeard hesitated momentarily. If it were truly just one punch, it seemed manageable. Even Whitebeard could not dispatch him with a single strike, let alone a mere boy yet to fully mature, as far as I am aware. Rear Admirals do not possess the authority to select candidates for the warlords. How can you assure that your words carry weight? my mentor is Garp." This proclamation carried the same weight as "my father is X." And upon hearing it, Blackbeard immediately fell silent. As a former member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Blackbeard certainly had heard of Garp. Given Garp's prowess and accomplishments, he could have easily ascended to the rank of admiral. Yet, he had chosen to remain a vice-admiral instead. Nonetheless, Garp held significant sway within the Navy, and when he spoke, even Fleet Admiral Sengoku would afford him respect. If Garp were to propose Blackbeard as a warlord of the sea, the matter would likely be settled. "Very well, I concede. You may proceed." Blackbeard assumed a defensive stance, evidently preparing to absorb Zhou Xiaoning's punch, aiming to demonstrate his formidable strength. Zhou Xiaoning smirked at this display. What did it matter that Blackbeard was the most likely candidate to become the ultimate antagonist in the world of One Piece? He had managed to outsmart him. From the outset, Zhou Xiaoning had no intention of assisting Blackbeard in attaining the position of Warlord of the Sea. Yet, given Blackbeard's unwavering faith in him, Zhou Xiaoning decided to take the matter seriously. After all, finding such a human punching bag was a rare opportunity. Chapter 46. Arrival at Sky Island. Zhou Xiaoning's full-force strike was, as expected, met by Blackbeard's defenses. However, as Zhou Xiaoning deliberately sustained his strength, the two remained locked in a stalemate for over a minute. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xiaoning stealthily siphoned dark element energy from Blackbeard. Acquiring the affinity for dark element with an impressive initial compatibility of 15, under normal circumstances, the significant loss of dark element energy should have been detectable to Blackbeard. Yet, preoccupied with countering Zhou Xiaoning's attack and expending considerable energy in the process, he remained oblivious to the minor depletion of energy occurring amidst his efforts. After making a hollow promise to Blackbeard, Zhou Xiaoning swiftly departed with Siko Toxic Island, leaving the future consequences of Blackbeard discovering his deception for another day. It remained uncertain whether Blackbeard would be able to contend with him at that future juncture. In the world of One Piece, there exist numerous sky islands, suspended high above various seas and surrounded by a misty expanse resembling white clouds. Remarkably, this white sea behaves like the water below, allowing for navigation and swimming, with certain aquatic life thriving within it. However, should one fall into the white sea and continue to descend, they would ultimately plummet to the ground below. Sky islands hover at altitudes exceeding 10,000 meters, where the air is exceedingly thin. As such, when the inhabitants of the Blue Sea, the term used by Sky Island denizens for the regular ocean, first arrive, they often experience altitude sickness, significantly diminishing their physical abilities. Upon their arrival in the White Sea, Luffy and his companions had suffered greatly as a result. This posed a similar challenge for Zhou Xiaoning and Siko Toxic Island. Yet with their robust physiques, they were confident they would soon acclimate to the Sky Island's environment. In any case, Zhou Xiaoning had prepared oxygen tanks to alleviate the symptoms of altitude sickness. "Siko, how are you feeling now?" Zhou Xiaoning had transformed into his true dragon form, with auspicious clouds swirling beneath him, exuding the aura of a divine beast. Siko Toxic Island was perched on his back, and they were rapidly ascending. They had already traversed the White Sea at an altitude of 7,000 meters, and soon they would breach the White Sea, allowing them to land on the Sky Island. However, Siko's condition appeared somewhat troubling. Her complexion was pale, and even with the aid of the oxygen tank, she only felt slightly bettered. "I'm fine. I can still hold on." Siko forced a smile, her ashen face evoking a pang of sympathy. Initially, she had considered refusing Zhou Xiaoning's proposal, as no one wishes to remain in an empty void for 4 years, although Siko herself felt little of its emptiness. Nevertheless, given her discomfort, she ultimately acquiesced. Once Siko was safely stored in the summoning space, Zhou Xiaoning's speed increased once more. Previously, he had intentionally slowed his pace to accommodate her, or else he would have reached the Sky Island long ago. With a resounding boom, he broke through the dense layer of clouds and once again beheld the azure sky. The oppressive gloom obscured by the clouds dissipated, and in a moment of exhilaration, he let out a dragon's roar. It seems an intriguing individual has intruded upon my domain." On the divine island of Appiato, Enel was inspecting the construction of his vessel, the Golden Ark Maxim. Suddenly, he paused, as a new voice had unexpectedly emerged within the heart of his divine realm's mind network, only to vanish just as swiftly. Though the voice was fleeting, Enel was confident he had not misheard. After all, how could a god be mistaken? "Summon the 4 priests. An outsider has trespassed into my domain. An affront to my divinity." Have the four priests locate him and bring him before me for judgment. Should he dare to resist, slay him." Enel found himself intrigued by Zhou Xiaoning, for it was the first time someone had managed to evade his mind network. Such a person must possess exceptional qualities. If he could be persuaded to join his ranks, it would be ideal. However, if not, Enel had no qualms about eliminating him to maintain the sanctity of his omniscience. Meanwhile, as Zhou Xiaoning reverted to his human form, he sensed an unsettling awareness of being scrutinized, prompting him to furrow his brow. Observation hockey detection? Has Enel set his sights on me so soon? Enel's mind network essentially functioned as observation hockey, yet under the influence of the rumble fruit, it had undergone a peculiar transformation, granting it an astonishingly vast range. It was unlikely that one could find a living being in the world of One Piece with a broader reach of observation hockey than his. It is important to note that this refers to living beings. The deceased are not included, as it would be difficult to gauge the extent of Roger's observation hockey, which was renowned for hearing the voices of all things. However, it could be assumed that his range surpassed even Enel's. In terms of observation hockey, Zhou Xiaoning undoubtedly fell short of Enel's capabilities. However, concealing himself from Enel's perception was still a straightforward task. All he needed to do was to project his consciousness outward, enveloping himself. Unless Enel could reach the level of Roger, his observation hockey would hold no sway over Zhou Xiaoning. Yet, this development led Zhou Xiaoning to hesitate in releasing Siko. His consciousness was more than sufficient to protect himself, but adding Siko into the mix would inevitably create vulnerabilities, offering Enel an opportunity to exploit. Apologies, Siko. Once this matter has passed, I assure you I shall compensate you handsomely. With a twinge of remorse for Poison Island Siko, Zhou Xiaoning arrived at Angel Island. Here, one can observe humans adorned with wing-like appendages, resembling the angels from mythological tales. However, those delicate appendages are far too diminutive to support an individual's weight, rendering the inhabitants of Angel Island incapable of flight. They exist merely as decorative features, something to admire, yet not to take too seriously. Upon reaching the Sky Island, one cannot overlook its unique specialty, the various peculiar Sky Island shells. On Sky Island, these shells find application in myriad facets of life, thus becoming an indispensable item for its denizens. Beyond the aforementioned everyday shells, there exist formidable varieties utilized in combat. For instance, the wind shell. Aside from its civilian use in the Viba, is employed by Sky Island warriors for swift movement on skateboards and skates, capable of storing gas for detonation. The flame shell can store fire and release it. Serving as a flamethrower, the impact shell absorbs shock and can be released at will, functioning as both a defensive mechanism against enemy attacks and as a cannon for offensive strikes. Truly a dual-purpose tool. In addition to those previously mentioned, Sky Island boasts a plethora of shell varieties. According to Zhou Xiaoning's inquiry with a vendor specializing in Sky Island shells, there are over 100 commonly found varieties. And when accounting for the rare or even extinct shells, the total may reach 300 to 400. Having arrived at Angel Island, Zhou Xiaoning naturally intended to purchase some Sky Island shells. The currency used on Angel Island is the Aikstol, with one belly equating to 10,000 Aikstol. With over 10 million belly in his possession, Zhou Xiaoning is undoubtedly a wealthy individual on Angel Island. In the following 3 hours, Zhou Xiaoning thoroughly scoured the charming streets of Angel Island, purchasing 2 or 3 of every available Sky Island shell. After all, an empty storage space is still empty. It would be ideal to fill it with these shells, aiming to collect a comprehensive assortment, as they may prove useful in the future. Hey, you must be the intruder who dared to trespass into the realm of the gods. Hey, is that really necessary? They actually summoned all 4 high priests. Who exactly is that Qing high person? Who cares about their origins? We should make a hasty exit. If we anger the gods, we shall all be doomed. Indeed, let us hurry. The crowd murmured in agreement, and within a minute, they had vanished without a trace. The nearby shops hastily hung closed signs, transforming the once bustling and vibrant streets into a desolate scene. The 4 high priests were quite pleased with this outcome, their authority evidently commanding respect. Hey, kid, I'm asking you a question. Are you indeed the sinner who trespassed into the divine realm? A priest, clad in sunglasses and exuding an intimidating aura, inquired again, his forehead visibly throbbing with impatience. Honestly, your prattle is excessive. I am the only Qing high person here. Even a pig could deduce that it was me. Is your brain filled with mush? Zhou Xiaoning, having developed a shopping spree, was thoroughly displeased by the abrupt interruption from these four individuals. Since they had disrupted his enjoyment, he saw no reason to let them have theirs. What were they? Merely four colonel-level figures. Did they believe he could not handle them in an instant? Chapter 47. How dare you call yourselves high priests with such weakness? Om, Sadly, Shura, and Nirvana were incensed, since assuming the role of Anilu's high priests. They had never felt such anger. Are you seeking death? Om's face darkened. An expression that had seldom softened now appeared even more ominous. Anyone could discern his fury. He longed to strike the person before him dead. Speak your piece swiftly, and if you have nothing of value to say, kindly vacate my vicinity and cease disturbing my shopping. Zhou Xiaoning had no desire to engage with these so-called high priests. Their feeble strength, coupled with their arrogance, was laughable. If there were stronger individuals on Sky Island, these four would surely perish within a month on the Grand Line. The only one on Sky Island who piqued Zhou Xiaoning's interest was Enilu. He had long coveted the power of the rumble fruit, and whether Enilu sought him out or not, he would actively pursue him. Thus, Zhou Xiaoning felt no need to concern himself with the four high priests. Even their leader might not be his match, so what were these mere lackeys? Kid, you truly seem to be courting death, Shura remarked, his murderous intent palpable. Kid, you certainly have the audacity to say that. Zhou Xiaoning retorted with a smirk. He had initially intended to dismiss these minions, but since they were so eager for their demise, he was more than willing to oblige. Do you know what fate befell those who previously referred to me as Kid? 80% were killed outright, 15% were severely injured, and the remaining 5%, those with whom I had a closer relationship, were merely turned into swollen messes. Now, I pose a question. Do you wish to die? Or would you prefer to be gravely wounded? As soon as the words left his lips, Zhou Xiaoning vanished from sight, followed by four agonized screams. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, so you're still alive. One must commend the fortitude of those dwelling on Sky Island. Prolonged exposure to the high-altitude environment indeed fortifies their constitution. Zhou Xiaoning observed with keen interest as the four high priests struggled to peel themselves off the wall, his gaze reminiscent of a child confronting a fascinating new toy. Zhou Xiaoning vanished once more, darting swiftly before Om, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. Iron Cloud. Iron Rampart. Om's sword suddenly expanded, forming a shield to protect himself. Clang. The collision of fist and iron produced a resounding metallic clash. Though Om had employed the Iron Cloud to mitigate the blow, he nonetheless bore the full brunt of Zhou Xiaoning's force, sent hurtling away like a cannonball. Impressive. Om, Sadly, Shura, and Nirvana thought in unison. It was known that Om was the strongest among them. Yet he had failed to withstand even a single strike from Zhou Xiaoning. What was more alarming was that the often infallible heart network had failed. They could not hear Zhou Xiaoning's thoughts, let alone predict his next moves. What kind of formidable individual have we provoked? Sadly's trio exchanged wry smiles. If given the choice, they would prefer to flee, but they could not. The gods were watching. If they dared to flee, divine retribution would surely descend, erasing them from existence. Thus, they could only risk their lives and confront Zhou Xiaoning head-on. Rope Cloud, Swamp Cloud, Impact Shell. A slender rope cloud extended from Shura's hand, binding Zhou Xiaoning securely. Though composed of cloud, its resilience rivaled that of sturdy rope. Even Zhou Xiaoning would require time to extricate himself. Nirvana aptly threw a swamp cloud beneath Zhou Xiaoning's feet, which, as its name implies, possessed swamp-like properties. The more one struggled, the deeper one sank, further restricting Zhou Xiaoning's mobility. However, Nirvana soon found himself ensnared by the very swamp cloud he had conjured. Had it not been for Shura's timely intervention, he might have suffocated. Shura and Nirvana were tasked with restraining Zhou Xiaoning, while the true lethal strike came from Sadly, who wielded a high-quality impact shell. When charged, it could unleash an impact equivalent to 1 ton of force. However, force acts reciprocally. Should Sadly trigger the impact shell all at once, he too would suffer damage. Yet now, determined to eliminate Zhou Xiaoning, he was willing to risk injury, believing it preferable to facing divine punishment. Such a combined assault might overwhelm another, but for Zhou Xiaoning, breaking the deadlock was exceedingly simple. The cloud-riding genetic skill not only enabled Zhou Xiaoning to fly but also granted him control over clouds and mist. Although this ability had limited practical value, mostly serving to obscure an enemy's vision, it now became the key to Zhou Xiaoning's comeback. After all, both the swamp cloud and the rope cloud were merely specialized forms of cloud, easily manipulated under cloud riding with a slight tremor. The rope cloud binding him transformed into ordinary clouds, dispersing, while the swamp cloud beneath his feet simultaneously lost its efficacy, allowing Zhou Xiaoning to step out effortlessly. As for Sadli's impact shell attack, that was even simpler. Given his constitution, he could easily withstand a mere ton of force. Moreover, his spiritual awareness was far greater than the explosive force unleashed. It was a foolish dream for Sadli and the others to hope to defeat Zhou Xiaoning with an impact shell. Thus, I say, with your feeble strength, how dare you continue to call yourselves high priests? Zhou Xiaoning had finally taken action. Unlike his earlier playful demeanor, he was now serious. His spiritual awareness unfurled, effortlessly dispersing the impact from the impact shell while simultaneously binding Sadli and his companions. If there is a next life, remember not to be so arrogant without strength. After all, in the eyes of true powerhouses, you are merely a swarm of ants. To live as an ant, one must possess the awareness of being an ant. Otherwise, one risks being crushed, just as is happening now. Zhou Xiaoning spoke with a chilling tone, simultaneously clenching his right hand tightly. No, spare me. The pleas from Shadeli and his companions fell on deaf ears as Zhou Xiaoning ignored their desperate cries. With that grip, his formidable mental prowess, reaching up to 15 tons, pressed inward with overwhelming force. In mere moments, Shadeli and his companions were reduced to mere pulp, no matter how resilient life might be. In such circumstances, survival was utterly impossible. In comparison to the extraction at the conceptual level, the extraction at the material level was evidently much simpler. It could be executed from a distance and had already engaged the dimensions of space. Unless an individual was enveloped in hockey or sea prism stone, they could not resist Zhou Xiaoning's extraction. Although Zhou Xiaoning regarded Shadeli and his companions as four weaklings, their strength was still commendable. Coupled with the uniquely functional Sky Island shells, even a Navy colonel, unaware of their true capabilities, could easily fall prey to them, much like how the protagonists in the original story suffered considerable losses under the four gods. Therefore, after eliminating them, Zhou Xiaoning's gains were substantial, totaling 15,000 source points, equating to 5,000 points from each individual, rendering his efforts worthwhile. Additionally, Shadeli and the others dropped a source card, fortuitously all being Mind Network cards. Or rather, source cards for observation hockey. These three source cards were undeniably precious. Despite their diminished utility for Zhou Xiaoning, they still held significant value, whether for awakening observation hockey in trusted companions or for trading with other chosen ones. The haul was quite satisfactory. By the way, where did that priest go? Zhou Xiaoning was intent on not letting the remaining priest, escape unscathed. However, was no fool. Upon witnessing Zhou Xiaoning effortlessly slay Shadeli and his companions, he had long since vanished. Moreover, just as Zhou Xiaoning had used his mental prowess to shield against Enel's mind network, had employed the mind network to obscure Zhou Xiaoning's mental perception. Unless Zhou Xiaoning concentrated his mental energy and struck in a specific direction, he would be unable to locate Has he fled? Zhou Xiaoning sighed in disappointment, realizing that had he known the priests were so valuable, he should have killed outright. However, even if were still present, Zhou Xiaoning found himself at a disadvantage. He would not sacrifice the thunder element energy from Enel for a mere 5,000 source points and a source card. Just moments ago, after dispatching Shadeli and his companions, the world of One Piece began to reject him with increasing intensity. What could have been a stay of over a month had dwindled to less than 2 days. Furthermore, Zhou Xiaoning's previous plan to eliminate Enel, with the hope of acquiring the Thunder Fruit source card, was now futile. Given the current level of rejection from the One Piece world, should Zhou Xiaoning severely injure Enel, the world's consciousness would likely expel him immediately. Chapter 48. Greetings, second-rate god Appiato is easy to locate. Almost every inhabitant of the Sky Island knows its whereabouts, yet none dare to approach it. 400 years ago, the navigator Van Blan Rolando ventured to Gaia Island, which was then still intact. Upon returning home, Nolan claimed to have discovered the land of gold, Chandora. When Nolan led the king back to Gaia Island, the entire island had already been severed, and the land of gold had vanished. For this, Nolan was executed for deception, steadfastly denying the existence of Chandora until his death. This led to the tale of the great deceiver Nolan. After being swept into the White Sea by ocean currents, Apayado was regarded as a sacred site by the Sky Islanders, as it was the only island in the sky possessing soil. Therefore, the gods spoken of on the Sky Island are akin to the kings of nations on the Blue Sea. They are not the omnipotent deities of mythology. In Zhou Xiaoning's eyes, Enlil was simply a delusional individual, suffering from a severe case of self-importance, believing himself to be a god simply because those around him reverently referred to him as such. He displayed an arrogant attitude towards everyone, oblivious to the many powerful beings in the Blue Sea who could easily overpower him. He was indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. Enlil's strength slightly surpassed that of Zhou Xiaoning at this moment, yet victory was not beyond Zhou Xiaoning's reach. Otherwise, he would not have come to the Sky Island seeking trouble with Enlil. Zhou Xiaoning's chances of success were threefold. First, armament hockey counteracts the Thunderfruit's abilities. Even if Enlil elementalizes, Zhou Xiaoning could still inflict damage. Second, Zhou Xiaoning had developed a degree of control over water elements. Water can conduct electricity due to its impurities, but water formed solely from water elements is pure and serves as an insulator, effectively resisting Enlil's electrical attacks. Third, and most crucially, Enlil was unaccustomed to close combat. His prolonged reliance on the Thunder Fruit's powers had caused him to neglect physical training. In the original work, Luffy's rubber fruit powers rendered him immune to Enlil's Thunder Fruit abilities. Stripped of this significant advantage, Enlil struggled against even a newly promoted Captain Luffy. Had it not been for Enlil's awakening of observation hockey, which allowed him to foresee Luffy's next moves, he would have been thoroughly defeated. Unlike Luffy, Zhou Xiaoning possessed mental prowess, capable of cloaking his presence from Enlil, as long as he could withstand Enlil's attacks and swiftly close the distance. A fist enveloped in armament hockey could teach Enlil a lesson in humility in mere moments. I haven't even sought you out, yet you strike first. However, such an attack holds no efficacy against me. Zhou Xiaoning gazed skyward, where a pillar of lightning descended from above. Enlil's signature move, Divine Judgment, perceived by the Sky Islanders as divine retribution. Anyone harboring defiance against Enlil would be annihilated by this lightning strike. Over the past 6 years, countless lives had been extinguished by this attack, which is why, despite their resentment, the Sky Islanders dared not voice their grievances. Yet today, Enlil's divine judgment faltered. A thin veil of water materialized above Zhou Xiaoning's head, and as the lightning struck the water barrier, it ceased abruptly. Protected by the water veil, not a single hair on Zhou Xiaoning was harmed. To not return the favor would be impolite. Now, you shall witness my might. Zhou Xiaoning soared into the air, stepping upon clouds, and flew directly towards Apayado. Shortly after his departure, the Sky Islanders in the vicinity of Lovely Street went into a frenzy, emerging from their hiding places to witness the sight of the recent battle. Though they had previously concealed themselves, they had been attentively observing the conflict, witnessing Zhou Xiaoning effortlessly defeat the 4 gods, even slaying 3 of them, while the last fled in panic. This marked the first occurrence of such an event since Enlil's reign over the Sky Island. The Sky Islanders exchanged tales of Zhou Xiaoning's feats. He successfully landed on Apayado. It was difficult to imagine how such a vast expanse of land had been carried skyward by ocean currents and remained suspended there. If Newton were to traverse time and space and arrive here, he would likely die of frustration once more. Due to its elevated location, the creatures on Apayado, although originating from the Blue Sea, appeared significantly larger than those on Gaia Island. Of course, none of this concerned Zhou Xiaoning. He had no aspiration of becoming a biologist, and studying such matters held little significance for him. His current goal was to swiftly locate Enlil and deliver a well-deserved lesson to him in retribution for the earlier lightning strike. You managed to withstand my divine judgment, which is commendable. However, no matter how powerful you may be, an ant will always remain an ant. What emboldened you to dare stand before this god? Enlil appeared before Zhou Xiaoning, intrigued by his ability to resist divine judgment. With the presence of those large drums, Enlil could store his excess electrical energy within them, significantly enhancing both his output and duration during combat. Well, setting aside Enlil's imitation of another, since Zhou Xiaoning had no reason to concern himself with such matters, Enlil's arrogance displayed in his presence could not be tolerated. God? Where do you find a god? All I see is a clown. Are you planning to perform a drum show for me with those 4 large drums on your back? Having played the part of a god for so long, Enlil had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. His expression darkened, and currents of electricity crackled around him, clearly on the brink of fury. That's quite the spectacle. I'll give you 32 thumbs up. Is there anything else? Show me what you've got. Zhou Xiaoning treated Enel as if he were merely a source of amusement, even clapping his hands. And one can insult a god? So this god shall deliver the most severe punishment. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Enel's body radiated bolts of lightning, his appearance reminiscent of a thunder god. There's so much needless chatter. In the end, aren't we just going to fight? As soon as the keystroke ceased, Zhou Xiaoning had already launched his attack. The explosive speed allowed him to close the distance to Ainulu in an instant. His black fist, enveloped in armed haki, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Ainulu witnessed everything. The rumble fruit not only bestowed upon him the formidable ability to control lightning, but also granted him extraordinary speed. He could have evaded Zhou Xiaoning's punch if he had chosen to do so. However, Ainulu was overly confident in the powers of the rumble fruit, underestimating Zhou Xiaoning's capability to strike him, which led to his downfall. With a resounding impact, Zhou Xiaoning's powerful fist connected with Ainulu's right cheek, propelling him through the air and causing him to spin uncontrollably until he collided with a massive tree. 10 meters in girth, bringing his flight to a halt. Gasping, Ainulu leaned against the trunk, sensing something amiss in his mouth. He could not help but spit out the foreign objects, only to discover they were his own teeth. Infuriated by the audacity of this mortal to injure him, Ainulu's rage was palpable, for this was the first time he had been harmed by a human. Such an affront to a deity was a grave humiliation. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Ainulu struck the large drum on his right shoulder, channeling the stored electrical energy to summon a phoenix-shaped lightning bird that surged toward Zhou Xiaoning. You resort to such grand displays at the slightest provocation. Your mental fortitude is truly lacking, Zhou Xiaoning remarked coolly, having already established 2 layers of defense before him. An earthen wall and a barrier of pure water, while simultaneously gathering a significant amount of fire elements in his right hand. Poised to counterattack at any moment, boom! The earthen wall barely lasted 2 seconds before the Thunderbird effortlessly shattered through. Yet the insulating properties of the pure water barrier proved effective, successfully halting the Thunderbird's advance. Nevertheless, the barrier was rapidly being eroded by the lightning bird, compelling Zhou Xiaoning to continuously expend energy to coalesce additional water elements into the barrier. The contest now hinged on which would dissipate first, the Thunderbird or the pure water barrier. In order to maintain the pure water barrier, Zhou Xiaoning's energy was being rapidly depleted. This was exacerbated by his relatively low affinity for water elements. Otherwise, manipulating even a modest amount of water elements would not have been such a strain. It appeared he had grown somewhat complacent. Although pure water could withstand lightning, the cost was a significant drain on his energy, an unworthy trade-off. Zhou Xiaoning had come to realize his recklessness. Employing pure water for passive defense was clearly detrimental to him. At this juncture, he understood that only an active offense could break the deadlock. Ainulu, allow me to return the favor with a strike of my own. Fire Fist. The renowned technique of Ace was now at Zhou Xiaoning's disposal. And with a fire element affinity of 50, he was capable of launching an attack nearly equivalent to a 4th-tier fire element strike. In the world of One Piece, Whitebeard was merely at the early stages of the 5th tier. Particularly when afflicted by illness. In his prime, however, his strength was undoubtedly at the late 5th tier. The 3 admirals, who were easily subdued by Whitebeard, were at most mid to late 4th tier. Ainulu, having reached a quasi-admiral level, had yet to attain the rank of admiral, remaining at the late 3rd tier, close to the 4th tier. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoning's all-out strike, nearly 4th tier in potency, could not be dismissed lightly by Ainulu. After the Thunderbird had traversed the earthen wall and the pure water barrier, it was already at its limit, while the Fire Fist was in its full glory, resulting in a violent clash that dissipated both attacks in a spectacular explosion. Once the dust settled, the battlefield was left in ruins, with shattered wood and broken stones strewn about. The 2 combatants, caught in the midst of the explosion, were affected. However, Ainulu swiftly entered an elemental state, rendering him impervious to the blast. Zhou Xiaoning, sensing the impending danger, utilized the shave technique to evade the explosive shockwave just in time. Ainulu required time to reconstitute his form, while Zhou Xiaoning needed a moment to recover his expended energy from the source disk. Thus, they found themselves in a brief standoff. Mortal, I acknowledge your strength. Should you wish to join my ranks, I can forgive your previous transgressions and allow you to accompany me to the infinite land. Ainalu had genuinely taken an interest in Zhou Xiaoning's capabilities, recognizing that his solitary strength would not suffice for the conquest of the infinite land. After all, as a god, he could not afford to handle every matter personally. Such behavior would be beneath him. Thus, he had cultivated 4 priests and hundreds of guards, all prepared for the campaign ahead. However, to his dismay, 3 of the 4 priests had already been eliminated, leaving only 1, who was too terrified to be of any use in the near future. As for the guards, they were merely cannon fodder, and it was prudent not to harbor excessive expectations of them. Consequently, Zhou Xiaoning's combat prowess became exceedingly valuable. Should he be recruited, he alone could equal the might of the 4 priests, perhaps even surpass them. The sun has yet to set, and you are already dreaming. What makes you think I would ever submit to you? Zhou Xiaoning regarded Ainalu with a look of incredulity, perceiving him as a deluded fool entrenched in his own fantasies. Very well, you have my respect. Ainalu's expression darkened significantly. It was the first time someone had dared to reject him. While he admired Zhou Xiaoning's strength, it did not warrant a reason for Zhou Xiaoning to refuse him. Those who spurned a god's goodwill faced but one fate, death. I am well aware of my worth, but you need not voice it in my presence. It makes me quite embarrassed. Zhou Xiaoning feigned shyness, making it appear as if Ainalu were complimenting him. With a sudden snap, a nerve of reason within Ainalu shattered. He swore that he would eliminate this pest before him at any cost. How dare you? Prepare to die. Ainalu's form disintegrated once more, this time unleashing the full electrical charge stored in the 4 great drums, combined with his own internal energy, manifesting his most powerful technique. 200 million volts. Thunder God. Countless bolts of lightning converged, forming an enormous figure resembling a thunderous deity. Zhou Xiaoning estimated that the Thunder God stood at least 10 meters tall, and its visage retained echoes of Ainalu himself. He clearly saw himself as a god, stealing the Uchiha clan's 3-tomo pattern and even copying Susanoo. No wonder you imitation artists are so detestable. Have you no originality? Zhou Xiaoning unabashedly vocalized his thoughts. And though Ainalu was unfamiliar with the Uchiha clan and Susanoo, he understood that nothing Zhou Xiaoning uttered was complimentary. Thus, his intention was simple, to obliterate this irritating individual with a single strike. Crash! The hand of the Thunder God descended, and although it was composed of lightning, it delivered a tangible blow that, if it connected, would undoubtedly overwhelm Zhou Xiaoning's current physique. Consequently, Zhou Xiaoning fled at once. In this moment, he felt a deep gratitude toward the inventor of the shave technique. Without its explosive speed, he might not have escaped. Ainalu, aware of Zhou Xiaoning's strength, did not intend to finish him off with just one strike. As Zhou Xiaoning fled, another hand followed in quick succession, a relentless barrage aimed at ensuring Zhou Xiaoning's demise. You think just changing forms makes you remarkable? Do you really believe I lack the ability to transform as well? Zhou Xiaoning's ire flared. After being swatted like a fly for a minute or two, anyone would struggle to contain their fury. The Trinity transformation shifted into the true dragon form. With a resounding roar, a divine dragon, over 10 meters long, emerged, rivaling Ainalu's Thunder God in size. The true dragon form represented Zhou Xiaoning's most formidable state thus far, enhancing his physical strength by 50 and increasing his energy cap by 30, elevating his physical attributes to 225 points and his energy threshold to 39 points. Setting aside other considerations, his physical strength had exceeded the boundaries of the 3rd tier, reaching the 4th tier. Even if it was merely a pseudo-4th tier, its might was not to be underestimated. If Zhou Xiaoning represented a temporary breakthrough in physical prowess, then Ainalu embodied a temporary breakthrough in energy capacity. The question of who was superior remained uncertain, and only through their clash would the true answer be revealed. Of course, Zhou Xiaoning had not absorbed the gene of a chameleon. His transformation from gold to black was due to the enveloping of his entire being in armed haki. Generally speaking, the use of haki and devil fruit abilities is mutually exclusive, and they cannot be employed simultaneously. However, Zhou Xiaoning has shattered this common understanding, as the power of the dragon fruit has completely integrated into his very bloodline. Rendering it no longer merely the ability of a devil fruit. It is precisely for this reason that Zhou Xiaoning has achieved such a groundbreaking feat, becoming the first and only individual in the world of One Piece capable of wielding both devil fruit abilities and haki concurrently. Yet, This remarkable achievement comes at a steep price: the rapid depletion of his internal energy. After all, enveloping a 10-meter-long true dragon form requires a substantial amount of haki. Furthermore, maintaining the true dragon state accelerates Zhou Xiaoning's physical stamina depletion by tenfold. While the loss of internal energy can be replenished through the reservoir within the source disk, the exhaustion of physical stamina cannot be replenished in the same manner. Thus, a swift resolution has become Zhou Xiaoning's sole opportunity for victory. Enel, prepare for your demise. Do you truly believe that transforming into a long worm can surpass my inherent might? How na-ve? Mortals can never triumph over the divine. The black true dragon dove downward. While the colossal god of thunder soared upward to meet it, the two forces clashing fiercely in midair, locked in a stalemate. With each collision of power between Zhou Xiaoning and Enel, the residual force generated a small whirlwind that swept across a significant portion of Appiato, even causing the towering trees that grew upon it to sway precariously, illustrating the intensity of their battle. Die for me, mortal. Enel summoned all remaining strength, conjuring a bolt of purple lightning imbued with a hint of annihilation. Hurtling towards Zhou Xiaoning, if you wish for my demise, you shall find it is not so simple. True dragon, dive. If Zhou Xiaoning were to check his personal attributes at that moment, he would discover that his energy limit had surged to 50 points. Coupled with the enhancement from his true dragon form, his energy threshold had escalated to 65 points, which explains the sensation of inexhaustible energy coursing through him. Indeed, it is in the face of life and death that one can truly transcend their limits. The black true dragon transformed into a streak of dark light, charging directly towards the purple lightning. The two forces maintained their stalemate for less than 3 seconds before the purple lightning was dispersed by the black light, the residual electricity striking Zhou Xiaoning and causing him great agony. Yet, now was the crucial moment to determine the victor. Whoever faltered would undoubtedly face defeat. Deep within him, Zhou Xiaoning possessed a stubborn spirit. Once he set his mind to something, he would never retreat easily. Although the lightning caused him pain, it simultaneously ignited his ferocity. Regardless of the world's rejection, Zhou Xiaoning's singular desire was to vanquish Enel. Chapter 50. Return to the mortal realm. The black light shattered the purple lightning, piercing through the body of the god of thunder. Iron Enel's incredulous gaze. Zhou Xiaoning, restored to human form, pierced Enel's heart with a finger enveloped in haki, delivering a fatal blow. At the moment of Enel's demise, the world's rejection reached its zenith. If the previous sentiment of the world's consciousness towards Zhou Xiaoning was merely disdain, it had now escalated to loathing. Who would keep someone they detested within their abode? Thus, the world's consciousness began to expel Zhou Xiaoning from this realm. In that fleeting instant, Zhou Xiaoning felt the palpable malice emanating from the world. As if the very fabric of existence sought to cast him out, a spatial rift materialized behind him, accompanied by a tremendous force attempting to draw him into its depths. It is worth noting that this was not the same as when Zhou Xiaoning arrived. The traversal gem had created a secure spatial tunnel between the mortal realm and the world of Hei's Wang, providing him protection while he traversed. However, the spatial rift behind him was different. It harbored chaotic spatial currents. Should Zhou Xiaoning fall into it, he would meet his end in an instant. Thus, he exerted every ounce of strength to resist the pulling force while simultaneously activating the traversal gem. The gem only consumed energy during the process of searching and binding to a world. Once the binding was successful, further traversal would not require additional energy expenditure. With the countdown of 60 seconds in effect, Zhou Xiaoning transformed once more into his true dragon form, unleashing his haki and divine consciousness to resist the pulling force of the rift, feeling the intensity of the suction grow stronger. To be honest, Zhou Xiaoning was uncertain whether he could endure the full 60 seconds. Finally, just as he was on the verge of succumbing, the construction of the spatial tunnel was completed, and Zhou Xiaoning was drawn into it by the traversal gem. Upon sensing the absence of Zhou Xiaoning, the rift gradually repaired itself, ultimately vanishing from sight. Aside from the partially devastated Appiato, no one would ever know that a fierce battle had transpired here. Meanwhile, during Zhou Xiaoning's traversal through the spatial tunnel, the forgotten Om, in some mysterious manner, felt an inexplicable premonition, leading him to Enel's palace. There, beneath Enel's bed, he discovered a devil fruit, which he consumed, granting him the ability to transform into a thunderbird and wield the power of lightning. Undoubtedly, this was the machination of the world's consciousness. Though one less Enel remained, Ohm's newfound strength from the Zoan-type mythical Thunderbird fruit was more than sufficient to replace him, and of course, Zhou Xiaoning remained oblivious to all of this as he journeyed through the spatial tunnel. In truth, Zhou Xiaoning had no idea how long he had been traversing the tunnel. Time seemed to lose all significance within its confines. Even though Zhou Xiaoning had fully recovered, the tunnel still had no end in sight. He found himself ensnared, conscious yet unable to move freely, as if enveloped by some unseen force, compelled to advance passively in his boredom. Zhou Xiaoning began to reflect on the gains from his journey in the world of One Piece. First and foremost were the source points. After his previous seclusion, Zhou Xiaoning had over 40,000 source points remaining. During his time on Gaia Island, he had dealt with various pirates, slaying several and accumulating a few thousand points. Following that, he eliminated 3 priests, earning an additional 15,000 points, and finally, his battle with Enel yielded a substantial 50,000 points. After accounting for the energy expenditure required for recovery, Zhou Xiaoning was left with over 110,000 source points. While this was a far cry from the peak of over 400,000, it was still quite respectable. Next were the source cards. The source cards he had previously obtained were either already utilized or temporarily deemed unnecessary, collecting dust in his storage space. What truly caught Zhou Xiaoning's interest were the 3 cards that emerged following Enel's demise. The first was My Network, one of Enel's signature skills. Zhou Xiaoning was not surprised to acquire this card. Although he could not employ it himself, its value was nonetheless considerable. The second source card left Zhou Xiaoning somewhat astonished. It was Enel's golden ship, Maxim, name, Maxim category, equipment star rating, description. A ship crafted from gold by Enel, controlled via electricity, possessing a unique ability to fly within the world of One Piece. Function: flight, energy storage, enhances lightning abilities by 100. There is no denying the strength of Maxim. In the original narrative, Enel utilized it to obliterate entire islands. Even more astonishingly, Maxim was capable of soaring directly to the moon. While such exaggeration is impossible in reality, it nonetheless indicates a Maxim as high-altitude flight capability. However, regardless of how exceptional Maxim may be, without sufficient electrical energy to serve as propulsion, it would be rendered useless. Zhou Xiaoning felt immense regret. Had he known such an artifact would emerge, he would not have rushed to eliminate Enel, but rather drained his lightning element energy. First. Name, Thunder Fruit category, item star rating, description. A type of natural devil fruit heralded as the strongest of its kind. Upon consumption, it grants the ability to control lightning and transform into it. But due to the curse of the sea, one loses the ability to swim, becoming a landlocked individual. Function: acquire the essence of lightning, One Piece world. The reason why users of natural devil fruits can elementalize and manipulate their respective elements is due to the existence of source power. Although the effects of the source power diminish upon leaving the One Piece world, it remains a formidable force, as it is among the closest to the power of the laws. Possessing it equates to having a shortcut to law-level power. Naturally, Zhou Xiaoning desired to consume the thunder fruit, yet he was hesitant to leave an overtly fatal weakness. Thus, he opted for a compromise, utilizing the universal extraction and perfect fusion, set to drain the lightning element energy from the thunder fruit, enabling him to achieve lightning element affinity with a remarkable 60 compatibility. Consequently, the thunder fruit lost a star rating. While the essence of lightning remained, the absence of lightning element energy would hinder users from attaining perfect transformation. Although the ability to control lightning could still be retained, the capacity for elementalization would likely be lost. After all, retaining it would be akin to possessing a useless trinket. He wondered what the outcome would be should Thunder Fruit and Maxim be fused together. One must admit that Zhou Xiaoning occasionally possessed a flair for the imaginative, devising such a method. However, upon further contemplation, he found himself eagerly anticipating what Maxim would become after assimilating the essence of the Thunder Fruit. With his mind made up, Zhou Xiaoning targeted Maxim and the Thunder Fruit, activating perfect fusion. Name: Maxim reformed category, equipment star rating, description. Originally a golden ship crafted by Enel, it has undergone a special transformation after integrating the essence of lightning. Function: flight, generation of electricity, storage of lightning, enhancement of lightning attribute skills by 150 in power. Powerful, undeniably powerful. From now on, should anyone provoke Zhou Xiaoning, he would soar in the arc proverb, altered, and unleash a torrent of lightning upon them. leaving no one daring to defy him. Finally, shortly after Zhou Xiaoning had organized his gains from the world of One Piece, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, marking the end of the spatial tunnel. Ah, finally out, oh my! Just as Zhou Xiaoning emerged from the tunnel, before he could articulate his thoughts, over 30 blood-red tentacles lunged towards him. Upon turning around, he realized it was none other than the devouring beast that had driven him to traverse worlds. It was still there, or rather, he had spent 8 years in the world of One Piece, while only a short time had passed in the real world, time seemingly having stood still. How could they still be playing with tentacles when I, the Lord, am clearly deep in thought? Do they truly take me for a fool? Zhou Xiaoning glared at the approaching tentacles, his anger ignited. He was no longer the Zhou Xiaoning of old. How dare a mere fourth-tier devouring beast flaunt its tentacles before him? Flame charge! Zhou Xiaoning bellowed, as a raging inferno suddenly enveloped him, wrapping around his form as he charged forward. It is well known that devouring beasts fear fire, and Zhou Xiaoning was perfectly poised to counter it. The devouring beast recoiled in fear of the flames, reluctantly granting Zhou Xiaoning a path to escape the encirclement of tentacles. However, this did not signify that it intended to let him go. Though it allowed Zhou Xiaoning to slip from the tentacle trap, it continued to watch him with a predatory gaze, ready to devour him at the slightest hint of weakness. Chapter 51. The Battle with the Devouring Beast. Yet the devouring beast showed no inclination to show mercy to Zhou Xiaoning. After a brief lull, it renewed its assault. This time, however, it had learned its lesson, coating its tentacles with a layer of blood-red crystalline substance. Although Zhou Xiaoning's fireballs could ignite them, the burning rate was significantly reduced, no longer achieving the expansive effect akin to igniting gasoline. Tsh, a mere gelatinous creature dares to act so arrogantly? Let me show you how I can cleave them all. Zhou Xiaoning was a man of his word. He grasped the air with both hands, and in an instant, a pair of flaming swords materialized in his grip. This was the product of condensed fire elemental energy. Perhaps not particularly effective against other foes, but a divine weapon against the devouring beast. This was the result of acquiring mastery of short weapons, with all techniques of short weaponry clear in his mind. However, due to a lack of formal training and specialized techniques, Zhou Xiaoning's swordplay was a combination of basic moves, executed freely and without restriction. With superb swordsmanship, aided by his consciousness, Zhou Xiaoning forged ahead, severing countless tentacles until he finally stood before the core of the devouring beast. Die, you gelatinous fiend! Zhou Xiaoning raised his arms high, merging the two flaming swords into one, transforming the originally 2-meter-long sword into a 5-meter-long colossal blade. This strike encompassed all of Zhou Xiaoning's strength, descending from above with the force of a raging tempest. Even the 3-meter-thick tentacle defense the devouring beast had erected was utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the flaming giant sword. The blade sliced through the tentacle barrier as if it were mere tofu, cleaving the devouring beast in twain. How do you like that? Still alive, are we? Zhou Xiaoning remarked with a sense of vindication, recalling how it once sought to consume him. Now, it was facing its retribution. Alas, Zhou Xiaoning had evidently not thoroughly perused the information regarding the devouring beast transmitted to him by the source disk. Or he would have known that the devouring beast could not be killed by conventional means. What? It can split apart. How am I supposed to fight it now? Zhou Xiaoning was taken aback. Previously, he had relied on fire to counter the devouring beast, but it was evident that this was not sufficient to secure a fatal blow. If the devouring beast could continue to divide, even if Zhou Xiaoning could persist in his assaults, he would ultimately be left with merely a plethora of diminutive devouring beasts. Furthermore, with the devouring beast's ability to grow by consuming, once those smaller beasts matured, they could potentially devour the entirety of Earth. Indeed, gluttons are perhaps the most fearsome creatures in existence. Zhou Xiaoning sighed. The now-devouring beast had diminished to a third-tier entity, posing little threat to him, as a fourth-tier creature was incomparable to two third-tier ones. All you think about is eating. Can't you see I'm troubled? Show some awareness of the atmosphere. Thud, thud. Two punches, enveloped in armament hockey, struck each half of the devouring beast, sending them flying. Zhou Xiaoning then stored them within his spatial inventory, severing their connection to the central consciousness. Thus, the tentacles rapidly evolved into independent entities. This startled Zhou Xiaoning, who hurriedly divided his spatial storage. isolating the devouring beasts from his other possessions, fearing that his belongings might be consumed by these gelatinous creatures. Ironically, this action inadvertently aided the devouring beasts. Packed tightly in a confined space, they merged, ultimately coalescing into a singular, complete devouring beast. Am I to perish here? Source Disk, oh Source Disk, you must know much about the devouring beasts. Guide me. How can I eliminate them? I'm truly at my wit's end. Once again, tentacle attacks ensued, but this time it was on an entirely different scale. Previously, there had only been dozens of tentacles. Now, each devouring beast wielded dozens, totaling nearly 200, and they launched simultaneous assaults from both sides, leaving Zhou Xiaoning somewhat flustered. This won't do. I can't hold on. Zhou Xiaoning found himself overwhelmed by the dual onslaught of the two devouring beasts, with his escape route completely blocked. Even if he attempted to use flame charge again, he could not break free immediately. Should he become ensnared, it would spell his doom. With no other choice, Zhou Xiaoning formed a layer of fiery defense around himself using his control over fire elements. Although this fiery barrier resisted the devouring beast's attacks, it also trapped him within. Once his source energy was depleted, he would inevitably meet his fate as a meal for the beasts. Is this truly how my life ends today? Heh, it seems I have not forgotten her after all, but she is likely in grave danger now. Zhou Xiaoning managed a wry smile, realizing the futility of such thoughts in his dire situation. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The devouring beast's relentless assault on the fiery defense showed no signs of abating. Zhou Xiaoning had shrunk the barrier to its limit, barely encompassing his body, as the tentacles threatened to breach the fiery defense at any moment. His heart sank into despair. Ding! Just then, a crisp sound rang in Zhou Xiaoning's ears, followed by familiar information flooding his mind. It turned out that the devouring beast was not immortal. Within it lay a core crystal. Only by destroying this core could one truly kill the beast. Moreover, the core crystal existed solely within the main devouring beast, while its spawned offshoots lacked such a feature. Ironically, the devouring beast fragment in Zhou Xiaoning's spatial inventory was severed from the main body due to the separation of their spaces. If Zhou Xiaoning could eliminate the main devouring beast, then the fragment would have the opportunity to become a true devouring beast. Source Disk, your timing is rather tardy, is it not? But even knowing the devouring beast's weakness, how am I to locate the core crystal? This is akin to saying nothing at all. The flicker of hope that had ignited within Zhou Xiaoning was extinguished in an instant. Not only did he not know where the core crystal was, but he also couldn't even discern which devouring beast was the main one. How could he possibly kill it? Forget it. I'm close to death anyway. Might as well gamble. A glimmer of resolution flashed in Zhou Xiaoning's eyes as he invested 100,000 source energy points to enhance universal extraction. The 7-star universal extraction did not add new functionalities but rather strengthened the extraction of materials and concepts. Now, as long as it was within the range of his consciousness, Zhou Xiaoning could extract it. Though the farther away it was, the more difficult the extraction became. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoning sensed that he could even extract memories, life force, and perhaps even the soul. If this sensation were true, the capability of universal extraction would be nothing short of terrifying. With 100,000 source energy points expended, Zhou Xiaoning was left with less than 1,000. At the rate he was consuming source energy, it wouldn't be long before it was entirely depleted. Without the support of source energy, his fiery defense would collapse, and he would lose all means of resistance. This was undoubtedly a high-stakes gamble. Failure would mean death. I shall confront you head-on and see who emerges victorious. Zhou Xiaoning was ensnared by the tentacles, being pulled toward one devouring beast, while the other, though eager to consume him, hesitated momentarily before resuming its advance. This brief pause offered Zhou Xiaoning a glimmer of hope. He might have identified the principal devouring beast. Now's my chance. Universal extraction, activate. Chapter 52. A bountiful harvest. Under the influence of the universal extraction, Zhou Xiaoning entered the heart space of the devouring beast. Unlike the dazzling points of light he had previously encountered in the heart spaces of the three great generals and Ace, this realm was a torrent of blood-red currents. Zhou Xiaoning found himself amidst this chaotic flow, struggling to maintain his footing, as if he could be swept away at any moment. How infuriating! How could I possibly give up at this juncture? In a remarkable display of determination, Zhou Xiaoning braved the crimson tide. Swimming against the current towards the solitary point of light nestled within this dark scarlet space, he mused that in this world, the strength of one's power was inconsequential. What mattered was the fortitude of spirit. The more resilient the spirit, the more formidable one became in the heart space. The devouring beast was driven mostly by instinct. Discussing the tenacity of spirit with it was akin to playing a lute to a cow. The beast's terrifying heart space was a result of its consumption of countless entities, humans, animals, zombies, among others, culminating in an amalgamation of numerous heart spaces, resulting in this vast yet muddled blood-red flow, teeming yet lacking in purity. It was close, just ahead. Zhou Xiaoning was oblivious to how long he had been navigating the blood-red torrent. Time had lost its significance in that moment. His sole focus was to reach that point of light and bring this ordeal to an end. At last, he found himself mere moments away from the glowing beacon, his hand almost within reach of it. Yet, sensing imminent danger, the devouring beast began to resist fiercely, conjuring a violent whirlwind in an attempt to blow Zhou Xiaoning away. Now you choose to fear? It's too late, you despicable gelatinous creature. Perish! Zhou Xiaoning unleashed all his strength, lunging forward. Regardless of success or failure, this was his final gamble. Thankfully, he succeeded in grasping the light. The scenery shifted abruptly, and Zhou Xiaoning emerged from the heart space. Yet he was still enveloped in a dark crimson hue, for he had been consumed by the devouring beast. It was an indescribable sensation. Surely, few have experienced being engulfed by a colossal gelatinous entity. Zhou Xiaoning had become a trailblazer in this peculiar circumstance, though he would gladly forego such an honor. He sensed a force disassembling his body, yet as a third-tier chosen one, his physique was resilient enough to withstand it. At least for the moment. Unfortunately, his clothing had been completely digested the instant he was swallowed, leaving him entirely bare. Realizing he was not in immediate danger, Zhou Xiaoning felt a wave of relief wash over him and began to inspect the item he had drawn. Name: Devouring Core. Category: Item. Equipment. Star rating. Description: The core crystal of the devouring beast, the essence of its life force, a confluence of the principles of devouring, with countless applications. Function: Upon use, one can swiftly comprehend the principles of devouring. Note: Only individuals of 6 tiers or higher can withstand the power of these principles. Using it prematurely may result in explosive demise. When equipped, it can absorb all forms of energy and convert it into source power for the user. Note: The prerequisite is survival against energy attacks. Otherwise, if one is instantly obliterated, the devouring core will be rendered ineffective. Joy. Sheer exhilaration. Zhou Xiaoning knew he had found salvation. It seemed he had indeed placed a successful bet. Had it not been for the universal extraction, leveling up to 7 stars, he might not have drawn a 6-star devouring core. Simultaneously, he experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder he had been fixated on extracting the core crystal of the devouring beast. He had initially assumed it was a material extraction, but it was, in fact, a conceptual extraction. The core crystal of the devouring beast was a manifestation of the principles of devouring, not a tangible crystalline substance, which explained why he had not seen anything resembling it within the half-translucent body of the beast. Without further ado, he equipped it. Roar. Perhaps sensing the absence of the devouring core's aura, the devouring beast emitted a sound that was both mournful and furious. Typically, the sounds of the devouring beast were inaudible to other beings. However, with Zhou Xiaoning acquiring the devouring core, an inexplicable connection was forged, allowing him to hear its voice. Now you fear? It's too late. You thought you could devour me? Now I shall consume you. Zhou Xiaoning laughed heartily as he activated the functions of the devouring core. As previously mentioned, the devouring beast was an amalgamation of energy, thus it naturally fell within the range of the devouring core's absorptive capabilities. Rapidly, the crimson energy began to detach from the devouring beast, surging through Zhou Xiaoning's pores and flooding into his body, granting him an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Yet, calamity soon befell him. The devouring beast had previously consumed the entirety of TZ City, transforming buildings, plants, humans, animals, and even various zombies into energy. The sheer volume was far beyond what Zhou Xiaoning's slight frame could endure. Even though he was only encased in a third of the beast's energy, it was still overwhelming. In summary, Zhou Xiaoning was overindulged. His energy limit was merely 50 points, while the energy flooding into his body exceeded hundreds, with a continuous influx threatening to burst him apart. Escape! He had to break free. Zhou Xiaoning immediately transformed into his dragon form, hoping to leverage the immense size of the dragon to break free from the devouring beast's confinement. However, transforming into a dragon form only marginally increased his physical tolerance. The vastness of the dragon's body resulted in a larger contact area, thus accelerating the influx of energy. In desperation, Zhou Xiaoning reverted to his human form. Since he could not escape, he had to find a way to increase his energy limit. The first method that came to mind was the sovereign cultivation method, the only technique he currently possessed that could enhance his energy cap. Previously, he had found this method inefficient, wastefully consuming energy and stalling his energy limit's growth. But now he cherished it. Wasting energy was a blessing, and he welcomed it wholeheartedly as the sovereign cultivation method activated. The energy flooding into Zhou Xiaoning began to circulate, alleviating the pressure on his body, while his energy limit gradually began to rise. After 1 hour, his energy cap increased to 100 points. After 3 hours, it rose to 150 points. After 10 hours, it reached 200 points. After 20 hours, it climbed to 300 points. At which point it appeared to hit a bottleneck. No matter how Zhou Xiaoning operated the sovereign cultivation method, his energy limit remained stagnant. Even so, the devouring beast surrounding Zhou Xiaoning had only diminished by 1/10, and the energy flow persisted. Zhou Xiaoning had to devise another strategy. If he couldn't elevate his energy cap, he would have to expend source power to create more space for the incoming energy. Thus, he took out the arc proverb, modified, and began charging it. After 1 hour, the charge reached its limit, unable to absorb any more energy, causing the devouring beast to shrink by 1/5. 7/5 remained. Must it be so resilient? Zhou Xiaoning felt like crying. He had previously lamented the scarcity of source power, yet now he had an abundance, threatening his very existence. Alas, this was the consequence of Zhou Xiaoning's greed. As he had sought to claim the energy of the devouring beast, ultimately ensnaring himself. The devouring core could be activated at will, but could not be deactivated unless no energy remained to absorb. Otherwise, it would continue its relentless consumption. I will not back down. Let us see who can endure until the end. Soon, 7 crystals of various colors began to coalesce between Zhou Xiaoning's hands. A white light element crystal, a black dark element crystal, a blue water element crystal, a red fire element crystal, a brown earth element crystal, a golden lightning element crystal, and a green wind element crystal. The fire and lightning crystals were the largest, followed by the earth crystal, while the dark, water, and wind crystals were of similar size, with the light crystal being the smallest. This disparity was influenced by elemental affinity. The higher the affinity, the greater the conversion efficiency, and vice versa. This transformation placed a considerable strain on Zhou Xiaoning's psyche, as he had to maintain the energy conversion while also compressing the elemental energies, a daunting mental load. However, the outcome was promising. The body of the devouring beast had shrunk to a mere 1/10 of its original size. No longer able to contain Zhou Xiaoning, now was his chance. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xiaoning transformed back into his dragon form, breaking free from the devouring beast's grasp. Ha ha ha, I am finally free, oh no. Zhou Xiaoning had just emerged from the wolf's den only to stumble into the tiger's lair. He found himself devoid of any means to escape the devouring beast's confinement. Worse still, the devouring core had begun to activate once more. My life is forfeit. In despair, Zhou Xiaoning closed his eyes, wishing he could be digested by the devouring beast first. At least that would grant him a more dignified end compared to being burst apart. Bloodied and mangled, Chapter 53. Reuniting with the others. I'm unharmed. I'm completely unscathed. Zhou Xiaoning waited in anticipation, yet the overwhelming sensation of energy surging into him did not materialize, nor did he experience the sensation of being digested by the devouring beast. Instead, it felt as though he were luxuriating in a hot spring, utterly comfortable. Upon further investigation, Zhou Xiaoning discovered that the energy surging into his body was being absorbed by the source disk. The source disk resembled an infinite void, capable of absorbing any amount of energy and converting it into source power points. How infuriating! If you could absorb energy, why didn't you do it sooner? I've exhausted myself for hours, only to realize it was all in vain. Zhou Xiaoning ultimately could not calm his restless spirit. He vowed that if the source plate were to appear before him, he would smash that wretched stone tablet into pieces, IT was not merely about whether it could withstand the blow. It was about the principle of the matter. Zhou Xiaoning felt as though he had been toyed with like a mere monkey. If it were a person playing tricks on him, that would be one thing, but the tormentor was a stone tablet. In this day and age, how had he fallen so low as to be manipulated by a slab of stone? The absorption efficiency of the source plate was astonishingly swift. Within 10 minutes, the devouring beast had been completely consumed, simultaneously providing Zhou Xiaoning with over 900,000 points of source energy. Reflecting on the nearly 24 hours he had spent converting energy, he suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, prompting him to release Tokisaki Kurumi and Nestle into her ample embrace. Seeking solace, "Hey, Xiaoning, what's the matter?" Tokisaki Kurumi, just emerging, was unaware of the events that had transpired. Hadn't they been on their way to the Sky Island? This certainly didn't resemble it. According to the Navy's records, Kurumi had familiarized herself with the situation of the Sky Island. It could be summarized as a world of white. Yet now the surroundings were undeniably REDITS nothing. I just feel so tired. Let me stay like this for a while. Tokisaki Kurumi, convinced she understood the situation, allowed Zhou Xiaoning to absorb her warmth while gently massaging his temples, intending to help him relax. Although Zhou Xiaoning suspected that Kurumi might have misunderstood, only a fool would clarify. He decided to simply enjoy the moment. He lost track of time and eventually dozed off. When he awoke, the moon hung high in the sky, indicating it was already deep into the night. "Kurumi, have I been asleep for long?" Zhou Xiaoning lay on Tokisaki Kurumi's lap, reluctant to rise even though he had regained consciousness. "Not at all, just a few hours." Tokisaki Kurumi, who had spent 4 years in the world of One Piece with Zhou Xiaoning, had developed a profound understanding of him. She could see through his little thoughts without needing to point them out. "Oh, so that means over a day has passed in the real world? Grandpa and my grandfather must be anxious by now." Fortunately, the devouring beast had consumed all the zombies and creatures within the TZ city limits. Otherwise, Zhou Xiaoning and Tokisaki Kurumi wouldn't have been able to remain here peacefully for several hours. "All right, I've rested enough. Let us set off to find Grandpa and my grandfather." Zhou Xiaoning reluctantly rose, wishing he could lie down a little longer, but it wouldn't be good to make his family and friends worry for too long. After all, there would be future opportunities to rest. However, when Zhou Xiaoning intended to take off with Tokisaki Kurumi, he suddenly noticed that she seemed a bit bashful, which was uncharacteristic of her. "Kurumi, what's wrong?" "Xiaoning, do your family members happen to be over there too?" Tokisaki Kurumi asked softly, her voice barely audible. If Zhou Xiaoning hadn't had sharp hearing, he might not have caught it that moment. Zhou Xiaoning understood. Tokisaki Kurumi was apprehensive about meeting his family. "Ha ha ha, I never expected our fearless Kurumi, who slays zombies and pirates without a second thought, would be afraid of meeting parents. You're the one who brought it up." Flustered, Tokisaki Kurumi pinched a bit of flesh at Zhou Xiaoning's waist, executing a perfect 270-degree turn. "Ouch, ouch, I'm sorry. I want to do it again." Zhou Xiaoning quickly begged for mercy. It seemed this move was ingrained in the essence of womanhood. He had never seen Tokisaki Kurumi practice it before, yet she executed it flawlessly. "Humph." Tokisaki Kurumi shot Zhou Xiaoning a playful glance and, as she released him, she also massaged his waist. This demonstrated that no matter the circumstances, Tokisaki Kurumi would always be Tokisaki Kurumi. Her gentleness was unchangeable. "Kurumi, rest assured, you're so exceptional. My grandparents will surely take a liking to you." Zhou Xiaoning spoke sincerely, though his grandparents held some reservations about people from the islands. They were rational and wouldn't completely reject someone simply because of their origin. After Zhou Xiaoning's assurances, Tokisaki Kurumi visibly relaxed. Subsequently, Zhou Xiaoning embraced Tokisaki Kurumi and activated cloud riding, soaring towards the predetermined meeting point. It's worth mentioning that when under Zhou Xiaoning's control, cloud riding allowed others to stand atop the clouds, and as long as he could manage the energy expenditure, he could fly with a few people without issue. Zhou Xiaoning had never mentioned this to Tokisaki Kurumi, as revealing the truth would deprive him of a convenient excuse. As Zhou Xiaoning became increasingly adept at cloud riding, his flying speed improved significantly, now reaching 130 kilometers per hour, allowing him to travel from the original location to the meeting point in just over 10 minutes. The meeting point was a half-finished villa community, originally slated for completion by the end of this year or early next year. However, due to financial issues with the developers, they could not even pay the workers, leading to a strike and the suspension of construction. More critically, it was conveniently located near a highway that led straight to HC City. Zhou Xiaoning had chosen this spot with a hint of selfishness in mind, as his parents were currently in HC City for business, making it easier for him to locate them later, that moment, inside a villa that had been built but not yet decorated. Zhou Xiaoning's grandparents and grandfather sat together, with candles providing the only illumination in the room. All three wore furrowed brows, deep in thought. Xie Ping was filled with worry. After all, Zhou Xiaoning was the sole heir of the Zhou family. If anything were to happen to him, how could she possibly carry on? Old woman, what are you fretting about? Xiaoning is incredibly capable. How could he possibly come to harm? He is likely just delayed by some unforeseen circumstances. Stop worrying unnecessarily. Although Zhou Laoyes had spoken words of comfort to Xie Ping, he too harbored the same fears in his heart. After all, if something truly were amiss, a day would certainly suffice to handle it. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoning was not a thoughtless child. If there were matters requiring time, he would surely notify them in advance, unlike now, where he was entirely absent, leaving them in the dark. Zhou Laoyes exchanged a glance with Lin Laoyes, and they both sighed in unison, evidently sharing the same concern after decades of companionship. Lin Laoyes knew the chances were slim, but he had to go. After all, Zhou Xiaoning was his beloved grandson. He was not a heartless individual who could disregard the life and death of his own grandson. All right, I'll accompany you tomorrow. Zhou Laoyes spoke solemnly. In terms of strength, he was no match for Lin Laoyes, yet his concern for Zhou Xiaoning was unwavering. Just then, a member of the rescue team on night watch caught sight of something flying toward them in the dim sky. Unable to discern what it was, he nonetheless sounded the alarm signaling an enemy invasion for safety's sake. Soon, everyone in the community awakened. In these days of calamity, everyone had grown accustomed to light sleep. They could awaken at the slightest disturbance. As for those who slept soundly, it could only be said that they were overly carefree. Typically, such individuals did not survive long. The crowd quickly divided into two groups. One was larger, comprised of the elderly, women, and children, while the strong and able-bodied young men formed a protective circle around them. The second group consisted of only over 50 members, the remaining members of the rescue team who had taken on the task of guarding the community. Having suffered some losses, prepare for battle. Zhou Xiaoning was absent, and Zhou Pingzhong temporarily assumed the role of leader. Luo Fei stood beside him. Although it had only been a day, he had matured considerably, taking on a more responsible air. The weapons in the rescue team's possession were rudimentary, consisting of wooden sticks and steel rods salvaged from the community, yet they displayed no signs of fear. For their families and friends stood behind them, leaving no room for retreat. Chapter 54. The next destination. What's wrong with everyone? Why is everyone staring at me like that? Xiaoning, you've transcended. Luo Fei stammered, clearly shaken. What nonsense. It's merely a skill effect. My current strength is far from that of a deity, so, you're not dead, get lost. Did your eyes see me dead? Zhou Xiaoning shot a glare at Luo Fei. Realizing that he had misunderstood and thought Xiaoning had become a deity after death. Xiaoning, I'm so relieved you're all right. You have no idea how worried I was. Luo Fei opened his arms, intending to give Zhou Xiaoning a big hug. Zhou Xiaoning tried to stop him, but someone was quicker. Luo Yu squeezed through the crowd, sprinting past Luo Fei and kicking him aside before throwing herself into Zhou Xiaoning's arms. Sobbing uncontrollably. How could that be? Xiaoning Gij has promised to protect you, so how could he possibly abandon you? Zhou Xiaoning gently caressed Luo Yu's head while offering her comfort, casting a sympathetic glance at Luo Fei. However, what appeared to be a heartfelt expression of sympathy to Luo Fei felt more like blatant flaunting. At that moment, Luo Fei's mind was consumed by a singular thought: to free that little sister and take her place. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoning was currently oblivious to Luo Fei's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have felt quite apologetic to inform Luo Fei that he could easily crush him with but a single finger. Xiaoning, are you all right? Let Grandma take a look. Don't worry, Grandma, I'm perfectly fine. Zhou Xiaoning spread his arms wide, indicating to Xie Ping that he was unharmed. He had initially intended to twirl around to further reassure her, but he awkwardly realized that little Luo Yu was still clinging to him. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. By the way, who is this? True to her discerning nature, Grandma was the only one to notice the love-struck expression on the face of the nearby Poison Island Siko, while others were focused on Zhou Xiaoning. Upon hearing Xie Ping's inquiry, little Luo Yu also recognized Poison Island Siko's presence. Although still a child, her innate feminine intuition warned her that this woman was her formidable rival. Poison Island Siko's perceptiveness was exceptionally keen. Especially with her mastery of Kinbunchaku Haki, she instantly sensed Luo Yu's unabashed hostility. Observing the closeness between Luo Yu and Zhou Xiaoning, Poison Island Siko quickly deduced the girl's feelings. As the only woman with a confirmed relationship with Zhou Xiaoning, she could easily assert her claim and eliminate Luo Yu from the equation. Yet, Poison Island Siko chose not to do so. Instead, she offered a gentle smile that made it difficult for anyone to harbor animosity towards her. Indeed, Luo Yu soon found herself outmatched, for she was still merely a child, unable to contend with the battle-hardened Poison Island Siko. Yes, Xiaoning, hurry and introduce us to this beautiful lady. Do you really want to know? Luo Fei nodded eagerly, wishing for Zhou Xiaoning to divulge the information swiftly. All right, I will tell you, but you must brace yourself. She is Poison Island Siko, my wife. Zhou Xiaoning extricated himself from Luo Fei's grasp, approached Poison Island Siko, tenderly took her hand, and solemnly announced to everyone present, Poison Island Siko? Wife? Xiaoning, you must be joking. Luo Fei was momentarily stunned before bursting into foolish laughter, perfectly embodying the look of someone who had been utterly bewildered. I am Poison Island Siko, and I kindly ask for your support moving forward. Poison Island Siko performed a graceful bow before the crowd, having learned Mandarin from Zhou Xiaoning during their time in the world of One Piece. And she spoke it remarkably well. If she hadn't revealed it herself, no one would have doubted her Chinese heritage. My senior Siko. Luo Fei was distraught. When Zhou Xiaoning initially mentioned it, he could deceive himself. But with Poison Island Siko's own admission, he had no choice but to accept it. Xiaoning, what is wrong with your friend? The reaction of Luo Fei momentarily caught Poison Island Siko off guard. While she was not surprised that someone recognized her, this reaction was somewhat excessive. It's nothing. He has his moments every month. You'll get used to it. Zhou Xiaoning thought it best to keep Luo Fei's past indiscretions under wraps, fearing that Poison Island Siko might take the opportunity to eliminate him. What? Xiaoning, you actually claim this island woman is your wife. Did you consult me about this? As soon as old Master Zhou spoke, Zhou Xiaoning felt an ominous cloud hanging over him. How had he let it slip? Glancing at his grandfather, he noted that Lin Leiazizi wore a similarly grim expression, clearly displeased but withholding his words. Grandma! Zhou Xiaoning looked at Xie Ping with a pleading gaze, realizing that only she could defuse the situation. You must be Siko, right? You are truly beautiful. I'm sure my Xiaoning has brought you quite a bit of trouble. Xie Ping warmly took Poison Island Siko's hand, speaking with great familiarity. That rascal should be taking care of you. Come, let us have a good chat over there. Matters concerning men can be left to them. Xie Ping led Poison Island Siko away, casting Zhou Xiaoning a reassuring glance, which allowed him to exhale in relief. With his grandmother's intervention, the matter was likely settled. He believed that once Xie Ping understood Poison Island Siko's character, she would surely come to appreciate her. As for the two old masters, their objections would likely be inconsequential. With one concern alleviated, Zhou Xiaoning turned his attention to the current state of affairs. Having fled in a state of panic, the food they had managed to bring along was scarce, and everyone had gone over 10 hours without food or water. Even the adults found themselves suffering from hunger. Let alone the children. Uncle Zhong, I have some food and water here. Please distribute it among everyone. Zhou Xiaoning gestured grandly, retrieving some bread and water from the warehouse of the simulation farm, enough to sustain the over 2,000 people present. In the 8 years since arriving in the world of One Piece, the simulation farm had never ceased production. After 8 years, the accumulated food could feed 10,000 people for a year with surplus remaining. What he was drawing out now was merely a fraction of the total. Moreover, the items stored in the warehouse remained in their original state upon retrieval, so the bread still smelled freshly baked, enticing many to swallow their saliva. All right, I will arrange that right away. Zhou Pingzhong called forth a dozen trustworthy individuals from the crowd to distribute the bread and water, while the rescue team maintained order. In an instant, everyone was filled with gratitude towards Zhou Xiaoning, elevating his reputation yet again. The two old masters, seeing that Zhou Xiaoning was still concerned for everyone, felt their anger dissipate somewhat. They realized that in the face of global peril, with vast lands overrun by fantasy creatures, national borders had long since been shattered. What significance remained in quarreling over the relationships between the island nation and Huagua? Xiaoning, what are your plans for the future? We cannot remain here indefinitely. The strength of fantasy creatures was gradually increasing. While the defenses of this community might be secure for the time being, that would not hold true forever. Sooner or later, the increasingly powerful fantasy creatures would breach their defenses, and by then, it would be too late to escape. Do not worry, grandfather. I have already determined our next destination. Right here. Zhou Xiaoning produced a pre-prepared map and pointed at the location of HZ City. Chapter 55. On the road the next day, the assembled crowd, having received prior notice, organized their belongings in preparation for departure. The journey from TZ City to HZ City spanned over 240 kilometers. By car, it would take merely 3 or 4 hours on the highway. However, just as Zhou Xiaoning had anticipated HZ City, others had too, especially at the onset of the calamity when everyone sought to flee the now zombie-infested TZ City. The roads were utterly congested. Clearly, driving was out of the question. They could only proceed on foot towards HZ City. Zhou Xiaoning's motivation to reach HZ City extended beyond merely locating his parents. There was also a military base established there, where 60% of the Z province's military forces were concentrated. If any location in Z province could be deemed safe, it was undoubtedly the survivor base in HZ City. With over 2,000 people embarking on this journey, the task of protection became a significant challenge for the remaining 50 or so members of the rescue team. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoning had acquired numerous advantageous items from the world of One Piece. Otherwise, he would have been uncertain of their safety. The physical capabilities of humans in the One Piece world generally surpassed those of contemporary humanity, particularly among the rigorously trained elite Navy personnel. Zhou Xiaoning had amassed a significant number of items like robust physique from those naval officers. Depending on individual constitution, robust physique could enhance physical strength by anywhere from 5 to 20 points. After carefully blending it with a basic enhancement potion, he produced 100 doses of the enhanced basic strengthening potion, which could elevate physical strength by 30 to 35 points. Thus, apart from the original 50 members, Zhou Xiaoning selected an additional 40 individuals, totaling 100, to consume the enhanced potion. This provided them with considerable combat strength sufficient to handle various unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, Zhou Xiaoning had also upgraded their equipment. They now wore marine-grade leather armor capable of effectively deflecting bullets from standard handguns. Their weaponry included a Navy-standard firearm with 10 rounds of ammunition, a quality short knife, and a retractable steel spear. To acquire these items, Zhou Xiaoning had spent 60% of the rewards he received for capturing pirates, and even then, it was at a discounted rate due to his status as the youngest naval major in history with immense potential. The individuals selected to join the rescue team all had military experience. Though they initially struggled to wield the unfamiliar weapons, they adapted quickly, demonstrating impressive prowess. Had the rescue team been equipped with such gear during the zombie siege, their casualties would have been significantly reduced by at least 40%. Certainly, these are all standardized matters. Those who are truly close to one another will naturally experience something different. Conversely, those possessing the abilities of Zoan-type devil fruits can have a trace of their bloodline extracted, which, when integrated into a primary enhancement potion, yields a special elixir that grants the consumer an animal's ability. For instance, the Venerable Lin has consumed the special enhancement potion, Eagle, acquiring the ability of keen eyesight, significantly enhancing his vision. When paired with his initial tool, the Hanyang-made firearm, it proves to be an impeccable match, greatly increasing his accuracy. Zhou Xiaoning also provided Zhou Pingzhong with a special enhancement potion, Tiger, which bestowed upon him the strength of a tiger, elevating his physical prowess to an impressive 45 points, making him the strongest in terms of physical strength, aside from Zhou Xiaoning, Poison Island Siko, and the Venerable Lin. Upon learning that Zhou Xiaoning possessed a special enhancement potion, Luo Fei shamelessly approached him, requesting one. With no other options, Zhou Xiaoning reluctantly gave him a special enhancement potion, Buddha. Indeed, this was derived from the bloodline of the Warring States period. As of now, aside from becoming somewhat resplendent and experiencing a slight increase in resilience, Luo Fei has not gained any other abilities. Much like the devil fruits, the special enhancement potion can only be consumed once. A second consumption risks bloodline collapse. This harsh reality undoubtedly dealt a blow to Luo Fei. Ultimately, Zhou Xiaoning, feeling pity for him, bestowed upon him the large sword belonging to Zack, a weapon that inherently grants mastery of large swords, and Zhou Xiaoning was not concerned about Luo Fei's ability to wield it. He also provided his grandparents and Zhou Yu with similar enhancements. Aside from Zhou Leiazizi's insistent requests, Zhou Xiaoning granted him a special enhancement potion, Wolf, endowing him with capabilities to face second-tier foes directly, while the others received more auxiliary, special enhancement potions, enhancing their strength in less pronounced but still beneficial ways. Captain, hurry over. There's a situation ahead. A man's panicked voice came through the telephone bug in Zhou Xiaoning's hand. A unique communication device from the world of One Piece. Zhou Xiaoning certainly would not overlook the telephone bug. With modern communications essentially severed, the significance of the telephone bug became increasingly apparent. As a biological entity, it cannot be stored in spatial inventory. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoning owned a simulated farm, perfectly suited for breeding telephone bugs, so he managed to acquire 10 bugs, 5 males and 5 females, to cultivate a thriving population, which could later serve his needs or be sold to other factions. Depending on his whims. At the expedition's outset, Zhou Xiaoning specifically allocated 1 telephone bug to a 3-person scouting team, ensuring they maintained constant communication. In addition, he provided both Poison Island Siko and Zhou Pingzhong with a bug each, one responsible for defensive duties and the other for covering their backs. This ensured that Zhou Xiaoning could stay informed about the team's status. Please, elaborate on what you have discovered. Dinosaurs? We have seen dinosaurs. What? Zhou Xiaoning exclaimed in astonishment, for dinosaurs were creatures that had long since become extinct in prehistory. Could it be? Zhou Xiaoning hastily opened the map, and after a moment of contemplation, he arrived at the conclusion. Their entire team had been traveling for over 10 hours, with only a 2-hour break for lunch. The rest of the time, they had been on the move. They had been following the highway. And although there were sporadic zombies along the way, Zhou Xiaoning swiftly dealt with them, ensuring there was no halt in their progress. Thus, even accounting for their relatively slow pace, they should have already exited the confines of TZ City. However, reaching HZ City still required half a day's travel. It seems we have entered a new map. Many fantasy works feature dinosaurs. Let us hope there are no excessively formidable beings among them. Although he grasped the reason, Zhou Xiaoning remained uneasy. After conferring with his grandfather and the others, they unanimously decided to rest in place for the day, with the rescue team responsible for defense while Zhou Xiaoning ventured forth to investigate. Hoping to make contact with the military at the survivors' base to request reinforcements, Zhou Xiaoning could fly. This task fell solely upon him, and his grandfather and great-grandfather did not hinder him, merely advising caution. Before setting off, Zhou Xiaoning visited Poison Island Siko to discuss the situation. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Poison Island Siko asked, her concern evident as the conditions ahead remained uncertain, and Zhou Xiaoning's solitary journey could pose dangers. "Rest assured, are you not aware of my capabilities? Even if danger arises, I can extricate myself safely." Zhou Xiaoning sealed her lips with a kiss, silencing her forthcoming words. "You are as domineering as ever." After a prolonged moment, they parted, and Poison Island Siko shot Zhou Xiaoning an exasperated glance, yet she refrained from insisting on accompanying him. "Hey, are you two playing kissy-kissy?" "Teacher, I want to join." Jiuchuan Jingxiang suddenly appeared, her face alight with excitement as she seized Zhou Xiaoning's arm and would not let go. Feeling her warmth, Zhou Xiaoning was momentarily taken aback, a ticklish sensation in his nose suggesting something might soon escape. "Jingxiang, Zhou Ning still has matters to attend to. You mustn't cling to him." Poison Island Siko smiled radiantly, but for some reason, Zhou Xiaoning felt an unsettling chill, as if a snake were watching him, sending a shiver down his spine and clearing his mind of any extraneous thoughts. Yes, I have things to do. Teacher Jingxiang, please release me." "Why so suddenly? You must think I am too old. Hence your reluctance to kiss me, right? At my age, still without a boyfriend, how embarrassing. Why are you suddenly upset?" Zhou Xiaoning finally realized that Jiuchuan Jingxiang's demeanor seemed off. She was typically somewhat dazed but would not be this intimate, even suggesting playful kisses. Could it be? Zhou Xiaoning sighed in resignation. As he suspected, he could smell alcohol on Jiuchuan Jingxiang, and recalling how Luo Fei had previously come to him for a dozen beers. The reason for her current state became clear. Luo Fei must have known that Jiuchuan Jingxiang would become affectionate when inebriated, so he had deliberately gotten her drunk. Although Luo Fei would not dare to take advantage of her, a little mischief was certainly within his character. However, based on Zhou Xiaoning's understanding of Luo Fei, After consuming 3 cans, he would surely be incapacitated, leaving the remaining beers for Zhou Xiaoning to consume. And in her hazy state, she had wandered near Zhou Xiaoning and Poison Island Seiko, inadvertently offering Zhou Xiaoning an unexpected boon. Chapter 56. The strength level of dinosaurs. Zhou Xiaoning entrusted the inebriated Zhou Xiaoning to Poison Island Seiko for care. Although he lamented the missed opportunity, he lacked the audacity to engage in any antics in front of his wife. After briefing Poison Island Seiko on a few matters, Zhou Xiaoning soared into the sky, treading upon clouds as he advanced. Dinosaurs, diverse terrestrial vertebrates that thrived during the Mesozoic era, dominated the global terrestrial ecosystem for over 160 million years. Dinosaurs first appeared approximately 230 million years ago in the Triassic period and perished during the late Cretaceous period. Around 65 million years ago, due to the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event. Now, these long-extinct creatures were vividly materializing before Zhou Xiaoning's eyes. Should the pre-cataclysmic biological world become aware of this, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Prior to the calamity, numerous scientists had attempted to extract dinosaur genes from fossils to resurrect these ancient beings. But after more than a decade, there had yet to be a single successful case. And now, living dinosaurs had emerged. However, how many biologists still had the energy to study them? A Stegosaurus. How nostalgic. As Zhou Xiaoning flew, he encountered various unrecognizable dinosaur species, but upon finally spotting a familiar one, he felt a surge of excitement. That time, Zhou Xiaoning had mastered the 6 styles and reached the rank of brigadier general, yet he found himself utterly helpless against the Stegosaurus's formidable armor. Moreover, the creature was covered in sharp spikes, making any misstep potentially perilous. Most daunting was the Stegosaurus's tail hammer. A single strike could shatter even Zhou Xiaoning's formidable telekinetic defenses, which had reached level 10 at that time. Although the Stegosaurus before him was not the same one that had previously tormented him, being of the same species, its appearance could only be deemed unfortunate for it. Naturally, Zhou Xiaoning wished to ascertain the strength of these dinosaurs, as he bore the responsibility of leading many others, and their safety was paramount. Thus, he decided to test the waters. While Zhou Xiaoning intended to hunt the Stegosaurus, he was not in a hurry to descend. Instead, he released his spiritual awareness, seeking to determine whether his 15 tons of strength could subdue the creature. Perspective shift. The Stegosaurus felt a profound sense of happiness, although it could no longer recall the specifics of its former life. It instinctively relished its current existence, primarily due to the abundance of food available. Especially those feeble creatures that walk on 2 legs, their flesh tender and exquisitely delicious, albeit somewhat diminutive in size. One would need to consume a dozen or so to satiate one's hunger. However, this is hardly a concern, for such creatures abound, congregating behind the peculiar rock formations not far away. Though they may be weak, the bizarre objects they wield are quite formidable, capable of launching a multitude of projectiles that inflict considerable pain. Since they are out of reach, it is of no consequence. After all, this Ankylosaurus is not currently hungry. Just then, the Ankylosaurus suddenly felt as though it were being pressed down by an immense weight, heavy beyond measure. Glancing around, it discerned that apart from the creature hovering above, there was nothing else in sight. It seemed that this was indeed the one causing it trouble, through the feedback of mental perception. Zhou Xiaoning sensed a tremendous force of resistance, indicating that this Ankylosaurus possessed strength exceeding 15 tons, though it likely did not surpass much more. Otherwise, it would have easily broken free from the mental restraint instead of merely struggling in place. Aware that mental influence had little effect on the Ankylosaurus, Zhou Xiaoning ceased expending energy on that front and commenced an elemental energy assault. In an instant, fireballs, wind blades, water spheres, earth spikes, thunder, and flashes of light bombarded the creature. With an energy capacity reaching 300 points, though not excessive, it was ample for his current needs. Roaring in fury, the Ankylosaurus was wounded, struck by a being it had always regarded as prey. It appears to have had an effect. Consequently, the earth spikes became a significant threat, suddenly rising from the ground. Unless the Ankylosaurus could fly, it would be unable to evade this attack. However, Zhou Xiaoning's affinity for earth elements was currently limited, hindering the formation of harder spikes. Otherwise, the Ankylosaurus would not merely be lightly injured, but would have faced certain death. It seems you are quite enraged. Very well, I shall grant you the opportunity for revenge. Zhou Xiaoning relinquished the advantage of flight and descended to the ground. This ankylosaurus was likely a second-tier fantasy creature, yet its innate talent granted it the power to threaten third-tier beings. Since the calamity had descended less than 2 months ago, most chosen ones remained at the second-tier level, with only a select few elites possibly reaching the third tier. Fourth-tier beings had yet to emerge. Given these circumstances, the ankylosaurus indeed posed a considerable danger. As the saying goes, enemies are particularly fierce upon sight. This was especially true for wild creatures like dinosaurs. Upon seeing Zhou Xiaoning land before it, accumulated rage erupted, and it charged forward on all fours like a heavily armored vehicle. Excellent. Zhou Xiaoning extended his hands, enveloped in a powerful aura, intending to withstand the ankylosaurus's onslaught. Boom. With a tremendous crash, Zhou Xiaoning braced against the ankylosaurus's head, the force of its charge causing him to stagger back 5 or 6 meters. Yet he successfully thwarted its attack. The ankylosaurus, realizing it had failed to crush Zhou Xiaoning, became even more enraged, suddenly swinging its tail, aiming a powerful strike at Zhou Xiaoning's head. Should it connect, Zhou Xiaoning would surely be in dire straits. With a bite, a charge, and a tail swipe, Zhou Xiaoning was well aware of the ankylosaurus's attack patterns. There was no way he would be caught off guard by its tail strike. Acting swiftly, he leapt, narrowly evading the tail's blow. However, one does not simply receive blows without retaliation. Since the ankylosaurus had struck him, Zhou Xiaoning was determined to return the favor. 6 forms of ultimate technique. 6 King's Spear. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xiaoning had discerned the ankylosaurus's capabilities and deemed it unnecessary to hold back any longer. Producing a red fire element crystal, he harnessed its power, flawlessly recreating Ace's ultimate move, Great Flame Ring. Flame Emperor. A massive, searing fireball materialized in Zhou Xiaoning's hand. Although its size paled in comparison to Ace's full-powered Flame Emperor, measuring merely 10 meters in diameter, and its power diminished significantly, it sufficed for dealing with an ankylosaurus. The recently awakened ankylosaurus instinctively felt fear upon seeing the enormous fireball. No longer did it seek revenge on Zhou Xiaoning. Turning tail to flee, its heavy form somehow achieving the speed of a racing seayard. As a fantasy creature, the ankylosaurus indeed possessed unique attributes, but did it not think it was a bit late to flee now? Boom! Zhou Xiaoning hurled the fireball, and the searing flames instantly engulfed the ankylosaurus. The surrounding area within a 20-meter radius also caught in the explosion. When the flames subsided, a 5-meter-deep circular pit remained, marked by charred remnants. 1 Ankylosaurus yielded 1,000 source power points, a decent harvest, though regrettably, no source cards were obtained. Zhou Xiaoning shook his head in mild disappointment as he departed, subsequently seeking out additional dinosaurs to gauge their strengths. Ultimately, he discovered that the dinosaurs were not as terrifying as he had imagined. Small dinosaurs generally possess strength at the first tier, easily dispatched by 3 first-tier beings, or 1 second-tiered. Medium-sized dinosaurs ranged from second to third tier. A coordinated effort of several second-tier beings could indeed vanquish them. The true threats lay with the large dinosaurs, particularly the carnivorous ones, whose weakest members were at least third tier. Zhou Xiaoning even encountered a Tyrannosaurus Rex that was nearly at the 4th tier, prompting him to refrain from engaging, lacking absolute confidence in victory. Additionally, those with flying capabilities posed significant risks. While airborne, Zhou Xiaoning nearly fell prey to an ambush by 3 third-tier pterosaurs. Had he not relied on his speed to evade them, a fierce battle would have ensued. Based on the intelligence Zhou Xiaoning had gathered, it seemed utterly unrealistic to rely solely on their strength to escort over 2,000 individuals into the base. Achieving a mere 500 arrivals would be commendable. Thus, seeking assistance became an unavoidable necessity. Zhou Xiaoning raised his gaze towards the distant structure encircled by towering metal walls, hoping that the authorities within would be willing to dispatch troops for support. Otherwise, the 2,000 of them would likely need to seek refuge elsewhere. Chapter 57. Entering the base. HZ City's survivor base was established around an industrial park, encompassing 5 surrounding villages and corresponding farmland, ensuring a modicum of security for both weapon production and food supply. Currently, the base housed over 300,000 civilians and more than 20,000 military personnel, making it one of the most formidable forces in the entirety of Z province. However, what astounded Zhou Xiaoning the most was not this, but rather the imposing walls towering over 10 meters high and exceeding 3 meters in thickness, was crucial to note that these walls were not hastily erected sets for film shoots, but rather a genuine fortification constructed from massive iron blocks assembled like building blocks, fortified to an extraordinary degree. The manpower and resources consumed in erecting such a structure were by no means negligible. A wall of this magnitude could not possibly have been completed in just 2 months. It must have been in construction long before. Strangely, however, no rumors had circulated regarding it. Evidently, the government must have been privy to certain information, prompting the early initiation of shelter construction. Analyzing the information at his disposal, Zhou Xiaoning pondered these matters, growing increasingly perplexed. Could it be that the calamity was not a sudden occurrence, but rather a prelude that had gone unnoticed? After much contemplation, he could not arrive at a conclusion, so he resolved to cease his musings. When the time came for him to know, he would surely learn. Moreover, even if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to bear it. It was not yet his place to worry. The pressing concern was to seek reinforcements and ensure the safe passage of everyone into the base. This visit was primarily to solicit military aid, so Zhou Xiaoning did not wish to reveal too much of his own strength. When he was still a kilometer away from the base entrance, he descended to the ground and approached slowly. The military within the base evidently conducted regular patrols to clear the surrounding area of dinosaurs. As such, during his kilometer-long walk, Zhou Xiaoning encountered not a single small dinosaur. Halt! Who goes there? As Zhou Xiaoning approached within 100 meters of the entrance, he was intercepted by 2 armed soldiers. Evidently, this 100-meter distance marked the perimeter of the base's defenses, beyond which the weaponry mounted on the walls could not provide assistance. And sending someone beyond would be akin to courting death. Do not shoot. Do not shoot. I am human. I come from TZ City, which has been ravaged by fantasy creatures. I heard a broadcast calling for survivors. So I, along with the others who survived, have come here. However, we encountered dinosaurs along the way, preventing the others from joining me. Thus, I have come to seek support. How many of you are there? Are there any chosen ones among you? We are over 2,000 in total. Aside from my grandfather and me, the rest are ordinary people. The 2 soldiers exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the truth. Anyone capable of traversing a dinosaur-infested area could hardly be just an ordinary individual. Very well, sir. Please follow me. I shall take you to meet our camp commander, and he will decide the next course of action. One of the soldiers spoke respectfully, taking the initiative to lead Zhou Xiaoning onward. Within the HC City base, there were indeed chosen ones. Compared to these ordinary people, those chosen were nothing short of superhuman. During previous attacks by dinosaur hordes on the city, had it not been for those chosen ones, the base would have likely fallen long ago. The calamity has befallen us for some time now, and the existence of the chosen ones is no longer a secret for all the existing factions. The chosen ones are of paramount importance. A faction devoid of chosen ones cannot hope to endure in this age of increasingly formidable fantastical creatures. Take, for instance, the base in HC City, which currently boasts 13 chosen ones. Excluding 2 who lean more towards support roles, there are 11 combat-oriented chosen ones. With the resources and training provided by the entire base, 9 of them have reached the 3rd tier, while the remaining 4 are on the cusp of their own advancement. Soon, the base will be fortified by 13 3rd-tier chosen ones, at which point its strength will undoubtedly surge. The high-ranking officials have already begun strategizing a cleansing operation for the areas overrun by dinosaurs. Beyond individual combat prowess, chosen ones can also provide invaluable resources, such as meat, blood, and bones infused with dinosaur genes. The scientists at the base have developed a genetic serum from these materials, which, when injected, can significantly enhance physical capabilities, enabling even ordinary individuals to exhibit 2nd-tier combat strength. However, the cost is a transformation into a fearsome half-human, half-dinosaur form. Nevertheless, the allure of power has driven countless individuals to disregard the risks, with over 3,000 people at the base having already injected the genetic serum. Excluding those who succumb to severe side effects, around 2,300 remain, collectively referred to as evolvers. To distinguish them from ordinary people and chosen ones. In this light, individuals like Luo Fei and Zhou Pingzhong can also be considered evolvers, albeit their enhancement serums are vastly superior to the genetic ones. A soldier, while briefing Zhou Xiaoning on the general conditions of the base, guided him to meet his company commander. The commander, a man in his 30s with a muscular build, evidently dedicated to rigorous training. Upon learning of Zhou Xiaoning's situation, he recognized its gravity and, unable to make decisions himself, instructed the deputy commander to ensure security before personally escorting Zhou Xiaoning into the base, heading towards the military quarters. Given the current tumultuous times, the base is under militarized management, with everyone's schedules meticulously arranged, except for the elderly, the weak, and women and children who receive regular food supplies. The able-bodied must work to earn their sustenance. Thus, as Zhou Xiaoning rode in the commander's jeep towards the military quarters, he observed the bustling figures around him. No one voiced complaints, for those who did would risk being expelled from the base to face the dinosaurs alone. Please wait here. The commander brought Zhou Xiaoning to a newly constructed factory district, spacious and conveniently located at a moderate distance from the entrance, making it suitable for military use. The commander instructed Zhou Xiaoning to wait outside while he went in to make introductions. You must be Comrade Zhou Xiaoning. I appreciate your hard work on the journey here. The commander has some official business that prevents him from attending to you personally, so I was sent to receive you. I hope you won't mind. The respectful demeanor of the bespectacled colonel took Zhou Xiaoning by surprise. However, this was not the time for such concerns. He had been out for several hours, and further delay would cause worry among his companions. Such as Poison Island Psycho. No problem. Please lead the way, Zhou Xiaoning replied with a smile, embodying the principle of mutual respect. The colonel's behavior was commendable, perfectly balanced and devoid of any annoyance, prompting Zhou Xiaoning to maintain a congenial demeanor, as he was there to seek assistance and not to settle scores. Very well, please follow me. The colonel silently exhaled with relief, sensing that this chosen one was of a more agreeable temperament, which boded well for a smoother interaction. He led Zhou Xiaoning into a 5-story building within the factory district, presumably designed as an administrative office, but now serving as a workspace and residence for the military's high-ranking officials. The colonel brought Zhou Xiaoning to a room on the 5th floor, gestured for him to enter, and then departed. Zhou Xiaoning knocked on the door. Come in. The voice that responded belonged to a middle-aged man, robust and authoritative, suggesting he had long occupied a high position. As Zhou Xiaoning entered, he saw a man in his 40s seated behind a desk, intently scribbling on a battle map. Clearly, he was deep in planning. Although Zhou Xiaoning did not believe the personnel at the base could pose a significant threat to him, he was there seeking support and wished to avoid any unnecessary friction with the military. The man's surprise at Zhou Xiaoning's demeanor was palpable. It was uncommon for someone outside the military or related circles to be so aware of the unspoken taboos in such a setting. This revelation sparked a glimmer of interest in the man's eyes, enhancing his regard for Zhou Xiaoning. No worries, it's not a matter of great consequence. Despite his words, the man promptly closed the map, clearly unwilling for others to see it. You are the young man who traversed the dinosaur-infested areas. Indeed, a remarkable feat, please. Take a seat over here. He gestured for Zhou Xiaoning to sit on a nearby sofa and personally poured him a cup of tea. In such dire circumstances, being able to enjoy such a pleasant office environment and partake in tea was indeed a testament to the insidious nature of bureaucratic privilege. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Jianjun, currently the Supreme Commander of Defense for the HZ City Base. So you are Commander Wang. Pleasure to meet you. As long as the military refrained from deploying large-scale weapons of mass destruction, Zhou Xiaoning felt confident he could retreat unscathed, even in the face of 20,000 troops. In fact, if he were to fight to the death, he could at least drag down 80% of the soldiers with him. Therefore, a commander overseeing merely 20,000 soldiers was not particularly worrisome. Commander Wang, I presume you are already aware of my purpose in seeking you out. When do you plan to mobilize your troops? Zhou Xiaoning was disinterested in engaging in formalities with Wang Jianjun. Time was of the essence, and with dangers lurking outside, he could not afford delays. Alas! Wang Jianjun's expression soured as he sighed deeply. To my knowledge, there are at least 20,000 regular soldiers at the base, and with the addition of police, armed forces, firefighters, and retired soldiers, the reserve should number at least 8,000. Mobilizing 5,000 should not be an insurmountable task. Should it? Zhou Xiaoning scoffed, realizing Wang Jianjun was attempting to deceive him. During his journey to the base, Zhou Xiaoning's awareness had remained vigilant, and through indirect inquiries with the company commander, he had gleaned some understanding of the HZ City Base's clandestine capabilities. While he may not have been privy to all their strengths, he was certainly not naive enough to be easily misled. Young man, you seem to know only part of the story. Those dinosaurs launch attacks 1 to 3 times a day. And over the past few days, our ammunition has been severely depleted. Even with our well-established industrial facilities, We are on the brink of running out of raw materials. A skilled cook cannot create a meal without rice. At present, even our defensive efforts are strained, let alone having the spare strength to assist you. So, what you're saying is, you won't be sending troops to aid us. Zhou Xiaoning's expression darkened, for he had not anticipated that after such a lengthy journey, he would receive such discouraging news. It's not that we don't wish to help, but rather that we are genuinely powerless. Wang Jianjun forced a smile, not intending to mislead Zhou Xiaoning. Although the higher echelons of government had long been aware of the impending calamity and had taken some preparatory measures, they had grossly underestimated its magnitude. Originally, the government's and military's plan was to establish at least one survivor base in each province. Using these as strongholds to recruit survivors, facilitate communication between bases, and, while ensuring their safety, consolidate forces to develop valuable regions and fortify their foundations against the forthcoming calamity. According to the projections of those so-called experts, each base had stockpiled at least 3 months' worth of supplies, and they believed that this duration would suffice for the bases to stabilize and gather strength for further endeavors. Currently, while the HZ City base still possesses a reasonable supply of living essentials, war materials have rapidly dwindled due to the dinosaurs' relentless assaults. Within 3 days, the firearms in the soldiers' hands would be reduced to mere sticks, armored vehicles would become mere decorations, and helicopters would gather dust in their hangars. At that point, the meager forces left at the base would likely be insufficient to withstand even a single wave of dinosaur attacks, and the base's population of over 300,000 would inevitably become fodder for the creatures. After listening to Wang Jianjun's lamentations, Zhou Xiaoning finally understood the dire situation. Even the landlord had no surplus grain, let alone the energy to assist the impoverished. Commander Wang, is there truly no solution? We cannot simply let 2,000 people await their demise outside. Zhou Xiaoning pressed on, unwilling to relent. Within the province of Z, the only place capable of accommodating them was the HZ City base. TZ City had endured the ravages of the devouring beasts. Although the zombies had largely perished, a few scattered remnants posed no significant threat. Even if new zombies were to appear, there would be no living organisms left to transmit the virus, making a return to the previous zombie-infested state impossible for at least half a year. As they were Zhou Xiaoning's responsibility, he felt compelled to ensure their safety. Commander Wang, I implore you to devise a solution. It is not that I do not wish to assist you, but rather, given the current circumstances at the base, we can only muster 1,000 troops at most. However, what use is 1,000 men deployed if they are merely destined for demise? Wang Jianjun, bearing a heavy expression, is indeed a military leader of responsibility, conscience, and capability. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed to command 20,000 soldiers at the HZ City base, if there were a possibility. Wang Jianjun would undoubtedly rush to the aid of those in peril, yet the present situation renders him utterly powerless. A mere 500 men would suffice, but I require the elite, absolute elites. Commander Wang, this request is not overly demanding, is it? Zhou Xiaoning took a deep breath. He had not intended to reveal himself so soon, but given the circumstances, he had no alternative. 500, my young brother. You cannot be serious. Wang Jianjun gazed at Zhou Xiaoning in astonishment. It was only because he held Zhou Xiaoning in high regard that he spoke with courtesy. Otherwise, he would have erupted in anger. To send 500 men to rescue over 2,000 others is a reckless endeavor, bordering on suicide. Rest assured, Commander Wang, I possess my own methods. What exactly do you intend to do, my young brother? Wang Jianjun, increasingly perplexed by Zhou Xiaoning's confidence, wondered why Zhou Xiaoning sought their assistance if he truly had a plan. Surely he could simply bring those people over himself. One must have their own clever strategies. Since you cannot assist, I shall employ my own methods. My young brother, please do not jest. This request will not be granted by my city. Wang Jianjun's face darkened as he outright rejected Zhou Xiaoning's proposal. In his view, Zhou Xiaoning was indulging in fanciful thinking. Even with 5,000 men, he could not guarantee absolute safety, let alone with a mere 500. Warfare inevitably incurs casualties. Yet that does not mean Wang Jianjun would recklessly endanger his soldiers' lives for no reason. Commander Wang, I am not joking. Do not forget, I am a chosen one. Please do not view me through the lens of commonality. If you do not believe me, then come with me, and I shall reveal my confidence to you. Zhou Xiaoning looked earnestly at Wang Jianjun, as he would never jest with the lives of soldiers, just as he would not with the lives of his family and friends. Wang Jianjun snorted. having encountered chosen ones before. Some indeed possessed formidable strength, capable of rivaling entire regiments, yet what Zhou Xiaoning aimed to achieve was beyond the scope of a single regiment. Together, Zhou Xiaoning and Wang Jianjun exited the military compound and roamed the base. Just as Wang Jianjun's patience was about to wane, Zhou Xiaoning finally discovered a piece of land that met his approval. This area should suffice, albeit barely. He connected with the source disk, activating Arc Proverb Modification. Thankfully, Arc Proverb Modification was stored in the form of a source card within the source disk. Otherwise, carrying such a massive object would require an exorbitant amount of source power points merely to open a storage space. With a resounding boom, a resplendent golden ship materialized mid-air before crashing heavily to the ground, causing a localized tremor. Although Wang Jianjun held the rank of Major General and was no stranger to grand spectacles, he had never before experienced such a shock. This was genuine gold, not merely gilded. Crafting such a grand vessel could bankrupt a billionaire. Moreover, could a ship made of pure gold even float? It would likely sink before traveling 100 meters. If one wishes to flaunt wealth, there are subtler ways to do so. If the sight of the golden ship alone had astonished Wang Jianjun, witnessing it take flight utterly shattered his composure. There were no visible propellers or thrusters. It appeared devoid of any advanced technology. How could such a massive vessel ascend? What would Newton think of this? Well, fine, Newton may be deceased, but his law of universal gravitation persists. This defies all scientific rationale. Commander Wang, you should now acquiesce to my request. The 500 soldiers are merely to establish a defensive position to eliminate the pursuing dinosaurs. As for transporting the men, I will handle that myself. You need only arrange for their accommodations upon arrival at the base. Zhou Xiaoning smiled, relishing in Wang Jianjun's astonishment. Indeed, Wang Jianjun raised no objections. A defensive line composed of 500 fully armed soldiers could withstand an assault unless faced with a large dinosaur or a swarm of medium-sized ones. Otherwise, they could hold their ground for 8 or 9 hours without issue. After the initial shock subsided, Wang Jianjun began to grasp the strategic significance of this flying golden ship. Perhaps this vessel would be pivotal in breaking the siege at the HZ city base. Clearly, a discussion post-crisis would be warranted. Wang Jianjun contemplated, fully prepared to pay a hefty price, provided Zhou Xiaoning was willing to contribute Arc Proverb Modification to help the base weather this crisis. Not long after, all soldiers boarded the ship. These were truly the Armée de la Armée, handpicked for their prowess. Although they were initially taken aback by Arc Proverb Modification, they quickly regained their composure. Ready for battle at a moment's notice. Just as the Chosen Ones can sense fantastical creatures, so too can these creatures detect the Chosen Ones and items infused with their essence. Should they appear within the realm of these creatures, a frenzied assault would undoubtedly ensue. Arc Proverb Modification, being Zhou Xiaoning's equipment, naturally bore the aura of a Chosen One. Thus, upon detection, it would become the primary target of attack. While most dinosaurs would abandon pursuit once Arc Proverb Modification left their alert radius, there could be stubborn individuals that would pursue relentlessly, at which point the 500 soldiers would spring into action to eliminate all pursuing dinosaurs. Of course, the self-rescue team possessed the capability to undertake this mission, but their close combat orientation would inevitably lead to significant casualties, something Zhou Xiaoning wished to avoid. Listen carefully, everyone. The ship is about to take off. There may be some turbulence, so please steady yourselves. Zhou Xiaoning kindly warned before activating Arc Proverb Modification. Arc Proverb Modification had already been fully charged, and it could generate its own power as long as combat did not ensue. Merely flying would not require Zhou Xiaoning to provide additional energy. Although capable of flight, its speed was a limitation. Its standard speed was 40 kilometers per hour, and even at maximum velocity, it barely reached 80 kilometers per hour. It served adequately as a transport vehicle or mobile lightning attribute attack launcher, but for pursuing enemies or fleeing, cloud riding was far more practical. Setting up camp essentially meant sitting on the ground, perhaps wrapped in a blanket, as the evacuation had been rather hasty, leaving many items behind, including food and water, which Zhou Xiaoning had provided. Thankfully, the night was not too cold, nor were there signs of rain, so enduring one night would be manageable. What was that? Those 3 appear to be the corpses of raptors, killed instantly. Was that Seiko? Zhou Xiaoning observed the dissipating dinosaur bodies, an increasing heaviness settling in his heart. The dinosaurs had detected their presence. While they were currently only a small group, the human presence would inevitably attract more dinosaurs, and even Siko might find herself overwhelmed. Zhou Xiaoning breathed a sigh of relief. If anything were to happen to Siko, he could not guarantee he would retain his sanity. Siko? Zhou Xiaoning leapt from arc proverb, modification, landing before Siko, and tightly embraced her. I am so relieved you are safe. Siko stood momentarily stunned. Zhou Xiaoning's entrance was nothing short of astonishing. However, after 4 years of close companionship, she had developed a profound understanding of him, allowing for a tacit connection to form. Each expression or glance conveyed meaning. Siko surmised the reason behind Zhou Xiaoning's concern. While she found his worries somewhat unfounded, she relished such care. Do not worry. I will be fine. I promised I would always be by your side. The women of the Tokita family never break their vows. Gently patting Zhou Xiaoning's back, Siko appreciated his protective embrace, though she felt somewhat self-conscious under the gaze of those around them. Xiaoning, have you brought reinforcements to assist us? Rest assured, the reinforcements have arrived. Zhou Xiaoning wrapped his arm around Siko's waist and pointed upward, indicating for her to look to the sky. Arc proverb, modification, possessed a degree of autonomous navigation. It could execute simple commands such as advancing, retreating, or landing independently, though sudden turns or emergency maneuvers required Zhou Xiaoning's direct control. A golden ship descended slowly from over 100 meters above, eventually halting half a meter from the ground. A long wooden plank extended from the ship, touching the ground to form a gentle slope. Following this, 500 fully armed elite soldiers disembarked, forming an orderly line before Zhou Xiaoning, awaiting his command. Before departing, Wang Jianjun personally issued orders that this operation would be led by Zhou Xiaoning. Therefore, from this moment until the conclusion of the mission, these 500 soldiers would be under Zhou Xiaoning's command. Is that all? It seems rather insufficient. Poison Island Siko furrowed her brow slightly. She had just slain quite a number of dinosaurs, albeit mostly smaller ones with strength around the first tier. However, to an ordinary person, they undoubtedly posed a lethal threat. As they ventured deeper into the dinosaur-infested area, it was certain that more formidable dinosaurs would appear. Even Poison Island Siko lacked confidence in traversing this terrain unscathed. With a mere 500 soldiers, none of whom had even reached the first tier and whose combat relied entirely on weaponry, it was likely that they would suffer catastrophic losses before even reaching the central zone. Rest assured, I am aware of the inadequacy of these soldiers. That is precisely why I have devised a plan. Their primary task will be to establish a defensive line to prevent the dinosaurs from approaching this location, while I will utilize Arc Proverb, modified, to transport everyone to the base in several batches. I see. That should be feasible. However, we must act swiftly. I sense that the dinosaurs have already detected our presence. Initially, a dinosaur would appear every couple of hours, but now, several appear within mere minutes. Although we can still hold our ground for the time being, if this continues. Poison Island Siko did not finish her sentence. Yet Zhou Xiaoning understood her implication. It was crucial to recognize that even the fortified base of HZ City was in peril under the onslaught of the dinosaurs, let alone those of them who were exposed. Very well, Siko, take the rescue team and prioritize the evacuation of the elderly, women, and children. Understood, Poison Island Siko replied, promptly dispatching several members of the rescue team to convey the orders while she herself joined in to expedite the boarding of the first group. Brothers in arms, I implore you to establish a defensive line here and ensure that all attacking dinosaurs are repelled. Yes, we will fulfill our mission. Despite the mere 500 soldiers, their resolve echoed as if they were 5,000. Their determined expressions clearly indicated their intention to fight to the last breath. With your assurances, I feel at ease. Zhou Xiaoning nodded in satisfaction. Their morale was commendable, and this should suffice to hold their position for a considerable time. Zhou Xiaoning surveyed their surroundings. The 2,000 of them had traversed the highway to reach this point, and to enter HZ City, they would need to pass through a mountain tunnel. It was precisely due to this tunnel's existence that the larger dinosaurs could not pass through. Simultaneously, this was the optimal location for a defensive setup, a veritable fortress. If all else failed, they could detonate the tunnel to obstruct the dinosaurs' advance. This is all I can assist you with. The rest is in your hands. Zhou Xiaoning's voice was somewhat faint, a result of the significant depletion of his source power, leaving him feeling hollow. Fortunately, the source disk had begun replenishing his energy, and this sensation would not linger for long. Zhou Xiaoning shared a passionate kiss with Poison Island Seiko before boarding, arc proverb, modified and piloting it towards the HZ City base. Chapter 60. Dinosaur Assault, Breach of the Position Commander Wang. This is the last batch of villagers. Thank you for your hard work. Would you like to take a break? Operating the Golden Ship for 4 consecutive hours must have been taxing. Upon mentioning the Golden Ship, Wang Jianjun could not help but feel a pang of envy. Humanity had largely lost its capacity to extract various resources, and fuel was dwindling rapidly. Before long, helicopters, fighter jets, and transport planes would merely become relics. As a soldier, he understood the paramount importance of air supremacy. If utilized effectively, this golden ship could alter the course of the battle. Moreover, according to the villagers, this ship possessed the capability to launch lightning strikes, which made Wang Jianjun regard it even more highly. It was akin to a strategic weapon. However, Wang Jianjun also recognized that Zhou Xiaoning would not simply bestow such a treasure upon him without compensation. The price of any potential transaction would be beyond his means. Thus, he had to contemplate alternative strategies. As long as Zhou Xiaoning remained at the base, the golden ship would remain as well. If the base truly faced danger and required the golden ship, would Zhou Xiaoning refuse to act for the safety of the villagers and his friends? One must admit that Wang Jianjun's thoughts were quite optimistic, but he ought not to assume that others were oblivious to his intentions. Zhou Xiaoning had spent 8 years in the world of One Piece, navigating the intrigues and deceptions among high-ranking Navy officials, various nobles, and even pirates. Even the most foolish individual would have developed some cunning through such experiences. Zhou Xiaoning could easily deduce Wang Jianjun's intentions when he initially decided to reveal arc proverb, modified. He anticipated that someone would covet it, Wang Jianjun being the first, with many more likely to follow. Nonetheless, Zhou Xiaoning was not afraid of others' covetousness. If someone had the audacity to seize it, he would not shy away. While Wang Jianjun was scheming against Zhou Xiaoning, the latter had his own designs on Wang Jianjun. As long as he demonstrated his value, Wang Jianjun would ensure the safety of his relatives and friends, including the villagers who would consequently receive preferential treatment. Thank you for your concern, Commander Wang. I am not fatigued, and considering the dangers outside, it may not be safe to linger. Without further ado, Zhou Xiaoning piloted arc proverb, modified, into the sky, heading towards the location of Poison Island Seiko and the others. Meanwhile, on Poison Island Seiko's side, Zhou Xiaoning's grandparents and the Luo family had already departed with the previous batch of evacuees. As the strongest presence on the scene, and due to Zhou Xiaoning's orders, Poison Island Seiko temporarily led this nearly 1,000-strong team. Initially, they faced only smaller dinosaurs like velociraptors, and with the advantage of terrain, the 500 soldiers could withstand the onslaught. However, soon medium-sized dinosaurs such as stegosaurs and triceratops emerged. Although limited by the tunnel, allowing only 3 to pass at a time, the defensive capabilities of medium-sized dinosaurs were incomparably superior to those of their smaller counterparts. Standard firearms were insufficient to inflict damage. Only anti-armor weaponry posed a lethal threat. The 500 soldiers were seasoned in combating dinosaurs and had brought some anti-armor weaponry, but their numbers were limited. After dispatching a dozen medium-sized dinosaurs, their firepower dwindled. Yet, more and more dinosaurs continued to surge from the rear, and it became apparent that their position could not hold much longer. At that moment, Poison Island Seiko stepped forward, leading 100 rescue team members to block the tunnel's exit, assisting the 500 soldiers in overcoming their crisis. The soldiers felt a sense of despair. The capabilities displayed by the rescue team left them humbled. Just moments ago, they had been protecting such formidable individuals. Surely they could hold the tunnel without their assistance, right? However, they overlooked one crucial fact. Humans can tire, especially when battling the thick-skinned, resilient dinosaurs. To inflict even minor injuries, one had to exert over 80% of their strength, which was a severe test for their stamina. Among them, the most prominent figures were Poison Island Seiko and Zhou Pingjong. Having undergone 4 years of training in the One Piece world, Poison Island Seiko had reached the 3rd-tier standard, making her effortlessly capable of handling these medium-sized dinosaurs. Though Zhou Pingjong possessed the strength of a tiger, his power was only on par with the dinosaurs. However, even under such circumstances, he had single-handedly slain 3 dinosaurs and injured over 10, demonstrating that, given sufficient resources, he had the potential to grow into a powerful warrior. Captain Seiko, if this continues, my brothers will not hold out much longer. Zhou Pingjong gasped. The battle had persisted for more than half an hour, and even with his near third-tier physical strength, he was beginning to falter. Poison Island Siko wielded her sword, imbued with armed color hockey, and cleaved a triceratops in two. I am well aware, but those still capable of fighting are now less than half. If we persist in this manner, we may all perish here. We must retreat quickly. Zhou Pingyong's face was etched with bitterness. He had thought that with his newfound strength, he would no longer feel the helplessness he had experienced during the defense of the military-affiliated village. Yet, mere days later, that feeling had returned with a vengeance. The rescue team had fewer than 30 members still capable of fighting. The remaining individuals were either severely injured or too exhausted to continue. Even among the 20 or so still fighting, the situation was far from optimistic. It was better to withdraw promptly than to stubbornly cling to a hopeless fight, which would likely lead to their demise at the jaws of the dinosaurs. Seeing this, Poison Island Siko's expression grew grave. If it were only her, breaking through the encirclement would be no issue, but how could she abandon the others and flee alone? All right, you lead the others back. I will cover our retreat. Beasts are far more sensitive to scent than humans, and dinosaurs are no exception. Poison Island Siko's swordsmanship not only embodied her will but also infused her killing intent. Thus, when the dinosaurs sensed the unusual aura emanating from her, their furious assault momentarily halted. Now's our chance, hurry. In the realm of Japanese swordsmanship, there exists a renowned technique known as Iato, a swift draw and slash technique where the blade flashes and the battle concludes in an instant. At this moment, Poison Island Siko performed the Iato strike. This strike was infused with the essence and spirit of Poison Island Siko, further enhanced by the power of armed color hockey, making it arguably her most formidable blow. Whoosh! A black slash shot forth, leaving nothing but severed limbs and broken bodies in its wake. Even the tenacious Triceratops succumbed to this strike, perishing in bitter despair. The slash traveled over 10 meters before dissipating, causing a momentary pause in the tunnel, thus granting the others precious time to retreat. Retreat, retreat, hurry! Zhou Pingyong urged everyone to fall back. The self-rescue team, villagers, and 500 soldiers began to flee frantically, while Zhou Pingyong hoisted the somewhat weakened Poison Island Siko onto his back and retreated alongside them. However, before their withdrawal, the soldiers left the dinosaurs with a rather surprising gift. Boom! The bombs previously set in the tunnel were detonated, causing countless rocks to tumble down, sealing the tunnel while also crushing several dinosaurs that remained inside. Huh! Where did that explosion come from? Zhou Xiaoning, who had been sitting in the pilot seat of the Ark Proverb, revised, with his eyes closed in meditation, was jolted awake by the sound of the blast. Could this Tyrannosaurus Rex possess intelligence? A ludicrous thought crossed Zhou Xiaoning's mind, but he could find no other explanation. Chapter 61. Feel the Wrath of Thunder. Although Zhou Xiaoning found the Tyrannosaurus Rex intriguing, this could not serve as a justification for forgiving it. He immediately followed the traces, deeply concerned for Poison Island Siko. Knowing her, she was likely pushing herself too hard. Zhou Xiaoning ramped up the speed of the Ark Proverb, revised, to its maximum, prioritizing the search for others over any concerns about power depletion. Perseverance paid off, and after tracking for over 10 minutes, Zhou Xiaoning spotted a group hastily retreating. The people below also noticed Zhou Xiaoning. As the Ark Proverb, revised, gleamed brilliantly, making it nearly impossible to overlook. As the Ark Proverb, revised, descended and the group boarded, Zhou Xiaoning's expression grew increasingly grim. His meticulously trained self-rescue team was battered, and it would take at least a month for them to fully recover. Some were severely injured, and even if they healed, they would likely be left with disabilities, rendering them incapable of combat. These losses were merely material. Zhou Xiaoning effectively forfeited over 100,000 source power points. If it had been anyone else, despair might have set in. However, this loss, while substantial, remained within Zhou Xiaoning's tolerable limits. What truly infuriated him was Poison Island Siko, who lay on Zhou Pingyong's back, pallid and feeble, forcing herself to remain conscious. Upon seeing Zhou Xiaoning, she managed a weak smile, as if to convey that she had successfully fulfilled his instructions and not disappointed him. This smile was beautiful, accentuated by her current frail state, evoking pity. Yet, in Zhou Xiaoning's eyes, it was heart-wrenching. Had he known it would come to this, he should have been more assertive and simply pulled her onto the ship. Very well, you wretched dinosaurs, you have provoked me. Prepare to feel the fury of thunder. a fierce glint flickered in Zhou Xiaoning's eyes, and the aura of a dragon began to involuntarily emanate from him. Although it was merely an uncontrolled release of dragon might, it was enough to silence the exuberant crowd aboard, as they felt an overwhelming weight pressing down upon them, making it hard to breathe. "Xiaoning, I'm fine. You need to remain calm," Poison Island Siko whispered softly, her voice barely above a murmur. Yet Zhou Xiaoning caught every word, jolting him into awareness of his lapse in composure. "It seemed my self-control needs improvement," he thought, chuckling at himself while retracting the dragon might. Only then did the others feel a sense of relief, instinctively distancing themselves from Zhou Xiaoning, as if he were a force of nature to be avoided. Zhou Pingzhong, being closest to Zhou Xiaoning, felt the intensity of the dragon might the most. As Zhou Xiaoning withdrew it, he instinctively took a step back, though he quickly steadied himself with sheer will. Zhou Pingzhong was reluctant to accept this. In the face of the zombie horde, his weakness had compelled Zhou Xiaoning to stay behind and cover his retreat. Now, against the dinosaur swarm, he was still powerless, unable to protect even Poison Island Siko, forcing her to expend her energy to buy him time to flee, and now, he found himself unable to withstand the mere aura emanating from Zhou Xiaoning. Instinctively retreating. "Why am I so weak? Why?" A drop of blood appeared at the corner of Zhou Pingzhong's mouth, self-inflicted in his frustration. He had begun to loathe his own inadequacy. "Uncle Zhong, this is not your fault. Please do not blame yourself," Zhou Xiaoning reassured him as he took Poison Island Siko from his back. "Xiaoning, do you think Uncle Zhong is useless?" Zhou Pingzhong lamented, looking deeply remorseful, sighing at Zhou Pingzhong's despair. Zhou Xiaoning realized that even the severe blow of retiring from the special forces had not crushed him, yet now he seemed to be falling into despondency. Clearly, the successive battles had taken a toll on him. In truth, Zhou Pingzhong was not weak. Even some chosen ones might not be his match. If blame were to be assigned, it would be directed at the overwhelming strength of his opponents, which made him appear feeble. "Uncle Zhong, this is not your fault. Once we settle down, I will arrange special training for you, ensuring a significant boost in your strength. At that point, even a mere dinosaur will be no match for you." "Really? You mustn't deceive Uncle Zhong." Zhou Pingzhong's eyes sparkled with hope, as if he had stumbled upon an oasis in a desert, yet he was apprehensive, fearing it might be a mirage. "Rest assured. Uncle Zhong, I keep my word. Just be prepared to endure the hardships." "Ha ha ha, what hardship can Uncle Zhong not endure? Just bring it on. I will take whatever you throw at me." Zhou Pingzhong laughed heartily, indicating he had regained his fighting spirit. Unfortunately, he failed to notice the mischievous smile tugging at the corners of Zhou Xiaoning's mouth. Otherwise, he might not have laughed at all. Zhou Xiaoning shook his head helplessly. Had he known Zhou Pingzhong would be so excited, eager to commence special training immediately, he would have withheld the information for a bit longer. A gentleman avenges, but it takes 10 years. A petty person seeks revenge from dawn till dusk. Zhou Xiaoning considered himself neither a gentleman nor a petty person. He could not wait 10 years, yet he also did not dwell on vengeance incessantly, which was too exhausting. His usual approach was to refrain from action unless necessary. But when he did act, it would be with the ferocity of a tempest, leaving his enemies no chance to escape. "Humph, the tunnel has already collapsed, yet you still gather here. Should I commend your tenacity or criticize your lack of adaptability? Either way, it saves me considerable effort." Zhou Xiaoning sneered coldly. Those who dared to harm him would certainly face consequences. "Everyone, get inside the cabin. I will not be responsible for any injuries sustained outside." As he spoke, Zhou Xiaoning had already retrieved the yellow lightning element crystals. At that moment, he was immensely grateful for his impulsive decision to condense 7 elemental crystals. As long as he held them and harnessed their power, he could unleash a devastating elemental attack. Unfortunately, since these crystals were self-made, they were not recognized by the source disk, thus they could not transform into source cards, meaning Zhou Xiaoning had to manually wield them whenever he wished to use their power. Golden arcs of electricity danced across the surface of the golden ship, signaling that the arc proverb, revised, was entering attack mode. However, unlike the previous few strikes that had unleashed only a few bolts of lightning, this time Zhou Xiaoning clearly intended to unleash a grand display. An increasing number of arcs began to form, and those still on deck felt their hair stand on end, their bodies tingling with mild paralysis. When Enel designed the arc proverb, he must have also considered the safety of his crew. After all, he could not simply recruit a new batch of minions after launching a massive attack. Thus, the ship's cabin had been insulated, ensuring that regardless of the tempest outside, the interior remained unaffected. Yet, Zhou Xiaoning seemed to have overlooked the fact that Enel consumed the rumble fruit, allowing him to transform into lightning. Naturally, the lightning accumulating around the arc proverb would not affect him. However, Zhou Xiaoning possessed only an affinity for lightning elements, and even that had not reached 100, leaving him vulnerable to the electric discharge. Damn it, this is infuriating. Why did Enel have to place the control center outside? Zhou Xiaoning's hair stood on end, his limbs numb, rendered immobile in the pilot's seat. Though he longed to intervene, he found himself powerless. The preparations for the arc proverb, revised, attack had reached their climax, and there was no turning back. I'm all in. I refuse to believe I can't withstand this. Zhou Xiaoning transformed into his dragon form, the enhanced physique alleviating some of the numbing sensation. Yet, he desired more. He enveloped himself in armed color hockey and projected his consciousness to form a defensive barrier around his body. He even activated the devouring core, showcasing the terrifying amount of electricity the arc proverb, revised, had accumulated. Even with Zhou Xiaoning's 60 affinity for lightning elements, he dared not confront it head-on. Now was the moment. Thunderous torrents unleashed. During the previous discharge process, a vast expanse of thunderclouds had coalesced near. Arc proverb, revised, encompassing an area even broader than that of the dinosaur herd below. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoning unleashed a sudden bolt of lightning that provoked the thunderclouds, resulting in an onslaught of countless bolts raining down from the sky, assailing the dinosaur herd below. This was an assault reminiscent of a natural disaster. Although the occupants within the cabin could not witness the external scene, the continuous rumbling of thunder allowed them to vividly imagine the chaos outside, indicating that those dinosaurs were indeed facing dire peril. Roaring, sensing the cataclysmic aura brought forth by the thunderclouds, the dinosaurs below raised their heads in furious howls before scattering in panic. However, such attempts proved futile, no matter how fast the dinosaurs fled. Could they outrun lightning? The bombardment of lightning persisted for approximately 8 minutes, leaving behind charred remnants within a 10-mile radius. The ground no longer resembled the previous state, teeming with dinosaurs. Instead, it was filled with a torrent of radiant points surging towards Zhou Xiaoning. Alongside scattered source cards adorning the earth, the might of the myriad thunders was truly terrifying. Chapter 62. There is actually one alive next time. I must refrain from such impulsiveness. Zhou Xiaoning slumped in the pilot's seat. A bitter smile etched across his face. Arc proverb, revised, was constructed from a substantial amount of gold, and being beneath the thunderclouds made it an optimal lightning rod. Out of the 10-fold lightning strikes, at least 2/5 were attracted to arc proverb, revised, striking its hull. The vessel possessed innate abilities to absorb and store lightning, additionally harboring a fragment of the essence of thunder. Hence, the lightning that descended from the heavens would not harm arc proverb, revised, but instead provide it with energy. However, Zhou Xiaoning lacked such capabilities. His affinity for lightning elements could only mitigate 60 of the lightning damage, leaving him to bear the remaining 40 amidst the relentless onslaught of lightning. His mental defense barrier held for 3 minutes before shattering, followed by his armed hockey sustaining him for an additional 2 minutes. Ultimately, due to exhaustion of his source energy, he was forced to relinquish his defensive state. In the final 2 minutes, Zhou Xiaoning relied solely on his dragon physique to endure the barrage. Thus, while he had annihilated the dinosaurs, it was a case of inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 in return. Zhou Xiaoning appeared utterly disheveled, his body marred by burn marks, and his clothing had disintegrated under the relentless strikes of lightning. Thankfully, no one was around to witness his embarrassing state. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to silencing witnesses, as such an undignified appearance must not be revealed. Xiaoning, can we go outside now? Zhou Pingjong called out from the cabin entrance. The thunderous roars outside had ceased, suggesting that the attack had concluded. However, for the sake of caution, Zhou Pingjong decided to inquire with Zhou Xiaoning first. We'll need to wait another 15 minutes. There is still residual electricity lingering outside. This statement was, of course, a deception aimed at Zhou Pingjong. For all lightning that made contact with arc proverb, revised, would be absorbed, rendering the notion of residual electricity moot. However, Zhou Xiaoning required time to recuperate. With his bloodline talent, his burns would heal in 10 minutes. And he would need an additional 5 minutes to don a tire, for he could not allow anyone to witness his current state of disarray. 15 minutes later, his injuries had healed, and he had finally dressed appropriately, allowing everyone to emerge. Had it been at another time, some may have found it curious how Zhou Xiaoning had suddenly changed his outfit. Yet now, in comparison to the astonishing scene before them, his attire seemed utterly inconsequential. The companions who had exited alongside Zhou Xiaoning from the military village were somewhat accustomed to his displays of might, having witnessed his formidable prowess on multiple occasions. Conversely, the 500 seasoned soldiers were left in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend that the vast expanse of scorched earth below was solely the result of Zhou Xiaoning's actions. The military could undoubtedly achieve similar results, but it would require a barrage of artillery for over 10 minutes. This led to the astonishing conclusion that Zhou Xiaoning alone could rival an entire artillery battalion. Observing Zhou Xiaoning's apparent ease, it was clear that this was not his full strength. Had he unleashed his complete power, the destruction would have been unimaginable. Indeed, the soldiers were overthinking, for myriad thunders was not Zhou Xiaoning's ultimate technique. Yet, even in this instance, he had narrowly escaped with his life. Had he invoked a more powerful technique, Thunder Embrace, it was likely he would have perished alongside his foes. This time, Zhou Xiaoning had overestimated his own capabilities while underestimating the might of Arc Proverb, revised. Henceforth, unless absolutely necessary, or until he could achieve complete immunity to lightning attacks, he would refrain from executing such assaults again. The myriad thunders had slain countless dinosaurs, resulting in a reduction of over 40% within the dinosaur population of HZ City. Unlike the situation in TZ City, these dinosaurs were fantastical creatures that had descended from the realm of imagination. Each one could provide Zhou Xiaoning with source points, totaling over 300,000. When combined with the source points obtained from the linear absorption of the devouring beast, Zhou Xiaoning's remaining source points exceeded 1 million for the first time, reaching over 120,000. This quantity was indeed opulent, especially when the average chosen ones possessed only between 1 to 200,000 source points. The collection of source cards was also remarkably smooth. Zhou Xiaoning need not lift a finger. As his mental perception swept across a 3-mile radius, gathering all source cards within a bountiful harvest, indeed, Zhou Xiaoning gleefully counted the source cards he had acquired. Although many were of no use to him, he could easily sell them to the base. He was confident that Wang Jianjun would not dismiss such items as surplus, allowing Zhou Xiaoning to profit handsomely, for he did not believe Wang Jianjun lacked valuable treasures. Suddenly, a peculiar sound caught Zhou Xiaoning's attention. Although there was nothing in sight, he was convinced that he had not misheard. Immediately, he released his mental perception to conduct a thorough search. Upon searching, Zhou Xiaoning was delighted to discover that the previous Tyrannosaurus Rex was trapped beneath rubble and debris, its life hanging by a thread. The strange noise he had heard was, in fact, its labored breathing. It was no surprise that the apex predator of dinosaurs possessed such resilience. Zhou Xiaoning marveled, for despite the intense barrage of lightning, this Tyrannosaurus had only sustained severe injuries. It was noteworthy that these dinosaurs lacked elemental resistance, a testament to their formidable physique. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Xiaoning used his mental perception to clear away the debris pinning the Tyrannosaurus, allowing it to see the light of day once more. Roar! Though weakened, the Tyrannosaurus still directed an furious roar towards Zhou Xiaoning, the one who had wounded it. Despite its injuries, the creature retained its imposing presence. Zhou Xiaoning's interest in the beast deepened. After all, it was a Tyrannosaurus, a colossal creature standing over 6 meters tall and measuring over 10 meters in length. If he could tame it as a mount, it would be exceedingly cool and awe-inspiring. In that moment, Zhou Xiaoning contemplated rescuing the Tyrannosaurus, but first, he needed to ensure that this massive creature remained compliant. This Tyrannosaurus possessed a robust physique. Even in its prime, it could contend with a 4th-tier opponent. Yet its true strength was only at the 3rd tier, making it the perfect candidate for the effectiveness of the Momotaro rice balls. Zhou Xiaoning produced a Momotaro rice ball and tossed it into the Tyrannosaurus's mouth. A testament to the classic tool from Doraemon, the effect was immediate, no longer exuding the earlier air of dominance. The Tyrannosaurus now appeared eager to consume the rice balls, displaying a docility surpassing that of a domesticated pet dog. Its gaze towards Zhou Xiaoning radiated warmth, and if he were to request it to roll on the ground, it would undoubtedly comply without hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoning accessed the source disk to reveal pertinent information regarding the Tyrannosaurus. Name: Tyrannosaurus rex. Category: Summon creature. Temporary, 1-hour limit. Star rating. Description: one of the largest terrestrial carnivores in history and the most renowned predatory dinosaur. Possesses formidable physical strength and the highest bite force recorded among terrestrial creatures, making it a terrifying predator on land. Skills: bite, charge, slam. Zhou Xiaoning was quite satisfied with the Tyrannosaurus's capabilities. Although its potential for growth as a combatant was lacking, it was more than adequate as a mount. However, the 1-hour limit felt exceedingly brief. Even with all the Momotaro rice balls, it would only extend its duration to a mere 10 hours, insufficient for any significant purpose. This outcome left Zhou Xiaoning dissatisfied. Yet he recognized that to recruit a fantastical creature as a summoned being, he must establish a clear master-subordinate relationship, complete with some degree of restraint. For instance, Zhou Xiaoning had infected Poison Island Siko, transforming her into his subordinate virus carrier, thus gaining complete control over her. This was why the source disk acknowledged her as Zhou Xiaoning's summoned creature. However, his connection with the Tyrannosaurus relied solely on the Momotaro rice balls. Once the time limit expired, the Tyrannosaurus would undoubtedly turn on him, seeking to devour him. Such a precarious relationship would naturally not be acknowledged by the source disk. Although the Tyrannosaurus was only temporarily transformed into Zhou Xiaoning's summoned creature, as long as the time limit had not been exceeded, it could enjoy all the privileges afforded to summoned beings, including healing through medicinal source cards. Chapter 63. I have tamed the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus was too large to fit atop. Arc Proverb. Revised. So Zhou Xiaoning entrusted the lightning element crystal to Poison Island Siko, instructing her to control. Arc Proverb. Revised. While he himself mounted the Tyrannosaurus, heading toward the base. The Tyrannosaurus rex sprinted at a remarkable speed, and with Zhou Xiaoning continuously utilizing food-type source cards to restore its stamina, they pressed on without pause, arriving at the outskirts of the base almost simultaneously with Arc Proverb. Revised. Suddenly, an urgent siren blared within the base, indicating that soldiers had spotted the approaching Tyrannosaurus rex and triggered the alarm. The current situation was quite delicate, with Arc Proverb. Revised soaring above and the Tyrannosaurus rex galloping on the ground, easily conjuring images of the dinosaur pursuing the airborne entity. As for Zhou Xiaoning, perched atop the colossal creature, he was rather inconspicuous compared to its massive form, and the considerable distance made it easy for him to be overlooked. What Zhou Xiaoning was unaware of, however, was that this Tyrannosaurus rex was not a first-time intruder of the base. Its previous appearances had resulted in significant casualties. The Chosen Ones and evolved beings within the base had made numerous attempts to eliminate this formidable beast, but each time they returned defeated. After all, the Tyrannosaurus rex boasted nearly 4th-tier strength. Had it not been for Zhou Xiaoning initially inflicting severe injuries with a round of thunderous wrath and possessing the artifact, Peach Taro Rice Ball, designed to combat non-human entities, defeating it would have required considerable effort, let alone subjugating it. All units, be advised. The Tyrannosaurus rex is attacking again. This time, it appears alone, so we must seize this opportunity to annihilate it. Commanded the battalion leader responsible for today's base defense. His over 4,000 soldiers eagerly prepared for battle, intent on making this a decisive engagement. In its previous incursions, the Tyrannosaurus rex had always been accompanied by a horde of dinosaurs, resulting in countless casualties, and the base's personnel were united in their desire to eliminate it swiftly. Yet, the Tyrannosaurus rex's immense power, coupled with its entourage, made success nearly impossible without a heavy toll. Now, with the dinosaur appearing solo, the reason remained unclear, but it was undoubtedly a prime opportunity for extermination. The battalion leader could already envision the substantial rewards he would receive should he succeed. Perhaps even a rare genetic serum that would elevate him to the ranks of a formidable evolved being. Leader, should we wait for the Chosen Ones to arrive before we engage? One soldier inquired. No need, we'll weaken that Tyrannosaurus rex to its last breath, and let the Chosen Ones come in for the kill, the leader replied disdainfully. He held a low opinion of those Chosen Ones who relied solely on resources for their strength. Without enduring rigorous training, even if they possessed superhuman abilities, their combat effectiveness would barely reach 60% of their potential. To expedite the training of the Chosen Ones, Wang Jianjun had integrated all 13 of them into military units, assigning them roles as battalion leaders or company commanders, while the original leaders were demoted by one rank, transitioning from primary to secondary positions. Naturally, the military roles of the chosen ones were merely nominal. Actual combat command still rested with the original leaders. Wang Jianjun understood this principle well, otherwise he wouldn't occupy his current position. However, he was compelled to take such measures to facilitate the growth of the chosen ones and to assemble the over 3,000 evolved beings within the base. Despite this, the HZ City base remained perilously close to being breached. One could imagine that without this decision, the base might have fallen to the dinosaurs well over 10 days ago, transforming into a veritable paradise for them. Leader, the Tyrannosaurus Rex has entered our firing range. Should we engage? Fire. Hit it hard. The leader ordered, and with that, the first shot rang out, followed by a cacophony of gunfire from thousands of weapons, occasionally interspersed with anti-armor rockets, creating a scene reminiscent of a small-scale metal storm. We really need to go this far? This welcome is rather excessive, Zhou Xiaoning remarked wryly. With his speed, evading this barrage was certainly feasible, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex beneath him lacked such agility. As a temporary summoned creature, it could not enter the summoning space. Should Zhou Xiaoning withdraw, it would undoubtedly be riddled with bullets. It would be a shame for a mount of his to perish so easily. Very well, let me save you this time, but you must learn to be grateful. Extending his consciousness outward, Zhou Xiaoning formed a telekinetic field in front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, disrupting the trajectories of the bullets and rockets, causing them to veer away. Thus, amidst the bewildered expressions of the soldiers, the Tyrannosaurus Rex advanced over 100 meters, now within 50 meters of them. Prior to this, the soldiers had engaged in a 3-minute barrage. Yet not a single bullet had struck the dinosaur. If only 1 or 2 shots had missed, it could be excused as poor marksmanship, but it was implausible that an entire battalion of over 4,000 had all failed to hit their mark. Reload. Aim carefully before firing this time. Wait. Don't fire. Zhou Xiaoning interjected as he realized they were still intent on attacking. Although his mental prowess was formidable, it was not limitless. After fending off the previous wave of attacks, he was beginning to feel dizzy. If another barrage came, he wasn't certain he could withstand it. Rest assured, this Tyrannosaurus Rex has been tamed by me. It's quite docile. Just watch. Tyrannosaurus Rex, lie down. In an effort to gain the soldiers' trust, Zhou Xiaoning commanded the dinosaur. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex did not obey. Instead, it lunged at Zhou Xiaoning in a fit of rage, seemingly intent on devouring the audacious human before it. Clearly, the time limit has expired. In a moment of deafness, Zhou Xiaoning evaded the beast's massive jaws with ease. Considering the Tyrannosaurus Rex had sprinted for about an hour, it was hardly surprising that the peach taro rice ball had lost its effect. You ungrateful creature, I just saved your life, and now you wish to retaliate. Zhou Xiaoning was infuriated. Having just claimed the dinosaur was under his control, it now sought to attack him, a blatant slap in the face he could not tolerate. If the Tyrannosaurus Rex were at full strength, nearing 4th-tier capability, Zhou Xiaoning might have been cautious. However, the dinosaur was not only heavily injured but had also exhausted its energy from the long run. Had Zhou Xiaoning not used food-type source cards to sustain it, it would have collapsed long ago. For such a beleaguered creature to act so defiantly was astonishing indeed. I'll teach you a lesson for your ingratitude. With a powerful uppercut, Zhou Xiaoning sent the Tyrannosaurus Rex crashing to the ground. Already battered and fatigued, the dinosaur could not withstand the force of his blow and lay motionless. I'll show you what happens when you try to eat me. With another swift kick, Zhou Xiaoning sent the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had just begun to struggle back to its feet, sprawling once more. I'll show you the consequences of embarrassing me. He then raised both fists, channeling armed hockey, and struck the dinosaur's head with tremendous force, causing the ground to tremble. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was remarkably resilient. Had it been any other creature, this blow might have shattered their skull. While the dinosaur had yet to perish, it was in a state akin to death, its injuries compounded by Zhou Xiaoning's relentless assault, leaving it gasping for breath. If left unchecked, it would not survive for long. Now, do you understand your mistake? After showcasing his strength, Zhou Xiaoning began to exert his dominance. Under the pressure of his aura, the Tyrannosaurus Rex yielded, recognizing the survival of the fittest as the natural order of life. Even it had to bow its head in submission when confronted by a stronger adversary. That's better. If you'd behaved like this sooner, You wouldn't have had to endure such punishment, truly insufferable. Zhou Xiaoning's demeanor, akin to a master disciplining a pet, left the surrounding soldiers astounded. Who was this formidable individual they had never encountered before? Regardless of what the soldiers thought, Zhou Xiaoning was unconcerned. His foremost priority was to ensure the Tyrannosaurus Rex's survival. If it were to perish here, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Chapter 64. A first encounter with the base's chosen ones. Hey, you there. If you don't want to die, step back. This Tyrannosaurus Rex is not something you can handle. A brazen voice suddenly rang out from behind the crowd, drawing all eyes toward its source. A young man clad in resplendent armor, wielding a dark spear, approached, flanked by over 1,000 fully armed soldiers. Are you talking to me? Zhou Xiaoning asked, unsure if he had misheard, and dug into his ears for clarity. Of course. Who else here is foolish enough to ignore the danger? The man regarded Zhou Xiaoning with disdain, taking in his casual suit that, while stylish, was of no consequence when faced with a dinosaur. Through the resonance of their source plates, the man recognized Zhou Xiaoning as another chosen one. However, given his frail appearance and lack of evident power, he presumed Zhou Xiaoning to be merely a first-tier, at most second-tier, weakling. It was a great honor for a third-tier powerhouse like himself to engage in conversation with someone so insignificant. Except during combat or in times of necessity, Zhou Xiaoning typically refrains from extensively activating his spiritual consciousness. He merely envelopes himself within a 10-meter radius as a precaution against surprise attacks. After all, activating his spiritual awareness can impose a significant burden on his mind. Should he overindulge in its use, he might find himself incapacitated when the time for battle arrives, which would spell disaster for him. Unfortunately, the man in question happened to stand just outside that 10-meter boundary, rendering Zhou Xiaoning unable to discern his thoughts. Otherwise, it would be unclear who might be looking down on whom. Who was that fellow? So arrogant? Zhou Xiaoning inquired of the team leader, as he had no other option given the proximity. You don't know Chu Hong? The team leader gazed at Zhou Xiaoning in astonishment. It is well known that Chu Hong is a household name in HC City. Claiming ignorance of him is akin to saying one does not recognize Kobe or Jordan in basketball, or Beckham in soccer, or failing to know Andy Lau when singing Kiss Goodbye. One would be deemed a fool. I just arrived in HC City, so I am not familiar with the situation. Could you enlighten me, my friend? I see. Young brother, let me tell you, if possible, avoid any conflict with Chu Hong. Otherwise, you certainly won't have a good outcome. The team leader recounted the pertinent details of Chu Hong's exploits, and rather than interrupting, Chu Hong appeared to revel in the praise of his achievements, allowing the team leader to continue unabated. The team leader was concise in his summary. In just 3 to 4 minutes, he conveyed the essence of who Chu Hong was. In truth, prior to the onset of calamity, Chu Hong was merely a recent university graduate, employed in a foreign enterprise, working 9 to 5, striving to secure a permanent position after his probationary period. He was just one among the masses, without any remarkable traits. Simultaneously, Chu Hong was among the first in HC City to reach the 3rd tier. Thanks to a perfected method of small universe training that allowed him to get ahead of others, both in energy limits and its application, surpassing many other chosen ones. Now, Chu Hong stood as the strongest in HC City, having recently completed the training of the giant horn, confidently asserting that no one below the 4th tier could rival him. Such a background would certainly make for a compelling novel. No wonder he carries himself with such arrogance, Zhou Xiaoning thought to himself. Truth be told, Zhou Xiaoning regarded Chu Hong as inconsequential. With his current perspective, he easily discerned that Chu Hong's pursuit of rapid advancement came at the cost of solidifying his foundation. Once his physical strength reached its limits, he failed to seek further breakthroughs. Even with the enhancement of the Taurus golden cloth, his physical prowess was merely on par with the current elite. While the giant horn of the Taurus saint was formidable, Zhou Xiaoning was not without means to counter it. The only aspect that troubled him was the defensive capability of the golden cloth. Adorned in it, Chu Hong resembled a turtle retreating into its shell, making it quite challenging to penetrate his defenses. Now you know who I am. If you wish to live, you better scram. That T-Rex is mine. Chu Hong cast Zhou Xiaoning a disdainful glance before redirecting his focus to the T-Rex, which was likely equivalent to a boss. Defeating it would surely yield substantial rewards. I'm sorry, but it is my mount, and I cannot possibly relinquish it to you. Zhou Xiaoning regarded Chu Hong as one might view a fool. After all this time, if the T-Rex had wished to attack, it would have done so long ago. Its docile behavior standing behind him was telling enough, yet Chu Heng failed to perceive it. Humph, the prey I desire is not something anyone can protect. What if I insist on protecting it? Then I will have to deal with you first. But rest assured, as we are both chosen ones, I will not kill you. At most, you will be left paralyzed for life, if you possess such abilities. You are welcome to try. Only then did Zhou Xiaoning unleash his own aura while secretly mobilizing his source power, poised to strike at any moment. This was a significant point of Zhou Xiaoning's disdain for Chu Heng. A true power would never be unable to control their own aura. Though imposing, such bravado merely indicated a profound lack of mastery over one's strength. Moreover, Chu Heng's relentless pursuit of power, while neglecting the subtleties of comprehension, left him woefully unprepared. What level of perception had he reached as a saint? Perhaps not even the sixth sense. Were it not for the miraculous source disk, he would struggle to convert source power into a small universe for attack. It was unlikely the Taurus golden cloth would even acknowledge him as its master. Kid, you are courting death. Chu Heng's expression darkened ominously. Initially, he intended to teach Zhou Xiaoning a lesson, to incapacitate him. Yet now he had changed his mind. He was intent on eliminating this audacious challenger. You wretched fool, die! A rapid punch suddenly appeared before Zhou Xiaoning, as Chu Heng crossed the distance of several dozen meters in a blink. Truly, one could not help but admire the prowess of a saint, albeit a counterfeit. His speed was commendable, yet he was still far from matching the genuine article's light speed capabilities. How slow? Really, could you be any slower? Zhou Xiaoning yawned, perceiving Chu Heng's every move with clarity, even predicting his subsequent actions. Evading Chu Heng's attempts to strike was an effortless feat, Captain. What should we do? You ask me. Who should I ask? The team leader retaliated sharply at the soldier who had inquired, realizing they were in no position to intervene. They might as well remain bystanders. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Chu Heng's fists were powerful, yet even Zhou Xiaoning refrained from taking them head-on. However, no matter how formidable a punch might be, it was futile if it could not find its target, merely exhausting one's strength in vain. Repeated strikes were deftly avoided by Zhou Xiaoning, which only worsened Chu Heng's mood and compounded his frustration. At that moment, Chu Heng could no longer contain himself. He suddenly retreated, arms crossed in a stance reminiscent of Iaido, and soon a golden bull's phantom materialized between his hands. The aura it exuded compelled the surrounding soldiers to retreat several meters, too intimidated to meet its gaze. Kid, you've forced my hand. When it comes time, do not blame me for being ruthless. Chu Heng's eyes glinted with malice, his singular focus on eliminating Zhou Xiaoning to preserve his reputation as HZ City's strongest. How tragic. To be blinded by power and lose one's sense of reason. Zhou Xiaoning shook his head in dismay. Had Chu Heng taken a steadier approach and built a solid foundation, he might have secured a place among the elite in the future. Alas, he seemed oblivious to this fact. Nevertheless, that stance was all too familiar. It must be the giant horned it seemed he would need to take this seriously. The fire element crystal reappeared, and flames engulfed Zhou Xiaoning's exterior, gathering above his head to form a dragon's head made entirely of fire. Giant horn, fire dragon. The dragon and bull met in the air, each striving to overpower the other, yet neither possessed the absolute strength to do so, resulting in a stalemate. Chapter 65. Father is also a chosen one that you two. Cease at once, a booming voice echoed from afar. Zhou Xiaoning recognized it as Wang Jianjun. Out of respect, Zhou Xiaoning chose to heed Wang Jianjun's call, especially since the 2,000 people would soon be living under his command. Thus, he could not afford to offend him. Wang Jianjun clenched his fists, his gaze directed at Chu Heng filled with rage. Were it not for the dire situation at the base, necessitating Chu Heng's formidable strength, he would have gladly dealt with this arrogant fool. Despite the astonishing power of a third-tier warrior, capable of feats unimaginable to ordinary people, it had yet to reach the level of the extraordinary. If one truly wished to deal with him, there were numerous methods available: poison, explosions, or even an atomic bomb. Below the sixth tier, a single detonation could wipe out a large area. However, such actions would come at too great a cost. Sacrificing an entire region to eliminate one individual would be a fool's errand. How dare you think I fear you? Zhou Xiaoning unleashed true flames of his own. The energy within the fire element crystal was vast. Should he release it fully, even 10 Chu Hengs would stand no chance against him. Zhou Xiaoning had previously shown restraint, yet Chu Heng seemed oblivious to such mercy. If he persisted, Zhou Xiaoning would not hold back any longer. Double the energy output. Increase the energy output once more. Now, the golden bull could no longer resist, swiftly consumed by the fire dragon, which soared directly toward Chu Heng. Ah! The fire dragon collided with Chu Heng, erupting into roaring flames that seared him, inflicting immense pain. At this moment, the protective qualities of the golden cloth became apparent. What should have been lethal flames were significantly weakened after passing through the golden cloth, leaving Chu Heng in agony but not dead out of course. If Zhou Xiaoning maintained a high energy output while wielding the fire element crystal, he could indeed incinerate Chu Heng, but such an insignificant target was not worth expending that much energy, especially since Wang Jianjun would never permit Zhou Xiaoning to kill Chu Heng. Upon successfully landing a blow, Zhou Xiaoning ceased his actions, opting to wait for the flame's energy to dissipate naturally. 17 seconds. This was the duration required for the fire to completely extinguish, and Chu Heng swore he had never perceived 17 seconds to be so interminable. This turtle shell is indeed resilient. Zhou Xiaoning cast an irritated glance at the golden Taurus armor adorning Chu Heng. It was impossible not to feel envy. If he possessed such armor, he would not fear even a fourth-tier powerhouse. It was truly a waste for such formidable equipment to rest on Chu Heng's shoulders. Regrettably, the initial rewards from the source disk were non-transferable. Otherwise, Zhou Xiaoning would employ any means necessary to acquire the golden armor from Chu Heng. Xiaoning, are you all right? Tokisaki Siko approached, scrutinizing Zhou Xiaoning from head to toe. Only when she confirmed that he was indeed uninjured did she breathe a sigh of relief. The reason Wang Jianjun appeared here was entirely due to Tokisaki Siko's earnest entreaties. Initially, she had worried about a potential conflict between Zhou Xiaoning and the soldiers from that group, prompting her to request Wang Jianjun to mediate. However, she had not anticipated arriving to find Zhou Xiaoning engaged in a fierce showdown with a formidable opponent. The intensity of their exchanges left even Tokisaki Siko feeling alarmed. A misstep could easily lead to severe injury. I'm fine, but what about you? How is your body holding up? I'm all right. A bit of rest will suffice. The corners of Tokisaki Siko's mouth curved into a smile. Yet Zhou Xiaoning could discern the lingering fatigue etched across her brow. Then you should rest well. I'll handle the other matters. Tokisaki Siko responded softly, leaning against Zhou Xiaoning's shoulder and promptly falling asleep. Zhou Xiaoning cradled her in a princess carry, moving with utmost gentleness to avoid any jolts that might disturb her slumber. Commander Wang, could you please arrange a place for me to rest? Of course, please follow me. Wang Jianjun's demeanor towards Zhou Xiaoning became markedly more respectful, a shift founded upon Zhou Xiaoning's evident strength. From this day forth, the strongest individual at the HZ city base was no longer Chu Heng, but rather the exceedingly youthful Zhou Xiaoning before him. Damn it, why is this happening? Why? Chu Heng glowered at Zhou Xiaoning's departing figure, his heart brimming with resentment. He could not accept that Zhou Xiaoning's prowess surpassed his own, nor could he comprehend why Zhou Xiaoning's woman could radiate such a beautiful smile while his own woman's smiles were tinged with insincerity. Zhou Xiaoning, I will defeat you. I will certainly defeat you. Fury gleamed in Chu Heng's eyes. Initially, he had no intention of seeking out that individual, but it appeared he had no choice. He needed to acquire even greater power. Zhou Xiaoning followed Wang Jianjun into the base. Accompanied by the Tyrannosaurus REX to ensure safety, Wang Jianjun specifically dispatched around 2,000 soldiers for protection. Should the Tyrannosaurus Rex exhibit any intentions that could threaten the base, they were to be eliminated immediately. Wang Jianjun had initially planned to have Zhou Xiaoning share a tent with the other military families, but considering Zhou Xiaoning's status as an chosen one, he arranged for him to have a separate tent. However, after witnessing Zhou Xiaoning's capabilities, he swiftly changed his mind and assigned Zhou Xiaoning to a villa. Although it was not particularly luxurious, merely a 3-story villa constructed in a rural style, it was likely one of the best accommodations available within the entire base. Wang Jianjun, adept in his dealings, remained silent upon entering until Zhou Xiaoning had ensured Tokisaki Siko was comfortable. Mr. Zhou, are you satisfied with this place? It's quite acceptable. Please arrange for my grandparents and grandfather to join me here as well. There are plenty of empty rooms. Zhou Xiaoning nodded in satisfaction. Times had changed, and having such a residence was already a considerable fortune. There was no need to be overly demanding. That is certainly no problem. Is there anything else you require? I have no additional requests, but I do have a proposition for a trade. I wonder if Commander Wang would be interested? Oh? Wang Jianjun's eyes lit up at the mention of a trade. It was said that one does not appreciate the value of household goods until one has to manage them. The base was currently in dire need of resources beyond mere supplies. Given Zhou Xiaoning's strength, whatever he produced should hold significant value. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his capabilities, as anticipated. When Wang Jianjun beheld the impressive array of dinosaur meat, dinosaur bones, and dinosaur hides that Zhou Xiaoning presented, he could not restrain his smile. His enthusiasm peaked, especially upon discovering several primary enhancement potions among the offerings. While the effects of these potions did not rival those of gene serums, they boasted the advantage of having no side effects and were usable by anyone. If they could be developed and produced en masse, humanity's strength would see a remarkable increase. These are all excellent items. However, what do you wish in return? Wang Jianjun's voice trembled with excitement. Under normal circumstances, given his position, he should not have displayed such a lack of composure, but Zhou Xiaoning's offerings were too valuable to ignore. Firstly, I require source power points. All of these items combined should amount to 300,000 source power points. And naturally, the necessary source power points will also be covered by your side. Absolutely no problem. Wang Jianjun agreed without hesitation. Compared to the potential value of these items, the source power points were negligible. The base had received considerable returns from chosen ones, including source power point crystals, so they could certainly manage a few 100,000. Secondly, I hope you can assist me in procuring an item that can establish a bond with fantastical creatures. Is this for the Tyrannosaurus Rex outside? Wang Jianjun glanced nervously out the window, where a colossal eye peered in, unmistakably belonging to the Tyrannosaurus Rex Zhou Xiaoning had brought along. Indeed, it's that behemoth. The item I possess can only temporarily tame it. Once the time limit expires, it will no longer be under my control. You are quite audacious. Rest assured, I know who possesses such an item. I will have them come immediately. Wang Jianjun's cold sweat cascaded down his back at Zhou Xiaoning's words. If the Tyrannosaurus Rex truly caused havoc within the base, even if they managed to eliminate it in the end, the ensuing damage would be inevitable. Thus, he was even more eager than Zhou Xiaoning for the creature to be subdued promptly. Wang Jianjun dispatched a guard to locate the individual and bring them for the trade. Commander Wang, who seeks to trade that you were so urgent in summoning me? Before the person arrived, their voice was already recognizable. Finally, the door swung open, revealing someone Zhou Xiaoning was exceedingly familiar with. Father, you little rascal. Huh? You two know each other? Chapter 66. Impressive. My father, you little rascal. You have also made it here. It must be Commander Wang who sent someone to rescue you. I am truly grateful to you. Commander Wang, thanks to you, our family is reunited. Zhou Yimin exclaimed, his face alight with emotion as he grasped Wang Jianjun's hand. Ever since the calamity struck, their connection with the outside world had been severed. Though he was a chosen one, his abilities leaned towards support. Venturing outside the base for even a kilometer would likely lead to a fatal encounter with a dinosaur. Thus, even while worrying for his family's safety, he was powerless to search for them in TZ City. The anguish he felt was beyond what those who had not experienced it could comprehend. Mr. Zhou, you may not fully understand your son. He is currently very strong and does not require my rescue. Wang Jianjun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Given Zhou Xiaoning's strength, should any danger arise, even if he sacrificed 20,000 soldiers, they would likely not emerge unscathed. Thus, he felt undeserving of Zhou Yimin's gratitude. What? You say this little rascal is very formidable now? Zhou Yimin regarded Zhou Xiaoning with incredulity, having not observed any significant changes in him. Indeed, your son just defeated Chu Hong. Do you not think that is impressive? Wang Jianjun remarked, filled with admiration. Observing this family, with the grandfather being a chosen one, the father a chosen one, and the son also a chosen one. An exceptionally powerful one at that. One could not help but wonder if their ancestors were favored by the heavens, thus granting them such extraordinary blessings. Well done, little rascal. I have long found that Chu Hong insufferable. He was always demanding this and that from me, with an attitude so arrogant. You have truly avenged your father. Zhou Yimin said, his face beaming with joy, as though he himself had been the one to defeat Chu Hong. All right, father, let's get down to business. Commander Wang mentioned you possess an item that can tame fantastical creatures. Is that true? Of course. I purchased that item at a high price from a chosen one in another region. Zhou Yimin produced a source card from his storage space and tossed it to Zhou Xiaoning. Zhou Xiaoning was all too familiar with the item in his hand. Red on the top, white on the bottom, with a button in the middle, it was unmistakably a Pokeball. Name. Pokeball category. Item star rating. In a description. A technological item from the world of Pokemon. It can be used to capture Pokemon. In this reality, it can be used to capture all non-human entities. Function. Captures non-human entities of level 3 and below, with a certain failure rate depending on the captured entity's strength and resistance. The Pokeball is a single-use item. Should one fail, it will vanish without a trace. Such an object is exceedingly rare in HC City and its surrounding areas, with Zhou Yimin possessing but this solitary one, rendering their opportunity a singular chance. Nevertheless, Zhou Xiaoning harbors no apprehension about failure. By the standards of the Pokemon world, the Tyrannosaurus Rex is currently in a critically weakened state, and the efficacy of the Onigiri from Momoder has left it with no resistance towards Zhou Xiaoning. Should he fail to capture it, it would only signify a flaw inherent to the Pokeball itself, as anticipated. When Zhou Xiaoning tossed the Pokeball at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the colossal creature was entirely ensnared within. After shaking 3 times, the ball ceased to move with a resounding thud, indicating a successful capture point. One might wonder if this is the moment for jubilant exclamation. I have captured the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Zhou Xiaoning then placed the Pokeball into the source disk, transforming its interior into a summoning space for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, allowing him to call upon it at will without needing to throw the ball each time. Knowing that his parents were at the HC City base, a reunion was indeed in order. Hence, Zhou Xiaoning enlisted Wang Jianjun to retrieve his grandparents and mother simultaneously. Zhou Xiaoning's own experiences are not particularly noteworthy and need not be reiterated. Rather, it was Zhou Yimin's experiences that left Zhou Xiaoning in awe, exclaiming that his father was nothing short of extraordinary. It turns out that upon activating the source disk, Zhou Yimin received an initial reward in the form of an item named Treasure Basin. Although this treasure basin appears to exude opulence with its solid gold exterior, intricate designs lend it an air of mystery, preventing it from being entirely mundane. This treasure basin is undeniably a divine artifact. Especially in these times of resource scarcity, its significance becomes even more pronounced. The treasure basin possesses no offensive capabilities and serves a singular function: replication. However, this one function has bestowed Zhou Yimin with a pivotal status within the HC City base. Provided that the item is not unique, placing it within the treasure basin allows for the acquisition of multiple corresponding items at the cost of source power points. At 1-star level, it can double the amount. At 2-star, it can triple it, and so forth, reaching up to 9-fold at 9-star. Of course, the treasure basin is not without its limitations. An item can only be replicated once, and copies cannot be used as replication subjects. Furthermore, for items of a higher star level than the treasure basin, the required source power consumption doubles with each star. While minor replication is feasible, large-scale duplication would be untenable for any faction. It can be said that the HC City base has sustained itself remarkably well, largely due to Zhou Yimin's treasure basin. Without it, essential war supplies would have depleted long ago, and lacking modern weaponry, the base would likely have succumbed to the onslaught of dinosaurs within a day. Out of curiosity, Zhou Xiaoning decided to test the treasure basin with items he possessed, reasoning that as long as Zhou Yimin did not activate it, the replication function would remain dormant. To his surprise, most of his belongings fell within the replication range, even allowing the replication of an identical Arc Proverb modified. Just imagine 2 vessels of Arc Proverb modified hovering in the sky, simultaneously unleashing thundering wrath or lightning welcome. The sheer might is formidable to contemplate. Moreover, with proper electric discharge measures in place, even in the absence of lightning immunity, there would be no fear of accidental mishaps. Thus, Zhou Xiaoning felt confident in his ability to dominate all dinosaurs within HC City. Dad, how many source power points are needed for the replication? Zhou Xiaoning grinned, envisioning himself leading 2 Arc Proverb modified through HC City with impunity. Not much, just over 2 million. Cough, cough, cough. How much? Just over 2 million, really not a lot. Look, your devouring core requires over 10 million for replication. Consequently, Zhou Yimin held a status that elicited envy among the many chosen ones within the base. Able to accumulate source power points effortlessly without risking his life out in the field, simply by remaining at home. Zhou Xiaoning couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards his father. Despite his own substantial 150,000 source power points, a considerable sum among the chosen, it paled in comparison to Zhou Xiaoning's advantages. However, upon reflecting on the disparity in strength between himself and Zhou Xiaoning, Zhou Xiaoning quickly regained his composure. He would not claim to be the strongest in the world, but among the chosen, he was certainly among the elite tier. In contrast, Zhou Xiaoning, though also at the third tier and possessing numerous valuable items, would be easily subdued without needing a second strike. So, kiddo, would you like to replicate it? If you're short on source power points, I can advance some for you. Let's skip that for now. Zhou Xiaoning understood that between their source power points, replicating an arc proverb, modified, was well within reach. However, maintaining the 2 million source power points expenditure seemed excessive. All right then, it's your decision. Zhou Xiaoning nodded casually, having gleaned from the conversation that his son had surpassed him significantly in prowess. He recognized that his son was not one to settle for mediocrity, and all he could do was support him to the best of his ability, allowing him the freedom to grow. Oh, this gem cannot be replicated. Zhou Xiaoning's eyes widened in astonishment. He had merely deemed the gem somewhat special and intended to replicate one for his wife as a piece of jewelry. However, the treasure basin responded that it was a unique item and could not be duplicated. Although Zhou Xiaoning was aware of the limitations of the treasure basin, it was his first encounter with an item possessing unique attributes, suggesting that his son harbored many secrets. Chapter 67. All members special training, are you ready? Shortly thereafter, Zhou Xiaoning's grandparents, mother, and grandfather were brought over by Wang Jianjun's guards. The family reunion was a source of immense joy. What could be more uplifting than the knowledge that one's family is safe amidst calamity? Awoken by the sounds of laughter, Poison Island Siko came to investigate, and taking this opportunity, Zhou Xiaoning introduced her to his parents. Unsurprisingly, Poison Island Siko won the approval of Zhou Xiaoning's parents, particularly his mother Lin Shu, who found herself increasingly enamored with Siko, holding her hand and reluctant to let go, inadvertently sidelining her own son. The following days were relatively tranquil, as Zhou Xiaoning's recent thundering wrath had decimated nearly 40% of the dinosaur population within HC City, with particularly severe losses among the medium and small dinosaurs. With these cannon fodder no longer absorbing firepower, any large dinosaurs attempting to launch an attack would be glaringly obvious targets. After a concentrated assault, even a Tyrannosaurus Rex would be brought to its knees. It can be said that Zhou Xiaoning effectively alleviated the crisis for the HC City base, as the dinosaurs were rendered incapable of mounting an assault in the near term. Meanwhile, news of Zhou Xiaoning's victory over Chu Hong began circulating within the HC City base, and he became something of a celebrity, attracting attention wherever he went. Even other chosen ones were no exception, eager to witness the individual who had bested Chu Hong and emerged as the strongest in HC City. Thanks to this newfound notoriety, Zhou Xiaoning became familiar with many of the chosen, although the nature of their relationships remained more akin to acquaintances than true friends. One day, Zhou Xiaoning was watching a movie in the villa, unsure of where Wang Jianjun had procured this home theater equipment. However, since it had been gifted to him, he graciously accepted it. Although the films were old classics recorded on discs, they served well enough to pass the time. Well, since I have some free time, I might as well join you. Poison Island Siko removed her apron, intending to accompany Zhou Xiaoning. She had been tidying up the house, as the villa was only occupied by the two of them, while his parents, grandparents, and grandfather resided in the villa allocated to Zhou Xiaoning, a privilege rightly earned by his contributions. In Zhou Xiaoning's words, it was to provide the young couple with some space. After all, young people might, at times, be unable to restrain their impulses and engage in activities best not witnessed by others, and their presence would only serve to heighten the awkwardness. Let's call it a day. You just completed your bloodline evolution, and it's still unstable. You should stay home. Zhou Xiaoning gently urged Poison Island Siko back onto the sofa. Just 2 days prior, he had used his blood to assist her in completing her bloodline evolution, and now she too bore the lineage of the Radiant Dragon. The only distinction was that she did not possess the Trinity talent, remaining perpetually in human form and unable to transform. However, this was perhaps for the best. The thought of such a stunning beauty like Poison Island Siko suddenly morphing into some grotesque half-dragon, half-human visage was something Zhou Xiaoning found utterly unacceptable. And what about you? Aren't you also in a weakened state due to utilizing your blood? Poison Island Siko shot Zhou Xiaoning a disapproving glance, recognizing his excuses for what they were. She was not oblivious to his circumstances. Thus, Zhou Xiaoning felt a sense of displeasure welling up within him. His woman was not some object for anyone to gaze upon at their whim, and the lewd glances cast in her direction were utterly intolerable. Did they truly believe he was invisible? However, despite his irritation, Zhou Xiaoning could not resort to violence against those individuals. After all, their eyes were affixed to their own faces, and it was their prerogative to look wherever they pleased. To confront someone merely for stealing a glance at Duodusiko would clearly place Zhou Xiaoning in the wrong. Moreover, with so many people covertly admiring Duodusiko, he would find himself utterly exhausted if he attempted to confront each one individually, given his own physical condition. Eventually, Zhou Xiaoning decided to remain indoors, retreating to the sanctuary of the villa to enjoy a world of intimacy with Duodusiko. I'm fine. Losing a drop of blood merely diminishes my strength by 20%. I'll recover in a few days, he declared with pride. Besides, with his capabilities, even at only 80% efficiency, no one could pose a threat to him. Zhou Xiaoning was indeed justified in his confidence. He had observed the so-called chosen ones at the base, and they shared the same flaw as Chu Hong, rushing to advance without having reached the limits of their physical prowess. Although they were all of the third tier, their strength paled in comparison to his, with an average physical strength of merely 70 points. In contrast, even in his weakened state, Zhou Xiaoning boasted a physical strength of 120, effortlessly overpowering them. All right, I won Tigo then. Look at how pleased you are, Duodusiko teased, casting Zhou Xiaoning an amused glance. Though she discerned his underlying thoughts, she chose not to expose him, rather playing along in a manner reminiscent of a harmonious couple, a rarity in these times. As she helped him don his outer garment, her demeanor radiated the essence of a devoted wife. Consequently, old Zhou often lamented how fortunate Zhou Xiaoning was to have found such a gentle partner, one who brought him 100-fold more happiness than he himself experienced. Out of loyalty to his mother, Zhou Xiaoning later relayed old Zhou's sentiments to her, leading to old Zhou sleeping on the floor for 3 consecutive nights. From that point onward, a hint of resentment lingered in old Zhou's gaze whenever he looked at Zhou Xiaoning, though he refrained from voicing similar thoughts again. Zhou Xiaoning turned to embrace Duodusiko, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead before stepping outside. The self-rescue team had demonstrated their prowess before the soldiers, and Wang Jianjun naturally knew they were all evolved beings, thus enjoying slightly better treatment than ordinary villagers. They were assigned to a clean, cleared-out factory not too far from Zhou Xiaoning's villa, and he arrived there in a little over 10 minutes at a normal walking pace. Teacher Jingxiang, thank you for your hard work. Ah, startled by the voice from behind, Jiuchuan Jingxiang spun around, her breath catching in her throat until she recognized Zhou Xiaoning, at which point she exhaled in relief, placing a hand on her chest and casting a reproachful look at him. Xiaoning, could you please give me a heads up next time? I'm sorry, I'll be more mindful next time, Zhou Xiaoning replied, averting his gaze, for the sight before him was almost too overwhelming to bear. To make matters worse, Jiuchuan Jingxiang remained blissfully unaware that her every movement only accentuated her considerable assets, and Zhou Xiaoning feared that if he continued to look, he might succumb to impulsive actions. Gulp! The sound of simultaneous swallowing echoed, revealing that Zhou Xiaoning was not the only one with such thoughts. Well, never mind. I forgive you, teacher, Jiuchuan Jingxiang said with a cheerful smile as she instinctively wrapped her arm around one of Zhou Xiaoning's, deriving a sense of security from the gesture, which she adored. Crack! Zhou Xiaoning felt as if he heard countless hearts shattering, but he dismissed it. After all, it was Jiuchuan Jingxiang's own initiative, not something he had coerced. Ah, ahem, Xiaoning, you're here, Zhou Pingzhong remarked. Having stood nearby for a while, it would be disingenuous to claim he had no feelings for Jiuchuan Jingxiang. Anyone who had been cared for by her in recent days could not help but be captivated by her allure. Nevertheless, Zhou Pingzhong understood that Jiuchuan Jingxiang belonged to Zhou Xiaoning, and it was only a matter of time before she was claimed. Thus, he resolved to suppress any unrealistic notions. There was also Xiao Chui from their village, who, while not as striking as Jiuchuan Jingxiang, possessed a commendable figure, was quite beautiful, and had even expressed her fondness for him. Now seemed the appropriate time to take action. I've arrived, I heard everyone was recovering, so I came to check in. Zhou Xiaoning extricated his hand from Jiuchuan Jingxiang's embrace, deliberately ignoring her dissatisfied expression, as it was time to discuss serious matters and maintain a certain image. I've been briefed on the previous battle, and everyone has done their utmost. However, I must ask, Are you truly satisfied with such an outcome? At his words, every person furrowed their brows. Satisfied? How could that possibly be? Who could willingly accept defeat, especially when fleeing in disarray from a horde of dinosaurs? Excellent. I see the unwillingness in your eyes, which indicates your fighting spirit has not been extinguished. So, what are you still doing seated? Stand up. I have arranged the most rigorous training for you all. Those who wish to participate, follow me. Those who do not wish to participate may voluntarily withdraw from the self-rescue team. I, Zhou Xiaoning, have no need for such partners. Zhou Xiaoning's tone turned stern. The members of the self-rescue team were all of the second tier. While this might appear commendable to Wang Jianjun, to Zhou Xiaoning, their strength fell woefully short. As his direct subordinates. They could not afford to be this weak. Everyone rose to their feet, with the exception of 3 severely injured members, who, even if they recovered, would be left with lingering aftereffects and would no longer be fit for combat. A total of 97 members stood unwavering. Chapter 68. Special training commences. Zhou Xiaoning had long contemplated conducting a special training session for the members of the self-rescue team, but to initiate it now was a spur-of-the-moment decision. He asked Zhichuan Jingxiang to inform Duodu Siko, while he led the 97 members of the self-rescue team out of the base for their training. The environment in HZ City had grown increasingly peculiar. Tall buildings and various structures remained largely intact, yet the vegetation had surged wildly, growing at an accelerated rate, transforming the once thriving metropolis into a shadow of its former self, as if the forest had begun to reclaim it. Coupled with the constant threat of dinosaurs, the danger level had escalated significantly. In such an environment, only someone as daring as Zhou Xiaoning would dare to conduct special training here. Based on a map acquired from Wang Jianjun, he selected a cultural square as the site for their training. Zhou Xiaoning, alongside the 97 members of the self-rescue team, swiftly cleared the square of the numerous small dinosaurs that had gathered there. Next, he unleashed a Tyrannosaurus Rex to patrol the vicinity. With its imposing presence, they should be undisturbed during their training. What I am about to teach you is a form of martial arts that maximizes the potential of your bodies. This martial art consists of 6 techniques, and with your physical conditioning, if you put in the effort, you should be able to master at least 2 of them. After careful consideration, Zhou Xiaoning decided to impart the Navy 6 forms to them. The prerequisite for training in the Navy 6 forms was robust physical conditioning, which they already possessed. Zhou Xiaoning was well versed in the detailed training methods, having learned directly from Carp, and thus the process would be akin to learning through practice. The first technique was Saru, which involved stepping on the ground more than 10 times in an instant, utilizing the resultant explosive speed generated by the reaction force to move. The speed achieved was often imperceptible to the average observer. However, some agility was lacking, necessitating continuous practice for improvement. As Zhou Xiaoning explained, he demonstrated the technique, moving fluidly before them. Most members struggled to keep pace with his speed, perceiving only a blur before he materialized elsewhere. Zhou Pingzhong, being the strongest among them, managed to catch glimpses of Zhou Xiaoning's movements, though he could only discern a hazy silhouette. The second technique was Tekai, a defensive maneuver that imbues the body with iron-like hardness through rigorous training, enabling it to withstand bullets and blades. Moreover, as mastery deepens, defensive capabilities can be further enhanced. However, the drawback is immobility, necessitating precise timing for its application. Of course, this limitation could be overcome with effort several times greater than others. Zhou Xiaoning demonstrated Tekai, inviting the closest individuals to attack him. Initially hesitant, they soon grew bolder when they realized their strikes merely tore his clothing without inflicting any injury. They unleashed a flurry of attacks, swinging blades and firing guns, for a full 5 minutes. Exhausting themselves, yet Zhou Xiaoning merely needed to change his attire. The third technique was Kami, another defensive technique that allows one to evade incoming attacks by sensing the changes in airflow generated by an opponent's movements. This technique requires acute perceptual abilities and is the most challenging among the 6. Therefore, I have decided that the first 4 individuals to master it will receive a special reward. The remaining 5 techniques are not overly difficult to execute, provided one's physical strength meets the required standards and appropriate training is undertaken. The art of paper drawing is distinct and, compared to physical prowess, it emphasizes perceptual ability. Among 100 practitioners of the 6 forms, having 1 or 2 who master this particular technique is already commendable. The sooner one grasps paper drawing, the stronger their perceptual ability. For those gifted individuals, Zhou Xiaoning is determined to nurture them vigorously. At that time, the source cards of the Heart Network Observation Color Hockey, stored in his storage space, will find their utility. As customary, Zhou Xiaoning demonstrated paper drawing to the group, this time allowing everyone to attack him simultaneously. He evaded each strike with minimal movement, creating an illusion of peril to onlookers. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that Zhou Xiaoning never moved more than 10 centimeters from his original position. After 10 minutes, while those surrounding him were panting and fatigued, Zhou Xiaoning remained composed. Not a single corner of his garment had been touched despite the relentless assaults from 97 individuals. The fourth form, Moon Step, is considered an advanced application of shaving. It entails kicking while airborne, altering one's trajectory before descent. With this aerial maneuvering, one can launch attacks without leaving any blind spots. Upon finishing his explanation, Zhou Xiaoning began to demonstrate. With a series of sharp sounds, he ascended into the air, using Moon Step to maintain a height of 10 meters each time he was about to descend. The fifth form, Gale Foot, is a technique involving foot strikes that generates vacuum slashes due to ultra-high speed kicks. Zhou Xiaoning remained airborne as he executed Gale Foot, unleashing vacuum slashes in all directions. With his current strength, he could propel vacuum slashes up to 50 meters without dissipating. He could also employ similar techniques with his hands to release vacuum slashes, although this demands greater physical prowess, as the power generated by hands cannot compare to that of legs. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoning did not expect everyone to reach the same level, as long as they could produce vacuum slashes that traveled 10 meters without dispersing. It would be considered satisfactory. Upon landing, Zhou Xiaoning had broken several trees around him, trees that normally required 2 people to embrace and would take considerable time to cut down even with a chainsaw. Yet, under the impact of his vacuum slashes, they crumbled effortlessly, showcasing the might of his Gale Foot. The sixth form, Finger Gun, is a technique whose power is comparable to that of a bullet fired from a gun, concentrating the body's strength into the index finger to release a hardened strike in an instant. The fingertip possesses the striking power of a bullet, capable of easily penetrating the human body. Zhou Xiaoning approached a tree he had previously shattered and, extending his index finger, gently poked it, causing his finger to sink entirely into the trunk. If such force could penetrate a sturdy tree, one could only imagine the damage it would inflict upon a human body. Having demonstrated the power of the 6 forms, Zhou Xiaoning announced he would share the detailed training methods with everyone, allowing them to choose which to learn. He had but one stipulation. Within a month, each must master at least 2 forms. Otherwise, they should not blame him for expelling them from his team. As he had no need for the inept, Zhou Xiaoning spoke with utmost seriousness. Despite having recruited hundreds into his self-rescue team, only these 97 remained by his side. The casualties were not insignificant, and although the villagers who lost loved ones bore no ill will towards him, the sorrow etched on their faces filled Zhou Xiaoning with profound guilt. Had it not been for him, perhaps those lives could have been spared. Thus, he felt compelled to adopt a stern demeanor. This severity was intended for their future survival on the battlefield. I ask you, can you accomplish this? If you find it daunting, I permit you to withdraw now. Zhou Xiaoning surveyed the group, finding unwavering resolve in their eyes. In the face of calamity, to secure a better life for themselves and their families, they understood the necessity of acquiring formidable strength. They recognized that they lacked the innate advantages of the chosen ones, yet they believed that diligent effort could rival inherent talent. Zhou Xiaoning provided them with enhancement potions, transforming them into evolved beings far superior to ordinary humans, and now offered them further methods to grow stronger. If they ultimately remained mediocre, it would reflect solely upon their own shortcomings. However, such a scenario seemed unlikely, for they were not the type to surrender easily. Your determination is commendable, yet it is not merely a matter of widening your eyes. I wish to hear your resolve. Can you truly achieve it? Zhou Xiaoning released a hint of dragon pressure, asserting that while he had numerous methods to strengthen them, a weak spirit would render even overwhelming power unworthy of the title of strong. Yes, the 97 responded in unison, their collective momentum shattering Zhou Xiaoning's dragon pressure. What is this uproar? Do you intend to summon dinosaurs? Zhou Xiaoning shot a glare at the crowd. Although he jested, he felt a deep sense of gratification. It was evident that soon, 97 super warriors would emerge. Subsequently, Zhou Xiaoning imparted the detailed training methods for the 6 forms without reservation, correcting their mistakes as they practiced. striving to ensure they mastered the Navy's 6 forms in the shortest possible time. As for the safety of the area near the square, there was little cause for concern. With Zhou Xiaoning's flight speed, even accounting for delays, the total time would not exceed 3 hours. With the Tyrannosaurus Rex providing deterrence from the perimeter and the inherent strength of the 97 individuals, they could likely withstand an assault from a horde of dinosaurs for that duration. Chapter 69. The resurgence of the dinosaur army. Zhou Xiaoning and his subordinates conducted their specialized training with methodical precision. This simulated farm alleviated any worries regarding logistical support, as they resided in 3 large tents approved by Wang Jianjun, with each person assigned a sleeping bag. Were it not for the surrounding dangers, it would almost resemble a camping trip. Over the past month, the situation in HC City remained relatively calm. Although the dinosaur hordes launched several small-scale attacks, they were effortlessly eradicated. The spoils of war, along with previous transactions, provided ample materials, enabling the base to produce a considerable quantity of gene potions, resulting in the number of evolved individuals surpassing 5,000 for the first time, significantly bolstering the Linling base's strength. It appeared that the previously shelved plan could be reignited. Wang Jianjun, stationed at the HC City base, did not merely wait passively for dinosaur attacks, the onset of the calamity. Although dinosaurs had emerged, they had not yet formed a large-scale presence. Wang Jianjun promptly dispatched a full contingent of 10,000 troops throughout HC City to investigate any anomalies. He discovered that the dinosaurs did not appear simultaneously across the city. The initial reports of dinosaur sightings came from a few scattered locations, which gradually expanded into the current situation. This led him to ponder whether these sites were indeed the points of the dinosaurs' arrival, suggesting that all dinosaurs within HC City had migrated from those specific areas. If this hypothesis were true, destroying the passageways through which the dinosaurs arrived could potentially halt their emergence. Although the existing dinosaurs were numerous, eliminating them one by one would eventually lead to HC City's reclamation. Time proved Wang Jianjun's hypothesis correct. The arrival points of the dinosaurs were fixed, yet the dinosaurs that descended seemed compelled by some force to vacate those areas swiftly, seeking refuge elsewhere in HC City. However, these arrival points were not permanent. Over time, they diminished, leaving only the location marked by Wang Jianjun. The loss of 8,000 troops had strained the base's defensive capabilities. Otherwise, their situation would undoubtedly be far better. It was difficult to fathom that creatures lacking intelligence and often exhibiting predatory relationships could form such a formidable army, nearly breaching the base's defenses unawares. Had anyone suggested this to Wang Jianjun in the past, he would have dismissed it as a joke, but witnessing it firsthand revealed the true terror of the situation. Since then, the base had completely lost its capacity for exploration, relying solely on its high walls for survival until Zhou Xiaoning's arrival. Wang Jianjun inquired of his aide, with whom he had worked for several years, fully trusting Su Jing's capabilities. The forces are gathered, 5,000 evolved individuals, 10,000 soldiers, and 8 third-tier chosen ones accompanying us. But old Wang, have you truly considered this decision? Su Jing's face was etched with concern. They were drawing upon nearly all the combat strength available at the base, depleting their weaponry and equipment. Should they fail in this expedition, the HC City base would lack the defensive power to withstand further assaults, and its fall would be imminent. Do we have any other choice? The number of dinosaurs is increasing. If we do not take the risk now, when we lack the strength to fight back, will we become fodder for the dinosaurs? Wang Jianjun slammed his fist on the table. For the sake of the hundreds of thousands of lives at the base, he had no alternative. Let us hope that this time, we succeed. Wang Jianjun understood he was embarking on a gamble, wagering the entire base on this endeavor. It was a quest for success, with no room for failure. In no time, the troops set forth, and the personnel at the base put aside their tasks, voluntarily gathering near the main entrance to bid them farewell. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 hours had elapsed since the deployment, and given their marching pace, they should be nearing the expected location. Su Jing remained perched on the wall, unwilling to leave. Ever since Wang Jianjun led the troops away, his eyelids had been twitching incessantly, a nagging feeling that something dire was about to unfold. He ordered all soldiers remaining at the base to ready their weapons and hold their posts, resting only when the troops returned from their mission. The scant 1,000 or so evolvers stood at the ready, and even the few chosen ones left in the base were summoned to the defense command room, including Zhou Xiaoning's grandfather, Elder Lin. What was that? As the sun began to set, Su Jing noticed a sudden plume of smoke rising in the distance, and an ominous premonition gripped his heart. All units prepare for battle. The dinosaurs are attacking the city. Su Jing shouted, loathing his own foreboding intuition, wishing it were not so accurate. Roaring, the horde of dinosaurs approached, and a glance revealed no fewer than tens of thousands. However, unlike before, they did not surge forward chaotically. Though the situation remained critical, they could be engaged and dispatched with some measure of control. Posing a lesser threat. This time, the dinosaur swarm moved with an unsettling discipline, reminiscent of the army that had nearly breached the base in the past. Ankylosaurs led the charge, with Triceratops following closely. Both species boasted formidable defensive capabilities, impervious to conventional weaponry, and possessed the strength to batter down gates. Following them were various swift, middle-sized dinosaurs, poised to invade the base the moment the gates fell, potentially overwhelming the defensive forces. Lastly, there were 8 colossal dinosaurs, capable of toppling walls even if the frontal assault failed, ensuring the base's demise. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Jing shuddered. If his fears were realized, then those accompanying Wang Jianjun would surely be in grave danger. How infuriating! I must not let you escape my grasp. If I do, I will make you suffer 1,000 deaths. Su Jing seethed. Yet now was not the time for such thoughts. The immediate priority was to defend the base with all his might. Defending the base. Easier said than done. Su Jing recognized the naivety of his thinking. However, he could conceive of no other means to avert the impending crisis. Boom, boom, boom. The dinosaur horde encroached within 500 meters of the base, triggering the previously laid landmines, which erupted in a cacophony of explosions, momentarily halting their advance. Yet, Su Jing felt no elation, for he understood that the mines would not significantly harm the dinosaur army. It would not be long before they were depleted, leaving nothing to impede the horde's progress. At which point the battle would commence in earnest. Ah, will I even witness tomorrow's sunrise? Su Jing lamented, then pushed aside the nearby machine gunner, taking matters into his own hands to fire the first shot of the impending conflict. Chapter 70. Thunderblade assembles. Zhou Xiaoning gazed with satisfaction at the 97 individuals arrayed before him. His initial standard had been for them to master at least 2 of the 6 techniques within a month. Now, all had exceeded this benchmark, with some grasping 3 techniques, while others had mastered 4 or even 5. Zhou Pingzhong astounded Zhou Xiaoning by mastering all 6 techniques and even touching upon the edge of life return. As the sole individual currently skilled in paper drawing, Zhou Xiaoning fulfilled his promise by revealing the My Network Observation Color Hockey source card for his use. Presently, Zhou Pingzhong's physical strength had reached 55 points. Qualifying him for the 3rd tiered IT is noteworthy that he was not a chosen one and had no shortcuts. Achieving such prowess was no small feat. Zhou Xiaoning attempted to impart the hockey cultivation methods to him, though the time was still short to discern results. However, given Zhou Pingzhong's talent, developing hockey should not pose a challenge, merely a matter of time. Now, you have undergone a transformation, truly strong among the 2nd tier. Even against 3rd tier foes, you stand a fighting chance. This is all earned through your own sweat and toil. Do you believe it was worth it? Absolutely. Are you happy? Very much. Are you excited? Thrilled? All right, a cough. I know you are all certainly joyful. So I shan't ask again. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted among them. Despite Zhou Xiaoning's strictness over the past month and the hardships they endured, it paled in comparison to the strength they had gained. Given another chance, they would undoubtedly participate in this special training again. Moreover, their respect for Zhou Xiaoning had reached new heights. Without him, they would have remained like ordinary people, living under the constraints of others, struggling to survive, uncertain of their fates, possibly facing death at any moment. Now, they possessed the power to control their destinies, enabling themselves and their families to lead better lives, all thanks to Zhou Xiaoning in their hearts. Zhou Xiaoning's words held absolute authority. Even if commanded to fight to the bitter end, they would not hesitate for a moment. Now, you have completed a transformation. You are no longer the same. The name Self-Rescue Team no longer befits you. So I have decided to officially rename the Team Thunderblade. I hope you strike like thunder, annihilating all enemies in the shortest time possible, sparing our loved ones even a moment of danger. Can you do that? Yes, yes, yes. Excellent. Then Uncle Zhong, you shall be appointed as the captain of Thunderblade, and you will be fully responsible for all matters concerning the team henceforth. Zhou Pingzhong was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Xiaoning's sudden appointment. Thunderblade had just been formed. And was Zhou Xiaoning intending to step back and relinquish control? This simply would not do. Xiaoning, you should take the captaincy yourself. You are far more suited for it than I. Zhou Pingzhong was acutely aware of his own capabilities. If placed in Zhou Xiaoning's position, he would not necessarily perform better. Thus, he genuinely recognized the younger leader, confident that the others shared his sentiment. Uncle Zhong, you must understand that a team is akin to a water barrel. Its capacity is not determined by the longest plank, but by the shortest one. If I were to force my way in, it would yield no good outcome for either you or me. Such cases were not few. In the military-affiliated village, to cover the self-rescue team's retreat, Zhou Xiaoning remained behind to block the zombies, subsequently going silent for over a day, his fate unknown a month ago. To buy them time for evacuation, Poison Island Siko had exhausted herself, temporarily halting the dinosaur horde, only to collapse afterward, taking over 2 days to recover fully. In truth, both Zhou Xiaoning and Poison Island Siko could have left at any moment. Yet in the end, both placed themselves in peril for the sake of others. All right, I shall take on this captaincy. Zhou Pingzhong sighed, accepting the weighty responsibility. But Xiaoning, I have recognized you as my leader. In the future, I will heed your commands without hesitation. Zhou Pingzhong solemnly saluted Zhou Xiaoning, and the remaining 96 followed suit, paying their respects. Ha ha ha, in light of Uncle Zhong's words, I assure you I will not shortchange my comrades. Zhou Xiaoning responded with a hearty laugh, feeling a great weight lift from his heart. Despite his earlier resolute declaration, he had secretly feared that Zhou Pingzhong and the others would forget him after benefiting from his guidance, rendering his efforts in vain. Though Zhou Xiaoning would not seek retribution, the heartache would certainly linger. However, it appeared that his prior concerns had been unfounded. Zhou Pingzhong and the others willingly pledged their allegiance to Zhou Xiaoning, forming his true loyal cadre. As long as Zhou Xiaoning did not engage in any actions that would betray their trust, they would undoubtedly remain his most faithful subordinates. Yes, all once again saluted, then dispersed to attend to their respective duties. Yet, Zhou Pingzhong retained 10 individuals, chosen as the leaders of various squads. After all, they all hailed from the same village, and their performances during training had been evident. These 10 individuals were only second to Zhou Pingzhong in capability and strength, so there were no objections to their appointments as squad leaders. Zhou Pingzhong convened a small meeting with those 10. While Zhou Xiaoning listened in, observing Zhou Pingzhong speak with clarity and conviction, easing his mind, he then found a wooden stump to sit on, closing his eyes to rest. Zhou Xiaoning now found himself unburdened. Understanding why protagonists in novels often preferred to be hands-off once they acquired some influence, it was not without reason. Meanwhile, at the base, Su Jing and the remaining 10,000 soldiers engaged in combat with the dinosaur horde. The previous minefield had only eliminated 1,000 or 2,000 dinosaurs, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the tens of thousands arrayed against them, insignificant in the grand scheme. Click, click, click. As another magazine emptied, Su Jing reached for a replacement, only to find nothing. Where's my magazine? Who took my magazine? Su Jing bellowed furiously, realizing that the absence of his machine gun fire support had allowed the dinosaurs to surge forward by several meters. Now perilously close to breaching the walls, Deputy Commander, we're out. The magazine is completely spent. What? Weren't 10 magazines prepared in advance? Su Jing seized the original machine gunner, whose responsibility for the base's defense made him acutely aware of the weaponry at his disposal. A weapon like the one he was using should have a standard supply of 10 magazines, totaling over 1,500 rounds. How could they have run out so quickly? There were indeed 10 magazines. But Commander Wang requisitioned half before we set out. It's not just my issue. Others are likely in the same predicament. The machine gunner's face was a mask of despair. He truly could not be blamed for this. Old Wang, you've truly put me in a bind. Su Jing released the machine gunner, set down the machine gun, and drew his sidearm, resuming fire against the advancing dinosaur horde. He understood that his Type 54 pistol would inflict minimal damage. But doing something was better than doing nothing at all. You relay my orders. Have the evolvers and chosen ones prepare themselves. Should the gates be breached or the walls compromised, they must rush to hold the line at all costs. Yes, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. The machine gunner saluted and accepted the task. Ideally, such orders would have been conveyed by Su Jing's bodyguard, but the recent pterosaur attack had seen his guard taken captive while attempting to protect him. And the situation now seemed dire. Roaring, a grievously wounded triceratops broke through the defender's fire net and charged towards the gate, launching itself at the barrier. Boom, crash, bang. The triceratops had barely struck twice before it was dispatched by a grenade dropped from above. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As more soldiers exhausted their ammunition, the overwhelming advance of the dinosaurs became inevitable. Anyone who has run out of bullets, switch to machetes and follow me to intercept the dinosaurs. Following the initial assault on the city, Wang Jianjun and Su Jing had foreseen the likelihood of running out of ammunition. Therefore, every soldier had been equipped with a broad-bladed machete, enabling a handful to take down a small dinosaur, while a group of 10 could contend with weaker medium-sized dinosaurs. However, large dinosaurs were a different matter entirely, often beyond even the chosen one's capabilities. Should they encounter one, survival would become their only recourse. In an instant, the number of defenders on the wall plummeted by 70%, leaving the sparse remaining force unable to halt the dinosaur onslaught. After a mere 10 minutes, the base's gates were ultimately breached, with the first dinosaurs crashing through, only to be met by the waiting evolvers, who swiftly eliminated them. 1,000 evolvers stood at the entrance, desperately striving to prevent the dinosaurs from flooding in. However, this was not a sustainable solution. Faced with the relentless wave of several thousand dinosaurs, the defensive line formed by the evolvers teetered on the brink of collapse, at any moment susceptible to being overrun. Chapter 71. Timely arrival. Thunder returns. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, and the battle between the base's defenders and the dinosaur horde had raged for 2 hours, leading to the complete collapse of the wall defenses. All survivors within the base had retreated to the previously constructed underground shelter. Of the 10,000 soldiers, fewer than 3,000 remained, and there were only over 400 evolvers, each bearing injuries. The chosen ones fared somewhat better, unscathed, as they had yet to engage, the wall defenses having fallen before they could act. Despite their formidable strength, it would be exceedingly difficult for just a few of them to turn the tide. Boom, crack, boom, crack. Old Lin wielded his Hanyang-made rifle, picking off the wandering dinosaurs. With Zhou Xiaoning's assistance, Old Lin had successfully advanced to the 3rd tier, boasting a physical strength of 100 points, a relatively high figure among the base's dozen chosen ones. Although he appeared to be a frail old man in his 70s or 80s, in combat, he could effortlessly fell a bull with 3 punches. More importantly, the now-enhanced Hanyang rifle had significantly increased in power. Even the heavily armored Ankylosaurus could be pierced. Coupled with his improved vision, while he couldn't guarantee headshots, he could dispatch small dinosaurs with a single bullet and take down medium ones within 3 shots. The large dinosaurs had yet to appear, so their effectiveness remained unknown. It could be said that Old Lin played a crucial role in preventing the shelter from being breached, as he eliminated all nearby dinosaurs. Buying precious time for the others. Siko, has Xiaoning made contact yet? Old Lin rose to stretch. The prolonged shooting had left him somewhat fatigued. Yet, as the sole member of the base capable of ranged attacks, he could not shirk his duty. No, the phone bugs have been unreachable. Grandfather, should I break out and search for Xiaoning? With my strength, escaping is not impossible. Forget it, my girl. Let us just wait for Xiaoning to rescue us. If you go out there and something happens, how would I explain it to Xiaoning? At that moment, Zhou Xiaoning was hurrying back to the base with Zhou Pingzhong and others, riding atop a Tyrannosaurus. Throughout their journey, they had encountered not even a single fast-moving dinosaur, leading Zhou Xiaoning to believe it was due to the Tyrannosaurus's intimidation factor, so he paid little mind to it. Xiaoning, don't you think something feels off around here? Zhou Pingzhong, with his special forces background and considerable field experience, sensed something amiss as they approached the base. It was unnaturally quiet, devoid of even the chirping of insects. Although autumn had set in, the temperature had not yet dropped significantly, and it was unlikely that all the insects had perished. Now that you mention it, it does seem rather abnormal. Zhou Xiaoning furrowed his brow and extended his senses to perceive the surroundings. Within 500 meters, no anomalies. Within 1,000 meters, still none. Within 1,500 meters, it remained eerily quiet. Yet, the very absence of anomalies was the most alarming sign. Within such an extensive range, Zhou Xiaoning had failed to detect a single dinosaur. No matter how intimidating the Tyrannosaurus was, it shouldn't have cleared the area so thoroughly. Seems something has gone awry. Zhou Xiaoning quickly retrieved the phone bug to contact Poison Island Siko. inquiring about the unfolding situation. To prevent such an eventuality, he had specifically left a phone bug with her, yet for some reason, it seemed to have malfunctioned. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't malfunctioning, but rather being interfered with by something. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Xiaoning grasped the key issue. According to research conducted by scientists in the world of One Piece, the phone bug's communication capabilities stemmed from a unique biological wave inherent to their species, allowing them to communicate by emitting and receiving these waves. Thus, by interfering with this biological wave, one could disrupt communication or even eavesdrop. The Navy in the One Piece world had become quite adept at such technologies, including countermeasures, but Zhou Xiaoning had not anticipated the phone bug would fail so swiftly, leaving him unprepared. Zhou Xiaoning took out a metal box from his storage space and placed the phone bug in the designated slot atop it. This metal box was designed to enhance biological waves and shield against interference. Though Zhou Xiaoning did not fully understand its principles, he only needed it to work. Bring. Indeed, as soon as the phone bug was placed, it responded. Seiko, is that you? How are you holding up? The phone bug was a fascinating creature, resembling a snail, adorned with spots or stripes, or even a solid color. Its shell featured a transmitter or buttons. When not in use, it would sleep, awakening upon connection. During a call, the phone bug's mouth would mimic the speakers, perfectly repeating their words and even emulating their expressions. From the phone bug's anxious demeanor, Zhou Xiaoning inferred Poison Island Seiko's distress. Something significant had indeed occurred at the base to unsettle her usually composed demeanor. After ending the call, Zhou Xiaoning stowed the phone bug and metal box away. His anxiety clearly etched on his face, dark and foreboding. Xiaoning, go ahead and don't worry about us. We'll be there shortly. Zhou Xiaoning exchanged a glance with Zhou Pingzhong, perceiving the determination in his eyes. All right, that settles it. Uncle Zhong, I'll leave the Tyrannosaurus with you. It should mitigate many unnecessary troubles. Zhou Xiaoning produced the Tyrannosaurus's Pokeball, handing it to Zhou Pingzhong. As long as he held the ball, there was no need to fear the Tyrannosaurus turning against them. Zhou Xiaoning took to the skies, propelled by urgency and longing, unwilling to linger even a moment longer. He immediately maximized his speed and harnessed the wind element to augment his acceleration, inadvertently creating a sonic barrier akin to that which appears only when approaching the speed of sound. Consumed by concern for his family and friends at the base, Zhou Xiaoning experienced a surge of energy, completing a journey that would typically require over 10 minutes in under 9. What on earth has happened here? Zhou Xiaoning soared above the base, involuntarily gasping in shock at the scene before him. The entrance to the base lay in ruins, while countless dinosaurs surged through the open gate, dispersing within the compound in search of any living creature to devour. What was once believed to be an impregnable fortress, the metallic walls had collapsed in several places, leaving the entire base utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the dinosaur horde. How infuriating! What were those soldiers doing, allowing the dinosaurs to breach their defenses so easily? Psycho, I've arrived. Where are you now? Zhou Xiaoning once again activated his communication device to reach out to Dakudai Psycho. Although she had previously assured him of their temporary safety, he found it impossible to relax without hearing her voice. Xiaoning, you've arrived so quickly, Dakudai Psycho exclaimed in surprise, recalling that she had mentioned they would need at least 10 more minutes to hold out. We're currently hiding in the underground shelter. Are you planning to come here? An underground shelter? That's good to hear. I won't come over just yet. There are too many dinosaurs outside that need to be dealt with first. Xiaoning, what are you planning? Please don't do anything reckless. The voice on the communicator shifted, and Zhou Xiaoning recognized it as his grandfather's. Elder Lin had been listening intently to their conversation. Grandfather, rest assured, I have my own plans. Just stay in the shelter and don't come out. Zhou Xiaoning hastily concluded, then ended the call, for the dinosaur throng had already spotted him, as the soul living being exposed on the ground. It was impossible for them not to notice him. Humph, so be it. Let me send you all to your graves, Zhou Xiaoning sneered, leisurely leading the dinosaurs toward the farmland surrounding the base, an area with minimal cover where he could inflict maximum damage. Chapter 72. Thunderous Wrath. Power at full capacity. The farmland surrounding the base, once lush with crops on the brink of harvest, now lay ravaged by the dinosaurs. It should be about time, Zhou Xiaoning thought, standing on a cloud, suspended in the air. Gazing down, he beheld a sea of dinosaurs, each one roaring up at him in unison, their eyes filled with insatiable greed, as if they longed to consume him whole. Every living creature possesses an instinctual drive for evolution, and Zhou Xiaoning was astonished to realize that a single drop of his blood could hold such allure. A subtle smile graced his lips as he impulsively pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to escape. This was no ordinary blood. It bore the prestigious lineage of the Dragon of Dawn, a drop imbued with tremendous power that would undeniably attract the untamed dinosaurs. However, Zhou Xiaoning could fly, rendering him untouchable to the creatures below. The dinosaurs could only gaze up at him, yearning yet unable to reach him, a torment that would test anyone's resolve. The only potential threat to Zhou Xiaoning might have been the 500 pterosaurs, but they had long since been eradicated, leaving him unopposed. The resplendent arc proverb, revised, reappeared before him. Having gone unused for a month, it had accumulated a considerable charge under the influence of the essence of thunder, sporadically discharging arcs of electricity that danced across its surface, an utterly mysterious sight. Zhou Xiaoning descended onto the arc proverb, revised, and took his place in the cockpit, clutching the crystal of lightning elements in his right hand. Feeling the overwhelming surge of energy from the crystal, he was filled with a sense of boundless ambition. What were a mere tens of thousands of dinosaurs compared to him? It was time for them to witness what a cataclysmic disaster truly looked like. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoning transformed into a conduit of energy, continuously extracting power from the lightning crystal and channeling it into the arc proverb, revised. Having learned from past mistakes, he had procured a set of current insulating gear from Wangjianjun, reportedly developed by the scientists at the base. Once donned, it would completely shield him from electrical attacks. The suit resembled the protective attire worn by football players, bulky and cumbersome, yet the scientists confidently claimed it could render him immune to lightning strikes. However, as he still needed to maintain energy output, his hands remained bare, and the suit was not yet fully effective. Boom! The first rumble of thunder echoed, and before it could settle, a bolt of lightning struck the throng of dinosaurs below, resulting in the demise of several small dinosaurs and injuring a couple of medium-sized ones. While the outcome was somewhat underwhelming, it was merely a prelude. With a wealth of lightning energy at his disposal, dark clouds enveloped the entire base, even extending beyond its borders. The earlier strike had only been a test. The real spectacle was just beginning. Boom, boom, boom. Crash, crash, crash. Countless bolts of lightning rained down, targeting the HZ city base, particularly the area densely populated with dinosaurs. Zhou Xiaoning's unleashed energy struck here with over 60% accuracy. Were the dinosaurs formidable? Undoubtedly. Although the base's defenders suffered from critical weapon shortages, their combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Yet, under the relentless assault of the dinosaur army, their defenses crumbled within 3 short hours, incurring devastating casualties. This starkly illustrated the terrifying might of the dinosaurs. Zhou Xiaoning realized he had perhaps gone too far. If the dinosaurs had destroyed 40% of the base, the remaining 60% was entirely on him. But he paid it no mind. All he desired was to vent his fury and exact revenge. Everything else could wait. It must be said that the scientists truly had some skill. The moment thunderous wrath fully materialized, Zhou Xiaoning donned the insulating gloves, ensuring no part of him was exposed. The lightning cascading from above indeed failed to harm him. Once formed, thunderous wrath was beyond Zhou Xiaoning's control. His only option was to guide it in small bursts. To halt its onslaught, he would need to wait until the lightning energy was depleted. In his eagerness, Zhou Xiaoning had drawn too much energy from the crystal, and the power accumulated in thunderous wrath was likely enough to astonish even Enel. Zhou Xiaoning estimated that thunderous wrath could sustain itself for at least half an hour. He was eager to see if any dinosaur would be as fortunate as the Tyrannosaurus Rex, surviving until the end of thunderous wrath. Lightning is universally recognized as a harbinger of destruction. Even the celestial beings of myth face peril beneath the wrath of thunder. While Zhou Xiaoning's thunderous wrath may not rival divine lightning, the dinosaurs lacked the strength of those mythical beings and thus stood no chance against the deluge of electricity. They could neither resist nor evade the bolts unless they could outrun the speed of light. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, the instinct for survival compelled the dinosaurs to flee. Humph, now you think to escape? It's too late, Zhou Xiaoning scoffed, maneuvering the arc proverb, revised, towards the largest concentration of dinosaurs. Though he could not control thunderous wrath, with the arc proverb, revised, acting as a natural lightning rod, Wherever it went, thunder would follow, initiating a one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, in the underground shelter, the continuous thunderclaps above instilled a sense of dread among the occupants. Do you know what's happening outside? Xiaoning is still out there. Could he be in trouble? Xie Ping's face was etched with worry. As Zhou Xiaoning's only grandparent, she would rather endure pain herself than see him in danger. The thought of burying her grandson was unbearable. Grandma, rest assured. The thunder outside is caused by Xiaoning. He is likely cleansing the dinosaurs from the base. The Kudai Psycho gently reassured Xie Ping, though her own heart was heavy with concern. Zhou Xiaoning had once shared the harrowing aftermath of his previous use of thunderous wrath, and this time, the scale appeared far more immense. Would he manage to survive? Now, my dear wife, have a bit more faith in Xiaoning. That boy is quite resourceful, if he dares to undertake such a task. He must have his reasons. Let us remain here and patiently await his return. Elder Zhou guided his wife to a nearby seat. Despite their advanced age, even with the enhanced potions Zhou Xiaoning had provided, they could not match the vitality of youth. Excessive worry could lead to unforeseen health issues. Indeed, Grandma, trust in Xiaoning. I can sense that he is fine and unharmed. There exists a bloodline connection between Dokudo Siko and Zhou Xiaoning. She can feel Zhou Xiaoning's presence, which indicates that he is still alive. However, this sensation fluctuates in intensity, making it difficult for Dokudo Siko to ascertain Zhou Xiaoning's current condition, whether it is good or bad. When one harbors worries, time seems to stretch interminably. What feels like just over half an hour can make Dokudo Siko and the others feel as though a century has passed till last. The thunder ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the outside world, devoid of any sound. An unsettling tranquility. Inhaling deeply, Dokudo Siko sought to alleviate her inner tension. I will step outside to search for Xiaoning. She unsheathed her treasured Muramesa blade, acutely aware of her ignorance regarding the external situation, thus opting for caution. Upon emerging from the refuge, Dokudo Siko could scarcely believe her eyes. The charred ruins before her were indeed the base where she had lived for over a month. Gazing into the distance, the towering walls remained, albeit with significant collapses, yet it was evident that this was indeed the HZ city base. Xiaoning, your actions this time have gone too far. Rubbing her temples, Dokudo Siko recalled the 4 years spent with Zhou Xiaoning in the world of One Piece. She had thought she had adapted to his occasional extremes, but now it appeared she had been overly naive. I believe I hear someone calling my name. Is a beautiful lady missing me? A figure from behind enveloped Dokudo Siko in an embrace, reluctant to release her. Earlier, upon learning of the dinosaur's incursion into the base, he had been filled with worry. Now, seeing Dokudo Siko safely before him, his heart finally found peace, if only time could pause at this moment, allowing him to savor this tranquility a little longer. All right, Xiaoning, please let go of me. This is the exit of the refuge. If someone comes out and sees us, it would be inappropriate. Dokudo Siko gently struggled, though she did not mind the intimate interaction with Zhou Xiaoning. Indeed, she felt quite pleased, but that did not mean she could display their affection publicly without consequence. After all, she was still a girl and could be shy about such matters. No, I wish to hold you like this. Let them say what they want. It won't cost me anything. Zhou Xiaoning resolutely refused to release her, continuing to embrace her as he disregarded any onlookers. Since the conclusion of the thunderstorm, Zhou Xiaoning discovered that his connection with Arc Proverb, revised, had significantly intensified. He no longer needed to physically board the ship to operate it. With merely a thought, he could command Arc Proverb, revised, to launch an attack, albeit just the most basic singular lightning strike. To unleash a grand move like Thunderstorm through sheer will remain a distant goal. Honestly, you speak in such a childish manner. Dokudo Siko chuckled, deciding not to insist on Zhou Xiaoning letting her go. She had realized that his intermittent childishness was a trait unlikely to change. Xiaoning, my dear grandson, let me see if you have sustained any injuries. Xie Ping, unable to suppress her concern, rushed out of the refuge, and upon emerging, she immediately spotted Zhou Xiaoning. Unable to contain herself, she hurried over to inquire about his well-being, inspecting him closely as if to strip him of his clothes to check for wounds. Grandma, I'm perfectly fine. There's no need for you to worry. Zhou Xiaoning awkwardly laughed, having just contemplated whom he might strike with lightning should they disturb him, yet now faced with his grandmother. He found himself unable to act. Seeing Zhou Xiaoning in such a state, Dokudo Siko couldn't help but laugh aloud. Indeed, this version of Zhou Xiaoning was the most entertaining. I'll make you laugh. Ah? Dokudo Siko had not anticipated Zhou Xiaoning's sudden playful action and gasped in surprise. What happened? What happened? Are the dinosaurs attacking again? A group of individuals, all evolvers, rushed out from the refuge to ascertain the safety of the outside world. Upon reaching the entrance, they heard Dokudo Siko's exclamation and immediately prepared for battle, only to find nothing but ruins before them. Xiaoning, you've gone too far. Just wait until I settle the score with you. All right then, I shall wash myself clean and await your arrival. Pa, you're being frivolous again. As Zhou Xiaoning navigated his family's concern, he exchanged glances with Dokudo Siko. One must admit, understanding observation hockey made communication far more convenient. As long as both parties employed this ability, they could comprehend each other's thoughts through mere eye contact. However, achieving this required both sides to be unguarded. Otherwise, unless one's observation hockey vastly outmatched the other's, it would be impossible to glean the true thoughts of the other. Can someone tell me what has happened to this base? Was it bombarded by missiles? A rather abrupt voice interrupted the exchange between Zhou Xiaoning and Dokudo Siko. Deputy Commander Su, what seems to be the issue? Mr. Zhou, regarding the destruction of the base, might I inquire about your perspective? Although Su Jing suspected Zhou Xiaoning was likely responsible for the devastation, given Zhou Xiaoning's strength, he knew that they would still rely on him in many future endeavors. Thus, despite his inner frustration, he dared not direct his ire toward Zhou Xiaoning. The loss of the base, reduced to rubble, was considerable. If they angered Zhou Xiaoning further, it would be a disastrous miscalculation. I must express my profound regret regarding this matter. However, you must understand that the situation was exceedingly urgent in order to eliminate the dinosaurs within the base. I had no choice but to employ a wide-ranging carpet bombing strategy, which made precise control exceedingly challenging. Zhou Xiaoning spoke with an apologetic demeanor, conveying that the transformation of the base into its current state was entirely an accident. One he had not desired. Accident? Ha! An accident. Su Jing's expression was quite remarkable, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. If he could, he would have loved to execute Zhou Xiaoning on the spot. Had he known the base would suffer such devastation, he would have preferred to let the dinosaurs rampage unchecked. While the dinosaurs would cause some damage, it would hardly compare to the thorough destruction wrought by Zhou Xiaoning. Very well, we shall consider this an accident. What does Mr. Zhou plan to do next? Su Jing chose to concede. He had fought against the dinosaur army and was well aware of its formidable nature. If Zhou Xiaoning could annihilate the dinosaur forces, it implied his power was even greater. Faced with such a formidable individual, even if his soldiers and evolvers were unscathed, they would likely not be a match for Zhou Xiaoning. Beyond compromise and treating this incident as an accident to minimize the fallout, did he have any other options? Before we discuss my plans, Deputy Commander Su, perhaps you could first explain how the dinosaurs so easily breached the fortified base? Zhou Xiaoning, having been preoccupied with urgency, had not engaged in much conversation with Dokudo Siko, thus only aware of the dinosaurs' occupation of the base without knowledge of the details. In his view, given the base's original strength, even if the soldiers and evolvers were ineffectual, they should have been able to hold out for several hours relying on the sturdy walls and their superior numbers with advanced modern weaponry. In other words, you suspect that there may be a spy among us who revealed the operational plans to the dinosaurs, thereby allowing them to prepare and catch you off guard. Zhou Xiaoning's expression grew peculiar. After all, the notion of humans spying for dinosaurs was rather far-fetched. What if someone is controlling the dinosaurs? Su Jing, as if anticipating Zhou Xiaoning's thoughts, promptly added. Controlling the dinosaurs. Zhou Xiaoning's eyes widened in astonishment. While such an assumption seemed fantastical, it was not entirely implausible. In a world filled with countless fantasies, any sort of ability could potentially emerge. If one continued to apply conventional reasoning to the current situation, they would inevitably encounter dire consequences. Conversely, by allowing oneself to think outside the box, unexpected insights might arise. Zhou Xiaoning found merit in Su Jing's hypothesis, leading him to regard Su Jing with newfound respect. Amidst such a regimented and disciplined military structure, it was indeed a rarity to find someone with such imaginative thinking. If your speculation holds true, then Commander Wang and the others are in grave danger. Indeed, which is why I wish to ask Mr. Zhou for assistance. You are the only one I can rely on now. Me? What are you joking about? Earlier, in his efforts to eradicate the dinosaurs within the base, Zhou Xiaoning had exerted his full power. The energy reserves of Arc Proverb, revised, were entirely depleted, and the lightning element crystals had suffered considerable loss. To unleash a similar level of attack again would be beyond his current capabilities. Furthermore, a smaller-scale thunderstorm would hardly inflict significant damage on the dinosaur army, and he might very well end up being ensnared himself. Su Jing implored desperately, even bowing deeply to Zhou Xiaoning. It was worth noting that whether before or after the catastrophe, Su Jing had always held a high position, never having found himself in a position to plead with anyone. Before Zhou Xiaoning, he bowed his head, revealing his deep concern for the safety of Wang Jianjun and his companions. Su Jing was indeed audacious. It was well known that the military possessed numerous valuable items, and the accumulated source energy crystals alone constituted a considerable fortune, enough to drive any chosen one into a frenzy. Now, as long as Zhou Xiaoning was willing to act, Su Jing was prepared to willingly present these treasures to him. Vice Commander Su truly demonstrated his generosity. I must admit, you have impressed me. Zhou Xiaoning sighed. At the end of the day, he was merely a mortal. For the sake of profit, he was willing to take risks. The so-called rationality and clarity were merely reflections of insufficient stakes to sway him. I demand 5 million source energy points and the selection of any 3 items from the military's collection. Given such an opportunity, Zhou Xiaoning did not hesitate to make a bold request. For he was indeed shouldering significant risks, Su Jing was playing a clever game with Zhou Xiaoning. Should the rescue fail, Zhou Xiaoning would naturally forfeit these items. Conversely, if the rescue succeeded, with Wang Jianjun as a buffer, it was unlikely they could escape unscathed, but perhaps a discount could be negotiated. Chapter 74. Rapid reinforcements. Zhou Xiaoning narrowed his eyes at Su Jing. It was evident that one had to be quite cunning to reach such a position, and he realized he was still too inexperienced to contend with such a seasoned player. Zhou Xiaoning spoke coldly, not granting Su Jing an opportunity to respond, and turned to leave. Su Jing attempted to catch up to Zhou Xiaoning, hoping for further discussion, but he felt as if an invisible weight held him back, rendering him unable to move, and he could only watch helplessly as Zhou Xiaoning disappeared into the distance. Xiaoning, are you truly planning to go? Tokishima Siko had been following Zhou Xiaoning closely, and she had naturally overheard their conversation. To be honest, she did not wish for Zhou Xiaoning to take such risks. Very well, if that is the case, I shall accompany you, Tokishima Siko declared without hesitation. She was fully aware of the dangers ahead, yet her resolve remained unshaken. Siko, why must you do this? Zhou Xiaoning sighed. The bond between them was somewhat unique. Although he could command Tokishima Siko to do anything with a force akin to a slave contract, it was not as tyrannical. Should Zhou Xiaoning perish, she would not be affected but rather regain her freedom. Of course, Zhou Xiaoning had never compelled her to act against her will. Otherwise, she would not have been able to truly open her heart to him. The women of the Tokishima family never stood idly by while their loved ones faced danger alone. Tokishima Siko smiled slightly, her eyes filled with determination. Even if Zhou Xiaoning tried to leave her behind, she would likely follow him stealthily. Very well, let us depart. Zhou Xiaoning shrugged helplessly, knowing he could not dissuade Tokishima Siko. Since it was thus, they would go together. Should the situation become untenable, he could simply take her and leave. With both of their strengths, if they truly wished to escape, no dinosaur could hold them back. As for Wang Jianjun and the others, their fates would be left to chance. After all, in Zhou Xiaoning's heart, even together, they could not compare to Tokishima Siko's singular importance. Zhou Xiaoning briefed his father, primarily instructing him to assist Lei Run, without disclosing the true purpose of his departure with Tokishima Siko, merely stating they were going to scout, so as not to cause concern for their family. Xiaoning, shouldn't you explain why you previously said that cloud riding cannot be used to fly with someone directly, and one must hold them instead? Tokishima Siko, noticing Zhou Xiaoning embracing her as they flew, subtly placed her hand on his waist before speaking up. Oh no, I was careless. Zhou Xiaoning swallowed hard, realizing he had forgotten that Tokishima Siko, after her bloodline upgrade, also possessed the cloud riding skill, rendering his previous deceit untenable. The weather today is quite pleasant. It's a perfect time for flying. Zhou Xiaoning awkwardly shifted the topic, which anyone could perceive as an obvious attempt to change the subject. Tokishima Siko understood but chose not to expose him, as this was not the time for such discussions. Changing her grip, she wrapped her arms around Zhou Xiaoning's waist, drawing herself closer to him. The bodies of the soldiers and evolved beings bore marks of having been devoured, clearly indicating they had perished at the jaws of dinosaurs. In stark contrast, the body of the Chosen One appeared rather peculiar. Charred and resembling charcoal, evidently having been incinerated in a matter of moments by an extremely high-temperature flame. Zhou Xiaoning could execute a similar attack, but required fire element crystals as assistance, which suggested that the entity responsible for the Chosen One's demise possessed fire attribute attacks even more potent than his OW and IT. Seemed Su Jing's conjecture was correct. Behind those dinosaurs lurked an unknown presence, capable of controlling them and possessing formidable strength. Zhou Xiaoning's expression grew grave. Although the Chosen One had been reduced to a mere husk, the exposed knuckle dusters beside the body allowed Zhou Xiaoning to deduce his identity. This Chosen One was not weak. His initial reward was a technique called Thunder Fist, which could cultivate lightning attribute fighting energy and yielded considerable combat power. Yet, he met a tragic end here, indicating that the hidden foe possessed strength comparable to or exceeding that of a third-tier being. And then there was the traitor who had allied with the fantastical beings. Zhou Xiaoning still did not know who that person was. Currently, the enemy operated from the shadows while they were in the light, making them vulnerable to surprise attacks. Siko, we must remain vigilant and be prepared for battle at all times, Zhou Xiaoning declared, gripping the fire element crystal tightly in this moment. As the supply of lightning element crystals dwindled, this red fire element crystal represented the greatest power he could wield. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. Tokushima Siko responded with a smile, drawing her sword, Muramasa, and activating her observation haki to remain aware of their surroundings. As they flew, Zhou Xiaoning kept a meticulous count of the corpses below, reaching a total of 387 when the sound of gunfire finally reached their ears. Just ahead, let us go, Zhou Xiaoning exclaimed. Hiss! He inhaled sharply. He had never suffered from a phobia of dinosaurs, but now he felt he might be developing one. From above, he saw a dense swarm of dinosaurs surrounding a building, with nearly 10,000 pterosaurs circling above. It seemed as if the entirety of HC City's dinosaur population had converged here. Given such a scale, even if he unleashed 10,000 thunders, it would likely be insufficient to eradicate them all. Xiaoning, don't you find it strange? It seems only a few small dinosaurs are attacking, while the larger and medium-sized ones remain inactive. As if I truly can't deduce it, forget it. Let us focus on contacting Wang Jianjun to ascertain the situation on his end. Zhou Xiaoning produced a communicator, shaking it in his hand. The communicator seemed to sense its impending fate and withdrew into its shell. With precision, Zhou Xiaoning prepared to launch it, and as it soared through the air, he noted, "Great throw, it hit," he mused. Did I just strike someone? But then he dismissed the thought, considering it a trivial matter. In truth, there were still a dozen soldiers near the communicator, who had also witnessed its unfortunate fate. However, they had no time to dwell on it, as a new wave of dinosaurs surged forward, necessitating their engagement in battle. After all, the communicator had merely been knocked unconscious, not killed, which hardly warranted alarm. Zhou Xiaoning, too, could not guarantee that he would hit from such a distance, so he had prepared 5 communicators in advance. Since the communicators had begun to reproduce in the simulated farm, 5 communicators felt like an extravagant use of resources. Nevertheless, it appeared fortune favored Zhou Xiaoning, as he succeeded on his first attempt. Simultaneously, the remaining 4 communicators exhaled in relief. They had all witnessed the previous communicator's misfortune, and had their master failed, they might have been next in line. Thankfully, their master had triumphed, truly a blessing from the heavens. Zhou Xiaoning casually picked up one communicator and dialed the code for the one he had just thrown. Chapter 75. The Unraveling Crisis after repelling yet another wave of attacking dinosaurs. The occupants of the building remained far from relaxed. The small hill described in the intel was now vaguely visible, and everyone was prepared for battle, ready to launch an assault at any moment. However, just then, the ground began to tremble. Initially, the vibrations were subtle, almost imperceptible, but as time passed, they grew more pronounced, even causing pebbles on the surface to shift. Everyone wore expressions of confusion. Given the geographical location of HC City, earthquakes should not be occurring. No, that's not right. It's not an earthquake. It's dinosaurs. Many, many dinosaurs. They are charging towards us. We are surrounded. The warning came from a chosen one, appearing quite young, likely not even 20. With an ordinary appearance and glasses, clearly a high school dropout. Perhaps it was his first encounter with such a scene, and fear had rendered his voice shaky. Had Wang Jianjun not been close by, his words might have gone unheard. Lin Lei, clarify what you saw. Wang Jianjun no longer cared about the journey ahead. He firmly grasped Lin Lei's shoulder, the very same individual who had earlier screamed about the Chosen One. He fervently wished that Lin Lei would tell him he had made a mistake, for otherwise, they would truly be facing imminent disaster. Dinosaurs, countless dinosaurs, they are charging towards us from all directions. We cannot escape. Lin Lei spoke with a quivering voice, revealing his youth and vulnerability. Faced with such a grand spectacle, he had clearly reached the limits of his endurance. His legs began to weaken, and had Wang Jianjun not been holding him up, he would likely have collapsed to the ground. Wang Jianjun believed in Lin Lei's sincerity. There was no way he could be mistaken. It was crucial to remember that Lin Lei's initial reward had been an eagle imbued with a trace of the mythical Pong bird's bloodline, which had since evolved to the third tier, unleashing some of its inherent power. Compared to ordinary eagles, it was stronger, capable of soaring higher and faster, with vision that was exceedingly sharp. Furthermore, there existed a sensory connection between Lin Lei and his eagle, allowing him to receive real-time visual information from the bird. Everyone, run! We must break free before the dinosaur horde completely encircles us. A cry of alarm erupted from the rear of the ranks. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianjun turned to see his heart sink. A swarm of pterosaurs was diving towards them, darkening the sky with no fewer than 1,000 of these creatures. Damn it! Everyone, stay alert. Alternate fire to provide cover as we retreat. Wang Jianjun commanded, we intend to move southeast. The Chosen Ones and Evolvers will lead the way. Tear a hole through the encircling dinosaurs. The southeast was a direction specifically chosen by Wang Jianjun for Lin Lei, as it had fewer dinosaurs compared to other directions. Nevertheless, even here, there were still around 30 to 40,000. Wang Jianjun's voice rang out with despair. Had he known they would face such a situation, he would never have led his troops out. Ah, what is that? A black dragon. Why is there a black dragon here? Attack, quick, attack. Don't come any closer. Ah. Just as the chaos at the rear began to settle, the front lines of the Evolvers and Chosen Ones erupted into disorder. A gigantic dragon had suddenly descended from the sky, blocking their path. Wang Jianjun could hardly believe his eyes. He was witnessing a black dragon, not merely a black dinosaur, but the kind of great dragon from Western legends that traditionally abducts princesses, awaiting a hero's rescue. Although both bore the term dragon, the black dragon seemed to belong to an entirely different species. Had it wandered here from some distant land? The black dragon unleashed a torrent of fiery breath, inflicting considerable casualties upon the vanguard of Evolvers and Chosen Ones. Meanwhile, the dragon hovered above, a nightmare for the Evolvers who lacked aerial combat capabilities. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, Chu Heng stepped forth with righteous resolve. You all go on. I will stay behind to hold off the black dragon. Clad in the golden armor of Taurus, Chu Heng appeared remarkably imposing, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Yet, in the face of life and death, who would concern themselves with such matters? With a single strike of his giant horn, he sent the black dragon crashing to the ground. Quickly, pass through, move away. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a sinister smile crept upon Chu Heng's face. An hour later, exhaustion began to take its toll on everyone, as the dinosaurs closed in relentlessly. Wang Jianjun understood that they could no longer run. Otherwise, they would eventually be caught. And what hope would a group of soldiers too weak to even lift their weapons have against dinosaurs? Reluctantly, Wang Jianjun led all soldiers into a 20-story office building. Seizing the brief respite before the dinosaurs sensed them, he hurriedly organized their defenses, instructing the remaining 6,000 soldiers to occupy the windows from the 3rd to the 5th floors and utilize their weapons to eliminate as many dinosaurs as possible. Fortunately, the soldiers present were elite. Even in the face of peril, they did not abandon their arms, ensuring a sufficient supply of ammunition for the time being. The remaining 3,000 Evolvers were assigned to the 2nd floor, where the frontline soldiers could use various weapons to fend off the dinosaurs, sparing them from immediate engagement. However, once ammunition ran out, they would have to take the front line, a condition agreed upon when they were administered the genetic serum. The base had granted them tremendous power and excellent treatment, but in times of crisis, they were expected to fight on the front lines. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. During their escape, The black dragon had claimed the life of a chosen one, the very individual Zhou Xiaoning had seen earlier, and Chu Heng's whereabouts had become uncertain. Most of the remaining 6 chosen ones were injured, and even at full strength, they could only muster 70% of their capabilities. Thus, Wang Jianjun refrained from assigning them defensive duties, allowing them to tend to their wounds and regain strength. Although Wang Jianjun was not a chosen one, he understood that each of them possessed their own life-saving trump cards. Though hope seemed dim, he could only rely on them now. This is the 6th attack. What exactly do those dinosaurs want? Wang Jianjun looked once more at the 6 chosen ones, hoping they might have devised a solution to their current predicament. Commander Wang, it's not that we don't want to help, but we are truly powerless. The eldest among the chosen ones stepped forward to explain. They indeed had trump cards, but even if combined, their strengths would only allow them to contend against a mere 30 to 40,000 dinosaurs. Though that number sounded substantial, in comparison to the hundreds of thousands outside, it was negligible. Ultimately, they would still be trapped here, awaiting their demise. If only Zhou Xiaoning were here. Even if his golden ship couldn't annihilate all the dinosaurs outside, it could at least evacuate some people, preserving a sliver of vitality for the base. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the chaos. Hey, it seems someone is calling for me. As expected, it's time for me to take charge. Chapter 76, Hidden Boss Zhou Xiaoning? How can that be? Wang Jianjun sprang to his feet, unable to recall inviting Zhou Xiaoning on this expedition. Initially, Wang Jianjun had hoped to enlist Zhou Xiaoning's participation, but at that time, Zhou Xiaoning had been engaged in special training outside the base with his subordinates, and Wang Jianjun had been unable to contact him, ultimately abandoning the idea. Yet now, hearing Zhou Xiaoning's voice filled him with astonishment. Was he merely imagining things due to his constant thoughts of Zhou Xiaoning? Commander, your phone? The messenger, who had been knocked out by Zhou Xiaoning, rubbed his head where he had been struck and handed a peculiar device to Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun couldn't help but feel sympathy for the messenger. He had been knocked unconscious just as the dinosaur assault commenced. By the time the dinosaurs were eradicated, over half an hour had passed. During that time, the messenger lay face down on the cold ground, ignored by everyone, until he finally roused himself and groggily stood up. What is this strange thing? How peculiar! Wang Jianjun stared in bewilderment at the device that resembled both a snail and a phone, yet was alive, a truly bizarre combination that shattered his understanding of the world. This was not entirely his fault. After all, since the calamity began, Wang Jianjun had only dealt with dinosaurs. While some oddities had emerged, they could generally be explained by science. However, who could elucidate the origins of this peculiar device? Had a snail somehow merged with a phone, or vice versa? Wang Jianjun, skeptical but desperate, picked up the receiver. Regardless of its authenticity, he had no other choice. Upon hearing Wang Jianjun's voice, Zhou Xiaoning sighed in relief. He had feared that Wang Jianjun might fall prey to the dinosaurs, which would hinder his ability to collect his reward. Little Ning, you finally made it. Quickly, bring out your golden ship and obliterate those dinosaurs outside. Confirming that it was indeed Zhou Xiaoning on the line, Wang Jianjun suddenly felt a surge of exhilaration. He had heard his soldiers describe the power of thunderclap, comparing it to a natural disaster. Now, with the building surrounded by dinosaurs, a scene that had initially filled him with despair transformed into one where he hoped the dinosaurs would cluster even closer. Envisioning a cataclysmic downpour of lightning that would obliterate them en masse. I'm sorry, Commander Wang, but I cannot use thunderclap at the moment. Earlier, when the dinosaur army attacked the base and broke through our defenses, I had to employ it once to eliminate those dinosaurs, and it cannot be reused in quick succession. At that moment, Wang Jianjun felt immense gratitude towards Zhou Xiaoning. Recognizing his joy, Zhou Xiaoning wisely refrained from mentioning the destruction he had wrought upon the base. Fearing Wang Jianjun might faint from overwhelming emotions, leaving the people in the building without a leader. I am such an understanding man. There is likely no one else like me in the world. All right, time is of the essence. Commander Wang, please describe your current situation so I can devise a plan to rescue you. Wang Jianjun understood the gravity of the situation and promptly relayed the experiences of his group to Zhou Xiaoning. Though it was humiliating, the lives of thousands outweighed his fleeting pride. Surrounded by dinosaurs, a giant dragon, Chu Heng volunteered to stay behind. Zhou Xiaoning listened attentively to the numerous accounts shared by Wang Jianjun, and, coupled with Su Jing's conjectures, he had already formed a rough hypothesis in his mind. This situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Commander Wang, it seems I must venture to the landing point. I wonder how long you can endure? 3 hours. Given the frequency of dinosaur attacks and our remaining ammunition reserves, we can hold out for a maximum of 3 hours. 3 hours, you say? Zhou Xiaoning pondered for a moment, reasonably certain that the individual controlling these dinosaurs was at the landing point. If he could eliminate that person, the dinosaurs would lose their restraints and descend into chaos, making it significantly easier to rescue Wang Jianjun and the others. Furthermore, should he succeed in killing that individual and acquire the means to control the dinosaurs, the creatures below would no longer be foes, but rather forces at his command. After gathering some intelligence about the landing point from Wang Jianjun, Zhou Xiaoning hung up the phone. Siko, it appears we are destined to venture into the dragon's den. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Zhou Xiaoning had anticipated this response from Poison Island Siko, so he refrained from uttering anything that might dampen her spirits, instead taking her hand and soaring toward the small mountain where the landing point was located. While he could not guarantee he would successfully assault the landing point, he was confident in his ability to protect Poison Island Siko during their retreat. With that in mind, what harm could there be in confronting the elusive figure lurking in the shadows? In truth, they were already quite close to the landing point, and Zhou Xiaoning and Poison Island Siko arrived in a little over 10 minutes. The small mountain stood at just over 80 meters. With the landing point situated at its summit, Zhou Xiaoning and Poison Island Siko landed atop the mountain. Initially finding nothing amiss, the mountain appeared unchanged. Even when Zhou Xiaoning extended his consciousness to sense his surroundings, the feedback indicated that everything was normal. Could it be that Wang Jianjun was mistaken? Oh my, what an unexpected visit. It is rare for anyone to come here, and I apologize for the lack of hospitality, came a voice as a black dragon slowly descended, ultimately hovering at the same height as Zhou Xiaoning and Siko. To their astonishment, a figure was perched upon the dragon's back, a man clad in a white trench coat, bald-headed and exuding a lewd demeanor. Zhou Xiaoning felt a sense of familiarity with this peculiar figure, though he could not quite place where he had seen him before. Please, be my guests. Zhou Xiaoning exchanged glances with Poison Island Siko. As the saying goes, no one offers kindness without ulterior motives. This peculiar figure must surely have some hidden agenda. The laboratory, hollowed out within the mountain, could not possibly have been constructed by Huagua, nor would a private individual erect a lab in such a place without any potential profit. Thus, there was only one possibility. This laboratory had arrived alongside Faizinden, much like how Poison Island Siko and her group had arrived at Tingmei Academy. Zhou Xiaoning scrutinized the black dragon. He could sense that it was no weaker than himself, not merely in strength, but also in lineage. This indicated that the black dragon's life level was on par with his own. It was important to note that Zhou Xiaoning possessed the 5-star lineage of the light dragon, which, due to its connection to a true dragon's bloodline, was considered the pinnacle among 5-star bloodlines. In fact, some 6-star bloodlines might not surpass Zhou Xiaoning in terms of life level. Nevertheless, the black dragon emanated a presence that matched Zhou Xiaoning's own. If a confrontation were to ensue, Zhou Xiaoning would only stand a chance in his true dragon form. However, Zhou Xiaoning found it rather perplexing that the black dragon exhibited no intelligence and yet emanated a remarkably complex aura. Its body radiated dozens of different energies. Although this seemed absurd, Zhou Xiaoning was confident in his perceptive abilities and felt assured that he had not misjudged. Given the uncertainty surrounding the enemy's strength, it was prudent to avoid conflict and observe for now. Very well, since Dr. Faizinden has graciously invited us, let us descend and have a look. Zhou Xiaoning signaled to Poison Island Siko to refrain from making any rash movements. Then took her hand and entered the passageway. First, allow me to introduce my research, Faizinden declared as he guided Zhou Xiaoning and Poison Island Siko to the laboratory's lowest level, a vast space. Over 10 meters high and covering tens of thousands of square meters. Creatures with human faces and dinosaur bodies, 3-headed and 2-headed dinosaurs, winged tyrannosaurs. In short, every bizarre organism Zhou Xiaoning could conceive, and many he could not, were on display, evidently the products of Faizinden's handiwork. Dr. Faizinden, may I inquire as to why you have summoned us here? Zhou Xiaoning began to grasp that this peculiar figure was not only grotesque in appearance, but also a bona fide mad scientist. The monstrous creations he had assembled were a testament to his derangement. Although the creatures were still in slumber and separated by cultivation devices, Zhou Xiaoning could not ascertain their strength. However, given the effort Faizinden had expended to cultivate them, they were likely formidable. The purpose. Faizinden's demeanor suddenly darkened as he burst into laughter, his mirth escalating to a maniacal crescendo. Zhou Xiaoning could not discern the reason behind his amusement, but one thing was clear. The man before him was a lunatic, and a dangerously unstable one at that. I have long studied how to harness dinosaur genes to enhance human strength. I have succeeded, yet I have also failed. I have created numerous monsters, powerful, yet not quite human. I understand the reason. The dinosaur genes are too violent, consuming the human essence, resulting in abominations that are neither human nor dinosaur. However, since my arrival here, everything has changed. I have succeeded. I have mastered the technique to empower humanity to control dinosaurs. Furthermore, I have progressed even further. Behold, these are my creations. Their power far exceeds that of dinosaurs. By integrating them into the human body, I can forge elite warriors, and the world shall be transformed by my hand. As Faizinden spoke, he led Zhou Xiaoning and Poison Island Siko on a tour of his grotesque creations, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of them witnessing what they ought not to see. One could not help but observe that Faizinden's aesthetic sensibilities were decidedly unconventional. All he deemed exceptional were grotesque monstrosities, which most would find utterly unacceptable. Yet such matters were trivial. Zhou Xiaoning had no interest in the nature of Faizinden's monstrous preferences. What truly piqued his concern was the striking similarity between some of the creatures here and the enhanced beings he had encountered in the base after they had undergone gene enhancement. Both were hybrids of human and dinosaur, yet the base's enhanced beings leaned more toward humanity, while those here leaned more toward dinosaurs. When Zhou Xiaoning first arrived at the base, he had been intrigued by the gene enhancement agents. But upon learning of the grotesque transformations they wrought, he had promptly declined. In comparison to those agents with their evident side effects, his enhancement agents proved far safer. While they might lack the potential of gene-enhanced users, at least he need not fear becoming a monster. Thus, the situation grew increasingly interesting. According to Faizinden, this gene enhancement technology was exclusive to him in HC City. If he were to eliminate Faizinden, it was indeed possible to acquire this technology, yet the question remained, how had Chu Heng obtained the technical documentation from Faizinden when he was still very much alive? Dr. Faizinden, please hold on a moment. Zhou Xiaoning interrupted Faizinden's lengthy monologue, fearing that the mad scientist would drone on indefinitely. Are you familiar with someone named Chu Heng? The one clad in golden armor, utterly reckless? Faizinden exhibited little interest in matters outside his research and had no recollection of the name Chu Heng. However, upon hearing Zhou Xiaoning's subsequent description, he recalled the individual. Yes, I know him. He is here undergoing modification. What? Zhou Xiaoning and Poison Island Siko's eyes widened in shock. Chu Heng's strength was already considerable, and with Faizinden's modifications, he would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Moreover, from the fragments of information they had gleaned, it was apparent that there was an extraordinary connection between Chu Heng and Faizinden. Zhou Xiaoning could surmise that the treachery within the base was indeed orchestrated by Chu Heng. How ironic it was that the once mighty protector of HC City, now allied with fantastical creatures. Zhou Xiaoning was genuinely curious about what had driven Chu Heng to betray humanity. Was it merely for the sake of this enhancement? Are you envious? Faizinden suddenly turned to Zhou Xiaoning and Poison Island Siko, his gaze filled with a ravenous desire, as if he longed to devour them whole. Oh, not worry. It will not be long before you both enjoy such privileges. What do you intend to do? Zhou Xiaoning and Poison Island Siko hastily retreated, preparing for a potential confrontation. You two are quite special. Even Lebo is intrigued by your bloodlines. Therefore, I must study you both thoroughly. Trust me, I will transform you into the most powerful weapons. Lebo, as mentioned by Faizinden, was the Black Dragon, a creation he had meticulously crafted, employing a rare artifact to achieve this so-called perfect specimen. Although Lebo possessed limited intelligence, its biological instincts were unexpectedly potent. Faizinden could sense the overwhelming desire to consume Zhou Xiaoning emanating from Lebo, which was why he had begun to take such a keen interest in these extraordinarily powerful young humans. Desiring to transform ourselves into a form that is neither human nor ghostly, there is simply no way. Without hesitation, Zhou Xiaoning rejected Faizinden. Although he yearned for greater strength, he was resolute in his refusal to achieve it through such means. And he had no intention of becoming a mere test subject. Siko, act now. Zhou Xiaoning had grown weary of conversing with Faizinden. Having ascertained that he too was a descending fantasy creature, there was no need for further discussion. Elimination was the priority. The fire elemental crystal had been firmly held in Zhou Xiaoning's grasp, and now he summoned its energy to unleash a colossal fiery fist. It seems that reasoned dialogue is no longer an option. I must capture you first. Faizinden produced a remote control and pressed a button. This was a dire situation. Having thought that entering this place would alleviate the threat posed by the Black Dragon, they were instead confronted with a multitude of troublesome beings. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Zhou Xiaoning's forehead. There were at least thousands of monsters here, each possessing a minimum strength of the second tier, with numerous third-tier creatures abound. The power of even one or two of them could rival that of the Black Dragon outside. It was hard to fathom that Faizinden had amassed such formidable strength. If unleashed, the base in HC City would likely not withstand even a day. We must leave, or we shall surely perish here today. Zhou Xiaoning redirected his fiery fist mid-attack, striking upward and creating a hole in the ceiling. Now is the time. Let us go. Unfamiliar with the laboratory's layout, Zhou Xiaoning realized that the passage through which they had entered had been sealed by Faizinden. Without his fingerprint and password, escape was impossible. Thus, Zhou Xiaoning opted for a different approach, intending to break through layer by layer. After all, this was Faizinden's laboratory, and he would not lament its destruction. Both Zhou Xiaoning and Siko could fly, and a mere height of 10 meters posed no challenge for them. However, the monsters would not passively allow their escape. The larger creatures charged forward, while those capable of flight ascended to intercept them. Even the smaller, non-flying monsters exerted themselves to leap and attack the two. It was imperative not to pause at this moment. Otherwise, escape would become infinitely more difficult. Zhou Xiaoning had already unleashed his spiritual sense, forming a protective barrier around himself and Siko to fend off attacks from the larger and flying monsters. Siko also deployed her psychic blades, countering all approaching creatures. The psychic blades had surpassed their previous level limitations, and with the awakening of her swordsmanship imagery, Siko's mental power had surged as she unleashed the psychic blades. It resembled a storm of razor-sharp edges, dozens of blades swirling around them, inflicting harm upon any monster that dared to approach. Ultimately, Siko excelled in sword techniques, and her mastery of the psychic blades was not yet complete. Since the psychic blades were manifestations of mental energy, they inherently possessed the capacity to attack the mind. Against these powerful yet mentally weak foes, such an assault proved most effective, erasing their consciousness and leaving behind mere lifeless husks, thus allowing Zhou Xiaoning to dispatch them at will. Chapter 78. Threat. Zhou Xiaoning's rudimentary and forceful method of escape truly astonished Faizinden. Though he was somewhat deranged, no one could deny his genius. He understood the workings of a brainwave transmitter that could project his commands in the form of brainwaves, allowing him to control any dinosaur that received them. The range of these brainwaves was extensive, enveloping the entirety of HC City. However, curiously, no matter how much Faizinden improved the device, he could not extend its reach beyond HC City, not even by a single meter. The earlier communication issues with the phone bug were a result of this brainwave interference. Fortunately, the brainwaves and the biological waves of the phone bug did not share the same frequency. Otherwise, he could have eavesdropped on the conversations of those using the phone. Bug.it was precisely this limitation that made Faizinden acutely aware of the power of Thunderbolt. Although he had not been present during its unleashing, the catastrophic destruction it wrought was etched deeply in his mind. Faizinden was wary of Thunderbolt, which was why he had so eagerly invited Zhou Xiaoning and Siko into the laboratory to contain the Golden Ship. Without the Golden Ship's assistance, Zhou Xiaoning would be unable to employ Thunderbolt. While Zhou Xiaoning's inherent strength remained formidable, Faizinden was confident that his creations had the capability to capture Zhou Xiaoning alive. Although the intelligence provided by Chu Hong was not exactly what Faizinden desired, it nonetheless allowed him to infer Zhou Xiaoning's character and preferences, which was not entirely useless. After all, it could prove advantageous at some point. During the first use, Faizinden had been unaware of Zhou Xiaoning's existence, hence he had not taken notice. By the second use, Zhou Xiaoning had effortlessly incapacitated Chu Hong. Given Chu Heng's arrogance, such an embarrassing incident was not something he would share with others, nor would he allow any discussion of it. Therefore, in a sense, Zhou Xiaoning owed a debt of gratitude to Chu Hong. Had he not inadvertently thwarted Faizinden, Zhou Xiaoning and Siko might have truly been trapped here today. Is this the control room from which Faizinden commands the dinosaurs? Beneath those screens was a control panel adorned with dozens of buttons of unknown function. Before the control panel, something was obscured by the hole Zhou Xiaoning had created. Whatever it had been, it was likely in shambles now. Unbeknownst to Zhou Xiaoning, this was precisely where the brainwave transmitter was located. Faizinden used it to convert his brainwaves into signals transmitted to a nearby signal tower on the mountain, thus extending his control. With this device destroyed by Zhou Xiaoning, unless Faizinden personally intervened, he would lose control over the dinosaur army. In that case, I shall destroy this place. Zhou Xiaoning unleashed another fiery fist, creating yet another opening above. Before departing, he did not forget to cast a fireball infused with considerable elemental power. Upon detonation, its explosive force would be no less than that of a kilogram of C4, more than sufficient to obliterate the room. Consequently, the unfortunate flying monsters that chased after him from the hole had just emerged when they were met with the fireball crashing onto the control console, resulting in a violent explosion that left them utterly annihilated. Zhou Xiaoning, intent on escaping the laboratory, remained blissfully unaware of the chaos that had erupted among the dinosaur horde. Bereft of Faizinden's control, they had gone berserk, relentlessly attacking any nearby creatures, tearing them apart without a hint of defense, painting the scene in a gruesome tableau. Faizinden clearly understood that the monsters alone could not intercept Zhou Xiaoning. So he had already ascended to the back of the black dragon, awaiting their emergence atop the mountain. At last, they had emerged, oh no, just as Zhou Xiaoning had protruded halfway through the hole he created. Before he could even savor the fresh air outside, a torrent of flames surged towards him. This fire was not only searingly hot, but also carried an inexplicable force, prompting Zhou Xiaoning's instincts to warn him that he could not withstand it head-on. After several attempts, each time he barely peeked out, flames would assail him, and with the monsters closing in below, Zhou Xiaoning was consumed by urgency. Damn that bald-headed fool. Does he truly believe I am powerless against him? Zhou Xiaoning transformed into his dragon form, enhancing his defenses. Truth be told, he did not relish the idea of appearing as a dragon in front of Siko. The reason was simple. He found it too unsightly and detrimental to his sunny and handsome image. Yet, the dragon form alone was insufficient. Zhou Xiaoning retrieved a water elemental crystal and enveloped himself in a thick water shield. He had no intention of engaging the black dragon in a direct confrontation. He merely sought to ensure a swift escape for himself and Siko. This level of defense sufficed. Zhou Xiaoning, in his dragon form, towered over 3 meters in height, more than adequate to shield Siko. He darted out of the laboratory at lightning speed. The fire attack came as anticipated, and the water shield held for less than 2 seconds before it was breached. Fortunately, the flames had expended a significant amount of their power in the process, resulting in only minor burns on Zhou Xiaoning's back. Given his constitution, such injuries would heal in no time. With no intention of lingering, Zhou Xiaoning hurriedly carried Siko forward. As long as they could shake off the black dragon, they would be safe. The black dragon's speed was evidently inferior to Zhou Xiaoning's, and seeing himself being left further behind, Faizinden's fury was palpable. The duck that had seemed so secure was now slipping away. What had appeared to be a sure victory for Faizinden had merely caused Zhou Xiaoning to falter momentarily before he accelerated even faster. Faizinden remained oblivious to Zhou Xiaoning's true nature. Though Zhou Xiaoning shared a slight acquaintance with Wang Jianjun, it was merely at the level of familiarity, not even friendship. His reasons for rescuing Wang Jianjun and the others were solely motivated by the promise of future rewards. Yet, when weighed against the value of his life, even the grandest of rewards could not justify risking it. In this regard, Zhou Xiaoning was far more astute than those who prioritized money over their lives. Faizinden was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Xiaoning's performance, only to find his dissatisfaction towards Chu Hong escalating further. Had it not been for the worthless information provided by Chu Hong, he would not have repeatedly faced such embarrassment. In a fit of rage, Faizinden resolved that today, under no circumstances, could he allow Zhou Xiaoning to escape unscathed. Zhou Xiaoning, you must think carefully. If you choose to leave now, I will immediately launch an assault on your base with my weaponry, and the number of casualties will be uncertain. Faizinden, fearing that Zhou Xiaoning might fly too far away to hear him, deliberately employed a loudspeaker, ensuring his words reached Zhou Xiaoning clearly. Zhou Xiaoning came to a halt. Although he recognized that this was precisely Faizinden's intention behind the threat, he had no choice but to stop. The lives of Wang Jianjun and others did not concern Zhou Xiaoning. After all, they were not kin, and it was not worth risking himself for them. However, There were still his friends and family within the base, and he could not bear to witness their tragic demise at the hands of those monsters. Chapter 79. I choose the third option. Seeing Zhou Xiaoning pause, Faizinden could not help but smile. Instead of urging the black dragon to accelerate, he deliberately slowed it down, flying leisurely, exuding the demeanor of a victor, as if he were completely assured of Zhou Xiaoning's fate. What, do you not plan to escape? Faizinden commanded the black dragon to halt before Zhou Xiaoning. As he spoke, he scrutinized Zhou Xiaoning's physique. Judging by Zhou Xiaoning's previous performance, it was evident that he could switch between human and dragon forms at will, a feat unattainable by the dinosaur soldiers created by Faizinden. If he could capture him and unravel the secrets he possessed, such power would be his. Faizinden's eyes gleamed with ambition. Despite his grotesque transformation and the creation of numerous bizarre and formidable creatures, it did not imply that he was content to remain in such a form. Faizinden still possessed a human body, and due to his prolonged research and lack of physical exercise, his health was even slightly inferior to that of a healthy adult male. If one were to assess his physical strength, it would likely fall below 1 point. However, with the technology at his disposal, becoming stronger was a simple task. A single injection of a serum could transform him. Yet, he refrained from doing so, though he would certainly inject the serum. It would not be at this moment. Faizinden had been tirelessly working to overcome the genetic mutation issues induced by the gene serum. The ideal serum, in his eyes, would enhance strength without causing significant harm to the human body. The concoctions he had produced thus far were merely experimental. He cared not for these, readily discarding them without a hint of regret. It was only the foolish scientists at the base who regarded these remnants as treasures. Faizinden, what exactly do you wish to achieve? I choose the third option. To eliminate you, and thus bring everything to an end. Zhou Xiaoning struck decisively, the great flame ring crashing violently against the back of the black dragon. Such an attack could not slay the black dragon, but it was indeed fatal for Faizinden perched atop it. I was merely jesting. Faizinden emerged unscathed. How is this possible? Zhou Xiaoning was taken aback. His great flame ring could melt steel, let alone an ordinary human body. Yet, how was Faizinden unharmed? Zhou Xiaoning quickly cast a glance at Faizinden, finally focusing on the gray stone he held. At first glance, the stone appeared unremarkable, but a closer look revealed an aura of mystery that compelled one to linger. What was this stone that rendered Faizinden immune to fiery harm? Oh, have you already discerned it? Your insight truly surprises me. Faizinden, clutching the gray stone, radiated confidence. He had previously tested that as long as he held this stone, most energy attacks were ineffective against him. To kill him, one would need to engage in close combat. However, with Lebo present, approaching him would not be an easy feat. Speaking of the stone's origins, Faizinden owed a debt of gratitude to Chu Hong. When Faizinden first descended into this realm, his former subordinates and the bioweapons he had created did not accompany him, making him exceedingly vulnerable. Fortunately, he soon discovered his ability to control dinosaurs, granting him a means of self-preservation. Yet, even so, he remained hidden within his laboratory, feeling an acute sense of insecurity. Dissatisfied with the power of the dinosaurs, he returned to his original profession, extracting various dinosaur genes to create more formidable beings. The bizarre creatures Zhou Xiaoning encountered in the depths of the laboratory were birthed from that period. One day, while Faizinden was out seeking new materials, he stumbled upon a concentration of dinosaurs gathering in one location. Intrigued, he followed them. At the same time, Chu Hong also noticed the dinosaurs' unusual behavior. Relying on the formidable defense of his Taurus golden cloth, he trailed the dinosaurs and ultimately arrived at their gathering place before Faizinden. There, he found a stone half the height of a person, seemingly ordinary, yet surrounded by several massive dinosaurs, each eyeing the stone with greed. Wary of one another and reluctant to act, had Zhou Xiaoning been present, he would have recognized that this stone was a source stone, significantly larger than the one he had previously obtained. The value of a source stone correlated with its size, and such a large specimen would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards upon activation. Chu Hong, sharing a thought process similar to Zhou Xiaoning's, found himself in a far more perilous situation. At that time, he was merely at the second tier. Even with the enhancement of the Taurus golden cloth, he could only contend with a weaker third-tier dinosaur. Yet, none of the massive dinosaurs present were weaker than the third tier. Should Chu Hong charge in, he would surely be swallowed whole. with the Taurus golden cloth proving of no salvation. However, as fate would have it, the large dinosaurs soon clashed in a frenzy over the source stone, providing Zhou Xiaoning with the opportunity to seize it amidst the chaos. The moment he touched the source stone, he gleaned its immense value and, while fleeing, expended all his source points to successfully activate it. Yet, before he could examine the treasure he had acquired, misfortune struck as he encountered Faizendan. Faced with the combined threats of several massive dinosaurs and hundreds of smaller ones, Zhou Xiaoning had no choice but to surrender the precious item he had just obtained. Faizendan, initially intending to eliminate Zhou Xiaoning after acquiring the treasure, reconsidered. Having just arrived in this world, there were numerous matters he did not yet comprehend, necessitating the assistance of a local. Thus, Faizendan spared Zhou Xiaoning's life, promising various rewards in exchange for his service, including the formula for the dinosaur gene serum. This dual approach of wielding a stick while offering sweet dates was executed with remarkable finesse. While Zhou Xiaoning was not entirely devoted to Faizendan, he would certainly comply to gain further benefits. Faizendan recognized this dynamic, harboring no fears of betrayal from Zhou Xiaoning. Both were utilizing one another. As long as one party retained value, the other would remain loyal, but once utility diminished, the bond would swiftly dissolve. Until that time, they would continue as close collaborators. It could be said that Faizendan's successful creation of numerous powerful creatures hinged upon the stone he possessed. Zhou Xiaoning could sense that the stone had the potential to catalyze his transformation, granting him greater power. He had previously sought to borrow it from Faizendan on multiple occasions, but to no avail. Now, with the stone reduced to the size of a half-palm, Faizendan was even more reluctant to part with it, wishing to reserve its remaining power for himself. Were it not for Zhou Xiaoning's sudden and lethal attack, Faizendan would never have revealed the stone. Watching it shrink further, his heart ached. Faizendan was acutely aware of Zhou Xiaoning's strength. If Zhou Xiaoning were truly intent on killing him, Lebo would be powerless to intervene. Once the energy within the gray stone was depleted, it would signify his demise. I had no intention of resorting to this, but you have compelled me. Faizendan's tone turned ominously chilling as he stuffed the gray stone into his mouth and subsequently injected a serum into his body. Ha ha ha! You shall bear witness to my most formidable power. I will torment you to death. This is the cost of your rebellion. Faizendan did not speak aloud, yet his voice eerily emanated from the mouth of the black dragon, leaving both Zhou Xiaoning and Poison Island Siko bewildered. Xiaoning, look! Poison Island Siko suddenly exclaimed, witnessing Faizendan's body begin to liquefy, ultimately merging into the form of the black dragon. Is this truly the fabled fusion? Zhou Xiaoning, equally astonished, could feel the black dragon's aura steadily ascending after absorbing Faizendan. Previously at the pinnacle of the third tier, it had now directly ascended to the fourth tier, and its momentum showed no signs of abating. Chapter 80. Eastern Divine Dragon versus Western Black Dragon. Now, the situation had escalated to a grave dilemma. Zhou Xiaoning was filled with regret, wishing he had acted decisively to eliminate Faizendan before the emergence of a fourth-tier black dragon. It was too late to lament. If left unchecked, the black dragon would continue to grow stronger, threatening the very existence of the entire HZ city. Zhou Xiaoning nodded resolutely. Although the fourth-tier black dragon was formidable, if he truly set his mind to it, he could still find a way to escape. Oh, right? After rescuing Wang Jianjun, he mustn't forget to demand the promised reward. A lesser sum would not suffice. All right, I understand. You can focus on your battle without worry. Poison Island Siko shook her head in amusement, remarking on the absurdity of discussing such matters in a moment of life and death. The tension that had taken so long to build was instantly shattered. Indeed, the saying that money can ruin relationships held a profound truth. As Zhou Xiaoning watched Poison Island Siko depart, his gaze shifted to the black dragon. Despite only a brief passage of 7 or 8 minutes, the dragon's aura had surged yet again. However, the rate of its escalation had noticeably slowed, indicating it was nearing its limit. You confuse? And I can transform. I am eager to see which dragon, Eastern or Western, is superior. The longer the battle dragged on, the stronger the black dragon became, placing Zhou Xiaoning at a greater disadvantage. Having already squandered considerable time ensuring Poison Island Siko's safety, he could not afford to waste any more. With that in mind, Zhou Xiaoning shifted into his true dragon form. Emboldened by the enhancements of this form, his aura rose to match the fourth tier. Standing unwavering alongside the black dragon, roar, Perhaps sensing the threat Zhou Xiaoning posed, the black dragon relinquished its restraint, its body expanding as its aura intensified, ultimately transforming into a colossal beast over 50 meters long and 40 meters tall. Its wingspan exceeding 100 meters. In contrast, Zhou Xiaoning's true dragon form, measuring merely a few meters, appeared rather diminutive. Yet, that was of little concern. With the ability to alter his size inherent to the bloodline of the radiant dragon, he could easily increase his stature, up to 5 times his original size. Consequently, Zhou Xiaoning's true dragon form swelled to over 50 meters, matching the black dragon's formidable presence. Seizing the initiative, Zhou Xiaoning understood that prolonging the battle would only serve to exacerbate his disadvantage. Thus he launched an immediate offensive. Instinctively, Zhou Xiaoning assumed his true dragon form, feeling an innate familiarity with this body, as if he had always wielded it, moving with fluid ease, even knowing how to engage in combat with this true dragon physique. A strike from his claw landed upon the black dragon's head. Aware that the black dragon's defenses rivaled his own, he enveloped his claw with armed color hockey to augment his attack. Roar! The black dragon cried out in pain. Despite its dragon-like appearance and certain abilities reminiscent of true dragons, it was fundamentally a creature born from the fusion of various biological genes, forcibly shaped by external forces. And thus it lacked the full might of a genuine dragon, particularly in its resistance to attacks imbued with special energy. With one successful strike, Zhou Xiaoning pressed his advantage, his hockey-wrapped claws raining down upon the black dragon. Occasionally executing a powerful tail sweep. In a moment, the black dragon was wailing in agony, its body marred by numerous wounds, blood staining its black scales, creating a grim spectacle. Nevertheless, Zhou Xiaoning maintained his vigilance. Despite appearing to dominate the fight, a keen observer would notice that the black dragon's aura showed no signs of waning, continuing to rise steadily. Previously, their auras had been evenly matched, yet now, the black dragon's presence had eclipsed Zhou Xiaoning's. He had to act swiftly to eliminate it. If its strength continued to grow, he would no longer be its equal. Name: 5 elements rotation, incomplete, category, skill, self-initiated, star rating, description. A skill derived from the principles of the 5 elemental spirits, wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth, interacting with one another. It possesses immense potential, but as it is still a work in progress, maintaining balance among the elements is challenging, and its use may result in self-harm. Function: 5 elements rotation positive. Utilizing the generative interplay of the 5 elements to create a defensive technique with formidable defensive capabilities. As long as the 5 elements remain united, the defense remains unbroken. 5 elements rotation negative. The 5 elements oppose each other, yet amid their constant mutual negation, they can unleash tremendous destructive power. With a certain probability of producing annihilation energy, Zhou Xiaoning was currently employing 5 elements rotation negative. Were it not for the increasingly dire situation, he would not have considered using this technique. His control over energy in true dragon form far surpassed that in human form. He hoped for success. Zhou Xiaoning retrieved 5 crystals, colored green, red, yellow, blue, and brown, representing the energies of wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth he needed to eradicate the black dragon. A creature with formidable defenses and relying solely on his own strength would not suffice. The dragon would assault him before he could gather sufficient elemental energy, hence the necessity of the elemental crystals for assistance. Casting aside distractions, he focused his mind, seeking tranquility and balance. Zhou Xiaoning hovered in midair, the 5 colored orbs swirling between his foreclaws, repelling one another, yet under Zhou Xiaoning's forceful will, they began to converge. As the distance between the orbs diminished, the repulsive force intensified, repeatedly forcing Zhou Xiaoning's claws apart, but he persevered, knowing that any lapse in concentration could shatter the delicate balance he had painstakingly maintained, resulting in a backlash against him. With the aid of the elemental crystals, Zhou Xiaoning had amassed a formidable power, surpassing any previous experiments, if 5 elements rotation negative. When out of control, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences. Even in his true dragon form, he could not guarantee survival amidst the chaotic surge of elemental energy. Finally, in one last effort, the 5 colored orbs merged entirely, forming a gray energy sphere the size of an egg. Zhou Xiaoning cradled the orb with his massive claw. Despite its small size, it contained enough energy to obliterate a medium-sized city, a genuine city-level attack. Finally, he had succeeded. Remarkably, he had managed to produce annihilation energy. Surely it would be sufficient to deal a severe blow to that accursed black dragon. Zhou Xiaoning made this grand gesture. The black dragon sensed the disturbance, feeling a tremor of dread at the energy sphere Zhou Xiaoning held, instinctively prompting a desire to flee. However, did the black dragon consult Zhou Xiaoning before attempting to escape? The moment the black dragon displayed any inclination to flee, Zhou Xiaoning charged forth in his true dragon form. Riding the clouds and mist granted him unparalleled mobility. He surged forward at a speed that broke the sound barrier. Even as the black dragon frantically flapped its wings to gain speed, it could not escape Zhou Xiaoning's relentless pursuit, which drew ever closer. Panic gripped Zhou Xiaoning as he realized he could not maintain this pace much longer. Despite appearing invincible while chasing the black dragon through the skies, the energy sphere in his grasp had swelled from egg size to the size of a soccer ball, a sign that the elemental energy within was on the verge of eruption. Zhou Xiaoning fought to maintain control, but the energy accumulating within the sphere exceeded his expectations, and he was nearing his limit. Summoning his resolve, Zhou Xiaoning hurled the energy sphere at the black dragon and turned to flee. Knowing full well that he too would be caught in the blast radius, the energy sphere detonated silently, vanishing without a sound. Yet this did not imply it was a feeble attack. The black dragon's torn wings, battered body, and severed front claw bore testament to the formidable destructive power of 5 elements rotation negative. Chapter 81. The hidden yellow sparrow. Although Zhou Xiaoning had severely wounded the black dragon with 5 elements rotation negative, he was not unscathed himself. Despite his desperate sprint to distance himself from the epicenter of the explosion, the residual energy waves struck his tail, nearly severing it. Roar. How dare you harm my body? You shall pay for this! The black dragon erupted in a furious roar, a sound tinged with the essence of Fyzenton, indicating that his will had fully taken control of the dragon's form. In truth, Fyzenton had much to be grateful for. The creation of this black dragon had required the fusion of dozens of biological genes, alongside the power of a secret gemstone, to bring it to life. However, it was precisely due to the gemstone's influence that the various genes had undergone mutations, awakening their own consciousnesses. The multitude of consciousnesses vying for dominance within the black dragon's body led to a chaotic struggle, rendering it unable to act independently without Fyzenton's guidance. Fyzenton had clearly underestimated this complexity, unwittingly merging himself into the black dragon's form without preparation, leading to his tragic predicament. While Fyzenton's singular mental consciousness was the strongest, it paled in comparison to the collective strength of the other dozens of consciousnesses. If Fyzenton refrained from contesting control over the black dragon, the other consciousnesses would ignore him and continue their struggle for dominance. However, should he choose to intervene, they would unite against him. Thus, although the black dragon's aura had been steadily increasing, it had been unable to retaliate until Zhou Xiaoning unleashed 5 elements rotation negative, which triggered a unified response among the consciousnesses, compelling the black dragon to attempt an escape. Now, the black dragon lay grievously wounded, its mental fortitude shattered, and the weaker spirits among them had even succumbed to death. In stark contrast, the spirit of Fyzenton, who had long been cornered, remained unscathed and swiftly overpowered all other mental entities, seizing control of the black dragon's body. In summary, Fyzenton would not relent in his pursuit of Zhou Xiaoning. My goodness, must he be so ferocious? Zhou Xiaoning, disregarding his injuries, invoked cloud riding and took flight at his utmost speed to escape. Yet, Fyzenton pursued him relentlessly, showing no signs of healing. His wounds remained unhealed due to his vigorous movements, blood streaming from his injuries and trailing behind him in a crimson arc spanning several meters. Truly troublesome. Zhou Xiaoning, relying on his nimble form, executed various intricate aerial maneuvers in an attempt to shake off the black dragon. But he gravely underestimated Fyzenton's determination. A full half-hour passed, and Zhou Xiaoning could not rid himself of his pursuer. Moreover, Fyzenton, indifferent to the black dragon's injuries, occasionally summoned the dragon's inner energy to unleash fiery breath upon Zhou Xiaoning, a flame imbued with special power, one that even he could scarcely withstand, forcing him to dodge. However, this tactic only hindered Zhou Xiaoning's flight speed, and he could feel the black dragon drawing ever closer, igniting a sense of urgency within him. For heaven's sake, must you persist? Do you truly believe me to be without temper? Zhou Xiaoning barely evaded the fiery assault, and his patience finally reached its limit. Continuing this way was not a viable option. Today, I shall fight back. After half an hour of recuperation, Zhou Xiaoning felt somewhat improved, the pain less acute than before. Thus, he made a decisive choice, enduring the discomfort as he transformed into his true dragon form. Roar! With a mighty dragon's roar, Zhou Xiaoning charged forward, biting down upon the black dragon's wing. Faizendan, equally unwilling to yield, would not let Zhou Xiaoning escape. The pain from his wing being bitten only served to incite him further, stripping away the last vestiges of his rationality and plunging him into a state of rage. Just as Faizendan could control the black dragon, the dragon began to exert its influence on him. And now Faizendan was entirely engulfed by the beast's primal instincts. Anyone familiar with the wilderness knows that an injured beast is the most fearsome of all. Such was the black dragon in this moment. The dragon retaliated, sinking its teeth into Zhou Xiaoning's tail, its sharp fangs piercing through the scales and embedding deep into the flesh. With his injuries still fresh, this new assault was excruciatingly painful for Zhou Xiaoning. Yet, he could not afford to relent. To do so would mean succumbing to Faizendan's control, placing him in a wholly passive state. Beneath the metallic sheen of the black dragon's claws, the already battered scales could hardly withstand further assault. And the dragon's condition worsened. The accumulated injuries finally overwhelmed the black dragon, sending it plummeting towards the ground. Yet, even in its descent, the black dragon refused to release its grip, dragging Zhou Xiaoning down with it. Boom, boom! The two colossal beings crashed to the earth from a height of several hundred meters, causing the ground to tremble thrice. Pooh! The violent impact left Zhou Xiaoning severely injured, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Simultaneously, he felt his insides churning, and unable to hold back, he spewed forth a mouthful of dragon blood. Zhou Xiaoning had released his grip, yet the black dragon remained relentless. Its own wounds were grievous, but its primal fury rendered it oblivious to the pain. All it desired was to eliminate its foe. The sensation of pain from its grip jolted Zhou Xiaoning awake just before he succumbed to unconsciousness. The black dragon's bite was powerful, and he could not break free. Clap, clap. You two have truly provided a splendid performance for me. A sudden voice snapped Zhou Xiaoning to attention. Turning towards the source, he beheld a green-skinned dinosaur man clad in golden armor leaping down from a nearby tree, his eyes glinting with mockery. That is the golden bull Saint Cloth. You are Chu Hong. Zhou Xiaoning's eyes widened in shock. He had been so focused on Faizendan that he had entirely overlooked Chu Hong. Previously, Faizendan had mentioned that Chu Hong was undergoing transformation, and it seemed that the process had been completed. Judging by the aura emanating from him, it appeared he had reached the pinnacle of the third tier, though perhaps due to his inability to perfectly control his surging power, he had yet to ascend to the fourth tier. However, with the augmentation of the golden bull Saint Cloth, he could wield combat prowess comparable to that of a fourth-tier warrior. This highlighted the immense power of the source disk. Had it not been for its stringent constraints, the golden bull Saint Cloth would have long since abandoned Chu Hong, for it was a treasure bestowed upon human saints by the goddess Athena. Yet, Chu Hong could hardly be considered human any longer. Had Zhou Xiaoning been at full strength, he would have had no fear of Chu Hong. In his true dragon form, the outcome was still uncertain. However, in his current state, Zhou Xiaoning could scarcely muster even a fireball, let alone contend with Chu Hong, a crisis, a grave crisis. I knew you would recognize me, but what does that matter? Chu Hong approached Zhou Xiaoning, roughly pushing him back down onto the ground as he looked down upon him with an air of superiority. Zhou Xiaoning, perhaps you are unaware, but after an elect kills another elect, they can acquire 80% of the slain elect's belongings, excluding only the initial rewards and bloodline. When he spoke of summoned beings, Chu Hong cast a knowing glance at Zhou Xiaoning. He was well aware that Poison Island Siko was Zhou Xiaoning's summoned being. Should he kill Zhou Xiaoning, he would likely obtain the source card representing her. The mere thought of Poison Island Siko's stunning beauty and alluring figure ignited a fervor within Chu Hong. You dare? Zhou Xiaoning struggled to rise, intent on vanquishing the despicable Chu Hong. Though you think I wouldn't dare? Chu Hong planted his foot firmly on Zhou Xiaoning's chest, showing no mercy. Zhou Xiaoning was immediately dealt another severe blow. The previous impact had already damaged his insides, and Chu Heng's brutal kick was the final straw. likely shattering multiple organs. Chu Hong chuckled coldly, lifting his foot once more. Should it fall, Zhou Xiaoning would be unquestionably doomed. Humph, do you dream of killing me? The long-prepared teleportation gem finally activated. The very moment Chu Heng's foot descended. Zhou Xiaoning was whisked away into a spatial tunnel, venturing toward an unknown new world. Chapter 82. Hiss, that hurts. In a room of a traditional Japanese inn, a figure wrapped in bandages resembling a mummy lay despondently on the tatami mat. Judging by the physique, this cosplaying mummy appeared to be quite young, around 10 years old. It was hard to fathom how such a child could sustain such grave injuries. Indeed, this individual was Zhou Xiaoning, who had traversed dimensions once more, and he had also reverted to a smaller form. The unfamiliar ceiling indicated that he had successfully arrived in a new fantasy world. Although his body ached, it was not life-threatening. Was he rescued by someone? Having experienced a dimensional shift before, Zhou Xiaoning quickly acclimated to his new surroundings, though he had little information to ascertain the nature of this world. However, given that he found himself in a Japanese inn, it was likely related to the islands. Zhou Xiaoning's mouth twitched slightly. He wondered who had treated him, while the ability to save him spoke volumes of the healer's skill. Wrapping him in such a manner seemed excessive. Nevertheless, through the bandages, he could detect a strong medicinal scent, indicating that the treatment was not a prank but a genuine necessity. Though Zhou Xiaoning could understand this, it did not mean he could accept it. Being bound in such a way rendered him immobile and stifled, and more importantly, Zhou Xiaoning wished to relieve himself. He had no desire to do so on the floor. Zhou Xiaoning began to actively channel his source power to assist in rapid recovery of his injuries. After a little over 10 minutes, he felt significantly better. While he could not engage in vigorous activity, he was at least capable of basic mobility. Thus, Zhou Xiaoning struggled to sit up and began to devise a method for removing the bandages. In a way, a short-haired woman, cradling a pink-skinned pig adorned with a pearl necklace, burst through the door. Seeing Zhou Xiaoning sitting up and attempting to disrobe the bandages, she panicked, hastily dropping the pig and rushing over to push him back down onto the bed. You are not fully healed yet. You must not remove the bandages. But these bandages are so uncomfortable, big sister. Can't you please untie them? Zhou Xiaoning was truly making perfect use of his youthful form, his big, watery eyes and soft voice rendering him irresistibly adorable, even with his face wrapped in bandages. Indeed, the woman's previously furious expression immediately softened, and she gently helped Zhou Xiaoning to recover himself with the blanket. Upon hearing the name Tsunade from her lips, Zhou Xiaoning's eyes widened in astonishment. The name Tsunade, coupled with her exceptional medical skills, pointed to only one person in his memory. That woman followed Tsunade. She must undoubtedly be Kato Shizun, and as for that pig, it should be Tun Tun. This implies that I have indeed arrived in the world of Naruto. Summary. This is a perilous realm. If we were to categorize the combat prowess of ninjas according to the tiers of the chosen ones, then a Genin would correspond to the second tier, a Chunin to the third, a Jonin to the fourth, a Quasi-Kage to the fifth, while those at the level of Kage and above are all formidable sixth-tier warriors. The vast disparity in strength stems from the varying degrees of mastery each possesses over the power of the laws in the Naruto world. The only true seventh-tier powerhouse is the Tsutsuki Kagaya and her family. It is solely because Kagaya consumed the chakra fruit and gained the world's blessings that her combat abilities are so extraordinary. This situation bears a resemblance to the devil fruit users in the world of One Piece, where consuming a devil fruit equates to bearing the mark of the world itself, thereby obtaining its support to unleash extraordinary powers. Particularly, those with natural-type fruits are exceptionally fortunate, wielding the primal forces of the world, thus exhibiting enhanced strength in their native realms. Hence, regarding the chakra fruit that Kagaya consumed, it would not be entirely incorrect to regard it as a unique type of devil fruit. Alas, in a moment of urgency, I sought refuge in a higher realm, anticipating healing and strength enhancement, yet I never expected to find myself in such a dangerous world. Zhou Xiaoning silently lamented. Given his circumstances at the time, he had no time to contemplate extensively, hastily issuing commands while the source disk executed the remainder on his behalf. The cost of enhancing the traversal gem was 10,000 source points for the first enhancement, 100,000 for the second, 1,000,000 for the third, and 10 million for the fourth. Consequently, the source disk directly deducted 1,110,000 source points. elevating the traversal gem to 4 stars and allowing it to lock onto 8 worlds. Subsequently, the Source Disk, in accordance with Zhou Xiaoning's requests and his power assessment, selected a superlative world for him and paid an additional 100,000 source points, thus transporting Zhou Xiaoning to the Naruto world. In total, Zhou Xiaoning expended 1,210,000 source points, leaving him with merely 1,390,000, resulting in a significant depletion of nearly half of his source points. Rest assured, your injuries will heal swiftly. You need only focus on recuperating. Shizun, unaware of Zhou Xiaoning's thoughts, noticed his silence and assumed he was concerned about his injuries, thus gently offering her comfort. However, "But big sister, I need to use the bathroom." Zhou Xiaoning continued to play the role of a child. The Naruto world was still too perilous for him. With his current abilities, he barely reached the special Jonin level, possessing Jonin strength, yet unstable, with frequent fluctuations, and in a world where even Kage could be slain. It was prudent for Zhou Xiaoning to remain inconspicuous for the time being and seek a protector. Undoubtedly, Tsunade was the best candidate for such a role, since she chose to assist Zhou Xiaoning. Whether out of kindness or for other reasons, it at least indicated that she cared for him to some extent. Thus, Zhou Xiaoning would employ every means possible to secure this formidable ally. Moreover, Tsunade, though somewhat older, was undeniably stunning, and by clinging to her, Zhou Xiaoning felt he would not be at a disadvantage. "Oh, little brat, you're awake." At that moment, a sultry woman entered, holding a bottle of alcohol. Based on Zhou Xiaoning's assessments of her various features, it was undoubtedly Tsunade herself. However, was it truly appropriate to drink during the day? Gulp. So large, truly impressive. Perhaps due to the absence of anyone in the room but women and children. Tsunade seemed unconcerned, her movements somewhat exaggerated, drawing attention to her ample bosom, a sight to behold. Among the women Zhou Xiaoning knew, only Yuri Chuan Shizuka could rival Tsunade in this regard. What's so large? Zhou Xiaoning's whispered words were faint, yet who was Tsunade? She was a bona fide Kage-level powerhouse. Nothing in the room could escape her keen senses. Big sister, I need to use the bathroom." Tsunade appeared to be in her 20s. Though Zhou Xiaoning understood this was merely an illusion, her actual age was undoubtedly much greater. Yet, as a member of the appearance-focused society, he felt no psychological burden in addressing her as Big Sister. "Big Sister?" Tsunade paused her drinking. Since the death of Sinju Rope Tree, it had been quite some time since anyone had called her that. She set down the bottle and gazed at Zhou Xiaoning with a complex expression. Initially, Tsunade had no intention of intervening. She could discern that the injuries on the child were the result of intense combat and wished to avoid unnecessary troubles. Though a doctor, she was also a ninja. Having witnessed countless deaths, and she had personally taken lives as well, a child with whom she had no connection did not warrant her attention. However, when Tsunade inadvertently caught sight of Zhou Xiaoning's face, she could not move any further. She never expected to encounter someone who bore such a striking resemblance to another. Although not identical, they were at least 70 to 80% alike, had it not been for his black hair, which distinctly set them apart. Tsunade might have genuinely believed her brother, Sinju Tree, had reappeared before her. Chapter 83, Days Living with Tsunade, Part 1, Shizen, help him out. As for the troubles Zhou Xiaoning might bring, Tsunade smiled slightly, indicating that anyone foolish enough to challenge her could come forth. She was not a name without substance among the legendary Sannin. I believe I can manage if I just remove the bandages," Zhou Xiaoning weakly suggested. Despite currently inhabiting a child's body, his mind was that of an adult, and it felt exceedingly shameful to have a girl assist him. "No, I'm a doctor. You must listen to me." "Shizun, hurry up." "Yes, right away." Clearly startled by Tsunade, Shizun quickly fetched a chamber pot and placed it beneath Zhou Xiaoning. The subsequent events need not be elaborated. Suffice it to say that once all was said and done, Zhou Xiaoning's face was as red as a monkey's bottom, wishing he could vanish into the ground. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so young yet possess such impressive assets." Tsunade observed Zhou Xiaoning's mortified expression and couldn't help but tease, for his demeanor was akin to that of a mischievous girl. "Mind your own business," Zhou Xiaoning huffed, turning away from Tsunade. Had he not been injured and lacking the strength to confront her, he would have certainly taught her a lesson on what it meant to be a man. "Lady Tsunade, how can you speak to a child in such a manner?" Shizun rebuked, her face flushed with embarrassment. Although she knew Tsunade could be rather reckless at times, She had never witnessed her so lacking in discretion. Shizen felt that ever since Tsunade rescued that child, she had changed in ways that were not typical. What surprised Shizen most was that Tsunade personally treated the child's injuries. Knowing that the child was covered in blood, Tsunade, who had a fear of blood, merely showed slight tremors in her hands, yet was remarkably attentive throughout the entire healing process. Shizen had never seen Tsunade care for anyone in such a manner. Afterward, Shizen tested Tsunade once and confirmed that her fear of blood still existed. Was it truly because of that child? Hey, little brat, shouldn't you tell us who you are and how you sustained such severe injuries? Tsunade sat beside Zhou Xiaoning, sipping her drink. She was already slightly tipsy, her cheeks flushed and looking incredibly beautiful at this moment. Zhou Xiaoning began to understand why Jiraiya had been enamored with Tsunade for a lifetime. My name is Zhou Xiaoning, not little brat. Humph. Zhou Xiaoning would never admit that the second part was the main reason. Zhou Xiaoning? That's quite an unusual name. Is my name really that strange? I apologize. Shizen, noticing Zhou Xiaoning's deadpan stare, quickly realized she had misspoken and offered an apologetic smile, sitting quietly to the side and refraining from further conversation. Hey, little fine, Xiaoning, do you have anything else to say besides your name? Tsunade had almost instinctively referred to him as little brat once more, but upon seeing Zhou Xiaoning's pitiful expression, almost as if he would cry if she dared to say it, she reluctantly changed her words. Zhou Xiaoning's mind raced. According to the typical narrative flow of those novels, he should now invoke the grand technique of amnesia. However, with Tsunade's medical skills, would she not be able to discern whether he had amnesia? Furthermore, as a ninja, while interrogation was not her forte, she could certainly tell if Zhou Xiaoning was lying. Therefore, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, Zhou Xiaoning decided to speak the truth, albeit with some details left obscured. I came from another world. Someone wanted to kill me, and in a moment of panic, I activated a secret treasure to escape, somehow ending up here. Every word Zhou Xiaoning uttered was truthful, merely glossing over the specifics of the events. In another world, Tsunade set down the wine jug and cup. Her status was unique. Secrets that were confidential to ordinary individuals were entirely accessible to her. Thus, she possessed a modicum of knowledge about the alternate realm and did not immediately dismiss Zhou Xiaoning's claims. So, what do you have that can prove your assertions? Tsunade was aware of the existence of parallel worlds, yet she also understood the arduous nature of traversing them. Even her grandfather, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, a spatial ninjutsu, was unable to breach the barriers between worlds. Now, a child suddenly appeared, claiming he could accomplish such a feat naturally. Tsunade harbored doubts of proof. Would this suffice? In a bid to gain Tsunade's trust, Zhou Xiaoning took a daring step, revealing his storage space and retrieving a flame shell. What can this possibly prove? Tsunade furrowed her brow, suddenly feeling as though she were being toyed with, especially by a mere 10-year-old, which only heightened her irritation. This is a flame shell, capable of storing and emitting fire. Do you see the sharp protrusion on its back? Press it, and it will unleash flames. With a mindset of tentative experimentation, Tsunade pressed the protrusion. Instantly, a roaring blaze erupted from the flame shell. Given that the inn where the three resided was constructed of wood, the flames swiftly ignited the wooden walls, quickly spreading throughout the room. Within mere seconds, the entire chamber was engulfed in flames. This is bad. Quiet. We need to leave. As the fire intensified, Tsunade recognized that extinguishing it was no longer an option. With the flames threatening to consume them, she swiftly scooped up Zhou Xiaoning and leaped out the window. Quiet was not far behind, cradling the panicked Tunten as they hurriedly exited the inn. Once the trio, along with Tunten, had safely escaped, Tsunade refocused her attention on the flame shell in her hands. At this moment, she began to believe Zhou Xiaoning's words. After all, such an item was non-existent in the world of Naruto. Very well. Once you have fully recovered, I shall personally train you. Both Zhou Xiaoning and Quiet exhibited expressions of astonishment. Zhou Xiaoning was taken aback by his extraordinary fortune. Before he could even voice a request, Tsunade had offered to teach him. Meanwhile, Quiet was incredulous that Tsunade had so readily decided to train Zhou Xiaoning, which was entirely uncharacteristic of her usual demeanor. I merely believe that if a patient that requires my time, effort, and money were to be casually killed, my previous investments would have been in vain. Tsunade was evidently aware that she had lost her composure, Yet her forced rationalization came across as rather tsundere. Noticing the peculiar glances Zhou Xiaoning and Quiet cast her way, Tsunade finally lost her composure. All right, we shall discuss future matters later. For now, we need to leave quickly. Otherwise, if the innkeeper chases us, we won't have the funds to cover the damages. Tsunade uttered a rather irresponsible remark before turning on her heel and departing with Zhou Xiaoning in her arms. Why, sincerest apologies. Quiet bowed deeply toward the now fully ablaze inn on the second floor before hastily following after Tsunade. Chapter 84, Days Living with Tsunade, Part 2. Zhou Xiaoning's constitution was extraordinary. He fully healed from his injuries in just 3 days. However, Tsunade, for the sake of caution, only removed his bandages on the 5th day. Throughout these 5 days, Quiet had taken care of Zhou Xiaoning's daily needs, fostering a closer bond between the two, akin to that of siblings. Xiaoning, since your injuries have nearly healed, let us commence your training. On this rare occasion, Tsunade did not visit the casino. Instead, she took Zhou Xiaoning and Quiet to a secluded area in the outskirts, intending to conduct ninja training. Quiet was so excited that tears glistened in her eyes. She genuinely hoped that such days would become more frequent, preferably with Tsunade's opportunity to entirely break free from gambling, considering the considerable debts they had already accrued. Yes, Tsunade-sensei? Zhou Xiaoning stood at attention. Exuding an eagerness to learn, he was thrilled to finally embark on ninja training, marking a significant turning point in his journey to strength. Good, very good. Tsunade nodded, evidently pleased with Zhou Xiaoning's demeanor. However, before we begin, you must understand one crucial aspect. For a ninja, chakra is of utmost importance. It is the essential energy required to perform ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Chakra is a combination of the bodily energy absorbed from each of the 130 trillion cells in the human body and the spiritual energy cultivated through rigorous training and accumulated experience. Therefore, before we commence training, you must first learn the method of chakra refinement. In the world of Naruto, chakra refinement techniques were commonplace. One could easily purchase a copy from any store related to ninjas. However, such techniques were merely the most generic versions, primarily utilized by civilian ninjas. In contrast, clan ninjas possessed their unique chakra refinement techniques, boasting efficiency several times greater than the generic versions. Moreover, clan ninjas had access to relatively abundant training resources, various ninjutsu, secret techniques, and even bloodline limits, further widening the gap between them and civilian ninjas. This disparity elucidated why the elite ninjas from various villages were predominantly clan members, while civilian ninjas often led mundane lives. With the exception of a few exceptional geniuses who found it challenging to stand out. To be frank, Tsunade was uncertain whether Zhou Xiaoning, hailing from another world, could even cultivate chakra. She was essentially gambling on a dying horse, considering it an experiment. Nonetheless, even if Zhou Xiaoning were unable to cultivate chakra, Tsunade could devise alternative methods. With her medical expertise, enhancing an individual was hardly a daunting task. Typically, a normal person would require anywhere from 7 to 10 days to successfully refine chakra, with some prodigies achieving it in even shorter time frames. The fastest recorded time was 2 days and 3 nights. As Tsunade elaborated on chakra refinement to Zhou Xiaoning, her earnestness even stirred a hint of jealousy in Quiet, who recalled that Tsunade had not been this dedicated when she had taught her to Tsunade-sensei. Is that really the case? How is this possible? Tsunade and Quiet stared in disbelief at Zhou Xiaoning, for not only had he successfully refined chakra, but the amount was also substantial, comparable to that of an elite Jainin, rivaling even that of a high-ranking ninja. This was undoubtedly due to the influence of his source power, akin to when he had cultivated haki. As long as Zhou Xiaoning mastered the refined techniques, he could transform source power into corresponding energy. Previously, it had been armament haki, and now it was chakra. However, Tsunade was oblivious to this fact. She had no knowledge of source power and, thus, could not perceive its existence. Consequently, she still believed that Zhou Xiaoning lacked any energy within him, which led her to begin with chakra refinement techniques. Of course, Zhou Xiaoning's rapid mastery of chakra refinement was not solely due to talent. It was also intertwined with his previous experience in cultivating haki. Armament haki derived from bodily energy, while observation haki involved the application of spiritual strength. Chakra was merely the fusion of the two, forming an elevated energy level, making it a relatively simple task for Zhou Xiaoning, provided he found the appropriate method. Nevertheless, it must be said that Tsunade's chakra refinement techniques were remarkably effective. the long-dormant energy cap within him showed signs of rising once more. Once he broke through his current bottleneck, he would undoubtedly experience another surge of power. Well then, since you have successfully refined chakra, let us proceed to the next step. Chakra control. Regardless of whether one employs ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu, controlling chakra is of paramount importance. A competent ninja must be able to utilize every ounce of chakra judiciously, as chakra is ultimately finite. Squandering it recklessly will only lead to one's downfall. Moreover, theoretically, if one can perfectly control chakra, they can learn any ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu, excluding bloodline limits, of course. Although Zhou Xiaoning's talent astonished Tsunade, she quickly regained her composure, for she was a formidable ninja who had once participated in the Ninja World War. Possessing sufficient mental fortitude, as anticipated, Tsunade assigned Zhou Xiaoning the tasks of climbing trees and walking on water, and Zhou Xiaoning's performance became considerably more ordinary. He barely managed to traverse a few meters along the tree trunk before tumbling down. This allowed Tsunade to breathe a sigh of relief. She genuinely feared that Zhou Xiaoning was one of those exceptionally gifted prodigies. If that were the case, he would likely master everything she knew in no time, rendering her role as a teacher rather ineffective. Quiet, you stay behind to guide Xiaoning in his training. Once he completes walking on water, inform me. Tsunade irresponsibly delegated her responsibilities to Quiet and sauntered off. 30 minutes later, the figure of the legendary Fat Sheep appeared in the largest casino of the nearby town. Thud, 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 crack. Zhou Xiaoning followed Tsunade's instructions, concentrating chakra at the soles of his feet to grasp the tree trunk. However, after barely climbing a few meters, he fell once more. In the world of Naruto, tall trees were abundant, especially in the land of fire, where towering trees were commonplace. The tree Zhou Xiaoning was attempting to ascend was at least 10 stories high, and Tsunade had set the standard for him to reach the top. Yet, at present, Zhou Xiaoning couldn't even manage to reach halfway, indicating that fulfilling Tsunade's requirements would indeed be a formidable challenge. What exactly is amiss? Zhou Xiaoning was utterly perplexed. He had meticulously adhered to every point that Tsunade had outlined. Yet the more earnest and cautious he became, the more prone to errors he found himself. After more than an hour of effort, his best achievement was a mere 10 meters, which was but a third of the entire tree. Jingyin, having witnessed Zhou Xiaoning's diligent attempts, felt a pang of sympathy each time he tumbled from the tree. Nonetheless, she admired his perseverance. In her own training days, she had never dared to practice with such intensity, needing significant breaks after each fall before she could resume. Xiaoning, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Your injuries have only just healed. You must be mindful of your recovery. Jingyin was genuinely concerned for her younger brother. Previously, she had only had an older brother, Kato-dan, who had passed away. Following Tsunade's lead, her feelings toward her were a blend of teacher and mother. Despite her frequent admonishments, Jingyin held deep respect and affection for Tsunade. Now, suddenly having a younger brother brought about an entirely new sensation for her. It's all right, Sister Jingyin, I believe I've discovered the key. This time, I will surely succeed. Zhou Xiaoning waved dismissively at Jingyin and charged once more toward the towering tree. Step, 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 step. This time, he ascended smoothly to a height of 10 meters and aimed for even loftier heights. 20 meters, 30 meters. At last, Zhou Xiaoning reached the treetop. Sister Jingyin, did you see? I did it! Zhou Xiaoning exclaimed, waving enthusiastically at Jingyin below. Although he could have effortlessly soared to greater heights using the technique Tingyun Jiwu, the exhilaration of achieving success through his own efforts was a joy that could not be replicated by mere technique. However, his elation was short-lived. He had only just mastered climbing trees and had yet to fully acclimate. He could only maintain his grip on the trunk through concentrated chakra control. In a moment of excitement, his chakra faltered, and he felt a sudden instability beneath him before plummeting down like a spear. It was crucial to note that he was atop a tree over 30 meters high. Such a fall was no trifling matter, especially with him descending headfirst. Even a seasoned shinobi would not fare well from such a height when unprotected. Of course, Zhou Xiaoning was no ordinary 10-year-old. Despite his youthful form, his physical constitution remained formidable. In fact, after recovering from his recent injury, his strength had even increased. A fall from 30 meters would merely result in a mild concussion for him. Xiaoning! Jingyin cried out in alarm and immediately dashed toward him at her utmost speed. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Xiaoning's exceptional constitution rendered him far from ordinary. witnessing the potential danger Zhou Xiaoning faced. Jingyin's concern triggered an instinctual response from her. Chapter 85. Days Living with Tsunade, Part 3. Zhou Xiaoning had already extended his senses to prepare for a safe landing, believing he would be unscathed even upon hitting the ground. However, before he could make contact with the earth, a soft body intercepted him. Jingyin sprinted forward and leaped, catching Zhou Xiaoning midair and landing safely. "Xiaoning, are you hurt?" Jingyin asked with genuine concern, which touched Zhou Xiaoning deeply. At home, he was an only child, devoid of siblings. It was only after meeting Luo Fei and Luo Yu that he began to understand the feeling of having brothers and sisters. Now, Jingyin filled the role of an older sister, providing Zhou Xiaoning with an entirely novel experience. "Sister Jingyin, I'm fine. Honestly, you needn't have intervened. I could manage that height at a time like this. You still say such things?" Jingyin shot him a reproachful glance, clearly interpreting his words as childish bravado. "Do you even understand how perilous that situation was? If you had fallen, I wonder what you would have done." Zhou Xiaoning's nonchalant demeanor only served to frustrate Jingyin further, leading her to lecture him for over 2 hours, longer than his actual training session. It was worth noting that Zhou Xiaoning had honed the skill of studying while half asleep during school, appearing serious while in reality, he had long since drifted into a dream world. "Ha ha ha, I see now, I see." Tsunade burst into laughter after hearing Jingyin's account. While Jingyin may not have comprehended, Tsunade was well aware that Zhou Xiaoning's constitution could only be described as extraordinary. Though he appeared to be a child, his physical abilities surpassed those of even some Jiaonin who were not adept in taijutsu. Tsunade had been astonished during his medical examinations, but after hearing his own account, she had come to understand, as an otherworldly being with a lineage akin to a bloodline limit, such a physique was not entirely implausible. "All right, Jingyin, let us save the lectures for later. You mentioned that Xiaoning has already managed to reach the treetop. Is that true?" "Indeed, Lady Tsunade. He completed the tree climbing training in just an hour. It seems you have a natural aptitude for chakra control, Xiaoning." Tsunade regarded Zhou Xiaoning with satisfaction. Her expertise in both medical ninjutsu and superhuman strength demanded high levels of chakra control, and she had initially worried that Zhou Xiaoning might not meet the requirements. However, it appeared her concerns were unfounded. "Very well then, let us proceed to the water-walking exercise." "Yes, Tsunade-sensei," Zhou Xiaoning replied without hesitation. The tree-climbing practice had already enhanced his control over his innate energy, and if he could successfully complete the water-walking exercise, he would likely take a significant step toward meeting the next threshold. The trio soon arrived at a small, clear river, gentle and not too deep, with the water barely reaching Zhou Xiaoning's waist even if he were to fall in. Thus, safety concerns were far less pressing compared to the tree-climbing training. In contrast to other fantasy worlds, the ninjas of the Naruto universe were renowned for their water-based combat techniques. In later stages, any ninja who could not walk on water would be embarrassed to venture outside. Zhou Xiaoning's vision of water combat was idyllic, yet the reality was harsh. The water's surface was far less stable than a tree trunk. To stand upon it, one had to constantly attune to the flow of the water and adjust their chakra accordingly. Tsunade, a Kaga-level powerhouse, and Jingyin, a special Jiaonin, both possessed an instinctive mastery of chakra control, allowing them to tread upon the water as effortlessly as walking on solid ground. In stark contrast, Zhou Xiaoning stumbled after just 2 steps on the water's surface, misaligning his chakra distribution and splashing into the river with a resounding splash. Zhou Xiaoning found himself submerged once more. Though he had managed 6 steps this time, a fish leaping nearby disrupted the water's flow, leaving him no time to recalibrate his chakra. "Curse that wretched fish. I've made up my mind. Tonight's dinner will be you." Zhou Xiaoning gritted his teeth as he prepared to retaliate against the fish that had caused his misstep. Determined to follow through on his vow, "Xiaoning, don't be too hasty. Water walking is inherently 10 times more difficult than tree climbing. We have ample time. There's no need to rush." Observing Zhou Xiaoning's childish antics, Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing the essence of youth within him. "I understand, Tsunade-sensei." In this manner, Zhou Xiaoning made significant progress, yet he realized that during future battles on water, he couldn't constantly rely on his senses to maintain focus. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. The best approach was to ingrain the sensation of walking on water into his body, transforming it into instinct. "Xiaoning, come, take my hand, and let us walk through this together. Truly grasp the nuances of it." Upon grasping Tsunade's hand, Zhou Xiaoning immediately noted its softness and smoothness, a stark contrast to what one might expect from a woman of her age. Clearly, she took great care in her self-maintenance. As they walked together on the water's surface, Zhou Xiaoning focused intently on sensing the flow of Tsunade's chakra, striving to synchronize his own with hers. Although Tsunade was not a sensory-type ninja, her battle instincts honed over the years made her particularly sensitive to such targeted perceptions. Almost instantaneously upon Zhou Xiaoning's probing, she became aware of his presence, feeling as though she were laid bare before him. Despite feeling a touch of discomfort and mild embarrassment, Tsunade did not deter Zhou Xiaoning, allowing him to continue. This demonstrated her unique approach toward him. Had it been anyone else attempting such a thing, they would likely have faced severe repercussions. Just ask Jiraiya, who learned the hard way after merely peeking at Tsunade while she bathed, resulting in a near-fatal encounter. Had Jiraiya been aware of the lavish treatment that Zhou Xiaoning is currently enjoying, he would undoubtedly be consumed by envy and jealousy. Of course, he would not dare to trouble Zhou Xiaoning, especially with Tsunade backing him up. However, it is conceivable that he might engage in a discussion with Zhou Xiaoning to exchange insights, albeit with the apprehension of facing Tsunade's wrath afterward. As anticipated, under Tsunade's guidance, Zhou Xiaoning's condition improved significantly. Although he still wobbled occasionally, he had not fallen into the water again. Remembering the sensation from earlier, he believed that with a bit more practice, he would master treading water. Yes, I understand, Teacher Tsunade. Subsequently, Zhou Xiaoning's progress was nothing short of miraculous, improving with each attempt, leaving both Tsunade and Shizen in awe. Had they not known that Zhou Xiaoning had previously been unable to tread water, they might have begun to suspect that he was merely feigning his earlier clumsiness. Nevertheless, the insights gained from their experiences proved immensely beneficial to Zhou Xiaoning, allowing him to grasp concepts with ease and apply them creatively. Ultimately, before the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhou Xiaoning successfully mastered the art of treading water, marking him as a prodigy within the entire ninja world. Xiaoning, your talent has truly exceeded my expectations. Given this, we shall commence our studies in medical ninjutsu tomorrow. Tsunade's satisfaction with Zhou Xiaoning grew with each passing day. Having such a gifted student made her role as a teacher remarkably fulfilling. Lady Tsunade, do you happen to know why the money in my wallet has vanished? Shizen appeared with a playful smile behind Tsunade, causing the latter, who had been in high spirits, to shudder slightly. Well, who knows? Lady Tsunade, you must have gone gambling again, right? Shizen wore an expression that suggested she had seen through Tsunade's antics, having spent many years in her company. Ha ha ha, it's merely a bit of money. If it's gone, it's gone. Why make such a fuss over it? Tsunade, realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, laughed heartily. To an uninformed observer, she might have appeared as a noble individual indifferent to wealth. Lady Tsunade, how could you? That was our last bit of money. You've squandered it all. Where are we supposed to stay tonight? Chapter 86. Life with Tsunade, Part 4, In the Blink of an Eye. Zhou Xiaoning had lived with Tsunade, Shizun, and Tun for 2 years. He had grown into the appearance of a 12-year-old boy, albeit still retaining his youthful charm. Throughout these 2 years, Tsunade imparted a wealth of knowledge to him, teaching with utmost dedication and without reservation. She shared her expertise in medical ninjutsu and her renowned strength techniques, even instructing Zhou Xiaoning in the yin sealing and its accompanying forbidden techniques that Shizen had yet to master. Upon discovering Zhou Xiaoning's extraordinary talent in ninjutsu, attributed to his elemental affinity, Tsunade procured numerous ninjutsu scrolls for him to study. Though Tsunade seldom employed the 5 elemental ninjutsu, it did not imply her lack of proficiency. After all, she had a mentor renowned as a ninjutsu doctor. Her knowledge encompassed a vast array of techniques, including some of the first Hokages would release jutsu. However, at Tsunade's level, her combat style had become largely fixed, as her strength techniques alone could overpower any ninja below the rank of Kage. The application of her medical ninjutsu in combat, along with the yin sealing series of forbidden techniques, rendered her fearless in the face of even Kage-level opponents. Furthermore, with the assistance of her summon slug, she was well equipped to handle any situation, making the 5 elemental ninjutsu largely unnecessary. Given Zhou Xiaoning's talent in this area and his eagerness to learn, Tsunade was more than willing to share her knowledge. Being the teacher of such a gifted student filled her with pride, yet it also sparked moments of self-doubt. Was she truly worthy of being his mentor? Xiaoning, I fear I have little left to teach you. During dinner one evening, Tsunade, fueled by drink, expressed her heartfelt sentiments, a sentiment mirrored on Shizen's face. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin and a prominent Kaga-level figure within the ninja world, would have been met with disbelief had anyone claimed that one could master all her skills in just 2 years. Yet here stood a living testament to that very assertion, leaving Tsunade and Shizun in reflection. This is all thanks to your exceptional teaching, Teacher Tsunade. Enough of your flattering words. I am not saying this to seek praise. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, her comments not stemming from the trivial concern of a teacher fearing for their own status, but rather from genuine admiration and joy for Zhou Xiaoning's innate talent. Now, I have imparted all that I know to you. This is all I can offer. Tsunade retrieved a scroll from her robes and presented it to Zhou Xiaoning. The contract scroll for summoning slugs. Zhou Xiaoning's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Tsunade would part with such a precious item. In the world of Naruto, a formidable summoning beast could provide invaluable assistance to its master. For instance, without his Nin dogs, Kakashi would have struggled to turn the tide in his battle against Zabuza. Similarly, Jiraiya's frogs and Orochimaru's snakes were powerful summoning beasts of remarkable prowess, capable of fulfilling various combat roles, with some even rivaling tailed beasts. Each possessed unique sage techniques, akin to having a plethora of extraordinary abilities at one's disposal. In contrast, while Tsunade's slugs may have seemed less formidable in battle, they were undeniably unparalleled in healing. Their presence had been crucial in countless battles, and without them, the death toll among Konoha's ninjas would have been significantly higher. Teacher Tsunade, are you truly certain about giving this to me? What could possibly be wrong with it? You are my disciple. It is only natural for you to inherit my summoning techniques. Tsunade replied nonchalantly, noting that had Shizun's chakra reserves been sufficient, she would have long since had her sign a contract as well. In contrast, Zhou Xiaoning was exceptional. While his chakra reserves had initially been on par with AJ Nin's, his growth had been rapid yet not extraordinary. However, in his second year, his chakra reserves surged dramatically, to the point that even without unsealing the Yin sealing, Tsunade's chakra reserves could not match his. Currently, if one were to examine Zhou Xiaoning's personal attributes, they would find that his energy limit had reached 3,000 points. A tenfold increase from when he first arrived in the Naruto world, and the upward trend showed no signs of abating. It is worth noting that a typical Kaga-level ninja's energy limit ranged from 1,000 to 1,500, underscoring the peculiarity of Zhou Xiaoning's situation. But Teacher Tsunade, I already have a summoning beast. Zhou Xiaoning hesitantly replied, aware that powerful summoning beasts possessed a strong sense of pride and would never tolerate their summoners' divided loyalties. You have a summoning beast? When did this happen? Why was I not informed? Tsunade furrowed her brow, her interest piqued. The importance of a summoning beast to a ninja is paramount, and Tsunade feared that Zhou Xiaoning might have carelessly chosen a weak creature, thus hindering his potential. It is a summoning beast I signed a contract with long ago. Although it differs somewhat from the conventional summoning beasts of this world, it still falls within that category. Very well, summon it for me to see. Tsunade commanded in an authoritative tone, determined that if the summoned beast proved inadequate, she would not hesitate to replace it for Zhou Xiaoning. Unable to withstand her insistence, Zhou Xiaoning reluctantly agreed. Outside the small town, Zhou Xiaoning, Shizun, and Tun Tun stood in an open area. Xiaoning, begin. All right. Zhou Xiaoning bit his finger and began forming hand seals. Boar dog rooster monkey sheep. Summoning technique. He slapped his bloodied hand upon the ground, and a circle of black runes resembling tadpoles materialized. Boom. After a puff of smoke, a summoning beast the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in Zhou Xiaoning's hand, its entire form a vibrant pink, resembling a jelly-like creature. Does it look familiar? Indeed, it is a devouring beast, albeit currently in its juvenile stage. Compared to its fully matured form, which resembles a nightmarish tentacled entity, this juvenile devouring beast is surprisingly adorable. This is your summoning beast? Indeed, Teacher Tsunade. Then could you kindly enlighten me as to what this little creature is capable of? Is it merely for cuteness? Over the course of these 2 years, not only had Tsunade taught Zhou Xiaoning a great deal, but she too had inadvertently learned from him, including the concept of adorableness. Teacher Tsunade, do not underestimate it. Its name is Devouring Beast, an energy creature whose primary skill is consumption. It can devour both tangible matter and intangible energy, transforming whatever it consumes into a form of chaotic energy that can be absorbed by anyone. why rapid chakra enhancement over the past year is entirely thanks to it. Zhou Xiaoning, perceiving the rising enthusiasm of Tsunade, hastily enumerated the manifold advantages of the devouring beast. To be frank, Zhou Xiaoning himself had indulged in a whimsical notion, entering into a summoning contract with the juvenile devouring beast with a mindset of trial and error. Unexpectedly, it succeeded. The source plate acknowledged this contractual relationship, thereby establishing the devouring beast as Zhou Xiaoning's summoned entity. However, due to the nature of their connection being forged through a summoning contract, he was required to employ summoning techniques whenever he wished to call upon it. When not summoned, the beast remained in the summoning space. Consequently, the storage space previously occupied by the devouring beast was liberated, achieving a remarkable twofold benefit. The emergence of the juvenile devouring beast was indeed miraculous. During Zhou Xiaoning's fierce confrontation with the devouring beast, he had confined all severed tentacles into the storage space to diminish its power. Later, after nearly encountering a mishap from absorbing the energy of the devouring beast, Zhou Xiaoning was temporarily deterred from pursuing those tentacles. In the wake of numerous events, he had even forgotten about them entirely. It was not until one day, when Tsunade explained about summoning beasts, mentioning her slug, that Zhou Xiaoning recalled he had yet to address that troublesome creature. He promptly opened the storage space, only to find the diminutive entity emerge. Typically, the storage space was incapable of harboring living beings, as it constituted a sealed vacuum environment unsuitable for the survival of most life forms. However, the devouring beast was an exception. Being an energy entity, it could thrive in any environment as long as its energy remained intact and its core undamaged. Although the juvenile devouring beast had reformed its core using the power of its complete form's tentacles, the core was still minuscule, merely the size of half a grain of rice. For it to mature into its full form, a substantial amount of material or energy was essential. Zhou Xiaoning had contemplated annihilating it while it was still weak, but perhaps due to the presence of the complete core's aura emanating from him, the juvenile devouring beast instinctively gravitated towards him, akin to a child's bond with a parent. Zhou Xiaoning soon realized he could command the juvenile devouring beast, and even request it to share its chaotic energy without refusal. Thus, a spark of inspiration struck him, leading to the decision to transform it into his summoning beast, culminating in the present scenario. Chapter 87. Days Living with Tsunade. End. However, Zhou Xiaoning's role as a master resembled that of a relentless taskmaster. He frequently provided a variety of sustenance to nourish it, even resorting to utilizing source points. Over the course of more than a year, he expended over 600,000 source points on the devouring beast. Logically, the creature should have long since transitioned from its juvenile phase into adulthood. Yet, due to Zhou Xiaoning's excessive extraction of energy, the chaotic energy recently transformed from the devouring beast had barely warmed before he siphoned away 80% of it. Had the juvenile devouring beast possessed clarity of thought, it would certainly have been reduced to tears, lamenting its plight, yet it remained silent. Given Zhou Xiaoning's immense extraction force, the devouring beast had not only failed to progress but had managed to maintain its health in its current state, a remarkable feat in itself. Name: Devouring Beast, Juvenile Phase, Category: Summon Creature Star Level, Description: A juvenile entity birthed from the complete form of the devouring beast, bound by a summoning contract with Zhou Xiaoning, serving as his summoning beast. However, due to a prolonged lack of energy supply, it remains unable to mature, currently possessing first-tier strength. Abilities: 1. Devour and Transform. Capable of consuming all life, matter, and energy, converting them into chaotic energy to facilitate its growth. 2. Memory Restoration. Able to recall all life, matter, and energy it has consumed and perfectly restore them. 3. Pseudo-Immortality. Unless its chaotic energy is exhausted or its core is shattered, it will not perish regardless of the damage inflicted upon it. It must be said that the abilities of the devouring beast are indeed extraordinary, a true connoisseur of consumption. The more it devours, the more powerful it becomes, as long as its vulnerabilities remain concealed. It is nearly impossible to vanquish. Its only significant flaw is its low intelligence. Otherwise, with its capabilities, it would not have been so easily subdued by Zhou Xiaoning. Yet, it is precisely because of the devouring beast's limited intellect that it serves as the ideal summoning creature. Obediently following Zhou Xiaoning's commands without the need for concern, unlike Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who had to worry about their summoned beasts rebelling during battle. Not to mention, under Zhou Xiaoning's tutelage. This juvenile devouring beast has already acquired the ability to wield armament haki and chakra, and he has even fed it considerable amounts of metallic ore, enabling it to transform into weapons when necessary. However, as its strength remains low, only at the first tier, a mere lower ninja could easily suppress it. Thus, at present, aside from assisting Zhou Xiaoning in enhancing his energy limits, it holds little practical utility. Is this little creature truly as remarkable as you claim? Tsunade's face was rife with skepticism. A summoning beast capable of enhancing chakra without side effects was something she had never heard of. Naturally, Zhou Xiaoning would never deceive Tsunade, nor would he trick Shizun. If they doubted him, he was prepared to provide proof. As he spoke, Zhou Xiaoning extracted 10,000 source points and transferred them to the devouring beast. Immediately, the creature expanded noticeably, but before it could revel in its newfound growth, Zhou Xiaoning brushed his hand over it, simultaneously siphoning away a mass of gray energy. Consequently, the devouring beast deflated like a punctured balloon, reverting to its previous size. Shizun, take this and give it a try. Zhou Xiaoning handed over the gray energy, which equated to the total chakra of a high-ranking ninja and should significantly enhance Shizun's abilities. Shizun, please give it a shot. I understand, Lady Tsunade. Neither Tsunade nor Shizun had contemplated that Zhou Xiaoning would cause them harm, thus Shizun unhesitatingly absorbed the gray energy. However, it became evident that the energy level of chakra paled in comparison to that of source power. The gray chaotic energy proved overwhelming for Shizue. It was akin to a person accustomed to subsisting on thin gruel suddenly being presented with a lavish feast. While they could consume the food, their body would struggle to endure it. In simpler terms, Shizun had overeaten. Observing Shizun's flushed visage, seemingly in considerable discomfort, Zhou Xiaoning's heart raced. If Shizun were to encounter any issues as a result, he would bear the brunt of the blame. Shizun, let me assist you. Just focus on absorbing the chaotic energy. Zhou Xiaoning dashed to Shizun's back, placing his hands upon her, utilizing medical ninjutsu to channel his source power into her body, aiding in regulating the tumultuous chaotic energy. After 10 minutes, both Zhou Xiaoning and Shizun exhaled in relief. Shizun had successfully digested the chaotic energy, though at least 60% of it had been wasted. Clearly, chaotic energy was ill-suited for those without source power. My apologies, Shizun. I did not anticipate this outcome. Zhou Xiaoning expressed his profound guilt. Although he knew that even if he had not intervened, Tsunade would have ensured Shizun's safety, he felt a deep sense of remorse for putting her through this ordeal. All right, Xiaoning, look at me now. I'm perfectly fine. My chakra levels have at least doubled, which means I now have the opportunity to practice Lady Tsunade's in-sealing technique. Shizun gently reassured him, urging him not to be overly self-critical. Moreover, as Shizun had indicated, being Tsunade's most esteemed disciple, the inability to fully inherit her mentor's prowess had always been a source of pain for her. Tsunade was aware of this situation, yet it stemmed from personal physiology. Even she could not alter it, only hoping Shizun could come to terms with her limitations and forge her own path as a ninja. Initially, both Tsunade and Shizun had nearly abandoned hope in that regard, yet surprisingly, today's encounter with Zhou Xiaoning's small summoning beast had the potential to alter that trajectory. Truly remarkable. Xiaoning, this matter is to remain between the three of us. Do not disclose the capabilities of the devouring beast to a fourth party. Tsunade spoke with gravity, no longer underestimating the devouring beast. One could envision that once it fully matured, it would rival the summoning beasts of the legendary three ninjas, and might even stand shoulder to shoulder with the tailed beasts. I understand, Lady Tsunade. I know you wouldn't harm me, which is why I decided to share it with you, Zhou Xiaoning assured her. He firmly committed Tsunade's warning to memory, recognizing the multitude of formidable individuals in the world of Naruto, and understanding that his current strength was still too feeble. He would strive to maintain a low profile. That's all I ask. Tsunade nodded, relieved. She feared that Zhou Xiaoning, in his youthful exuberance, might feel compelled to boast about such a precious summoning beast, inadvertently creating unnecessary enemies. Yet, it seemed her worries were unfounded. Had Zhou Xiaoning wished to showcase his newfound power, he would not have concealed it from them for so long. Were it not for her prompting, he might not have disclosed it at all. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, you should still sign this. Tsunade produced the summoning scroll for the slug once more and extended it to Zhou Xiaoning. But I already have the devouring beast. Fear not. The slug has a gentle temperament. Out of respect for me, she will not mind you having this additional summoning beast. Faced with Tsunade's unyielding expression, Zhou Xiaoning let out a resigned sigh and acquiesced. He opened the summoning scroll, inscribing his name and leaving a bloodied fingerprint from his 10 fingers, thus formalizing the contract. As soon as the contract was finalized, Zhou Xiaoning began to communicate with the source disk to investigate. Indeed, as I had suspected, it was not such a fortuitous circumstance. Zhou Xiaoning let out a faint smile. Within the slot of the source disk, he had indeed acquired the summoning technique, slug skill. But this was merely temporary. Once Zhou Xiaoning departed from the world of Naruto, this skill would become void, for no matter how formidable the summoning technique may be, it cannot transcend worlds unless Zhou Xiaoning finds a way to bring the slug out of the Naruto realm. Ah, splendid. This allows me to rest assured as you embark on your journey alone. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, a fleeting glimpse of unspoken reluctance flashing in her eyes before she swiftly masked it, rendering it nearly imperceptible. What? Tsunade-sensei, have I done something wrong that prompts you to send me away? If so, please tell me, and I shall certainly amend my ways. Zhou Xiaoning felt a surge of panic. After 2 years of close companionship, he had developed a familial bond with Tsunade and Shizune. The abruptness of his departure was utterly unacceptable to him. Xiaoning, there is no need for alarm. You have not erred. Rather, it is that your growth has stagnated under my tutelage. Hence, I wish for you to go to Konoha. My mentor, the 3rd Hokage, resides there. He is a formidable ninja, renowned as the doctor of ninjutsu and the hero of the shinobi. If you can receive his guidance, you are bound to grow stronger. A hint of melancholy crossed Tsunade's face at the mention of Konoha, a place steeped in her sorrow. Had it not been for Zhou Xiaoning, she likely would not have brought it up at all. Oh, I see. Zhou Xiaoning let out a long sigh of relief. As long as he was not being dismissed, it was all right. But Tsunade-sensei, can't you and Shizune accompany me? After all, if I go alone, the 3rd Hokage may not even deign to meet with me. Rest assured, I have already prepared a letter of introduction for you. When the time comes, simply present this necklace to him, and he will certainly believe you. Tsunade had evidently made arrangements well in advance, handing Zhou Xiaoning a sealed letter, then removing the necklace from around her neck and placing it around his at that moment, Zhou Xiaoning was taken aback. This necklace was a legacy from Tsunade's grandfather, the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, imbued with would-release chakra, capable of effectively suppressing the power of tailed beasts. In the original narrative, Tsunade eventually gifted this necklace to Naruto. Who would have thought that due to the butterfly effect, it now fell into Zhou Xiaoning's possession? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that everyone who had owned this necklace, aside from Tsunade, had met with misfortune. The first owner, the 1st Hokage, perished. The 2nd, Tobirama Senju, also succumbed. The 3rd, Dan Kato, met his end as well, and the last owner, Naruto, would have undoubtedly faced countless deaths were it not for his protagonist's halo. Thus, this necklace was dubbed the Chain of Death, and I can only hope that Zhou Xiaoning can withstand the curse it brings. Chapter 88. Departing Alone, Destination. Star Ninja Village. Before dawn broke, Zhou Xiaoning quietly exited, having chosen not to bid farewell to Tsunade and Shizune. Such parting scenes were too sorrowful for his liking. Unbeknownst to him, however, Tsunade and Shizune stood at the window of the 2nd floor of the inn, watching as Zhou Xiaoning disappeared from their sight. Zhou Xiaoning had no desire to involve himself in the Uchiha massacre incident. Nor could he. Aside from Itachi Uchiha, other members of Akatsuki would undoubtedly have been involved, and perhaps even Obito Uchiha was present. Zhou Xiaoning did not believe that Itachi alone could annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. He was merely a scapegoat thrust into the limelight. With Zhou Xiaoning's current strength, he could scarcely contend with Itachi alone, let alone the other members of Akatsuki. Thus, Zhou Xiaoning resolved to steer clear of this incident, opting instead to wander outside for a few years, waiting for Konoha to settle before making his move. It must be said that the power of a 4-star traversing gem was indeed superior to that of a 1-star. While Zhou Xiaoning could not alter the grand scheme of things, he could influence the minor events. This meant that if Zhou Xiaoning were to eliminate the Konoha 12, he would undoubtedly be expelled by the world's consciousness. However, for matters that were not pivotal to the main storyline, Zhou Xiaoning could amend them as he pleased. Consequently, he decided that his first target would be the meteorite belonging to Star Ninja Village. The reasoning behind this choice was simple. Zhou Xiaoning was currently in the Land of Bears, in closest proximity to Star Ninja Village, making it a convenient detour. Through the peacock mystique, the Star Ninjas could manipulate chakra into various shapes for offensive maneuvers, even enabling flight. However, the drawback was that they could not defend against close-range attacks during the casting process. Zhou Xiaoning acknowledged that the peacock mystique was indeed intriguing, but it could only reach the level of a quasi-kage. Moreover, since it relied on external forces for breakthroughs, even among those of the same quasi-kage status, Star Ninjas exhibited more pronounced weaknesses and were more easily countered. As for Kage level, throughout the history of Star Ninja, not a single Kage level powerhouse had ever emerged, rendering the title of Star Shadow a grandiose farce. In the vast shinobi world, countless ninja villages existed, yet only 5 were truly worthy of the title Kage. Thus, the peacock mystique could only be Zhou Xiaoning's secondary objective. What truly piqued his interest was the meteorite. For an ordinary ninja, the tailed beast energy contained within the meteorite would erode their body. The longer the contact, the more severe the erosion, potentially leading to life-threatening consequences. However, Zhou Xiaoning was unperturbed, as the level of his source energy was not inferior to that of tailed beast energy, allowing him to withstand its corrosive effects. Furthermore, Zhou Xiaoning did not intend to use it directly. Rather, he aimed to have the devouring beast consume it. Upon acquiring the tailed beast energy, the devouring beast should be able to evolve directly, and with the memory restoration, skill post-consumption, it could continuously restore tailed beast energy. In this sense, Zhou Xiaoning could be considered a Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. Star Ninja Village was a rather small ninja village, comprising merely 100 ninjas, with the strongest among them, the Star Shadow, being no more than an elite jonin. Aside from a few upper ninjas, there were only a handful of special jonin, around a dozen shunin, and the remainder were all genin. Such a diminutive ninja village could easily be obliterated by any medium-sized ninja village. The survival of Star Ninja Village could largely be attributed to the toxic mist enveloping the village, which would poison even upper ninjas, leaving them dizzy and unable to fight. If prolonged, it could even prove fatal. Due to their blind trust in the toxic mist, the Star Ninjas had not stationed many guards at the border. They believed that no one could traverse the toxic mist unharmed. However, today, they would pay the price for their negligence. While the toxic mist was indeed formidable, Zhou Xiaoning himself could not guarantee his ability to traverse it safely. He possessed the ability to fly. Why plunge himself into danger when he could simply soar above? With such a level of competence, they dare to challenge the 5 great ninja villages. I cannot decide whether to call them naive or arrogant. Well, this is not my concern. I shall focus on locating the meteorite first. Zhou Xiaoning found a secluded corner to descend, incapacitating a passing Star Ninja genin before assuming his form, allowing him to wander freely within Star Ninja Village. Zhou Xiaoning's transformation was not akin to those commonplace transformation techniques. It was a skill inherent to his bloodline, ensuring that his height, physique, appearance, and voice mirrored that of the Star Ninja genin perfectly. As long as DNA checks were not conducted, he would remain undetected. Star Ninja Village was neither particularly large nor small, boasting hundreds of buildings. To identify a small meteorite amidst these structures proved a daunting task. Zhou Xiaoning could not scour through each building one by one, as such behavior would unmistakably raise suspicions. Indeed, having a keen sense of perception was immensely advantageous. Zhou Xiaoning smirked, extending his sensory awareness, rendering all entities within a 1,500-meter radius visible to him. The village was not expansive. With a few extra steps, Zhou Xiaoning could thoroughly explore Star Ninja Village. However, after a complete circuit, he discovered several treasure vaults but no sign of the meteorite. Within those vaults lay various treasures, gold, silver, kunai, and explosive tags, that might seem valuable to an ordinary ninja, but to Zhou Xiaoning, they were mere refuse. Since beginning to learn medical techniques from Tsunade, Zhou Xiaoning had consciously collected various medicinal herbs, cultivating them in his simulated farm, coupled with the influx of medicinal formulas he had uploaded to the processing center's database. Items such as soldier pills and hemostatic pills could now be produced in bulk. He had amassed an unquantifiable amount, sufficient to sustain the consumption of a medium-scale ninja war. Compared to Zhou Xiaoning's reserves, Star Ninja Village was utterly impoverished. Thus, Zhou Xiaoning scarcely regarded these items, merely glancing over them before resuming his search for the meteorite. How can it be absent? Zhou Xiaoning was filled with confusion. He had even located the very house mentioned in the original narrative that was used by star ninjas to cultivate using the meteorite. Yet the meteorite itself remained elusive. With no other choice, despite the risk of exposure, he resolved to proceed. Zhou Xiaoning unleashed his sensory awareness, employing universal extraction on all ninjas within the range of his perception. Given the ample source energy within him, as long as he did not expend more than 60% at once, he could be deemed to possess infinite energy due to the constant replenishment from the source disk. Only then did Zhou Xiaoning dare to extract from multiple targets. Had he dared to act in such a manner within the world of One Piece, he would undoubtedly find his source of power instantaneously drained. Gaining nothing in the process, it appears that fortune favors the prepared. The third star shadow has just issued an order to cease the training that utilizes the power of meteorites. Now, with the meteorite being taken away by Star Shadow, is there an intention to seal it away? Zhou Xiaoning is aware that the third star shadow had previously halted the training with the meteorite, as he had discerned its potential dangers. If this continues, the Star Ninja Village is bound to face annihilation. Although his intentions were noble, he gravely underestimated human ambition. After losing access to the meteorite, the strength of the Star Ninjas would struggle to advance, an eventuality that the ambitious Hongxing could not abide. Thus, Hongxing assassinated the third star shadow and reignited the training with the meteorite. Zhou Xiaoning did not anticipate his arrival to be so opportune. The third star shadow, intent on sealing the meteorite, would undoubtedly keep its location a closely guarded secret. At this moment, it could be considered that the defenses surrounding the meteorite are at their weakest, providing Zhou Xiaoning with considerable advantage. Chapter 89. Caught in the act from the memories extracted from those star ninjas, it became evident that Star Shadow had just taken the meteorite and was heading toward his residence. Star Shadow's abode was easy to locate. It was the largest house at the center of the Star Ninja Village. Casually greeting acquaintances along the way, Zhou Xiaoning found that not a single individual noticed his impersonation of a Star Ninja. This was, of course, thanks to the power of universal extraction. To mitigate the risk of exposure, Zhou Xiaoning had assimilated the memories of the Star Ninja he was impersonating. By the time that Star Ninja awakens, he will likely find himself suffering from a form of selective amnesia. Having forgotten numerous details, hey, stop right there. This is not a place for a mere chunin like you. A chunin from the Star Ninja faction halted Zhou Xiaoning as he inadvertently wandered into the vicinity of Star Shadow's residence. Oh, my apologies, I was lost in thought and didn't notice. I shall take my leave at once. Zhou Xiaoning responded with utmost sincerity, bowing in apology. The chunin, not wishing to complicate matters given the small size of the village and the limited number of ninjas, merely waved him off, allowing Zhou Xiaoning to depart. However, he did not stray far. Instead, he turned into a secluded corner, employing the earth release technique to burrow underground, circumventing the Star Ninjas encircling Star Shadow's residence and reaching the underground beneath the abode without obstruction. Indeed, Zhou Xiaoning was not exaggerating. Aided by his affinity for the earth element, while utilizing the earth release technique, unless one possessed sensory capabilities and was at least of Jounin rank, even those at the level of a Kage would struggle to detect him. Such concealment, it seemed, could only be rivaled by the likes of Zhu. Meanwhile, in the living room of Star Shadow's residence, 4 individuals were convening. Among them was the third Star Shadow, an elite Jounin, yet one must acknowledge that being a ninja is a profession that relies heavily on youth. The peak of one's strength is typically between the ages of 25 and 35. After 35, the body begins to deteriorate and strength gradually wanes. This elder appeared to be in his 70s or 80s. Yet he still retained the power of an elite Jounin, suggesting that he had once been at least of near Kage level in his youth. Alongside him were 2 men and 1 woman. Both the man and woman were also elite Jounin. While the remaining man possessed strength at the Jounin level, it could be said that nearly all the high-end combat power of the Star Ninja Village was gathered in this room. The meteorite must be sealed, the third Star Shadow declared, his eyes momentarily reflecting reluctance before resoluteness took over. Many adult Star Ninjas in the village had already succumbed to deteriorating health, with some even perishing as a result. While the meteorite could indeed expedite our strength, it simultaneously gnaws at our very lives. Insufficient strength can be remedied through diligent training, yet once the body fails, all is lost. The male elite Jounin, pale-faced, spoke with difficulty, punctuating his words with persistent coughs. Appearing quite near death, it was evident that he had been severely corroded by the energy of the 10 tails within the meteorite. his vitality drastically diminished, suggesting he had little time left. "My dear, are you all right?" The female elite Xiaoning, witnessing her husband's agony, hurriedly approached to pat his back. Though her efforts could not alleviate his suffering, they at least offered a measure of comfort. "Zhou, I am fine. I can still endure. I will not pass until I see Xiong become a qualified ninja with my own eyes," the male elite Xiaoning reassured his wife, yet the pallor of his face made it difficult for her to feel at ease. Hiding underground, Zhou Xiaoning listened intently to their exchange. Drawing upon his understanding of the original narrative, he could surmise the identities of these two elite Xiaonings. The male was named Yinghuaxing, and the female was Zhou. Together with the third star shadow, they represented the pinnacle of the peacock mystical arts within the Star Ninja Village throughout the ages. Moreover, they were the parents of Ong, a character of significance within the storyline of the Star Ninja Village. However, Ong was still merely a child under the age of 10. Without the loss of his parents and the influence of Hongxing's seduction, he remained an innocent boy. "Star Shadow, are you truly not reconsidering? Without the support of the meteorite, the progress of our training in the peacock mystical arts will become excruciatingly slowed. At this rate, when shall we fulfill our predecessors' aspirations of standing alongside the 5 great ninja villages as the 6th? The male elite Xiaoning, clearly discontented with Star Shadow's decision, argued. He was still young, and the corruption of the Tin Tail's energy had not deeply affected him. Although he felt slightly unwell, such discomfort paled in comparison to the prospect of gaining immense power. In his view, the fallen star ninjas merely lacked the constitution to withstand the power bestowed by the meteorite, while those with robust physiques, like himself, were thriving. "Hongxing, my decision is final. There is no need for further discussion." The third star shadow cast a stern glance at the male Xiaoning, leaving no room for rebuttal. "Curse that old man. Just you wait. One day, I will eliminate you and take your position. The dangers of the meteorite to the body are nothing but lies. Once I master its power, I shall become the strongest in the ninja world." A glimmer of malice flickered in Hongxing's eyes. He had long harbored ambitions to usurp the third star shadow. However, despite his age, the old man still surpassed him in strength, and thus Hongxing felt no confidence in confronting him at present. Moreover, with Yinghuaxing and Zhou still in the picture, even if the third star shadow were to perish, the position of fourth star shadow would not be his to claim. Therefore, before eliminating the third star shadow, he must devise a way to dispose of the two of them. "Hongxing, Yinghuaxing, you two guard the outside. Zhou, remain here with me to complete the sealing," the third star shadow commanded, acknowledging that the overwhelming power of the Tin Tails within the meteorite required assistance beyond his current capabilities to seal. Reflecting on this, the third star shadow could not help but lament his aging. Were he to turn back the clock 20 years, sealing the meteorite would have required no help. It seemed he must indeed select a successor. Sighing, he surveyed the three before him, ultimately resting his gaze on Zhou. Presently, in terms of both strength and character, she was the most suitable candidate. Hongxing, noticing the shift in the third star shadow's gaze, clenched his fists, his resolve to eliminate Zhou and her husband growing ever firmer. "The position of star shadow must belong to me. Any who stand in my way shall be eliminated." Though Hongxing's heart brimmed with murderous intent, he concealed it well, and none present detected his true feelings. Hongxing and Yinghuaxing retreated to the entrance and closed the door behind them. Meanwhile, the third star shadow and Zhou began preparations to seal the meteorite. Peacock mystical arts, dual spirit seal. Chakra surged forth from both the third star shadow and Zhou, coalescing into nearly tangible chains that ensnared the meteorite, awaiting complete encirclement to finalize the sealing process. "Who dares to steal the meteorite of our Star Ninja Village?" The third star shadow's fury ignited. Although he had sealed the meteorite with the intent to never utilize it again, it remained a treasure of their village. Even if he had no use for it, he could not allow it to fall into the hands of others. In an instant, the third star shadow formed hand seals, channeling chakra that morphed into a dragon of chakra, which surged toward the spot where the hand had vanished moments before. Boom! The third star shadow's enraged strike was merciless, creating a gaping hole in the ground, revealing Zhou Xiaoning, who had failed to escape in time. A villager?" The third star shadow paused, recognizing the forehead protector atop Zhou Xiaoning's head. He had a faint recollection of this star ninja, thanks to the small size of the Star Ninja Village. Over time, even the most forgetful would remember. "Wait, you are not one of our star ninjas. Who exactly are you? The third star shadow's piercing gaze scrutinized Zhou Xiaoning, having sensed no trace of chakra indicative of a transformation technique. Had he not known that the star ninja Zhou Xiaoning was impersonating was merely a lowly chunin, his attack would have surely caused harm. He might have even suspected a traitor had infiltrated his village. To think you would see through me. I had not anticipated your keen perception, old man. With a resounding crash, Zhou Xiaoning transformed his appearance, yet he did not revert to his original visage. After all, he intended to blend into Konoha and could not afford to leave any unfavorable records. Presently, Zhou Xiaoning adopted the guise of a well-known figure in the contemporary world, Stephen Chow. Kid, if you know what's good for you, quickly drop the meteorite. I can intervene and spare your life. The third star shadow spoke coldly, simultaneously employing the peacock mystical technique to conjure two chakra lions. Should Zhou Xiaoning dare to make a rash move, he would instantly unleash his attack. At the same time, Summer Star positioned himself at the soul window to prevent Zhou Xiaoning from fleeing. Coupled with the arrival of Red Star and Firefly Star, who rushed in upon hearing the commotion, Zhou Xiaoning found himself encircled by 3 elite jonin and 1 shinobi, utterly devoid of any chance to escape. Alas, alas, this is my first time as a thief, and I've been caught red-handed. Indeed, being sneaky does not suit me, Zhou Xiaoning lamented, scratching his head in resignation. Just when everyone assumed he was about to concede, Zhou Xiaoning suddenly surged forth, breaking through the rooftop and soaring into the sky. The third star shadow and the others were momentarily stunned. In the current shinobi world, flight was an exceedingly rare ability. It was precisely because they failed to consider this that Zhou Xiaoning found an opportunity to exploit. The third star shadow's expression darkened as he formed a pair of chakra wings using the peacock mystical technique and darted through the opening Zhou Xiaoning had created, hastily giving chase. Summer Star and the others exchanged glances and took off after him, sharing the same resolve as the third star shadow. The meteorite absolutely must not fall into the hands of outsiders. How persistent, chasing me for over an hour without giving up, Zhou Xiaoning muttered discontentedly, having been in full flight, yet still unable to shake off the third star shadow and his companions. It seemed the peacock mystical technique had numerous advantages in terms of flight. However, Zhou Xiaoning had no time to ponder this, as his primary concern was to rid himself of the 4 relentless pursuers clinging to him like stubborn leeches. I say, we have already left the borders of Bear Country. Is it truly wise for you to pursue me so recklessly? Zhou Xiaoning's tone conveyed a hint of exasperation. Star Ninja Village was already adjacent to the borders of Bear Country, and Zhou Xiaoning's swift flight had brought him near the land of water. After an hour of flying, he was on the verge of entering its maritime territory. Currently, the 4th Mizukage of Kirigakure had just fallen, and the 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, had only recently assumed office, lacking the authority to suppress all the ninjas of the village. It could be said that Kirigakure was in its most chaotic period, and the entire land of water was equally tumultuous. If possible, Zhou Xiaoning truly wished to avoid entering the land of water at this moment. Humph, as long as you hand over the meteorite, we will naturally cease our pursuit. That is simply out of the question. Regardless, you intend to seal that meteorite away and never use it again. So what does it matter if you give it to me? Zhou Xiaoning mused. Thankfully, the devouring beast was still in its juvenile stage, small in size. Otherwise, he would have found the summoning technique quite difficult to execute. The summoning technique requires 3 prerequisites. First, a summoning beast. Second, one's own blood. And third, a space for the summoning runes to be deployed, which is also the location where the summoning beast materializes. Since he was currently fleeing for his life, Zhou Xiaoning could not afford to land and perform the summoning technique. So he inscribed the summoning runes directly onto his body. It was fortunate that the devouring beast was still small. Otherwise, Zhou Xiaoning would not dare to do so if it were a larger summoning beast, such as Tai or Manda. Employing such a method would surely result in him being crushed first. If you refuse to listen, then don't blame us for being ruthless. The third star shadow was evidently wary. After all, they were ninjas from Bear Country, and recklessly intruding into the land of water had implications of declaring war on Kirigakure. Although the third star shadow bore the title of Shadow, he was acutely aware that neither he nor the entire Star Ninja Village could contend with Kirigakure. Therefore, it was imperative to intercept Zhou Xiaoning before he entered the land of water. Peacock mystical technique. Feather transformation. Ugh, what a nuisance. Zhou Xiaoning grimaced. He had not intended to engage with the elder. Yet now he was being forced to act. Since it has come to this, I shall not hold back. I only hope the third star shadow does not resort to the antics of certain elderly individuals in the modern world, playing the victim and clinging to me. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. At that moment, they were flying above the ocean, surrounded by an abundance of water elements, which significantly enhanced the effectiveness of water-based ninjutsu. Point 2. Ferocious water dragons emerged from the depths of the sea, charging towards the third star shadow's chakra hawk. A keen observer would note that these water dragons bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhou Xiaoning's true dragon form, with scales vividly depicted. Only someone like Zhou Xiaoning, who had witnessed a true dragon, could render the water dragon bullet technique with such artistry. It was truly a masterpiece. Boom. The water dragons collided with the chakra hawk, resulting in a mutual cancellation of their powers. This is the peacock mystical technique. Its power is quite impressive. The peacock mystical technique is renowned in the world of Naruto as a miraculous skill that allows ordinary individuals, who are neither users of the Manjiki Sharingan nor Jinchuriki, to possess chakra transformation abilities. Furthermore, as chakra output increases, the power of the peacock mystical technique also amplifies correspondingly. More importantly, it allows for flight, which provides a significant advantage in battles below the level of shadows. In the original storyline, had Red Star not foolishly abandoned his aerial supremacy to engage on the ground with Naruto and his companions, they would have had no means to contend with him. Ultimately, Red Star's defeat and demise stemmed not only from opposing the protagonist, but also from his ambitions that far exceeded his capabilities. Even Uchiha Madara struggled to harness the power of the Ten Tails. How could a mere Jonin hope to succeed? The encounter with Naruto's Rasengan merely served as a prelude. Red Star ultimately perished due to the backlash from the meteorite's energy. Of course, Red Star would no longer have such an opportunity. In some sense, Zhou Xiaoning had saved his life, and he ought to be grateful. The meteorite had been devoured by the devouring beast, vanishing entirely from the world of Naruto. Unless the Star Ninja Village could procure another meteorite from the moon imbued with the power of the Ten Tails, the storyline of the Star Ninja Village would not resume. It can be said that Zhou Xiaoning's act of stealing the meteorite altered the destinies of many, though none of those affected were connected to the protagonist, resulting in minimal backlash from the world's consciousness. The Transcendence Gem would fully protect Zhou Xiaoning, provided he could evade the pursuit of the 4 members of Star Ninja Village. This backlash would then be considered past. Naturally, if Zhou Xiaoning were to counterattack and eliminate the 4, the backlash would also come to an end. However, having just stolen from them, it would be unreasonable for Zhou Xiaoning to then kill the rightful owner. Elder, do you see this? This is my territory. Are you truly resolved to engage me in battle? Ahead lay the land of water, and Zhou Xiaoning had no desire to recklessly venture forth. The ninjas of Kirigakure could be quite troublesome in every regard, and he preferred to avoid provoking them. Thus, if the third star shadow and his companions were unwilling to relent, Zhou Xiaoning would have no choice but to resolve their grievances here. It is not that I, an old man, wish to engage in battle with you. Rather, it is you who have stolen the treasure of our Star Ninja Village. That meteorite is more harmful than beneficial. Keeping it will only bring you harm. Therefore, you should return it to us, allowing us to seal it away and prevent it from bringing further misfortune to others. The third star shadow stated with grave seriousness. He had witnessed Zhou Xiaoning's strength. While he was still inferior, the surrounding waters significantly amplified the power of water ninjutsu. Capturing Zhou Xiaoning here would not be an easy task. Furthermore, the third star shadow harbored suspicions. The land of water was the domain of Kirigakure. Why would Zhou Xiaoning choose to flee in this direction? Did he have some connection to Kirigakure, or was he perhaps sent by them? Moreover, Zhou Xiaoning's proficiency in water ninjutsu further solidified the third star shadow's suspicions. If it came to a conflict with the land of water, their Star Ninja Village could hardly bear the consequences. Zhou Xiaoning, unaware of the third star shadow's thoughts, would undoubtedly inform him that he was overthinking the situation. His flight to this location was purely coincidental. He had merely chosen a direction and flown forward, not anticipating that the third star shadow and his companions would be so tenacious in their pursuit without ever relenting. The meteorite is of utmost importance to me. I will not return it. However, in exchange, I can provide you with a remedy to treat the effects of meteorite erosion. What do you think? The erosion from the meteorite was essentially radiation. And Zhou Xiaoning indeed possessed some antidotes against radiation. If the third star shadow agreed, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, if he refused, then Zhou Xiaoning would have no choice but to engage them in battle. The third star shadow began to waver. On one hand, there was the dignity of the Star Ninja Village, which could only retain a useless treasure. On the other, the potential to heal the ailing ninjas and restore the vitality of the Star Ninja Village, albeit with a remedy of uncertain authenticity. Weighing the significance of each option, even the seasoned third star shadow found it difficult to make a judgment. Lord Star Shadow, what is there to deliberate? If we simply eliminate that kid, we can obtain both the meteorite and the remedy. The Red Star discovered that the third-generation Star Shadow harbored intentions of relinquishing the meteorite, which prompted an immediate withdrawal from the confrontation. No sooner had he spoken than he summoned a chakra wolf to lunge at Zhou Xiaoning. Humph! The third-generation Star Shadow and the other two have indeed instilled a modicum of caution in me. But as for you, you are inconsequential. A single punch, merely a simple punch, was sufficient for Zhou Xiaoning to disperse the chakra wolf unleashed by the Red Star. His fist, enveloped in armed haki, not only countered the powers of the devil fruit, but also possessed the ability to negate all forms of energy, albeit with greater consumption required to combat higher-tier energies. How is this even possible? The Red Star gazed at Zhou Xiaoning in disbelief. He had already exerted 60% of his strength, yet he hadn't even grazed Zhou Xiaoning and was instead repelled by a single blow. This was a humiliation he could not endure, absolutely intolerable. Damn it, perish before me. Wait. The third-generation Star Shadow attempted to intervene, but the Red Star was beyond hearing his words, launching an all-out assault with the intent to eliminate Zhou Xiaoning. If there had been any hope for negotiation between the parties before, that prospect was utterly obliterated with the Red Star's aggressive strike, leaving no room for reconciliation. Damn it, Summer Star, Firefly Star, commenced the attack.